Chapter 1. Jian Yao, Remarriage is a Crime. In the dimly lit corridor of the bar, a slender girl leaned into a man's embrace, gazing up at his exquisite features. "Will you engage to me?" Not far away, the flickering neon lights of the dance floor cast a glow on the man's pale, cold cheek, half of his face shrouded in shadow, rendering his expression inscrutable. His gaze was fixed upon the girl's flushed cheeks and her dazed eyes. His lips, slightly bruised from her earlier clumsiness, tightened as he spoke in a low, husky voice. "Jian Yao, you have mistaken the wrong person." He steadied the girl as she swayed, stepping back. Seeing him about to leave, the inebriated girl stumbled forward, raising her delicate arm to block his path. Alas, she had overestimated her control over her own body and once again fell into his embrace. Her slender arm instinctively clung to his shoulder. Her breath, infused with the scent of alcohol, brushed against his ear. Gu Zhiyan instinctively reached out to support her waist, lowering his gaze to the girl before him. She still held her head high, her eyes rimmed with red, as if she had just been crying. Meeting his gaze, she managed a fragile smile, her tone soft. "Gu Zhiyan, I did not mistake the person." Did not. The hand that had been hovering at her waist suddenly gripped her slender form tightly. Half an hour later, Jian Yao cradled a cup of sobering tea on the sofa, rubbing her head that throbbed painfully from the hangover, her thoughts gradually coming together. "Director Jian, Miss Lu has attempted suicide. President Lu is currently in the city and may not make it back for the engagement banquet." Even though an entire night had passed, recalling those words caused Jian Yao to gasp for breath, her fingers gripping the cup, turning pale. She and Lu Chengze had grown up in the same orphanage, and from her muddled memories to her youthful days, she had always followed him, treating his words as gospel. Until high school, when the Jian family found her and brought her back. Lu Chengze was finally acknowledged by the Lu family and taken home. Because of her affection for Lu Chengze, she utilized the resources of the Jian family to help him secure business deals and investments, gradually elevating him to the position of heir to the Lu family. Everyone around them knew of her deep love for Lu Chengze, yet he held Lu Yi in the palm of his hand. He even chose to skip their engagement banquet for her sake, trampling on her and the Jian family's reputation. As she eagerly prepared for the engagement, believing she was finally marrying her true love, her childhood sweetheart turned out to be a no-how, fleeing to the city to accompany another woman. How absurd! Jian Yao felt as if a large hand had tightened around her heart, her blood freezing, suffocating her to the point of breathlessness. She wrapped the thin blanket around herself tighter, curling up on the sofa, desperately clutching the cup to absorb its residual warmth. The door creaked open. Immediately, the room was flooded with warm yellow light, dispelling the darkness. "Are you sober now?" Upon hearing the man's deliberate voice, Jian Yao paused, a moment of embarrassment overshadowing her sorrow. She lifted her gaze to the newcomer, her eyes swollen and red from a sleepless night and tears. "I have always been quite clear-headed." She had been drunk earlier, although she couldn't control her actions. Her mind had indeed been clear. Never had she felt so lucid. The man lazily leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed in a casual manner, his tone slightly teasing. "Are you sure?" His long fingers brushed against her crimson lips, the vivid red at the corner particularly striking. Combined with his flawless features, it exuded a broken yet alluring beauty, suggestive and tantalizing. Jian Yao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively reaching to touch her sore head, fragmented memories flooding her mind. The chaotic bar corridor was filled with pulsating music. As she pondered who might best assist her in her predicament, she spotted Gu Zhiyan passing by and, in a moment of desperation, reached out to stop him, inadvertently colliding into his embrace, injuring his lip with her forehead, and had the audacity to ask him if he wanted to engage with her. Though she knew she was serious, from Gu Zhiyan's perspective, she must have appeared as a perverse tease to a respectable man. Jian Yao's cheeks flushed, her mouth opening as if to explain. Gu Zhiyan had already withdrawn his fingers from his lips, lightly clicking his tongue, his voice low and magnetic, laced with a husky undertone. "Forget it if you say you're sober. Then you are." He wore an expression that suggested, "While I have been wronged, your denial matters little." Jian Yao bit her lip, feeling as though something was amiss, but unable to articulate a rebuttal. After all, there is evidence and witnesses. Her clear gaze fell upon his slightly bruised lips, and almost unconsciously, she spoke, "It cannot simply end like this." Her eyes were earnest, revisiting the past. Gu Zhiyan, will you engage to me? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Zhiyan straightening his back, unbuttoning a decorative clasp, revealing his delicate collarbone, his gaze shimmering. Jian Yao, remarriage is a crime. He tilted his head slightly, letting out a light laugh, the red mark on his lips contrasting strikingly against his pale skin. Moreover, I am not on good terms with President Lu. Are you not afraid of a fire in your backyard? Chapter 2. Do you take me for a duck? Jian Yao had just taken a sip of sobering tea when she heard Gu Zhiyan's wolfish words, hastily swallowing it down. How could a single, unmarried girl like her be accused of remarriage? And besides, what merit did she possess to have Gu Zhiyan play the role of a secondary partner? Gu Zhiyan's claim of being at odds with Lu Chengze was, in fact, quite a euphemistic expression. To be precise, it was Lu Chengze who held a one-sided grudge against Gu Zhiyan. Undeniably, Lu Chengze was exceptional. Aside from being unrecognized by the Lu family in his childhood, he had sailed smoothly through life. Until he encountered Gu Zhiyan. Academics, competitions, sports, esports, whatever Gu Zhiyan participated in, second place was merely the ceiling for others. His name always overshadowed Lu Chengze's. Lu Chengze was even mockingly referred to as the eternal second. In high school, she had inadvertently assisted Gu Zhiyan once, and upon Lu Chengze learning of it, though he said nothing at the time, he did not speak to her for an entire week. For a long while, Gu Zhiyan's name was a taboo for Lu Chengze. Jian Yao bit her lip, her dark pupils slightly widening. For this reason alone, she was determined to secure a partnership with Gu Zhiyan today, even if it meant bleeding profusely. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Zhiyan had already settled into the sofa opposite her, reclining with his long legs crossed, exuding elegance and nobility. Jian Yao set her cup down, sitting up straight, deliberating several times before clearing her throat and slowly speaking. Mr. Gu, let us discuss a partnership. After much contemplation, she had concluded that directly offering money to have someone engage with her sounded utterly unseemly, and thus the term partnership finally escaped her lips. Oh, do elaborate. Gu Zhiyan raised his eyes leisurely, his intense gaze fixed upon Jian Yao. Jian Yao felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles under his scrutiny, subconsciously wrapping herself tighter in her blanket, clearing her throat to appear less nervous. I have encountered some issues with my engagement to Lu Chengze, but with the ceremony approaching, I would like to request Mr. Gus's assistance in temporarily stepping in as my fiancé to complete the necessary proceedings. Her own reputation mattered little, but she could not disregard the face of the Jian family. The news of the engagement had already spread, even if she had to switch partners at the last minute. She needed to ensure the union was finalized. Fearing she would be misunderstood if she spoke too slowly, Jian Yao quickly added, I will not take up too much of your time. In a month or two, we can annul the engagement. I will bear all the blame. You may name your price. Do you take me for a duck? Gu Zhiyan clicked his tongue. Jian Yao. While it was true that his words held some merit, they were rather blunt. Jian Yao's lips twitched slightly, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. It was no wonder Gu Zhiyan remained unmoved. Her modest assets paled in comparison to his stature. Hailing from a century-old family in Jing City, the Gu group encompassed nearly every aspect of life. As the most favored young master of the new generation of the Gu family, Gu Zhiyan had never known the meaning of financial struggle. Moreover, during high school, he had earned millions as a professional esports player, and later, along with his college roommates, founded the Yao Guang gaming company, which had taken the nation by storm at such a young age. He was already a publicly listed company owner, worth over 100 billion. Negotiating a partnership based on finances with Gu Zhiyan was, in essence, a rather insulting proposition. Jian Yao face-bombed, feeling that she must have been foolishly intoxicated to impulsively reach out to Gu Zhiyan. She racked her brain, but could not come up with any enticing terms to pique Gu Zhiyan's interest. After a moment of hesitation, she finally said, then perhaps it's best to let it go. Though it was indeed challenging to find someone of equal character and background who was unmarried within 3 days to fulfill the engagement. If Gu Zhiyan was unwilling, she could not force him. Given Gu Zhiyan's family background, had they not been old classmates, merely sharing the same room was already a significant leap for her. It was indeed unrealistic to expect him to assist her in navigating her predicament. Jian Yao rose, letting the blanket slip from her shoulders, carefully retrieving her business card from her bag and handing it over. I apologize for my rudeness tonight. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to contact me. even though Jian Yao sincerely believed that it was unlikely she would ever be in a position to help him. Her attitude in apologizing was sincere. Her delicate hands were fair and tender, even whiter than the cream-colored, gold-embossed card at her fingertips. The Gu Zhiyan's gaze lingered momentarily on her delicately tinted fingertips before he leaned in to take the business card, twirling it playfully between his fingers. Is it truly so simple to let it go? He raised his eyes, his gaze settling upon Jian Yao's face, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Are you always this impatient when seeking assistance? Jian Yao's fingers tightened around the strap of her handbag, caught in a dilemma. Neither option seemed viable. She cast her eyes down at the gleaming imported tiles beneath her feet, her mind racing. Surely, I cannot resort to kneeling and bowing before him. Can I? Perhaps it was her prolonged silence that prompted Gu Zhiyan to finally extend a modicum of mercy. In truth, it wouldn't be impossible for me to assist you, he said, his deep-set eyes resting upon Jian Yao's reddened and slightly swollen eyelids, his gaze profound. If you could do me a favor in return, we would be even. Jian Yao's head shot up, her eyes meeting Gu Zhiyan's with an astonishing brightness. What favor?
Chapter 3. In this lifetime, if I cannot sleep with Gu Zhiyan, I have failed as a woman. As the man casually twirled the business card in his hand, his demeanor exuded an effortless charm. His lips parting as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day's weather, yet, the words that escaped his mouth sent Jian Yao stumbling in surprise, observing her unsteady form. Gu Zhiyan instinctively reached out a hand, only to see her quickly regain her composure, her spine straightening with a slight relaxation. You must have heard that my family is quite eager for me to marry, he remarked. Jian Yao nodded, her crimson lips pressed tightly together. Although the Jian family and the Gu family did not occupy the same echelon of society and their interactions were limited, she had certainly caught wind of the Gu family's relentless pressure on Gu Zhiyan regarding marriage. Logically speaking, given Gu Zhiyan's lineage, capabilities, and striking looks, women must have flocked to him like fish crossing a river. Yet, throughout the years, he had never engaged in a romantic relationship, nor had he ever been seen in close proximity to any woman. Whispers within social circles suggested he might be inclined towards men. The intensity of his family's push for marriage only served to further corroborate this notion. With this thought, Jian Yao's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Gu Zhiyan. His legs, encased in tailored trousers, were long and straight, casually crossed, while his broad shoulders and narrow waist created a perfect nine-handed proportionality. Suddenly, she recalled the bold declaration of her college roommate from years past, "If I can't sleep with Gu Zhiyan in this lifetime, what is the point of being a woman?" Jian Yao found herself momentarily dazed, pondering the allure of such a man. Surely he would be a top catch even within the gay community. She wondered who would take on which role. Her thoughts wandered, and when she inadvertently met Gu Zhiyan's penetrating gaze, panic surged within her. What was she thinking? Hastily averting her eyes, she sought to rid her mind of any improper notions. Clearing her throat in a feigned attempt at composure. Wouldn't it be too much of a disadvantage for Mr. Gu? She mused internally, although the distinction between engagement and marriage was a mere word apart. The implications were worlds apart. Given the Gu family's status, both marriage and divorce were matters of considerable weight. Such a casual decision seemed rather hasty, did it not? Not at all, Gu Zhiyan replied, leaning back against the armchair with an air of nonchalance. The outline of his collarbone subtly visible. The Gu family does not require a marriage alliance. After a brief pause, he added softly, moreover, if I am married, it would put my business partners at ease. Jian Yao nodded vigorously, indicating her complete understanding. With Gu Zhiyan's family background, there was indeed no need to enter into a marriage for the sake of appearances. As for the notion of reassuring his business partners, she had some inkling of the situation. Most of Gu's business associates were male CEOs, and the rumors of Gu Zhiyan's preference for men had undoubtedly caused quite a stir among them. She had heard that many of the secretaries working with the CEOs who collaborated with Yao Guang had been replaced by striking young men instead of the typical alluring women, clutching the strap of her bag. Jian Yao's heart raced. She felt compelled to agree without hesitation. A wealthy, handsome, and influential husband who preferred men. What was the difference between him and a perfect ATM? Even infidelity would not yield any illegitimate offspring. What a flawless partner for collaboration. He fit the modern young person's criteria for a significant other perfectly. Who wouldn't want an ATM? Marrying Gu Zhiyan would not only resolve her immediate predicament but also allow her to slap Lu Chengze in the face and suppress the restless executives of her family's company following her parents' demise. It was a win-win situation. However, having grown up in an orphanage and witnessed the fickleness of human relationships, Jian Yao was skeptical of any blessings that fell from the sky. If such fortune were to descend, it would likely be laced with poison. Gu Zhiyan's eyes seemed to penetrate her very soul, effortlessly discerning her thoughts as he patiently explained, my grandmother is elderly and in poor health. Seeing me married is her greatest wish. If Miss Jian agrees, we can draft a prenuptial agreement. As a competent businessman, Gu Zhiyan's demeanor was particularly persuasive when he adopted an official tone. At least for the moment, Jian Yao's anxiety dissipated. For someone like Gu Zhiyan, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, wealth and status had become trivial. The only thing that could compel him to compromise would likely be familial affection. Chapter 4, Mr. Gu, a pleasant collaboration. There's no need to deliberate. I agree. Jian Yao lowered her gaze, a few strands of inky hair brushing against her delicate cheeks, exuding a demeanor of demure compliance. I will strive to be a competent Mrs. Gu. For over a decade, Jian Yao had believed she would marry Lu Chengze. Thus she had studied at the same university, resided in the same neighborhood, and joined Lu's business department after graduation to assist him in garnering resources. Helping him ascend to the position of heir to the Lu family, she had never envisioned a day when she would consent to marry someone else. The sensation was peculiar yet not as distressing as she had imagined. With a self-deprecating smile, she lifted her clear, bright eyes to meet Gu Zhiyan's, resolutely stating, I will resign from the Lu family company as soon as possible. Her affection for Lu Chengze was well known. And since she had agreed to marry Gu Zhiyan, she would no longer entangle herself with other men, ensuring the reputation of both the Gu family and Yao Guang remained intact, extending her fair arm. Her scarlet lips curving into a perfectly measured smile, though her eyes still shimmered with unshed tears, the oppressive atmosphere around her had dissipated, rejuvenating her spirit. Mr. Gu, a pleasant collaboration. Her sweet voice resonated through the room as Gu Zhiyan regarded her dainty hand. Slowly extending his own to clasp it. Congratulations, Miss Jian, on bravely embarking on a new chapter in your life. His voice bore a certain weight, as if he were suppressing something, and when it reached her ears, it felt like a feather brushing against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Jian Yao blinked against the fatigue of her all-night vigil, warmth flooding her heart at Gu Zhiyan's words. For years she had never lived for herself. It was time to cast aside the past and begin anew. Straightening her skirt and adjusting her bag, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Then I shall take my leave. Shall we meet in 3 days? Ultimately, she felt she had taken advantage of this arrangement and did not wish to burden Gu Zhiyan with preparations. If he could arrive punctually in 3 days, she would be immensely grateful. Gu Zhiyan glanced at her feet, noting her black strappy heels that added a full 8 centimeters to her stature, accentuating her slender ankles. He then rose deliberately, declaring, I shall escort you. Jian Yao paused, not declining his offer. Thank you. As they passed each other, Gu Zhiyan cast a deep glance at her, murmuring, no need for thanks. After all, in 3 days, we shall be engaged, so it is only right that I visit the Jian family. With that, Gu Zhiyan stepped out of the room first, adjusting his pace to accommodate Jian Yao's. Watching the tall figure of the man ahead, she felt an urge to say that their relationship was merely one of collaboration. And he need not inconvenience himself. However, noticing his deliberate slow pace, she swallowed her words. Though they were not intimately acquainted, having attended the same school for several years, she had inevitably heard much about him, most notably his exceptional temperament, gentlemanly demeanor, and refined elegance. His escorting her home might simply be an act of courtesy. Jian Yao exhaled softly, following his lead. Even after settling into the car, she felt as though she were drifting in a cloud. Unable to grasp the reality of her situation, had she truly just married herself off in such a haze, to Gu Zhiyan no less, she imagined returning home to share the news with her sister, who would undoubtedly suspect that Lu Chengze had driven her to madness and into the realm of daydreams. Thinking of her sister, Jian Yao promptly retrieved her phone, after learning of Lu Chengze's visit to the city to see Louis last night. She had been so consumed by heartbreak that she had silenced her phone without even glancing at it. The charm attached to her phone was a delightful crystal strawberry bear, a matching piece with Lu Chengze. Though he deemed it childish and unbefitting of his status, he never wore it, leaving it on his office desk. Yet, Jian Yao had cherished it, meticulously cleaning it with disinfecting wipes each day. Now, however, it felt particularly jarring. Her clear gaze lingered on her phone for a moment, a sense of heaviness settling in her chest. With her slender fingers, she removed the phone case and, as she passed a trash bin, discarded it along with the charm. Having eliminated the bothersome item, Jian Yao unlocked her phone, only to find a flurry of missed calls, dozens from Zhen Ning. A chill ran down her spine as she immediately returned the call. The other end connected swiftly, and even through the screen, she could sense the coldness in her sister's voice. You have half an hour. Come back immediately. With that, Zhen Ning hung up before Jian Yao could utter a word. Jian Yao. Gu Zhiyan had been observing her since she tossed her phone case, and now noticing her pale complexion, he inquired softly, what is wrong? Jian Yao pouted slightly, feeling somewhat aggrieved. My sister found out. In truth, Jian Yao was the only daughter of the Jian family, and the sister she referred to was the mistakenly switched heiress who had grown close to the Jian family over the years and had thus remained. Unlike Jian Yao, who was still naive in the business world, Jian Ning had been groomed as a successor since childhood, displaying exceptional talent in commerce. After the passing of the Jian family parents, she had seamlessly taken over Jian's real estate. Because of this, Jian Yao, the true heiress, often felt like a laughingstock within elite circles. The city was small, and Gu Zhiyan was likely aware of the complexities surrounding the Jian family. His dark gaze settled on her tightly clenched fingers around the phone. Are you afraid of her? Jian Yao offered an awkward smile. Not exactly afraid. I just believe Lu Chengze is unreliable, and she disapproves of our relationship. There was no need for Jian Yao to elaborate, as Gu Zhiyan had already comprehended her concerns. He elongated his tone, casting a meaningful glance her way, and teasingly remarked, your discernment certainly pales in comparison to your sister's. Jian Yao, not in the Jian family's living room, Wu Yu lounged on the sofa, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance. Jian, I'm here to inform you that Lu may not be able to attend the engagement banquet. Jian Ning, clad in a sharp professional outfit, sat composedly on the opposite sofa, her expression unwavering as she listened to Wu Yu's provocative statement. Behind her, Secretary Li could not help but step forward, only to be halted by Jian Ning's raised hand. Wu Yu noticed their movements and could not suppress a sneer. This is the guest list from the Lu family. Mr. asked me to deliver it. He tossed the folder he had brought onto Jian Ning's desk with a mocking tone. Take a look and send out the invitations as soon as possible. Secretary Li, infuriated, watched Wu Yu's arrogant demeanor and felt an overwhelming urge to grab the folder from the table and strike him with it, demanding he leave the Jian family at once. Yet, he dared not do so. Miss Jian Yao seemed to have fallen under some spell, utterly convinced of Lu Chengze's merits. If they forced him out today, it would be Miss Jian Yao who would ultimately suffer. Secretary Li suppressed his frustration, thinking that President Jian ought to take Miss Jian Yao for an eye examination, with countless men in the world. How could she have set her sights on Lu Chengze? The Jian family could easily afford to support a few handsome men. Why should they spend their resources and still be at the mercy of others? Chapter 5. Are you certain it is Gu Zhiyan? Jian Ning had remained silent until she saw the folder on the table, finally deigning to reach for it and examine its contents thoroughly. Wu Yu, observing Jian Ning's expression, continued, President Jian, Mr. Lu has stated that with the engagement, the Lu family and the Jian family are now one. He glanced at the understated yet luxurious decor of the Jian residence, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. From now on, you need not concern yourself with the Jian family's enterprises. He paused, casting a derisive look at Jian Ning, for, after all, the President Jian was not truly a member of the Jian family. Yu Secretary Li clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his face flushing with anger. The engagement had barely been announced, and the Lu family was already coveting the Jian family's assets. Were they devoid of any self-awareness? Jian Ning scoffed, tossing the folder back onto the table. What is Lu planning to marry into the Jian family? She took a sip of the coffee on the table, a hint of frost flashing in her dark eyes. You all know very well how Lu Chengze, a mere illegitimate child, managed to ascend to the position of heir in the Lu family. Do not presume that just because Jian Yao has affections for him, you can flaunt your power before me. The exquisite crystal cup was slammed onto the table, her face, strikingly similar to Jian Yao's, radiating an icy resolve. Otherwise, I assure you, he will descend from his lofty position just as he rose to it. Wu Yu was startled by Jian Ning's sudden outburst. For years, relying on Jian Yao's unwavering devotion to Lu Chengze, they, his brothers, had shown her no respect, treating her merely as a subordinate to summon at will. After the passing of the Jian family's patriarch and matriarch, this disregard had only intensified, extending even to Jian Yao, the nominal elder sister. Little did they expect that beneath Jian Yao's gentle demeanor lay a sister of formidable spirit. However, recalling Jian Yao's deep infatuation with Lu Chengze, Wu Yu quickly suppressed his unease, defiantly retorting, What are you so arrogant about? Let us not forget that Jian Yao is the true daughter of the Jian family. While you are merely an impostor mistaken for her due to your resemblance, if Jian Yao were to discover how you speak of Lu, Jian Ning's sharp, icy gaze bore into Wu Yu. As though regarding a mere inanimate object, faced with her increasingly frigid stare, he swallowed his words. With Lu Chengze absent, he felt isolated and dared not linger any longer, straining to maintain his composure. He rose, threateningly declaring, What you said today will be conveyed to Lu without fail. Once Lu Chengze learns of your behavior, he will surely take it out on Jian Yao, upon exiting the Jian residence. Wu Yu swiftly hopped into his car and immediately dialed Lu Chengze's number, acting on behalf of Lu Chengze. Any affront to him was an affront to Lu Chengze. He was certain that Mr. Lu would seek justice on his behalf. As the driver started the car towards the Lu family estate, Wu Yu clutched his phone, recounting the events that had transpired with fervor, his face flushed with excitement. The moment he opened the window for fresh air, a sleek black Bentley brushed past his vehicle. Wu Yu instinctively turned to gaze, confusion etched on his face. Why is Gu Zhiyan's car here? The Jian family lineage was scarce, which is why they had always maintained a low profile within their circles. Their residence was nestled in a tranquil hillside villa area, given that the Lu family's ancestral home was also located in this vicinity. He was quite familiar with the residence. He could ascertain that there were no connections to the Gu family here. What could such a busy figure as Gu Zhiyan possibly be doing in this area? Perhaps it was due to Lui's poor condition that Lu Chengze appeared so preoccupied. Nonetheless, hearing the name Gu Zhiyan made him instinctively raise his voice. Are you certain it is Gu Zhiyan? Wu Yu craned his neck, watching as the Bentley faded from view, nodding vigorously. I am certain, it is undoubtedly Gu Zhiyan's car. He had been close friends with Lu Chengze since their days in the orphanage. Having followed him closely ever since, after graduating from college, he seamlessly joined the Lu family business, well versed in the intricacies of the relationship between Lu Chengze and Gu Zhiyan. Over the years, monitoring Gu Zhiyan had become second nature to him. If knowledge of Gu Zhiyan were a field of study, he would surely hold a postdoctoral degree that he was more aware of Gu Zhiyan's vehicles and their license plates than Gu Zhiyan himself. Upon finishing his statement, Wu Yu was met with a prolonged silence on the line, with only the sound of wind rushing past the car window. He keenly sensed the emotional fluctuations from the other end and cautiously called out. Lu Gu. On the other end, Lu Chengze responded with an indicating he understood. If there is nothing else, I will hang up now. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Wu Yu blinked in confusion. What did understood mean? Would he not be avenged? In the Jian family's living room, after Wu Yu departed, Jian Ning raised her hand to her forehead, letting out a soft sigh, secretarily replaced her coffee with a cup of hot water. President Jian, please drink some water to calm down. Upon seeing the list on the table, her anger surged once more. The engagement process had been nearly finalized. Today, Lu Chengze was supposed to be with Jian Yao to compose and send out the invitations. Yet, not only did he fail to show, but he also casually sent someone to deliver the list, declaring he would be unavailable on the day of the engagement. Secretary felt the veins on his forehead throb with rage. The Lu family was becoming increasingly brazen. What further indignities would Miss Jian Yao have to endure upon marrying? Miss Jian Yao was already settling for a lower status in marriage, and now, before they were even wed, the Lu family was openly disrespecting her. How would that reflect on her, and how would others perceive the Jian family? Jian Ning pressed her fingers to her temples. Glancing at the antique clock on the wall, was she not back yet? Secretary pulled out his phone. Let me make a call to check. Just as he retrieved his phone, the sound of the maid's voice echoed from the doorway. Second miss, you're back. Jian Ning withdrew her hand from her forehead and immediately spotted Jian Yao at the entrance, tall and slender, with porcelain white skin. Even in her unadorned white silk dress, she stood out amidst the crowd. Secretary quietly retreated, lowering his head. Jian Ning gazed at her sister's soft pale face, her heart racing with trepidation. She braced herself for Jian Yao to defend the Lu family. For years, they had tried to persuade, argue, and dissect the situation, yet it had not impeded their union. Now that the engagement was imminent, what good would it do? Fine, she would play the villain, keeping Jian Yao's assets in her own hands, thus ensuring a safety net for her sister. Sister, I'm back, Jian Yao greeted softly, her voice laced with sweetness and a hint of endearment. Upon hearing her voice, Jian Ning's ire diminished slightly. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and repeatedly reminded herself, their parents had only this one bloodline, it must not be severed on her watch. She had to endure, with her mind steeled. Jian Ning opened her eyes, her lips curling into a perfect smile, only to be met by a tall man stepping in, his smile as warm as spring sunshine. Chapter 6. You are not suitable in the bustling business world. The typically adept and charming President Jian found herself momentarily flustered. Being familiar with Gu Zhiyan, the esteemed heir of the Jing circle, she rapidly reviewed the past 20 years of her life. Firmly convinced that the Jian family had no ties to the Gu family, before Jian Yao could introduce him, Gu Zhiyan preemptively extended his exquisitely shaped hand, amiably stating, Hello Ningjia, I am Gu Zhiyan. You may call me Jian Ning. What is this? Could it be that Gu Zhiyan was also a mistaken child of the Gu family? Was he truly their biological son? Perhaps he was the other half of a pair of twins born back then? Jian Ning's skeptical gaze flitted between Gu Zhiyan and Jian Yao, pondering how they could possibly resemble one another. Jian Yao, surprised by Gu Zhiyan's straightforwardness, stepped forward, her cheeks flushed, eager to explain. Sister, I am going to be engaged to him. He will be my fiancé. Jian Ning felt as though her sister had succumbed to some delusion, attempting to break away from that scoundrel Lu Chengze. Perhaps she was still dreaming, concocting a fantasy of revenge against the wicked. Abandoned before the engagement, she would then turn and embrace a powerful figure from the Jing circle, striking down the White Lotus and sending the scoundrel packing, leading the Jian family to unprecedented heights. Jian Ning pondered. The narrative was sound, but why did it have to be Gu Zhiyan? Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized him. That he was well known in their circles for his disinterest in women. Rumored to be gay, if Jian Yao married him, would she not be destined to lead a life of solitude? But she is the only child in her family. Jian Ning suddenly sprang to her feet, her expression darker than ink. Jian Yao, what on earth is happening? How could she possibly be entangled with Gu Zhiyan? They have barely known each other for a while, and now she is to be engaged. Marrying that scoundrel Lu Chengze is certainly preferable to being a mere wife to Gu Zhiyan. She can handle the Lu family, yet she cannot subdue Gu Zhiyan, if she finds herself wronged. Where would she go to weep? Her vigilant gaze fell upon Gu Zhiyan, having not noticed earlier in the sudden commotion that a part of his lip was split, clearly a mark of having been bitten. Furthermore, Jian Yao still wore the same attire from yesterday, delicate silk already slightly wrinkled after a night's passage. Jian Ning's vision darkened, her voice devoid of any inflection, asking, what exactly is going on? Just recently she was desperate for Lu Chengze, and now she has suddenly changed her mind. How ambitious. She has brought home the beloved of the Gu family, Gu Zhiyan, the most cherished young master of the Gu family. Outstanding in academics, adorned with countless competition medals, launched a business during university, and within a few years of graduation, his company has successfully gone public, worth billions. At merely over 20, he has achieved heights that most can only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. If one were to pinpoint a flaw in him, it would perhaps be the suspicion of his preference for men. In terms of family background, looks, and personal capability, Gu Zhiyan far surpasses Lu Chengze. How could such a person possibly be connected to her foolish sister? Jian Ning has always looked down upon Lu Chengze. Jian Yao thought she would be happy knowing she was with Gu Zhiyan. Yet her reaction has been quite the opposite. Although she does not understand why Jian Yao's expression worsened upon learning of her association with Gu Zhiyan, she still patiently explains that Lu Chengze has gone to find Lu Yi and will not return for the engagement banquet. Even though she has resolved to move on, her voice falters slightly when mentioning him, yet her tone remains resolute. Jian Yao looked up, her inky hair brushing against her slender neck, fragile yet resilient. Sister, I cannot bring shame upon the Jian family. I may bear grievances, but I cannot selfishly drag the entire Jian family into disgrace. The news of the engagement has already spread. It is essential to hold the banquet. Though the person must be changed at the last minute, she bit the soft flesh at the corner of her mouth, speaking softly, so for the engagement ceremony in 3 days, he need not attend. I shall replace him. Jian Ning's face turned wooden. I do not agree. You and he are not suited. Jian Yao, where is the incompatibility? She has sacrificed her dignity for this. It is quite suitable. Jian Ning, that surely we cannot state in front of Gu Zhiyan that it is due to his presumed preference for men that it is unsuitable. Gu Zhiyan's smile faded. Returning to his cool and noble demeanor. I can comprehend the Jian family's concerns. He turned to the side, looking at Jian Yao, who had her head bowed as if reflecting on her misdeeds like a schoolchild. After a few moments of contemplation, he continued, Sister Ning, if you are worried, we can sign a prenuptial agreement. His casual call of Sister Ning bore no psychological burden, and Jian Ning gazed at him as if he were the ninth wonder of the world. There must be something sinister at play. How could he repeatedly address her in such a cold and domineering manner? Jian Ning discreetly touched the goosebumps rising on her arms, offering a cold smile. What prenuptial agreement? Is it not enough that my sister risks becoming a mere wife while gaining no benefits? Men, I can assure you that during the course of the marriage, should there be any wrongdoing towards her, I shall leave with nothing. If during that time she changes her mind and wishes for a divorce, half of the marital income and shares in Yaoguan will be allocated to her. Instantly, Jian Yao, who had been looking down, raised her head, her eyes wide as she gazed at Gu Zhiyan. Due to the height difference, she could only see his chiseled jawline from her perspective, yet, even so, she could discern that Gu Zhiyan was serious. But are they not merely collaborating? Jian Ning also paused, finally lifting her gaze to scrutinize Gu Zhiyan earnestly. Are you serious, compared to those ephemeral notions of love? Jian Ning holds more faith in the adage, where a man's wealth lies, there also lies his heart. If Gu Zhiyan can keep his word, Jian Yao would be willing to seriously consider it. Gu Zhiyan raised a hand, and his assistant outside immediately responded, Please wait, Mr. Gu, the lawyer is already drafting the agreement. By the time they finished signing the contract, it was already noon, after spending the morning together. Jian Ning's impression of Gu Zhiyan had notably improved, and she graciously invited the pair to dine at the old residence. After the initial shock wore off, Jian Ning had to accept the reality that her sister had suddenly gained insight. Putting aside her doubts about Gu Zhiyan's inclinations, she was still pleased to see Jian Yao turning her back on Lu Chengze. Taking advantage of the time before dinner, Jian Ning instructed secretarially that since the engaged couple had changed, the wedding attire must also be altered, have them send over the latest seasonal designs for a fresh selection. Once the Gu family's guest list arrived, invitations were promptly penned and dispatched. Jian Ning held the itinerary, checking each item meticulously, confirming there were no oversights before handing it over to secretarially, adding that some firecrackers and fireworks should be brought in to dispel any ill fortune. Secretarially diligently noted Jian Ning's requests and glanced at Jian Yao, who was seated nearby, alongside Gu Zhiyan. What about the Lu family? Chapter 7, if you like, I can lend you a touch. All are within the same circle, frequently crossing paths. It seems rather impolite not to inform them, however, should they be notified. What if the Lu family deliberately shows up to create a scene on that day? How distasteful! Jian Ning's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed as she observed the two writing invitations together. They were well matched in both appearance and atmosphere. If she were not aware that they were merely a makeshift couple, she might have thought them quite fitting. That fellow Lu could silently venture to whose city to find a woman. There is no need for the Lu family to be informed about the change of partners for the engagement banquet. Secretarially, a longtime employee of the Jian family and once a trusted aide to Jian Fu, had been regarded as a non-material inheritance for his daughters. Though only in his 30s, he had always treated Jian Yao and Jian Ning like daughters. Upon hearing Jian Ning's decision, he showed no hesitation, nodding immediately, exhaling a breath of relief. Feeling a sense of vindication, the second young lady's long-standing ailment was finally resolved. Gu Zhiyan, having practiced calligraphy since childhood, Wrote swiftly and beautifully, his style already established. Jian Yao ground the ink beside him, complimenting such beautiful writing. Gu Zhiyan set aside the freshly written characters to dry, flexing his right wrist. In his youth, he had a restless temperament. To temper his spirit, he learned from his grandfather, and as he matured, he formed the habit of practicing calligraphy, thus his skills were commendable. Noticing him stretching his wrist, Jian Yao realized that without her noticing, Gu Zhiyan had nearly finished the writing for the Jian family. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she suggested, "You must be tired. Take a break, I will write." In truth, these trivial matters did not require their personal attention. They had already arranged for a calligraphy master to assist, only needing to write a few for their closest relatives, leaving the rest to the master. Gu Zhiyan shook his head, his eyes shimmering as they swept across Jian Yao's face. "No need, some things are more meaningful when done by oneself." As he spoke, Assistant Su happened to emerge from the study with the printed Gu family guest list for Gu Zhiyan's review. After confirming, he handed it to Jian Yao, gently smiling. "For the Gu family, I must trouble my fiancée Yi." Gu Zhiyan's tone was both earnest and serious, even though Jian Yao understood they were merely collaborating. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed as she accepted the document, murmuring in acknowledgement. Just as Jian Ning approached to call them for dinner, she observed her foolish sister and the enigmatic Gu Zhiyan. Although Jian Yao had already clarified that she had taken the initiative to approach Gu Zhiyan, Jian Ning could not shake the feeling that things were more complex than they appeared. If one could casually pull Gu Zhiyan home after a drunken fling, would it not be her sister's fortune? How absurd, seeing her sister nearly dazzled into a fool by his smile. Jian Ning cleared her throat, saying, "Let us eat first." Upon hearing her sister's voice, Jian Yao instinctively straightened her back, her voice sweet and soft. Coming, noticing Jian Yao's reaction, Gu Zhiyan's smile subtly faded, and he leisurely donned his watch. Once Jian Ning turned away, he quietly asked, "Has your sister ever bullied you?" Jian Yao's eyes flickered with confusion as she instinctively shook her head no, although to outsiders, Jian Yao, the true daughter of the Jian family, appeared to be a pitiable little cabbage unloved by her father and mother. She was well aware that upon returning to the Jian family, she had never been wronged. This included Jian Ning, who was often portrayed as a formidable presence by others. Gu Zhiyan fastened his watch with a click, remarking, "You seem quite tense every time you see her." "I thought you had been bullied." Perhaps Jian Yao herself had not realized that each time she encountered Jian Ning, she instinctively tensed up. Jian Ning recalled the past and realized, that is not tension. It is a bloodline constraint. During high school, there was a period when she was overwhelmed by her studies and developed a slight hunch from leaning over her work. Jian Ning would scold her each time they met for the sake of her posture. Eventually Jian Yao corrected her hunch, leaving her with a conditioned response to stand up straight upon seeing her sister. Over the years she had explained that her sister had treated her well, but compared to the harmonious sisterly bond, people were always more fascinated by the dramatic tales of false daughters feuding with true daughters. They feigned belief while whispering behind their backs, and gradually Jian Yao had ceased to explain herself frequently. There was no need to expend excessive energy on matters unrelated to her. However, gazing at Gu Zhiyan beside her, Jian Yao pressed her lips together, furrowing her delicate brows, her expression earnest. She was a wonderful sister, and I hope you do not misunderstand her. She does not wish for those around her to harbor prejudices against her sister. Noticing the troubled look on the young girl's face, Gu Zhiyan mimicked her tone and nodded seriously, assuring her that it would not happen again. In the restaurant, Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan sat side by side, while Jian Ning occupied the seat opposite them. Taking advantage of the fact that the invitations had yet to be sent out, and there was still a chance to reconsider, "I shall ask you both once more." Her probing gaze fell upon the faces of the two before her. "Have you thought through the consequences? Marriage is no trivial matter, and a union should be approached with caution." Gu Zhiyan's fingers, which held the knife and fork, paused for a moment as he transferred the perfectly sliced steak to Jian Yao's plate. "Jian Jia, I am quite certain that there are absolutely no issues on my end regarding the Gu family." Jian Ning's gaze scrutinized Gu Zhiyan from head to toe, akin to an X-ray. Before she turned her attention to Jian Yao was initially engaged in a battle with her steak, but suddenly found her plate filled with pre-cut pieces. Still dazed, she faced her sister's intense scrutiny. Her mind momentarily blank and oblivious to the question posed, the sight of delicious food filled her thoughts, rendering her incapable of grasping the inquiry. Gu Zhiyan was amused by her prolonged reaction and leaned closer to whisper in her ear, reminding her to consider whether she might have second thoughts. His warm breath brushed against her ear, accompanied by his low, husky voice, flowing gently through her earlobe, captivating her heart. Jian Yao felt her body tense, her heart racing uncontrollably, stammering unconsciously, I do not regret. As she uttered these words, she distinctly sensed the intensity of the gaze upon her growing more fervent. Not daring to look at him, she attempted to spear a piece of steak but suddenly remembered it was cut by Gu Zhiyan. Hastily setting down her utensils to take a sip of milk instead, Jian Ning, observing her lack of composure, sighed softly and took a bite of the steak on her plate. Jian Yao, not residing in the old house, had completed the invitations, and under Jian Ning's watchful gaze, they both entered the car. Before the vehicle could start, Secretary Li's voice resonated from behind. "President Jian is in high spirits today. everyone's salary this month will be tripled. Amidst the cheers and the sound of firecrackers, the black Bentley slowly pulled away, having consumed alcohol during the feast. Gu Zhiyan's cheeks were slightly flushed. He adjusted his tie and loosened the button at his collar. His slender fingers gleaming white under the light. Jian Yao could not take her eyes off him. Unbeknownst to anyone, she harbored a fondness for hands. She had initially thought that Lu Chengze's hands, with their smooth lines and elongated joints, were extraordinary, only to discover that Gu Zhiyan's hands surpassed them. Reflecting on Lu Chengze brought a sense of heaviness to Jian Yao's heart, not because she still harbored feelings for him, but rather due to the regret for her years of devotion. As she gazed for too long, Gu Zhiyan turned to observe her expression, then glanced at his own hand before extending it towards her. "Since you are my fiancée, you may touch it if you like." Chapter 8, President Lu. The call cannot be connected. Jian Yao felt a sudden choke, hurriedly turning her head away, only to catch a glimpse of Assistant Su in the driver's seat. Stifling a laugh through the rearview mirror, her face flushing with embarrassment, that isn't necessary. After this episode, thoughts of Lu Chengze swiftly faded from her mind, and she felt a newfound liveliness. Gu Zhiyan, noticing her shift in mood, calmly withdrew his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. Jian Yao was well aware that Gu Zhiyan was jesting. Achieving such a position in the company within a short time required not only capability but also exceptional emotional intelligence and an acute understanding of people's feelings. He was merely trying to amuse her. She turned to regard Gu Zhiyan's impeccable profile, his long eyelashes fluttering, his eyes clear. "Thank you for today, you need not worry about the prenuptial agreement. I will not take it seriously." Yaoguan was entirely established by Gu Zhiyan, and its development had no connection to her. The agreement was evidently unfair and should not hold. Gu Zhiyan remained inscrutable. Yet Jian Yao inexplicably felt a momentary stillness in the atmosphere surrounding him. Before she could delve into the fleeting emotion in his eyes, his cool, deep voice rippled through the air, reaching her ears. The Gu family has always been true to their word. Marriage is a matter where women's rights are often compromised. Providing living security and reassurance is the most fundamental responsibility of a man. He paused for a second before continuing. "Moreover, Yaoguang is merely a company I founded out of passion. You need not feel burdened in any way." His nonchalant demeanor suggested that Yaoguang was merely an inconsequential small business. Yet Jian Yao understood the immense value it possessed. Even if Gu Zhiyan's primary assets were shares in the Gu Group, it did not justify her brazenly accepting a publicly listed company. However, debating these matters with Gu Zhiyan now seemed futile. They could address it when the time came for a divorce. At that moment, traffic was relatively smooth as it was not peak hours. When the car stopped at the entrance of the community, Jian Yao realized she had forgotten to inform Gu Zhiyan of her residence. Staring at the familiar entrance, she widened her eyes. "You know I live here," although they had been classmates for years. Their interactions had been limited due to Lu Chengze. She had not expected him to know where she lived. Gu Zhiyan opened the car door and stepped out alongside her, leaning lazily against the vehicle. He stood tall and elegant, chuckling lightly at her words. "As I said, I am not on good terms with Lu Chengze. Knowing your adversary is crucial for victory." Jian Yao suddenly recalled that she and Lu Chengze resided in the same community. Feeling a bit awkward as she touched her nose, realizing that she was riding on Lu Chengze's coattails, clutching her handbag tightly, she said, "Then I shall head up first. Contact me if anything comes up." "Wait a moment." Jian Yao turned her head. "Shouldn't we exchange contact information first?" Gu Zhiyan waved his phone, revealing a black and white QR code on the illuminated screen. Jian Yao responded with an "O." Taking out her phone to scan and add him, when it came to saving a contact, she hesitated but ultimately entered his full name, Gu Zhiyan, with utmost seriousness. "Am I leaving now?" Jian Yao pressed the screen to turn it off and bid farewell to Gu Zhiyan. He nodded slightly, watching her figure disappear into the community before getting back into the car. To her surprise, Jian Yao's apartment was not only in the same community as Lu Chengze's but also on the same floor of the same building. The layout was a two-unit design with a net area of 180 square meters. Initially, when they purchased the apartment, they had implicitly accepted their relationship, considering its proximity to Lu's enterprise for future consolidation after marriage. However, now as Jian Yao stared at the closed door across the hall, a bitter irony washed over her. Having gone a night without sleep and endured a taxing day, she returned to her room, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed for a hot bath. Exhausted, she failed to notice the phone screen lighting up on the table, displaying a dozen missed calls. Emerging from the bathroom, she dried her hair, skipped her skincare routine, and collapsed into bed. In the corridor of Hu City Hospital, Lu Chengze stood at the window at the end of the hallway, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. Assistant Lin stood behind him, weary, holding his phone. "President Lu, the call cannot be connected." Lu Chengze's hand, which held the cigarette, paused, his brow furrowed in annoyance, fearing he might be angered. Assistant Lin dialed the number again. The busy tone echoed through the empty corridor until a familiar voice announced the call was automatically disconnected. The precious cigarette, which he had only taken a couple of puffs from, was extinguished and discarded on the ground through the lingering smoke. Assistant Lin could clearly see the faint grayish hue beneath Lu Chengze's eyes. Since the incident with Miss Lu, they had not rested for a moment. Even he, accustomed to working overtime, felt his eyelids growing heavy and his head spinning, let alone President Lu's assistant Lin gripping his phone. Tentatively suggested, "Why don't you take a break? I will continue trying to reach Miss Jian." After all, Miss Jian had a gentle disposition. When returning, it would suffice for President Lu to choose a gift to appease her. This had been their routine for years, and he had grown accustomed to it. She always seemed so calm, serene, and gentle. Even when angered, she remained soft-spoken and reasonable, easily appeased, although President Lu had indeed gone too far this time. Considering Miss Lu's wrist-cutting incident, Miss Jian would likely be understanding, not necessary. Lu Chengze glanced at his phone. Aside from various notifications, there were no messages or calls. The last call had been before his boarding, where they had agreed to choose the engagement dress together that day. She had been looking forward to it since the previous night, even sending him pictures of the clothes and accessories she intended to wear. Asking if they looked good. When she had called, he was about to board, preoccupied with thoughts of Louis, and had not answered. And then, there had been no calls from Jian Yao since. This was the first time she had gone so long without contacting him. She should be jealous, should complain about his abandonment, missing the engagement banquet she had anticipated, and should explain the humiliation Wu Yu faced at the Jian family the previous day, yet there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. A sudden sense of panic gripped Lu Chengze. His tightly pressed lips held no color, and his fingertips hesitated over the name Yao Yao, lingering for a long time before failing to press down. He knew he had wronged her this time, but Louis had saved him. He could not turn a blind eye. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and Jian Yao would understand. For years she had never competed with Louis. Had she lost in thought, Lu Chengze was roused by assistant Lin's voice, who was flipping through his phone's notes. The old house mentioned that Madame would be going abroad, and the family would be accompanying her. She might not attend the engagement banquet. Assistant Lin's voice trailed off as he spoke. In an instant, Lu Chengze's expression darkened ominously. What did the old man say? Chapter 9. Have you snatched someone else's wife? Assistant Lin covertly observed Lu Chengze's expression, his voice barely above a whisper, as the call came from the old butler. He did not speak directly. Yet the butler, being the trusted confidant and mouthpiece of the elder Lu, indicated that the elder had given his consent. Lu Chengze was not the legitimate child of the Lu family, but rather their illegitimate son. Years ago, after his mother gave birth to him, she succumbed to severe hemorrhaging. Lu refused to allow Lu Chengze to enter the Lu household, and his father, unable to quell his wife's resistance, was compelled to send him to an orphanage. Providing financial support for his care. As the Lu family gradually fell into decline, they contemplated using a child for marital alliances. After Jian Yao was recognized back into the Jian family, in her pursuit of social elevation, she brought Lu Chengze back as well. The madam referred to by assistant Lin was the very same Lu who had driven Lu Chengze into the orphanage over the years, supported by the Jian family. Lu Chengze had firmly surpassed the other children of the Lu family, successfully becoming the heir. Lu was nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration, unable to alter the reality of the impending alliance. She sought to undermine Lu Chengze's prospects, employing various underhanded tactics behind the scenes. The notion of traveling abroad was merely a pretext to embarrass the Jian family, attempting to sow discord between Lu Chengze and Jian Yao. Assistant Lin exhaled a breath of frustration. This time, he genuinely felt a pang of sympathy for Miss Jian Yao. On the day of the engagement, her fiancé's family was unable to attend, a situation that was likely unparalleled in the entirety of the capital. With a click, Lu Chengze lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply. The nicotine swirled in his lungs, causing a slight ache in his chest, and his voice, rough and gravelly, carried an unsettling tone as he uttered, "I understand." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and through the haze of smoke, another message came through: change the flight. I will do my utmost to return on the day of the engagement. Understood. In the carriage, Gu Zhiyan sat alone in the back seat, casting a final glance at the entrance of the community, back to the old residence. Upon hearing the words old residence, Assistant Su's features instinctively contorted. Suddenly recalling something, he relaxed, pressing the accelerator. The black Bentley shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, exuding the flair of a triumphant general returning from battle. Unlike the Jian family's Western-style hillside villa, the Gu family's old residence was situated in the most bustling locale of the capital. An ancestral courtyard that had been passed down through generations. After several renovations, it now stood as the Gu family's current abode. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the Gu family's old residence, and Assistant Su exited to open the door. The doorman had already swung the grand entrance wide open in anticipation. Gu Zhiyan stepped out and strode directly into the courtyard, while Assistant Su nervously retreated to the waiting room. Crossing the shadow wall and traversing the long corridor, Grandma Gu lounged leisurely on a chaise longue in the lake pavilion. Engrossed in a book, hearing footsteps, she set down her antique magnifying glass and lifted her gaze. Upon seeing Gu Zhiyan, she peered over his shoulder, her silver hair glinting in the sunlight. Is Assistant Su not with you? Gu Zhiyan shot her a sidelong glance before taking a seat on a nearby stool. His grandmother's warmth made him cautious. In recent years, rumors of Gu Zhiyan's preference for men had circulated widely, and even the Gu family had come to accept it, among them, Grandma Gu, who had developed a fascination with romantic novels, had once regarded Assistant Su as a potential future granddaughter-in-law, her enthusiasm bordering on overwhelming. Grandma Gu relaxed her posture and resumed reading her book. Am I not acting in your best interest? With your temperament, what if one day Assistant Su no longer desires you, you would be the one left weeping. Gu Zhiyan cast a glance at the title prominently displayed in Grandma Gu's hands, The Counterattack Journey of the Little Secretary. Gu Zhiyan, thanks to having a trendy grandmother, Gu Zhiyan was somewhat familiar with these erratic terms, which left him feeling exasperated. Grandma, he is merely my assistant, and furthermore he has a girlfriend, please refrain from indulging in such indecent literature. Upon hearing that even Assistant Su had a girlfriend, Grandma Gu wore an expression as though the sky had fallen. Assistant Su spends all his time with you, and he has a girlfriend. When will you bring someone home, even if it's a male? The Gu family would accept it. No need for a partner. Grandma Gu. Gu Zhiyan lifted a cup of tea poured by the servant and took a sip. I am skipping the dating phase, I am preparing for an engagement. I have returned today specifically to inform the family. Although the engagement was urgent, the necessary preparations must not be neglected, and the betrothal gifts must be arranged in advance. Grandma Gu leaped from the chaise longue, dropping her book without a second thought. An engagement? With whom? Is it permissible to register domestically? Not Assistant Su. Could it be Pei? Pei was the only offspring of the Pei family and was treated like a precious gem by them. Would he even consider marrying into the Gu family? Grandma Gu felt a wave of concern. Gu Zhiyan suppressed the impulse to facepalm. It is a girl, the youngest daughter of the Jian family. Jian Yao, the engagement is in 3 days. Upon hearing that it was a girl, Grandma Gu's first reaction was to pinch Gu Zhiyan. Does it hurt, Gu Zhiyan? It does. Grandma Gu suddenly sprang to her feet, exclaiming, is this a dream? My grandson, who has had not even a female mosquito by his side, suddenly has a substantial fiancée. I truly have a granddaughter-in-law. When is the engagement? In 3 days, isn't that too rushed? Should we not delay a bit? The betrothal gifts are not yet fully prepared. The thought of the betrothal gifts ignited a sense of urgency within Grandma Gu. No, I must personally go check the warehouse. Having finally gained a granddaughter-in-law, I cannot neglect her. Watching his grandmother bustle out of the pavilion, Gu Zhiyan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He then glanced down at his phone. The illuminated screen still displayed Jian Yao's contact information, her adorably naive cat avatar accompanied by a single message that had automatically popped up upon adding her. Gu Zhiyan's fingers lingered over the name Jian Yao, a faint smile gracing his lips. In less than half a day's time, the news of Gu Zhiyan's impending engagement had spread throughout the Gu household. The usually busy family members gathered in the main hall, their numbers surpassing even those seen during the New Year festivities. Is it truly happening? It's a girl, with the surname Jian. That sounds somewhat familiar. The upper echelons of the capital's social circle were not vast, and there were few families with the surname Jian. Gu family as fourth uncle pondered, with the surname Jian in 3 days, could it be the daughter of Jian Real Estate? Though the Jian family was considerably lesser in stature than the Gu family, the Gu family had dabbled in real estate, so they had heard whispers about the Jian family's affairs. The fourth uncle responsible for the real estate sector surmised Jian Yao's identity quite astutely. Gu Zhiyan nodded. Indeed, she is the second daughter of the Jian family. Jian Yao, hissed. Gu's fourth uncle inhaled sharply. I recall that the Jian family's betrothal was to that young man from the Lu family. Have you stolen someone else's fiancée? Though the matter of the engagement had yet to be officially announced, it was no secret that the Jian family's daughter had been associated with the Lu family's young master for years. A fact that had been tacitly acknowledged. The Gu family was not particularly intimidated by the Lu family, but to snatch away another's fiancée did seem somewhat unscrupulous. Chapter 10. I call this striving. Grandma Gu had been perusing the list of gifts to be sent to the Jian family when her ears perked up at her son's words. She shot a glare at her fourth son. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think Jian is a bully who can abduct women in broad daylight? The formidable Gu family patriarch, upon receiving a scolding from his own mother, cast a pitiful glance at his nephew, rendered speechless. Gu Zhiyan toyed with a lychee from the fruit platter, his tone nonchalant. How can an unpublicized matter be deemed as theft? I consider it striving. Exactly, striving. Grandma Gu unconditionally supported this notion. She closed the thick stack of gift lists in her hand and pointed at her children. I did not summon you here for idle chatter. Time is of the essence, and we mustn't be remiss in our etiquette. Look through the list and see if anything is lacking. Let's expedite the additions. As soon as Grandma Gu issued her directive, the servants promptly distributed copies of the meticulously copied lists to everyone, each person examining them with greater seriousness than they would a corporate contract. Why is there nothing from abroad? I have a vineyard in F country. It would be perfect for the newlyweds' honeymoon. I have several antique jewelry pieces that I just acquired. Let us add those as well. There is a series of sports cars in 5 colors, if I don't have all of them. I'll make up for it. With the Gu family's extensive assets, each member was responsible for different projects, and the gifts were essentially their own specialties. After a round of suggestions, Grandma Gu looked at the now bulkier gift list with satisfaction. As others began to depart, Gu Zhiyan lingered behind a Grandma Gu cast a suspicious glance his way. Gu Zhiyan smiled sheepishly. Grandma, I told Yao Yao that you were unwell, which is why you are so eager for the marriage. Please don't let that slip at Grandma Gu. This rascal, using his own grandmother as a pawn in his matchmaking schemes, just as Grandma Gu's loving hand was about to swat him, Gu Zhiyan discreetly retreated a couple of steps. If you remain silent, I will take that as you being in agreement. With that, he hastily exited. Grandma Gu watched her grandson's retreating figure, chuckling as she looked up at the moon hanging in the sky. If only her late husband were still around, knowing that their grandson's lifelong affairs were finally settling down, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Jian Yao had fallen into a deep slumber when she awoke. The sky had completely darkened, the room was dimly lit, with no lights on, and the faint glow from outside allowed her to make out the layout of the room. The silence was eerie. As if the entire world had been reduced to just her presence, Jian Yao rubbed her eyes, a wave of profound loneliness swelling from within, causing her to instinctively wrap her arms around herself. Curling up on the bed, the phone on the table flashed with a white light, dispelling a bit of the darkness, indicating a message had come in. Jian Yao recalled that her phone was on silent mode. Fearing she might miss an important message, she leaned over on her bed, reached for her phone on the bedside table, and opened it. It was a message from Gu Zhiyan. Have you eaten? Grandma had someone make chicken soup, should I send it over to you? Gu Zhiyan's mention of the soup made her realize she was indeed a bit hungry. Jian Yao gently touched her empty stomach and glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. Would it be inappropriate to have it delivered? Although she and Gu Zhiyan were soon to be engaged, they still barely knew each other. She worried about inconveniencing him and was about to decline when another message from Gu Zhiyan arrived. I'm at the old residence, very close to where you live. It's only a 10-minute drive. It's Grandma's intention, so don't worry about being a bother. With his words firmly stated, Jian Yao decided against being coy and replied with a simple OK. To avoid appearing too aloof, she also sent a cute cat sticker nodding. After replying, she didn't immediately exit the chat but, almost as if by fate, clicked on Gu Zhiyan's moments. The page was stark and bare, matching his aloof and domineering persona perfectly. Exiting the chat with Gu Zhiyan, her eyes were immediately drawn to the numerous missed calls and WeChat messages from Assistant Lin, the earliest dating back to last night. Miss Jian, President Lu is very busy and won't be able to come personally. Please send him the selected gown for his review. The guest list for the Lu family's banquet would be sent over by Director Wu, and she was to confirm and reply. Following that, there were a series of inquiries regarding her prolonged silence. Jian Yao casually skimmed through them, set Assistant Lin's WeChat to Do Not Disturb, and switched her phone to vibrate.as for the missed calls from Assistant Lin. She had no intention of returning them, nor did she plan to answer before her vacation ended. After this flurry of activity, her earlier tumultuous emotions finally settled. Jian Yao rolled around on her bed for a bit, turned on the bedside lamp, and got out of bed. The person sent by Gu Zhiyan arrived promptly. Just as she finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom, the doorbell rang. Being considerate of her status as a single woman, it was a woman in her 40s who arrived. Upon seeing her open the door, Wang Ma smiled and handed over a thermos. Miss Jian, this is from young Master Gu, please enjoy it while it's hot. As she spoke, her eyes swiftly appreciated Jian Yao's face, admiring yet not staring, which was not at all off-putting. Jian Yao recognized her as a staff member from the old residence and graciously accepted the thermos. Replying warmly, thank you for your trouble, please convey my gratitude to the old lady when you return. Wang Ma beamed at her words, saying it was no trouble at all and that she would certainly relay her message. Jian Yao stood at the door, watching Wang Ma enter the elevator before closing the door behind her. Back in the dining room, she opened the thermos lid to find it filled with steaming chicken soup. Its aroma instantly whetting her appetite, she fetched a bowl and chopsticks, ladled a portion, and before indulging, snapped a photo to send to Gu Zhiyan. Received. It smells amazing, just as her message was sent. His reply appeared, indicating he was typing. I'm glad you like it, I'm having dinner too, make sure to rest early after your meal. He also sent a photo, presumably taken while dining with his family, featuring only his bowl and chopsticks filled with the same chicken soup. Jian Yao opened the image for a closer look and lightly tapped her response. Okay, the chef at the Gu household was indeed talented. The chicken soup was rich and aromatic, its color clear and devoid of grease, making it quite palatable. As Jian Yao savored the soup, her mind, still foggy from just waking up, pondered how it was only the first day of their collaboration. And already she was enjoying chicken soup sent by Gu Zhiyan. She had anticipated a leisurely couple of days ahead, but her sister's message about the change of personnel made her realize that everything else had to be adjusted as well to avoid appearing dismissive of Gu Zhiyan. Custom orders were clearly out of the question, and what was delivered were the latest seasonal gowns and jewelry from various high-end brands. The invitations had already been sent, so the hotel venue remained unchanged. With only minor additions to the original arrangements, what surprised Jian Yao most was that Lu Chengze's parents had declined to attend the engagement banquet, citing illness as their reason. What a clitch plot twist! The Lu and Jian families resided in the same villa community. How could they possibly conceal their absence? In the past, such news would have saddened Jian Yao, as any girl would hope for the support and blessings of both families regarding her marriage. However, upon receiving this news, Jian Yao found herself secretly relieved. The Lu family was still unaware of the change in the engagement as main participants. If they were to visit tomorrow and sense something amiss, it could create quite a scene affecting everyone's mood. The Jian family was unbothered, but she feared it would bring embarrassment to the Gu family. On the eve of the engagement, Jian Yao's best friend, Su Si, finally returned from Paris just in time. Su Si's family owned an entertainment company, and she held the position of vice president. Recently, she had been invited to Paris for a fashion show. Clearly, she was already informed about the situation with Lu Chengze and his family upon her arrival at the Jian residence, as she burst into expletives upon seeing Jian Yao. A frequent visitor at the Jian household. She entered as if it were her own home and made her way directly to Jian Yao's room. That scoundrel Lu Chengze dared to stand you up for the engagement? She tossed a limited edition designer handbag worth tens of thousands onto the bed and plopped down beside Jian Yao, chattering incessantly. I told you long ago that Lu Chengze is a worthless person. But you just wouldn't listen, insisting on hanging your hopes on him, and that Louis I don't even want to get into it. It was just an incident in college where she narrowly avoided hitting Lu Chengze with her car after pushing him aside. Such a trivial injury, to be blunt. If she had gone to the hospital a bit later, the wound would have healed on its own. Yet, she dares to flaunt herself as his savior. Not only does she provoke you at every turn, but she even dares to cause a commotion over such a significant occasion. Su Si scoffed. What a melodrama of self-sacrifice. I'm not falling for that moral blackmail. Jian Yao had grown up alongside Lu Chengze, and here was an interloper who played the suicide card. If she truly wished to end her life, with the distance from Beijing to Shanghai, by the time Lu Chengze arrived, she would likely be long gone. Su Si huffed. If Lu Chengze is genuinely heading to collect Louis' corpse, don't even mention missing the engagement. I'll personally handle all the funeral arrangements. She would even buy a couple of trending topics to ensure Louis left in style. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes rolling almost to the heavens. Over the years, Louis had received cars, houses, jobs, even her brother's job, all thanks to Lu Chengze. No matter how much gratitude was owed, it should have its limits, right? Jian Yao shouldn't have to tolerate Louis' interference in her relationship with Lu Chengze for a lifetime just because of this. With a flick of her slender finger, Su Si playfully poked Jian Yao's forehead, her beautifully manicured nails sparkling as she gritted her teeth. Jian Yao, there are plenty of men in this world. If he is unkind, don't blame us for being ungrateful. If you trust me, cancel the engagement, and I'll introduce you to someone even better. I can't stand this nonsense. Su Si, fueled by her indignation, poked Jian Yao's forehead with some force, causing Jian Yao to lean back slightly. Rubbing her forehead, she replied in a soft, delicate voice, your long nails really hurt. Su Si instinctively glanced at her own extended nails. Feeling a bit guilty, just as she was about to apologize, she noticed Jian Yao's sweet cherubic smile, her eyes narrowing playfully. Stop changing the subject. Su Si maintained a serious facade, trying to appear more solemn. Jian Yao had a gentle disposition and a soft voice, yet her striking beauty was undeniably captivating. Su Si, who had always been a sucker for good looks, had befriended Jian Yao purely for her beauty and found it hard to resist her charms. Jian Yao was well aware of Su Si's weakness and often used this strategy to distract her whenever issues with Lu Chengze arose, and it had always worked. Su Si gritted her teeth, finally grasping the helplessness of urging a breakup 100 times only to end up at the same table. As someone with exes aplenty and brothers as numerous as dogs, how had she ended up with such a love-struck best friend? Jian Yao poured a glass of water and handed it to her, not changing the subject, but simply wanting to ease her anger. It wasn't worth getting upset over Lu Chengze and Louis' situation. Su Si, still simmering, accepted the water and took a few sips. Do you know who I ran into at the airport on my way back? She was so eager to vent her frustration that she couldn't wait for Jian Yao to respond. Lu Chengze's parents went on a trip abroad with those dragon and phoenix twins from the Lu family. Forget about a marriage alliance. Even a rural engagement wouldn't have the groom's family absent like this. Su Si's beautifully shaped brows furrowed deeply. Jian Yao, they're just taking advantage of your good nature to bully you. If you can tolerate this, I promise I won't utter a word against your relationship with Lu Chengze in the future. As a friend, she had said all she could. If she continued, it would only place her in a difficult position once the two were married. Jian Yao nodded, her eyes, usually soft like her sister Jin Ning's, now held a rare determination. I understand. She knew Lu Chengze lacked boundaries, was arrogant and self-important, not a suitable match. She recognized that the Lu family had used the excuse of illness to cover up their trip abroad, taking advantage of her and her sister's loss of parents, leaving only two daughters struggling to uphold the Jian family's dignity. Jian Yao looked earnestly at Su Si and stated, So I must go through with the engagement. Only the person she was engaged to would change. Society tends to be more critical of women. If she were to break off the engagement, the Lu family might face backlash. But she and her sister would also be subject to gossip. The Jian family is currently facing a tumultuous period, with countless shareholders eagerly awaiting to seize any incriminating evidence against the sisters. She cannot afford to tarnish the Jian family's reputation, thus finding someone of superior lineage and excellence compared to Lu Chengze is her only, and indeed the best, choice. As for whether this would humiliate the Lu family, it is beyond Jian Yao's considerations. Upon hearing Jian Yao's assertion that she is aware of the situation, Susi could no longer suppress her urge to roll her eyes, and upon catching the latter part of her statement, she was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? You're switching partners. Does that mean what I think it does? Jian Yao clarified, enunciating each word. The person I am getting engaged to tomorrow is not Lu Chengze. It is Gu Zhiyan. The engagement gifts have been exchanged, and both families have met. Susi gasped in astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. Is it really the Gu Zhiyan I'm thinking of? The one who overshadowed Lu Chengze throughout his youth, leaving him with lingering regrets? What a plot twist! She could hardly fathom the expression on Lu Zhiyan's face when he learns the truth. To witness her sister Yao's rejection of Lu Chengze in this lifetime is indeed a gratifying experience. After her excitement settled, Susi discreetly observed Jian Yao's expression. It must be true, right? She isn't deceiving me. Is she? Well, wasn't she always appearing as if she couldn't live without Lu Chengze? Yet now that they are truly parting, she seems utterly unfazed. Jian Yao sat confidently, allowing Susi to scrutinize her. A flicker of warmth crossing her eyes as she remembered, indeed, the engagement gifts were personally delivered by old Madame Gu. Chapter 12. Such a man, and yet he has been internalized? Susi let out a sharp gasp of delight, joyfully pulling Jian Yao into an embrace. Sister, you are something else. Jian Yao found herself wrapped tightly in Susi's arms, her senses filled with the sweet fragrance of Susi's perfume, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Overcome with excitement, Susi decided to stay at the Jian residence and eagerly inquired about how Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan came to be. Upon learning that their relationship was merely professional and that Gu Zhiyan likely preferred men, Susi let out 3 heartfelt sighs of regret. Such a man, and yet he has been internalized. Dressed in her pajamas, Susi rolled on the bed, dramatically placing a hand over her heart in feigned sorrow. Jian Yao chuckled and nudged her. All right, stop it, look on the bright side. If he prefers men, how could I possibly have stumbled upon him? Susi sat up, a cold smile creeping onto her lips as she thought of Lu Chengze. Indeed, if I wish to humiliate Lu Chengze, there is no one more suitable than Gu Zhiyan. Late into the night, had it not been for Jian Yao's restraint, Susi would have been tempted to post countless social media updates to infuriate Lu Chengze. The next morning, shortly after 5, the makeup artist and stylist arrived. Jian Yao sat at the vanity, allowing the makeup artist to work on her face. With fair skin and well-defined features, she required only a light touch. Her hair was styled into a princess-like updo with gentle curls at the ends. 2 sets of gowns were selected. 1, a red strapless gown for the formalities, adorned with a set of ruby jewelry left by her mother. The other, a white silk blouse and a red silk skirt gifted by the Gu family, complemented with a pair of emerald phoenix hairpins and bracelets. The first set was acceptable, the total value of the gown and jewelry merely in the tens of millions. Conventional and unremarkable, however, upon seeing the hairpin and bracelet, even Susi, who prided herself on her affluent upbringing, was taken aback. The quality of those materials used for the hairpin was indeed extravagant, she gasped. Estimating their combined worth to be no less than a couple of $100 million, left carelessly on the bed for a moment, she was at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend the Gu family's generosity or to question Jian Yao's nonchalance. Despite Jian Yao's already manageable appearance, it took over 2 hours of preparation, and by the time they departed for the hotel, it was well past 8. In the backseat, Jian Yao sat in the center, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery, her heart racing at the thought of meeting Gu Zhiyan's family. She nervously tightened her grip on her phone. Suddenly, it buzzed. Jian Yao opened her phone to reveal a photo. In a high-end hospital room, a man dressed in a white shirt and black trousers stood with his back to the bed serving congee, his jacket casually draped over a nearby sofa, the scene exuding a relaxed demeanor. Although his face was not visible, Jian Yao recognized him instantly. It was Lu Chengze. Even though she had resolved to completely let go of Lu Chengze, her heart still skipped a beat upon seeing the photo. A pang of bittersweet ache flooding her chest. Susi, perceptive as ever, noticed Jian Yao's shift in mood and leaned in to peek at her phone. What? The remainder of her sentence morphed into an expletive. These 2 scoundrels should just disappear. After exclaiming this, she lunged for Jian Yao's phone, intent on capturing a screenshot, but the sender had already retracted the message with lightning speed, adding, "Sorry Jian Jie, I sent that by mistake." Susi clenched her phone, her expression darkening as if ink were about to drip from her face, and she spat out, "Damn that green tea btch." Jian Yao had already composed herself, calmly raising her hand to soothe Susi's agitation. Why be upset? If she desires Lu Chengze, then let her have him. Jian Yao took her phone, tapped a reply of "It's fine," and promptly blocked the sender. Meanwhile, in a hospital room far away in Hu City, Louis reclined on her bed, staring blankly at the message just received. Such tactics to coax Lu Chengze into abandoning Jian Yao to keep her company had become second nature to Louis. She had nearly exhausted this strategy, sending photos to Jian Yao every time. For years, Jian Yao had maintained her dignity, pretending not to see. The more composed and graceful she appeared, the more Louis felt like a ridiculous clown. That feeling of being disregarded, never taken seriously, left her with a sense of helplessness akin to striking a punch into cotton. She admitted to herself that she was intentional about it, knowing how eagerly Jian Yao anticipated her engagement with Lu Chengze. She deliberately chose today, at this time, to send the photo to provoke her. She wanted Jian Yao to go mad, to rage and insult her, so that Lu Chengze could see Jian Yao's true colors, beyond the gentle and understanding facade he had come to know. After sending the message, she had been glued to her phone, watching the typing indicator, eagerly awaiting Jian Yao's response. To her surprise, there were only 3 words in reply: "It's fine." No fury, no insults, not even a hint of provocation, just a calmness that was unsettling. As a woman, Louis' intuition told her that something was different this time. She stared at her phone's screen, now dark due to inactivity, the reflection revealing her pale face, which appeared particularly pitiful after her careful grooming. Assistant Lin entered the room, his expression neutral as he addressed her. "Miss Lu, President Lu's flight back to Beijing City is today. Please focus on your recovery. Your work has been delegated to others." The sudden voice snapped Louis back to reality. She bit her lip in frustration. President Lu is leaving. Had she truly gone to such lengths, even resorting to self-harm, yet still unable to keep this man? A tightening sensation gripped her heart, but with Assistant Lin present, she forced herself to suppress her emotions. "May I accompany President Lu back to Beijing City?" Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Chengze remained her best option. She would not easily concede, even if he were engaged or married. Assistant Lin frowned. He had deliberately brought Louis to Hu City to prevent her from causing a scene at Lu Chengze's engagement ceremony. Despite his precautions, she had somehow managed to bring Lu Chengze along, and now, with the engagement ceremony already half ruined because of her, he was reluctant to stop her from returning, fearing further chaos. The union between the Lu and Jian families was imminent. And Assistant Lin could no longer take chances. Suppressing his irritation, he nodded. "Please pack your belongings. I will arrange the tickets." With that, he exited the room. Louis watched his retreating figure, her fingers tightening into fists. Her long manicured nails digging into her flesh as if she felt no pain. That infuriating Assistant Lin was insufferable. No matter how she tried to curry favor, he remained unmoved, lowering her gaze. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes. Once she ascends to the position of Mrs. Lu, she would ensure he was the first to go. At the hotel banquet hall in Beijing City. The room was already filled to capacity. The Jian family's relatives were few. Most attendees were business partners, company shareholders, and friends of Jian's parents from their lifetime. Among them were those who genuinely cared for the Jian sisters, as well as those who had come solely to witness their downfall. It was no secret that the Jian family's daughter had been pursuing the illegitimate son of the Lu family. Ironically, despite pouring substantial resources to elevate his status, they had received no respect in return from the Lu family, with not a single member attending the engagement ceremony. Chapter 13. They don't look like Lu family members. Do they? I heard that young man from the Lu family skipped the engagement to be with his little secretary in Hu City. Indeed, did you notice that not a single Lu family member is here today? Not even the greeters. How did such a disgraceful daughter come from Jian Zone, who had an illustrious reputation? One of the shareholders of Jian Corporation, sporting a beer belly, scoffed disdainfully. Jian Zone was indeed foolish to let such a young girl manage the company. What if Jian Ning turns out to be like her sister, merely a lovesick fool? The entire company would be at risk. The audience, comprised of shareholders and those with business dealings with the Jian family, initially engaged in idle gossip, but upon realizing the implications for their own interests, they straightened in their seats. Indeed, entrusting the company to a woman is quite concerning. We must proceed with caution in our dealings with the Jian family. If Jian Ning marries and bears children, there will be no one to oversee the company's affairs. We cannot afford to let our investments go to waste, though Jian Ning is indeed commendable. She is not the biological child of the Jian family. Should she harbor any ulterior motives, shareholders must remain vigilant. Those of you who are shareholders ought to be particularly attentive. They still have ongoing collaborative projects with the Jian family, and naturally, they would not wish for any misfortune to befall Jian Corporation. Several associates involved in such collaborations have hastened to advise the elders of Jian Corp, while a few shareholders exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with meaning. The first to speak, a portly gentleman, raised his glass and remarked, "We are indeed concerned, but we also need everyone's assistance, do we not? Otherwise, word might spread that we are bullying the young ones by leveraging our seniority." Prior to the Jian family's troubles, Jian Ning had already taken the reins of the company. Although young, she had been groomed by her father since childhood and possessed remarkable capabilities. Following the Jian family's predicament, it was only natural for her to assume control of the company. These older gentlemen found themselves firmly under the thumb of a younger generation, and naturally, they felt a sense of resentment. However, the Jian sisters are the principal shareholders of Jian Corp, leaving them powerless against Jian Ning. They could only leverage the situation with the Lu family to undermine her in front of the company's major clients. Regardless of Jian Ning's exceptional abilities, should she lose the favor of the clients, it would be only a matter of time before she was ousted from the position of president. The earlier executives exchanged furtive glances and clinked their glasses. Affirming, indeed, not far behind a towering floral arrangement, Jian Ning took a delicate sip from her glass, a cold smirk playing upon her lips. Jian Corp was founded by her father, and in order to maintain control, she held 60% of the shares. The so-called shareholders outside, who openly looked down upon her, were former employees who had once ventured alongside her father. Initially, it was a straightforward business arrangement, but due to personal sentiments, her father had allocated some shares to them, granting them nominal positions within the company. They were referred to as shareholders, yet in reality, they were merely a group of leeches sustained by the company. Jian Ning, respecting her father's wishes, had refrained from taking action against them. Regrettably, after years of complacency and flattery from employees, their ambitions had grown considerably, while their capabilities had stagnated. Secretary Li hurried over, softly reminding President Jian, the representatives from the Gu family have arrived. They are already at the entrance. Jian Ning casually set her glass down, instructing, "Come, let us go greet them." The two families would soon be related by marriage. Just days prior, the Gu matriarch had personally delivered the betrothal gifts, bestowing ample respect upon the Jian family, and she could not afford to be discourteous. The Lu family had not yet arrived, and Jian Yao was still absent, with the attention of those present almost entirely fixated on Jian Ning. Observing her rush toward the door, they couldn't help but wonder what urgency compelled her. Was it the arrival of the Lu family? Surely not, for I had received word that the entire Lu family had departed abroad the previous day. Someone suggested, "Why don't we step outside to take a look?" Upon hearing this, the attendees rose en masse, making their way toward the entrance. Regardless, it was evident that Jian family would lose face today. They were merely curious to see what scheme Jian Ning was concocting. At the hotel entrance, a fleet of luxury cars was parked in perfect alignment. The occupants had already disembarked, and from a distance, they appeared impeccably dressed in suits, exuding an air of distinction, particularly the young man supporting the elderly matriarch in the lead vehicle. Having met the Gu matriarch just days ago, Jian Ning donned a smile and hurried to greet her matriarch Gu. Upon seeing Jian Ning, the Gu matriarch's eyes brightened with delight, grasping Jian Ning's hand and pulling her to stand beside her. "There is no need for such formality. You are Yao Yao's sister, so you may simply call me grandma from now on." The Gu family, blessed with a multitude of male heirs, had longed for a granddaughter. Seeing Jian Ning filled the matriarch with joy. Had the two families not already become in-laws, she might have wished to adopt Jian Ning as her granddaughter. Jian Ning, adept in the business realm, was keenly aware of the genuine affection the matriarch held for her. She instinctively supported the elderly woman's wrist, saying Grandma Gu. The matriarch insisted that her request to be called grandma was merely a courtesy, as Jian Yao was to become the future daughter-in-law of the Gu family, making it inconsequential. After all, she was merely a layer removed, and addressing her as grandma would seem inappropriate. The Gu matriarch recognized her attempt to maintain decorum. Her affection for Jian Ning deepening to it was rumored that Jian Ning was an impostor, having usurped what rightfully belonged to Jian Yao, a woman of deep cunning. The matriarch, having indulged in numerous novels, was well acquainted with the trope of the fake heiress. During the engagement, she had prepared herself for the possibility of an unruly character from Jian Ning, and she was determined to support her granddaughter-in-law should the need arise. Nevertheless, after their previous interactions, Jian Ning did not strike her as someone lacking in propriety. As Jian Ning supported the elderly matriarch, Gu Zhiyan had already stepped aside, allowing her to converse freely with Jian Ning. Seizing the opportunity while the matriarch spoke with her, he glanced at his watch and turned his gaze toward the Jian family's direction. Based on the time, the Jian family's vehicle should be arriving shortly. Jian Ning observed Gu Zhiyan's actions and urged the Gu family, "Please, everyone, proceed inside. I will wait for Yao Yao at the entrance." The Gu matriarch shook her head, eagerly peering toward the Jian family's approach. "I shall not enter. I will wait for Yao Yao with you." Having finally gained a granddaughter-in-law, she could hardly bear to miss the opportunity to witness her. Their prior meeting during the engagement had been too brief, and today, she wished to savor the moment. Jian Ning contemplated dissuading her, concerned for the elderly woman's health, but seeing that the other Gu family members were unfazed and showed no intent to persuade her, she stood tall, attempting to bear some of the matriarch's weight to ease her burden. With the matriarch remaining outside, the other Gu family members also chose not to enter. A sizable gathering had formed at the hotel entrance, with the Gu family members, both direct and collateral relatives, standing in unison, their collective presence a striking sight. The executives who had accompanied Jian Ning to observe the spectacle looked on, the atmosphere thick with an unusual silence. They did not resemble members of the Lu family, did they? Could they possibly be distant relatives of the Jian family? Amidst the gathering, Jian family relatives exchanged glances, pondering the situation. Chapter 14. An offense. Jian father had been the most successful branch of the Jian family. There was no way such a multitude of distant relatives could exist, just the lineup of luxury vehicles parked earlier had each cost millions, with several being limited editions. If they had such affluent distant relatives, they would not have continuously leaned on Jian father for support. One executive squinted, scrutinizing the man in a grey suit accompanying the Gu matriarch, exclaiming, "Isn't that Gu Zhiyan?" He was involved in the construction materials business and had previously attended a bidding event hosted by the Gu family. Having only caught a glimpse of Gu Zhiyan from afar despite never having spoken with him, Gu Zhiyan was a prominent figure in the real estate sector, and the executive could vividly recall his face. Just moments ago, he had been questioning Jian Ning's connections with the portly shareholders, insisting impossible, Jian Ning could not possibly be associated with Gu Zhiyan. Who was Gu Zhiyan? He was a figure whose mere presence could shake the foundations of the real estate industry in the capital. If he was indeed Gu Zhiyan, was it possible that Jian Ning was supporting the Gu matriarch? He scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Among the eligible unmarried members of the Gu family, only Gu Zhiyan remained. A paragon of excellence, would he ever consider Jian Yao, who was Gu Zhiyan, the apple of the Gu family's eye, the very embodiment of a princely figure in the capital, even if Jian Ning were indeed the one raised outside? She could not possibly be a match for someone of his caliber. It was utterly impossible. If the Jian sisters were to forge a connection with the Gu family, what prospects would remain for these older gentlemen? They might as well resign themselves to the gallows, especially after the demise of the Jian couple. The relationship between them and Jian Ning had grown increasingly strained, leaving no room for reconciliation. Meanwhile, Li, who had remained silent, overheard the murmurs and cast a cold glance in their direction. Whether or not they are suited for one another, we shall soon find out. Why the rush, as the closest friend of Jian father during his lifetime and the head of the Li family? Few in attendance held a higher status than him. The shareholder, confronted publicly, turned crimson with embarrassment, unable to utter a word. The Gu family, both direct and collateral relatives, had gathered in their entirety. A black Maybach pulled up to the hotel entrance, and Susie disembarked, opening the door for Jian Yao. Unlike her usual flamboyance, Jian Yao rarely donned such vivid colors. Her exquisite red gown, adorned with sparkling jewels, complemented her delicate features, and her tousled curls gave her the appearance of a noble maiden straight out of a richly hued medieval oil painting. Having seen the car approach, Gu Zhiyan had already positioned himself at the forefront. Upon witnessing Jian Yao exit the vehicle, a glimmer of admiration sparked in his cool gaze, even though he had seen her in the gown during fittings. Her beauty still took his breath away. The Gu matriarch stood amidst the crowd, increasingly pleased with her flower-like granddaughter-in-law. Turning to see her grandson standing in a daze, she clenched her teeth and whispered, "Why aren't you going to support Yao Yao? Did you not notice the high heels she is wearing?" Gu Zhiyan, already positioned at the center of the front row, heard his grandmother's words and promptly stepped forward to grasp Jian Yao's wrist. Guiding her into the venue, clad in a sleek black suit, he had chosen a tie to match Jian Yao's red gown and adorned it with a ruby brooch. Jian Yao's hand was enveloped within Gu Zhiyan's, and she could distinctly sense his tension as his palm glistened with perspiration. With their backs turned to the crowd, Jian Yao could not help but steal a glance at the hand that encircled hers. Was he nervous? Because of her? Unexplainably, her heart fluttered, and she bit her lip gently. The two made their way toward the banquet hall, flanked by vibrant red roses lining the steps, their fragrance enveloping them. Gu Zhiyan held her hand, ensuring they walked in unison, while behind them, the Gu matriarch and others followed closely, parting the crowd like a tide. The entire venue is adorned with a rose theme, where a grand array of red lacquer boxes has been meticulously arranged before a backdrop of flowers, each box containing well-prepared betrothal gifts and dowries. Various pieces of jewelry and gold artifacts sparkle under the lights. And aside from the property deeds and car keys, even the bank cards are placed in their own separate boxes, all perfectly aligned. As Jian Ning assists the elderly lady to take her seat and steps onto the stage to deliver the opening remarks. She greets the beloved friends and family present, saying, "Good morning, everyone. I am Jian Ning. I welcome you all to the engagement ceremony of my sister, Jian Yao, and Gu Zhiyan." The remainder of her speech becomes a blur to the audience, their minds already reeling upon hearing the name Gu Zhiyan. Is it truly an alliance with the Gu family from the capital? Surely they must still be dreaming. Wasn't it said that the second daughter of the Jian family was infatuated with that lad from the Lu family? How could there be such a sudden change? Could it be a last-minute arrangement? Mr. Li, with a sarcastic tone, pointed out the backdrop that clearly stated Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan. If this were not genuine, who would have the audacity to invite the Gu family to step in? His words left everyone speechless. Although the alliance between the Jian and Lu families had not been publicly announced, it was an open secret within their circles. Influenced by preconceived notions, they were too focused on the Jian family's predicament to notice the names on the backdrop. On stage, Jian Yao stands beside Gu Zhiyan, feeling an inexplicable tension, possibly influenced by his demeanor. With her sister having left the stage, the host holds the microphone and recites blessings, while the elders of the Gu family gaze at them with warm smiles. In the front row, Su Si captures the moment repeatedly with his camera. Family blessings, friends cheering, everything aligns perfectly with Jian Yao's envisioned engagement ceremony. The host's words become indistinct, and she gazes blankly as someone presents the marriage certificate. The crimson silk is adorned with dark red auspicious patterns, and the golden script is intricately woven, crafted overnight by several artisans of intangible cultural heritage. Its exquisite beauty makes Jian Yao hesitant to mar it with her handwriting. As her mind races, she momentarily freezes, preparing to write with caution when suddenly, a warm hand envelopes hers, dispelling the surrounding scent of roses with Gu Zhiyan's distinct, crisp fragrance that captivates her senses. Before she can fully comprehend, his hand guides hers to inscribe their names on the certificate, the strokes flowing gracefully, complementing the document beautifully. As they finished, Gu Zhiyan leans in, whispering softly in her ear. Taking advantage of the distraction around them, his embrace nearly encircles her, their bodies drawing uncomfortably close. His breath brushes against her ear, light yet insistent, seeping into her consciousness, once the pen is set down. The warmth enveloping her hand vanishes, leaving her to awkwardly clench her now empty palm, her ears subtly flushing with warmth. Gu Zhiyan notices her small gesture and the blush creeping up her ears. His dark pupils shimmering with brilliance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Chapter 15. No, I am not afraid. The sweet interaction between the couple on stage generates cheers that nearly rupture eardrums. Su Si, capturing the moment, beams with delight, his grin stretching wide. All notions of collaboration or preferences for men have long since fled his mind, replaced by the image of Gu Zhiyan drawing Jian Yao into his embrace and the honeyed gaze he cast upon her. That look was almost intoxicating. Su Si, with his seasoned experience in romantic entanglements, surmises that Gu Zhiyan must be harboring feelings. Watching the somewhat bewildered Jian Yao on stage, he chuckles knowingly amidst the audience's enthusiastic cheers. Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan exchange engagement rings, the 10-carat diamond sparkles brilliantly beneath the chandelier, while the accompanying men's band appears remarkably simple in comparison. Jian Yao, sensing a slight tremor in Gu Zhiyan's hand as he places the ring on her finger, raises her gaze to his downcast eyes, unable to discern his emotions, yet noticing his long lashes quiver. Strangely, her own anxiety dissipates, realizing that even the esteemed Gu Zhiyan can feel nervous under the scrutiny of onlookers. It's rather endearing. Remembering how he had come to her aid earlier, she feels compelled to reciprocate. Seizing a moment when the attention wanes, she gently touches his palm, whispering reassuringly, "Do not be afraid, just think of them as mere vegetables." This was advice from her professor before her first time hosting on stage, now repurposed for Gu Zhiyan. Upon hearing her words, she witnesses a smile break across his face, despite his cool demeanor. When he smiles, he emanates an almost mesmerizing charm, his voice gravelly yet soothing as he replies, "No, I am not afraid." He leans slightly toward Jian Yao, lowering his voice as if to keep their exchange a secret. Out of the corner of her eye, Jian Yao notices the host nearby struggling to suppress a chuckle. Heat rushes to her cheeks, the blush creeping down to her ears. Now burning crimson, she stares wide-eyed at Gu Zhiyan. Momentarily unsure if he is teasing her, his innocent blink and beautiful eyes suggest otherwise. Perhaps he merely did not realize the implications of his words. As the moment shifts to taking a group photo, Jian Yao meets Gu Zhiyan's parents for the first time. Due to the hurried nature of the engagement, they had just returned from abroad earlier. Amidst the throngs at the hotel entrance, the elderly Mrs. Gu had taken the lead, leaving Ms.Gu unable to speak with her new daughter-in-law. Now, the words may be unsuitable for the occasion. Mrs. Gu firmly holds Jian Yao's hand, clearly satisfied after the families of the Gu and Jian clans have posed for photos. A rush of eager guests floods in for the group shot, startling the photographer who instinctively steps back to avoid chaos. Known for his exceptional skills and famed in the capital, this was his first experience photographing an engagement. Observing the scene, he muses, are the wealthy so enamored with photographs nowadays? Why are these guests so desperate to get close to the Gu family? Unbeknownst to him, their excitement stems from the desire to be near the Gu family for future connections. After the cake-cutting ceremony, the host announces the commencement of the banquet. Seizing a brief moment before the festivities begin, Jian Yao heads to a pre-arranged room to change into a different gown and hairstyle. Su Si sifts through the photos he captured, selecting the best ones to show Jian Yao. Look, my dear sister, after years in the entertainment industry, I may not boast exceptional skills, but I can certainly capture a good photo. As the stylist tends to her hair, Jian Yao glances down, catching sight of the moment Gu Zhiyan placed the ring on her finger. Standing at 188 cm, he towers over her, his focused expression revealing a strong jawline and deep-set eyes. Jian Yao gives Su Si a thumbs up, truly impressed. This angle captures a hint of tenderness in Gu Zhiyan's gaze. Quite a feat. Su Si, basking in the praise, eagerly uploads his favorite shots to his phone. I'll send these to you. As his delicate fingers tap on the screen, Jian Yao's phone vibrates, and she assumes it is Su Si sending her the photos. However, upon opening it, she discovers a message from Assistant Lin. Staring at the name, she hesitates for a moment before clicking in. Since Assistant Lin informed her of Lu Chengze's trip to whose city to see Lu Yi, she had not replied to a single message. The screen displays numerous messages from Assistant Lin, but most are dated. The two latest messages, however, have just arrived. President Lu has booked a flight for today and is about to board, accompanied by a blurry image of the airport. This is the first time someone from Lu Chengze's side has proactively updated her on his schedule. Jian Yao ponders what Assistant Lin intends to convey to it to inform her that Lu Chengze, despite his absence from the engagement, is making an effort to return, or perhaps to suggest that he is trying to accommodate her, and she should not hold his absence against him. After a few seconds of contemplation, she calmly exits the message. Turning to her side, she finds Susi, who had been engrossed in his phone, now peering at her with a frown. You aren't still thinking about him, are you? Over the years, she had witnessed Jian Yao's seemingly spellbound attachment to Lu Chengze, fully aware of his significance in her heart. He was her childhood sweetheart, her white moonlight, her first love, under the weight of multiple burdens. Susi genuinely feared that Jian Yao might, in a moment of despair, turn back to seek out Lu Chengze. Chapter 16. A hint of rivalry in the air. Jian Yao shook her head, her tone resolute. I won't. Assistant Lin, being Lu Chengze's confidant, embodied his thoughts and intentions in every action and utterance. Were it due to other matters that she and Lu Chengze were at odds, Lin's intervention might have provided her a convenient excuse to relent. However, this situation was distinctly different. Lu Chengze had crossed her threshold by being absent from their engagement banquet for Louis. Each time Louis experienced any discomfort, Lu Chengze would immediately abandon her to attend to Lu. Her gentle and magnanimous nature, which led her to overlook grievances, rendered her the one to be cast aside. Yet, she was still a person with feelings, capable of exhaustion. From now on, whether Lu Chengze sought to repay a debt of gratitude or pledge himself to her, it was of no consequence to her. Susi observed her demeanor and noted her genuine realization, secretly relieved. He pulled out his phone, saying, I'll post today's photos on Weibo. Jian Yao closed her eyes to allow the makeup artist to touch up her makeup. Responding with a soft her engagement was a matter of significance. There was nothing to conceal. A knock sounded at the door, and upon opening it, Susi found Gu Zhiyan standing there. The warmth in his gaze faded instantly upon seeing her, revealing a hint of aloofness that aligned with the Gu Zhiyan she had heard about, indifferent and frigid. Susi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him, thinking to himself, such a quick change of expression. Truly a blatant double standard. Gu Zhiyan allowed Susi to examine him, stepping back slightly to maintain distance, politely nodding, hello, I'm here to pick up Yao Yao. Susi was pleased with his behavior. Aside from other matters, the most crucial aspect was his sense of propriety, which far surpassed that of Lu. She stepped aside to let him in, just as Jian Yao emerged, having finished her preparations. I am all set, she said. She looked up at Gu Zhiyan, and as she moved, the tassels of her emerald hairpin swayed gently, the lustrous green accentuating her inky black hair and the slight perplexity on her fair cheeks. Why are you here? Gu Zhiyan readily raised his arm, inviting her to link hers with his voice soothing. You wouldn't understand, without your support, it's quite challenging for me to stand firm before the Gu family. Jian Yao felt bewildered. Gu Zhiyan, rarely one to withhold information, winked at her. You'll find out shortly. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Jian Yao, a hint of grievance and teasing in his expression. Jian Yao gazed into his eyes, where her own small reflection appeared, clear and unblemished. She momentarily lost her composure, then regained her senses. Leaning back slightly, her breath gradually steadying, she heard herself respond, okay. Subsequently, her fingers tightened around Gu Zhiyan's. Truly, he was the one who had dominated the campus bulletin boards and confession walls for years. A mere glance was sufficient to ensnare one's heart. Before they knew it, they had reached the main hall. Their seats were at the head table, and as Jian Yao approached, nearly every pair of eyes was drawn to her. Under such scrutiny, she instinctively leaned closer to Gu Zhiyan. He reassuringly squeezed her hand, preparing to introduce her to the elders at the main table. Grandma Gu warmly rose to pull Jian Yao into a seat, completely disregarding Gu Zhiyan with a glance, for they were family. After all, and such niceties were unnecessary. The elderly lady patted Jian Yao's hand, asking, after all this commotion today, are you tired? What do you like to eat? The grandma will serve you. Upon raising her eyes, she noticed Gu Zhiyan had already picked up a piece of shrimp. Narrowing his eyes playfully, Yao Yao hasn't eaten yet. How dare you start? Gu Zhiyan maintained a cheerful demeanor, placing the shrimp into Jian Yao's plate. I wouldn't eat. It's for Yao Yao. As he spoke, he glanced at Jian Yao, as if to say, see, I wasn't mistaken, was I? The elderly lady cast him a look of approval and added a piece to Jian Yao's bowl. You must be hungry, take your time, no need to rush. Jian Yao, blushing, smiled, her eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms, her voice sweet. Thank you, Grandma. Addressing her as Grandma filled the elderly lady with delight, but before she could say more to Jian Yao, Gu's mother placed a piece of foie gras in front of her. Yao Yao, I'm your mother. Thank you, Mom. Then came Gu's father, uncles, and aunts in quick succession. Within 3 minutes, Jian Yao's plate was overflowing with food. As they began toasting, Jian Yao found herself surrounded by an array of gift boxes, with Gu Zhiyan and the Gu family present. Those who had originally intended to mock Jian Yao and the Jian family fell silent. Apart from the Gu family's exuberant hospitality, which left Jian Yao pleasantly surprised, the toasting process was remarkably smooth. The last table was occupied by a group of handsome young men. Upon seeing Gu Zhiyan and Jian Yao approach, They all stood up, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, brother Gu, sister-in-law." Gu Zhiyan cast an indifferent glance at them, then lowered his gaze to Jian Yao. "They are my former teammates and brothers from my esports days." Upon Gu Zhiyan's introduction, the group straightened up, resembling slender poplars swaying in the wind. Jian Yao nodded, her gaze sweeping over their faces, most of which were familiar to her. It wasn't that she had closely followed the esports scene. Rather, it was that brilliance attracts brilliance. Among them were some still active in the field, while others, despite having retired, were prominent streamers on various platforms. In this age of information overload, it was nearly impossible for her not to recognize them. The one who caught her attention the most was undoubtedly Pei Yi. The most widely circulated rumors involved him and Gu Zhiyan as a couple, having grown up together, attended school together, and launched a business together after graduation. Pei Yi's involvement in Gu Zhiyan's life exceeded 90%. Most importantly, he came from a distinguished background and possessed striking looks, rivaling Gu Zhiyan in every way, truly well-matched. When everyone stood up to greet her, he alone remained seated, leisurely sipping from his wineglass. When his long woman-shaped eyes lifted to meet hers, they were utterly captivating. Jian Yao widened her eyes, her dark pupils sparkling like stars. Oh dear, that gaze, that demeanor, carried an unmistakable hint of rivalry. Noticing Jian Yao's rapt attention on Pei Yi, Gu Zhiyan pursed his lips and subtly stepped forward to block her line of sight. In the angle unseen by her, he shot a cold glare at Pei Yi, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Responding to Gu Zhiyan's unspoken warning, Pei Yi chuckled lightly, downed his drink, straightened his clothing, and stood up. "A sister-in-law, I'm Pei Yi." When he stood upright and assumed a serious demeanor, he appeared quite respectable. The rapid shift took Jian Yao by surprise. It took her 2 seconds to respond, whispering, "Hello, I'm Jian Yao." The young men nearby exchanged glances, observing the dynamic between the three with raised eyebrows. One brash red-haired boy boldly teased, "Sister-in-law is truly beautiful." As he spoke, others quickly chimed in, "Sister-in-law is indeed beautiful." Gu Zhiyan shot a frosty glance at the red-haired boy, who remained undeterred, chuckling, "Hey brother Gu, on this joyous occasion you can't punish me," he called out while seeking Jian Yao's support. "Sister-in-law, don't you agree?" Chapter 17. Are they truly at odds? Jian Yao did not expect the flames of conflict to suddenly engulf her. Instinctively she turned to glance at Gu Zhiyan. Deep down, she harbored uncertainty about whether such a distinguished figure would grant her face in front of his friends, yet under the fervent gazes of those around them, she mustered the courage to gently tug at Gu Zhiyan's sleeve, her eyes reflecting a plea. Gu Zhiyan paused, the darkness in his eyes deepening. When he turned back, his expression had softened considerably. "For your sister-in-law's sake, I'll let you have your fun today. I won't hold it against you, really." The red-haired boy's eyes sparkled with excitement, pushing for more. "Then shall we go drink after the banquet? Brother Gu should join." Being esports players, they were highly conscious of their physical health and reflexes, often maintaining strict dietary and lifestyle choices. Now that Gu Zhiyan had relented, they were eager to indulge. Gu Zhiyan held his posture for a few seconds, and just as the red-haired boy anticipated that his request might be too audacious and began to temper his expectations, Gu Zhiyan spoke. "If you wish to drink, you must seek permission from your sister-in-law." As he said this, he lowered his gaze to Jian Yao, a hint of amusement surfacing in his dark pupils, perfectly embodying the role of a loving husband enjoying the playful control of his wife. Jian Yao marveled at Gu Zhiyan's acting skills, which were nothing short of masterful, and felt compelled to play her part well. She pulled her lips into a slight smile, her tone gentle. "Of course. You've come all this way. Today's expenses will be covered by brother Gu." Wow. Amidst the teasing cheers, Jian Yao leaned closer to Gu Zhiyan's ear, whispering a few words before excusing herself to the restroom. As she turned the corner, she spotted Mr. Li standing at the end of the corridor, engaged in a phone call. He was a close friend of her father. After his passing, it was he who stood steadfastly behind her and her sister, allowing her sister to successfully take the helm of the Jian family. Seeing him, out of respect and obligation, Jian Yao felt she should greet him. Noticing he was on the phone, she politely waited at a distance. "Mr. Li, the materials sent over by Lu's side have encountered issues again. This is the third time. Are we supposed to pretend we haven't seen it?" The voice of his assistant was tinged with evident frustration and dissatisfaction. Although the Li family was affluent, they could not continuously bear the brunt of others' mistakes. 3 consecutive shipments have encountered issues, leading to a substantial financial deficit for the company, amounting to several hundred million. Moreover, the inferior goods necessitate the rental of a separate warehouse for storage, consuming yet regrettable to discard. Upon hearing this, Li Hao furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. "I'm busy at the moment. I'll attend to it later," he replied before hanging up. He then retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag. Given the Li family's esteemed position in the real estate sector, he had numerous partners to choose from and should not have to face difficulties because of the Lu family. However, the collaboration between the Li and Lu families was largely orchestrated by Jian Yao, who had consistently shown affection for the Lu family's young scion. Li Hao feared that if complications arose in their partnership, it would place Jian Yao in an awkward position, especially with their impending engagement. Thus he chose to suppress his concerns and remain silent. Reflecting on the engagement, Li Hao was reminded of Gu Zhiyan, who had accompanied Jian Yao to toast him earlier. This young lady had pursued the heir of the Lu family for years. Was she now on the verge of a significant change? Uncle Li. Jian Yao approached him with a friendly demeanor after he ended the call. Li Hao turned, noticing Jian Yao and quickly extinguishing his cigarette. What brings you out here? Where is Gu Zhiyan? Jian, he glanced behind her, searching for Gu Zhiyan's figure but found none. Jian Yao smiled shyly, explaining, she is chatting with her friends. I just needed some fresh air. Her gaze fell upon Li Hao's tightly knit brow. And she asked with concern, Uncle Li, is something troubling you? Li Hao, wary of her overthinking, chose not to refute her observation. Let us not discuss my matters for now. First, tell me, what's the situation between you and that young man from the Lu family? Have you truly parted ways? Li Hao found it hard to believe, after more than a decade of affection, could it simply be dismissed? If she had acted impulsively and provoked Gu Zhiyan, that would be quite unwise. Jian Yao, sensing her uncle's genuine concern, did not hide the truth. She nodded earnestly. Yes, we've truly broken up for years. I was blind to the reality, forcefully clinging to something that put you and my sister in a difficult position. Reflecting on it now, whether it was when my parents were alive or my sister Susi, even you, Uncle Li, everyone close to me disapproved of my relationship with Lu Chengze for good reason. Li Hao gazed at the young lady before him, aware that she was the sole descendant of his late brother, and his heart softened. He endeavored to soften his tone, saying, very well, I understand, since you are now engaged to Gu Zhiyan, focus on building a good life together. As for the past, let it be bygone. Jian Yao obediently nodded. Okay, I will heed Uncle Li's advice. As she walked away, Li Hao exhaled a heavy sigh and dialed the previous number. I can't step away right now. You take the documents to the Lu family. There is no need to endure this any longer. If he has time to frolic with his mistress, it indicates that Lu Chengze is still too idle. In that case, let us find him some tasks to occupy his time and make him see things clearly. What a piece of work. As the event concluded, Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan accompanied the guests on their way out. After bidding farewell to the elderly Gu matriarch and others, Pei Yi emerged from the hotel with a lively group of friends. You take your sister-in-law home. We'll wait for you at the usual spot, he said, his tone casual. Gu Zhiyan smirked slightly. All right, keep an eye on them, and drive safely. Several drivers had already arrived to pick up the guests. Pei Yi chuckled, opening the car door and herding the others inside like a flock of sheep. Having consumed considerable alcohol at the banquet, they were all rosy-cheeked and restless, waving out of the windows to bid farewell to Gu Zhiyan and Jian Yao. Standing beside Jian Yao, Gu Zhiyan appeared indifferent, a statue devoid of emotion, while Jian Yao responded warmly to their exuberance, cautioning them not to drink excessively. In just a few moments, she had effortlessly garnered a wave of goodwill. As the black vehicles disappeared down the road, Jian Yao turned to find Gu Zhiyan leaning casually against a wall, observing her with a gentle smile. It seems you quite enjoy their company, he remarked, noting her unflagging cheerfulness from their arrival to departure. Jian Yao blinked, momentarily perplexed by his comment. Why wouldn't she like a group of cheerful, sweet-tongued individuals? She inadvertently recalled Pei Yi's charming face. They were all Gu Zhiyan's friends. Should she express disinterest, would it not come across as disrespectful to him and his companions? Jian Yao bit her lip, feeling conflicted, then looked up at Gu Zhiyan with sincerity. Should I like them, or not? Gu Zhiyan, what kind of answer is that? Was he becoming the overly possessive fiancé who interferes with her opinions? Upon meeting Jian Yao's clear gaze, Gu Zhiyan sighed with resignation. Jian Yao, you needn't be so reserved around me. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and Gu Zhiyan felt an urge to smooth it down, but he restrained himself, locking his gaze onto hers. You only need to express your genuine thoughts freely and do what you truly wish to do. To accommodate Jian Yao, he slightly lowered his head, his dark eyes penetrating hers like a swirling vortex, almost pulling her into its depths. Under such scrutiny, Jian Yao found herself momentarily breathless. She struggled to decipher Gu Zhiyan's intentions. Unable to comprehend the complex emotions reflected in his eyes, and averted her gaze, muttering, all right. Noticing her half-hearted response, Gu Zhiyan realized she had not truly absorbed his words. Just then, assistant Su arrived with the car, and Gu Zhiyan opened the door for Jian Yao. Let us go. I'll drive you home. Meanwhile, in another vehicle en route from the airport to the hotel, Wu Yu gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed ahead, unable to contain his grievances. Lu Gu, the Jian family has gone too far this time. The car halted at a red light, and his anger simmered. Last time I visited the Jian family, they humiliated me, but since you're engaged to Jian Yao, we're family now. Yet, they didn't even send me an invitation. He recalled the cold reception he received while delivering the guest list, and his indignation flared. Since joining Lu Chengze at the Lu family business, he had never faced such humiliation. Originally, Lu Chengze had arranged for him to assist at the engagement party, considering the Jian family might be overwhelmed. Wu Yu had intended to teach them a lesson by deliberately not attending, but lo and behold, the Jian family didn't even bother to send him an invitation. Angered, he rushed to the airport to pick up Lu Gu. Eager to inform the Jian family of his grievances, after venting, Wu Yu noticed the back seat remained silent. Furrowing his brows, he glanced at the man in the rearview mirror. Lu Chengze was resting with his eyes closed. His expression troubled even in repose, his brow was tightly furrowed, his impeccably tailored suit bore signs of wear from the long journey, and he appeared somewhat disheveled. It was evident that his mood was anything but pleasant. Instinctively, Wu Yu turned to Assistant Lin, silently inquiring about Lu Ji's state. Lin's lips formed the words, Jian Yao. Wu Yu nodded in understanding. It must be another disagreement with Jian Yao. Over the years, she had frequently clashed with Lu Chengze over matters involving Louis. Wu Yu paid little mind, confident that within a few days Jian Yao would relent and return to Lu Chengze, just as he was about to reassure Lu Chengze. The man unexpectedly spoke. Has Jian Yao reached out to you in recent days? Lu Chengze's eyes snapped open, his gaze icy and gloomy as it fixed on Wu Yu. As the green light illuminated, the car began to move. Wu Yu tightened his grip on the wheel, surprised. Me? No, you know our relationship has never been good. As soon as Wu Yu's words left his lips, the atmosphere in the car plummeted to freezing temperatures. His voice dwindled as he realized something was amiss. Lu Gu was inquiring about Jian Yao. Was his foul mood tied to her? Had Jian Yao not contacted him recently? Wu Yu found this hard to believe. Perhaps she has been busy. You know how things are with the Jian family, they're likely preoccupied with the engagement preparations. Lu Chengze's expression remained impassive as he replied with a curt hum. As they approached the hotel, Lu Chengze opened his eyes, glanced at his watch, and then turned his attention toward the hotel. Spotting a familiar black Bentley parked outside, he noted, that looks familiar indeed. The next moment, Wu Yu exclaimed, is that Gu Zhiyan again? This hotel has been completely booked for the engagement party, so everyone here should be attending. Gu Zhiyan has no ties to the Jian family and is not familiar with the Lu family. What could he possibly be doing here? He squinted, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Wait, isn't he with a woman? I must be seeing things. Wu Yu couldn't believe his eyes. The rumor mill had it that Gu Zhiyan was involved with Pei. He had observed Gu Zhiyan for years without seeing him get close to any woman. Lu Chengze's gaze lingered on the two individuals in the distance. Gu Zhiyan, with his towering stature, obscured much of the woman in his arms, rendering her face invisible. All that could be seen was the vibrant red of her dress and her slender calves. Lu Chengze narrowed his eyes slightly, his attention momentarily fixating on the exposed portion of her leg, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over him. It bore a slight resemblance to Jian Yao. He watched as Gu Zhiyan carefully escorted the woman into a car, raising a hand to his forehead, feeling as though he had been bewitched these past few days. How could Jian Yao possibly be with Gu Zhiyan? They were from entirely different worlds. Moreover, she had never been one to don such vivid colors. As the vehicle came to a halt at the hotel's entrance, Lu Chengze stepped out, instinctively glancing at the spot where the Bentley had been parked moments ago. He then averted his gaze and strode purposefully towards the hotel entrance. Upon seeing the striking red roses on the steps, his heart skipped a beat. The main floral arrangement for the engagement banquet had changed. It was no longer the white roses he favored. The staff at the entrance politely halted several individuals, saying, "Hello, our hotel is not open for guests today. If you require assistance, we can help you make reservations for tomorrow." The young staff member wore a perfectly measured smile, embodying both courtesy and detachment. Lu Zhiyan paused momentarily, his thin lips pressed together as he replied, "I am here to attend the engagement banquet." The staff member was taken aback, her tone laced with surprise. "Sir, are you certain about the timing? The engagement banquet has already concluded, and they are currently cleaning up the venue." Her expression conveyed a certain incredulity. In her time working there, it was the first instance she had encountered someone arriving at such an hour for an engagement banquet. Lu Chengze tightened his grip at his side, momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Yu glanced at Lu Chengze, then at Assistant Lin, silently stepping back and gently nudging Lin. Assistant Lin, adhering to his professional demeanor, stepped forward, calculating the time, and stated, "The banquet has indeed concluded. Shall we head back?" His words seemed to awaken Lu Chengze, who lifted his gaze towards the interior of the hotel, an inexplicable sense of unease settling within him. "I wish to go inside and take a look." The staff member appeared conflicted, but given their elegant attire and distinguished demeanor, they did not seem like troublemakers. After a moment's hesitation, she relented, "You may enter for a brief moment, but please make it quick." Lu Chengze nodded in agreement. They were ushered into the largest banquet hall on the first floor, where sumptuous velvet red-black baccarat roses nearly enveloped the entire space. As Lu Chengze stepped inside, he was instantly engulfed by the intoxicating fragrance of roses. The staff had spoken the truth. The entire setting was indeed being dismantled, with two servers busy transporting a large arrangement woven from rose vines. Obscuring much of the backdrop, where the characters for Jian Yao could be faintly discerned. Lu Chengze observed the sea of red roses in silence, picking one from the ground. Wu Yu lifted a black baccarat from a nearby table. Inhaling its scent with raised eyebrows, this variety of rose seems rather uncommon. The dark crimson hue, paired with its velvety texture, lent an air of elegance and nobility to the otherwise somewhat frivolous red rose. Assistant Lin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked, "This variety is called black baccarat. It is indeed not frequently encountered, though it is not particularly rare." As he spoke, he surveyed the entire banquet hall. However, to gather such a substantial number of fresh black baccarat roses in a short time must have required considerable effort. Assistant Lin glanced at Lu Chengze's silent figure, hesitant to contemplate why Miss Jian had gone to such lengths to replace the originally arranged white roses. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, upon hearing that the flower was not particularly rare, casually tossed the rose he held onto the table as if it had sullied his hands. I thought it was a renowned flower. It turns out it's nothing special, he muttered, stepping forward with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Gu, everyone has already left, what is there to see, let's go. The ongoing commotion of moving staff cluttered the area. Lu Chengze twirled the flower in his hand, his gaze scanning the petals, his tone devoid of inflection. Did you inform her that I would return? Assistant Lin straightened his posture, replying earnestly, I sent a message to Miss Jian before boarding. The air momentarily stilled. Then, Lu Chengze turned towards Assistant Lin, extending his hand. Hand me your phone. Without hesitation, Assistant Lin retrieved his phone, navigating to Jian Yao's WeChat interface and presenting it to him. Lu Chengze stared at the simple screen for an extended moment, his fingers gripping the phone tightly enough to turn pale. She knew he intended to return, yet she still did not wait for him. The cumulative effects of sleep deprivation and lack of food caused Lu Chengze's vision to blur, his tall form swaying slightly. Wu Yu quickly steadied him. Lu Gu. Assistant Lin took out a piece of candy and placed it in Lu Chengze's mouth, a hint of concern in his voice. It's nothing, the president simply hasn't eaten and has low blood sugar. In truth, Lu Chengze often neglected meals due to company matters. However, with Miss Jian overseeing him daily, occasionally preparing light meals at the office, he had not encountered such a situation in quite some time, so long that he had nearly forgotten about his low blood sugar, and the candy he carried had not been utilized for ages. This time, perhaps due to the fact that the Shanghai market was not as convenient as the Beijing market, he had spent most of his time in the hospital, and the local cuisine leaned towards the sweeter side, which did not suit his palate. It had been 3 or 4 days since Lu Chengze had properly eaten or rested. Wu Yu helped Lu Chengze sit on a nearby chair, his expression filled with indignation. It's all Jian Yao's fault for upsetting Lu Gu. He was already exhausted from taking care of EE, and yet she had to throw a tantrum at such a critical moment, not even waiting for Lu Gu during the engagement. Such words were unreasonable. Assistant Lin opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He was paid to do his job, not to judge his boss's decisions. Noticing a hint of color returning to Lu Chengze's face, he asked with concern, President, are you feeling better? Shall I arrange for something to eat? Lu Chengze shook his head, his pale lips pressed tightly together. He braced himself against the table and stood. I'm going back, I want to see her. On the way to Jian's residence, Lu Chengze took out his phone and dialed Jian Yao's number. With each ring of the busy tone, the atmosphere in the car grew increasingly tense. Wu Yu could no longer bear it. Lu Gu, you know Jian Yao's temperament, her unreasonable outbursts are not a first. There's no need to indulge her. As he gripped the steering wheel, memories of the humiliation he had endured the last time he visited Jian's residence surged back, intensifying his frustration. Not if you ask me. It's because you spoiled her even before marriage. She dares to go days without contacting you. Just wait until you're married. What will she be like then? Assistant Lin, observing the absurdity of Wu Yu's comments, cleared his throat. Miss Jian is busy preparing for the engagement banquet. It's understandable if she hasn't seen her phone. Wu Yu retorted, really, she has been too busy to glance at her phone for days? In this age of constant connectivity, can anyone truly go days without checking their phone? He was unconvinced. Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Lu Chengze's expression darkened, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the phone, the automated voice abruptly cutting off. He straightened in his seat, staring ahead, his tone icy. You are correct. I have indeed spoiled her. He acknowledged that this situation was his fault, but after arriving in Shanghai, he had instructed Assistant Lin to notify her and had made every effort to return swiftly. After more than a decade of friendship, why could she not understand him for once? Lu Chengze's gaze fell upon the jewelry box resting in the back seat, a sardonic smile escaping him. He had intended to make amends, even bringing her a gift in such a hurried manner, and now, it appeared it was no longer necessary. Lu Chengze raised his hand, pressing at the corners of his aching eyes, before tossing the gift box onto Assistant Lin's lap, his voice as frigid as ice. Send it to Louis if she did not want it. There were plenty of others who would. He would wait for the day she regretted her decision. Assistant Lin reflexively caught the gift box, casting a troubled glance at Lu Chengze. President, this isn't what you intended to give. Miss Jian was upset. A little coaxing would suffice. Why should one suffer in silence over pride at such a critical juncture? Under normal circumstances, Assistant Lin never intervened in the matters between Lu Chengze and Jian Yao. Years of indulgence had led him to believe that Miss Jian would never truly leave President Lu. Yet this time, he sensed that Miss Jian was genuinely angry. A gentle disposition did not equate to a lack of temper. On the contrary, those who were mild-mannered could often be the most fearsome when truly enraged. Now, however, was not the time for such considerations. Lu Chengze's expression remained frosty, dismissing any further conversation. Assistant Lin was about to offer another word of advice when the phone rang unexpectedly. Lu Chengze glanced at the screen. Noting it was a call from the company, his expression darkened, and he leaned back against the car seat, closing his eyes to rest. Assistant Lin swiped to answer, and the panicked voice of a female assistant from the president's office reached his ears. "Is President Lu with you?" Assistant Lin furrowed his brow. "Yes, what's wrong?" "There's been an issue at the company." As the other side relayed the details, Assistant Lin's already pale complexion turned ghostly white upon hearing the news. The tens of millions he covets threatened to undermine the very foundation of the Lu family. Assistant Lin dialed the phone once more, only to be met with silence until it automatically disconnected. Rarely flustered, he wore an unusual frown as he spoke to Lu Chengze, his tone laced with a stiffness that was uncharacteristic. "President Lu, no one is answering the call from President Li's side." For years, it had been Miss Jian who negotiated the collaborative projects between the Lu and Li families, and given the long-standing friendship between the Li and Jian families, they had never been difficult in this regard. However, this was the first instance of calls going unanswered. Assistant Lin recalled how President Lu had missed the engagement banquet for Louis, furrowing his brow in contemplation. There had been issues with materials over the past 6 months. And it was particularly troubling that they had erupted at this moment. President Li might very well be seeking retribution against Jian Yao. Initially, he had opposed the Lu siblings joining the company. But President Lu had insisted, going against the tide to support their assent, and now not only was the union between the Jian and Lu families precariously hanging by a thread, but the company projects were also in jeopardy. He couldn't comprehend why President Lu, a man of evident intelligence, seemed to lose all sense when it came to matters involving Louis. As he thought of the Lu siblings, Assistant Lin closed his eyes. A wave of unprecedented helplessness washing over him. Listening to Wu Yu's murmurs, Lu Chengze felt his heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might burst from his chest. The objections raised when Lu Yaozong was appointed warehouse manager echoed in his mind. "Chengze, Lu Yaozong lacks the capability to hold the position of warehouse manager. If you wish to nurture him, he should start from the ground up." President Lu Yaozong's qualifications barely suffice for a security guard position in our company. Appointing him to such a high role may be inappropriate. Even Wu Yu, who had never contradicted him, had voiced her dissent. "Lu Gu, have you lost your mind? He was expelled from school for theft. Putting him in charge of the warehouse is akin to letting a rat loose in a grain store." How had he initially justified his decision? He believed Jian Yao was allowing her dislike for Louis to cloud her professional judgment. He thought Assistant Lin was too rigid, judging people solely by their academic credentials, which seemed overly biased. As for Wu Yu's claims of theft, it had merely involved a few thousand-yuan watch belonging to a roommate. Such a watch wasn't even worth a glance to him. To him, it hardly counted as theft. He had confidently asserted that he would take responsibility should anything go awry, believing that Lu Yaozong's abilities would suffice to manage any mistakes. Clenching his fingers tightly, his well-manicured nails dug painfully into his flesh, yet his expression remained impassive, as if he felt no pain at all. The car came to a sudden stop in front of the Lu Corporation. Lu Chengze and Wu Yu were the first to exit. Assistant Lin stepped out, his trousers brushed against a black velvet gift box. It was the jewelry Lu Chengze had originally chosen for Jian Yao. Now repurposed for Louis. Assistant Lin contemplated ignoring it but paused mid-action, then reached for it. Passing by the reception desk, he handed the gift box and address to one of the receptionists, instructing her to deliver it. On the top floor of Lu Corporation, the young assistant entered for the third time, carrying a warm cup of coffee, her eyes rimmed with red, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. "Secretary Wang, please have a cup of coffee." With both President Lu and Assistant Lin absent, and Miss Jian not present either, she was left to muster the courage to entertain, dressed in a sharp professional outfit. Secretary Wang sat upright on the sofa, casting a glance at the mechanical wall clock, her tone far from pleasant. "Is the coffee from your esteemed company free of charge, or is President Lu's status too lofty for a mere secretary like me to deserve it?" The trembling assistant felt her eyes welling up with tears. President Lu was already on his way. "Please wait just a moment longer." Secretary Wang, feeling irritable, found the sight of the assistant on the verge of tears even more exasperating. "Stop crying. If someone sees you, they might think I'm bullying you." Lu Chengze himself was at a loss for how he had ascended to the position of president. The caliber of individuals in the presidential office was questionable. There was Louis, who, as a secretary, constantly feigned illness to take sick leave, requiring the president's personal attention, and then there was the frail assistant, who could only serve coffee and was quick to shed tears at the slightest provocation. The young assistant flinched at her words, her eyes reddening as she fought to suppress her tears. I'm sorry." As Lu Chengze entered, he happened upon this scene, shooting a disapproving glance at Secretary Wang before addressing the tearful assistant. "You may leave now." Once the assistant exited and the office door closed, Lu Chengze took a seat opposite Secretary Wang, picking up the contract on the table to review it in a cold voice. He stated, "I will provide an explanation to the Li family regarding this matter." Secretary Wang raised an eyebrow, appraising him with a scrutinizing gaze, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. An explanation. What the Li family desires is far more than just an explanation. Her audacious scrutiny only intensified Lu Chengze's already frayed nerves. He paused, his fingers stilling on the contract, a smirk playing on his lips. And how do you believe this matter should be resolved? Secretary Wang, with a composed smile, Secretary Wang proposed, terminate the collaboration. Lu Corporation compensates for Li Corporation's losses at full value, issues a public apology, and pays the penalty for breach of contract. Lu Chengze lowered his gaze to the documents in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, the Li family hasn't utilized these materials at all, have they? He closed the file and lifted his eyes to meet Secretary Wang's exquisitely crafted features. Why don't we reach a compromise? The Li family retains this batch of materials, and we refund half of the payment initially provided. This way, the Li family saves funds, and we avoid the hassle of retrieving the goods. A win-win for both parties. Secretary Wang scoffed, clapping her hands mockingly at President Lu. You truly are a master of calculations, but perhaps you should guess why we haven't used a single item from the goods we received 6 months ago? Her tone was laced with sarcasm. Isn't it because we simply cannot use them? The Li family has always taken the high-end route. Every material is meticulously selected. Using inferior products disguised as premium goods would be tantamount to self-destruction. Secretary Wang's countenance hardened. My earlier proposal is the only viable solution. President Lu has 3 days to consider it. Otherwise, we shall see each other in court. Chapter 21 tomorrow. Does Miss Jian have any free time? Secretary Wang inquired, striding toward the door in her high heels. Secretary Wang, are you certain you possess the authority to handle this matter? Lu Chengze remained seated on the sofa, his long legs crossed. Regarding her with a barely perceptible air of condescension, Secretary Wang halted, turning to face him, her lined eyes narrowing slightly. What do you mean, President Lu? Lu Chengze poured himself a glass of water, taking a sip. The Li and Jian families share a close relationship, and I am Jian Yao's fiancé. He lifted his gaze to meet Secretary Wang's. Is President Li aware of your intentions to go against Lu Corporation? Observing Lu Chengze's inexplicable confidence, Secretary Wang found it somewhat amusing yet felt a twinge of pity for Jian Yao. Did he not realize that the collaboration between the Lu and Li families was primarily championed by Jian Yao? Had he considered that every favor has its limits, Jian Yao had vouched for him in front of President Li, yet he could not even manage his subordinates, allowing them to tamper with the goods. Meanwhile, his assistant's brother climbed the ranks using Jian Yao's connections, and when trouble arose, he sought to drag Jian Yao into the fray, should President Li possess even a modicum of narrow-mindedness. Not only would the collaboration with Lu Corporation suffer, but the relationship between the Jian and Li families would also be jeopardized. He reveled in the benefits Jian Yao provided while maintaining an air of superiority. Refusing to lower his esteemed head apart from his handsome visage, she could hardly fathom what Jian Yao saw in him, recalling the invitation she had seen in President Li's office a few days prior in his phone call at noon. Secretary Wang's smile deepened. Whether I have the authority to make decisions is my concern. No need for President Lu to worry, she added. If President Lu has the time to ponder, perhaps he should focus on how to secure funding instead. With that, she grasped the door handle, opening the door to the presidential office as she exited. Behind her, as the office door shut, Lu Chengze could no longer contain his frustration, sweeping his hand across the table and sending all the cups crashing to the floor. Exiting the presidential office led him to the secretary's room. Through the glass door, he could clearly see a few young assistants scrambling to sort through documents, while the spot designated for Lu's secretary's name tag lay empty. Through the crack of the door, he could overhear their complaints. Why must we clean up Lu Yaozong's mess? Isn't Louis his sister? Why isn't she handling the organization and statistics? There are years' worth of warehouse data. We won't finish sorting it even if we work all night. Keep your voice down, or Assistant Lin and President Lu will hear you, and you'll be in for it. Didn't you hear? President Lu missed the engagement banquet for Jian's supervisor just for Louis. Really, how pitiful for Jian's supervisor indeed. The daughter of the esteemed Jian family is being overshadowed by a country girl listening to their discussions. Secretary Wang raised an eyebrow, casting a playful glance at them as she continued on her way, clutching the documents in her arms, and stepped into the elevator. Just moments prior, Lu Chengze had positioned himself as Jian Yao's fiancé. Yet the assistants in the presidential office seemed unaware of the situation. How intriguing! In the vast Lu Corporation, had no one realized that Jian Yao was already engaged to the heir of the Gu family? As Secretary Wang observed her reflection in the shiny elevator doors, she felt a surge of satisfaction and retrieved a lipstick from her bag for a touch-up. Things were getting interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Zhiyan assisted Jian Yao into the car. The partition rose and the space was left to just the two of them. Gu Zhiyan adjusted his tie and turned to her. You must have risen quite early today, haven't you? Feeling fatigued, one may indulge in a brief slumber. I shall call you when the time comes. Jian Yao gently massaged her aching ankle and nodded honestly. She wasn't particularly tired, merely experiencing some discomfort in her feet. A warm foot soak upon her return would suffice to alleviate her woes. In pursuit of elegance, she had spent the entire day in 8-centimeter heels. And after several hours, her legs felt nearly foreign. Gu Ziyuan glanced down at her delicate, pale ankles, noting their slight swelling. Her skin, a cool porcelain hue, appeared tender and, while not severe, was somewhat startling to behold. Gu Ziyuan's expression darkened slightly as he leaned down to grasp her ankle. His hand was large, fingers long and slender, effortlessly encircling her swollen ankle. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver through Jian Yao. Prompting her to softly call out, "Gu Ziyuan," he deftly unfastened the strap of her high heel, precisely pressing on an acupoint near her ankle, murmuring softly, "Do not fear, I shall massage it for you, it will not hurt." Jian Yao gritted her teeth, realizing that discomfort was not the issue, it was her embarrassment. How could he, Gu Ziyuan, the radiant scion of fortune, the epitome of admiration, be massaging her legs? His touch was neither harsh nor painful. Merely an odd mix of ticklishness and numbness. Jian Yao cast her gaze downward, observing as Gu Ziyuan's fingers gently encircled her ankle, the prominent veins on the back of his hand exuding strength. Contrasting sharply with her slender ankle, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew palpably delicate, as if the very air were thinning. She fought against the urge to retract her leg, striving to find a topic of conversation to divert her attention. "Thank you for today. When do you plan to obtain the marriage certificate?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, Jian Yao wished to retract them, hastily clarifying, "Please do not misunderstand, I meant that you have fulfilled your promise. And now it is time for me to honor mine." Gu Ziyuan continued his ministrations, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, his tone casual. "I am well aware that Miss Jian is a person of her word. There is no misunderstanding." He lifted his gaze, regarding her with an inscrutable expression. "However, Miss Jian, why are you in such a fluster?" Initially composed, Jian Yao felt a flicker of insecurity under Gu Ziyuan's scrutinizing gaze. Yet, refusing to yield, she seized the opportunity to retract her foot, lifting her chin defiantly. "I am not flustered. If I were, I would not have brought up the marriage certificate." "Is that so?" With her ankle freed from his grasp, Gu Ziyuan instinctively clenched his hand, lingering on the warmth that had been left behind. He had initially considered that having only recently met, Miss Jian might not be prepared for such a leap. Gu Ziyuan straightened, adopting a businesslike demeanor. "It appears I underestimated Miss Jian's adaptability. That is my oversight." He glanced at his watch, noting that it was nearly 4 o'clock. "It seems today is no longer feasible. Will you be available tomorrow, Miss Jian?" Jian Yao was taken aback, contemplating the urgency of his request. However, recalling that she had initiated this line of inquiry, she could only acquiesce, gritting her teeth as she managed to utter, "If all goes as planned, I will be free." Having taken a half-month leave to prepare for her engagement banquet, she still had 3 days remaining. Gu Ziyuan replied with an affirming "oh," and continued, "Very well, I shall come to pick you up tomorrow." As the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Jian Yao's housing complex, Gu Ziyuan exited and retrieved the gown she had changed out of, along with the gift boxes she had received. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Jian Yao reached out to take them. "Allow me to manage this myself," she insisted. Gu Ziyuan sidestepped her hand, his attention drawn to her ankle. "You have an injury. I will escort you upstairs." Under his gaze, Jian Yao instinctively tucked her ankle away, recalling the recent memory of his massage, and conceded, "Thank you." The earlier conversation in the car had left Jian Yao feeling that her resistance to Gu Ziyuan was alarmingly feeble. Each time they were alone, her intelligence and emotional acuity plummeted, compelling her to resolve to speak less. She followed him in silence, stepping in his shadow, deliberately avoiding looking directly at him. The apartment she had purchased, while modest in size, was situated in a prestigious area of the city, with lush greenery providing a serene escape from the urban bustle. Yet, her demanding schedule at the Lu Corporation left her little opportunity to appreciate the beauty surrounding her. As she strolled alongside Gu Ziyuan through the serene grove, her previously restless emotions astonishingly began to settle. Immersed in this rare moment of tranquility, she failed to notice when Gu Ziyuan had stepped beside her until he quietly inquired, "Do you like it here?" "Do I like it?" But Jian Yao hesitated. When she had chosen this location, it was solely for its proximity to the Lu Corporation, as Lu Chengze resided nearby, which would facilitate their life post-marriage. As for her personal preferences, she had never truly considered them. Previously enamored with Lu Chengze, she had naturally grown fond of the place he called home, but now, Jian Yao pursed her lips, admitting, "I don't particularly like it." Gu Ziyuan seemed to chuckle softly, confused by what was amusing. Jian Yao glanced up at him. His strikingly handsome features often garnered him favor in various situations. Jian Yao sighed, "Well, with looks like that, it's understandable if your sense of humor is a bit peculiar. What do you prefer?" Just before they entered the elevator, Gu Ziyuan posed another question. Jian Yao gazed at the ascending floor numbers, pondering for a moment. "I enjoy small courtyards in the Jiangnan garden style, carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions and towers, where one can grow flowers, raise fish, listen to the rain, and admire the plum blossoms. A traditional Chinese courtyard has no drawbacks other than its expense." She looked up at him, puzzled. "What prompted you to ask this?" Gu Ziyuan, holding the bags, glanced down at her. "Oh, nothing much. The Gu family has recently acquired a plot of land, and we have yet to decide on a development project. I thought to seek inspiration from your perspective." Jian Yao was struck dumb. Was this the disparity in thought processes between ordinary individuals and the wealthy? It was no wonder he was successful. When the elevator doors opened with a chime, Jian Yao stepped forward, using her iris to unlock her front door. Gu Zhiyan cast a brief glance at the closed door across from him. His expression darkening. He did not enter but placed the items he had been holding on the shoe rack by the entrance. Remember to soak your feet in warm water. I will come to pick you up tomorrow. Understanding he had other commitments, Jian Yao nodded obediently. Please drive safely. After seeing Gu Zhiyan off, Jian Yao removed her shoes and walked barefoot on the carpet. She had to admit that Gu Zhiyan's massage had indeed been effective. The soreness had diminished significantly. As she slipped on her slippers, she noticed that the area around her ankle seemed to still retain the warmth of his touch, producing a delightful tingling sensation. Bending down, she rubbed her ankle awkwardly, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. How could someone as contradictory as Gu Zhiyan exist in this world? Most of the time, he was incredibly considerate, yet occasionally he left her at a loss for words. He was both a gentleman and possessed a peculiar sense of humor. Picking up the gift bag from the shoe rack, she retreated to her room to organize her belongings, preparing to select a set of pajamas and indulge in a hot bath. Upon opening her wardrobe, she was met with an array of garments in varying shades of black, white, and gray. Jian Yao's grip on the doorknob tightened slightly. In truth, her complexion suited vibrant, bright colors far better. She could carry them well and they complemented her skin tone. Even in her memories of the orphanage, the director would buy her red princess dresses, declaring that she looked lovely in such hues. After returning to the Jian household, her mother had indulged her with an assortment of princess gowns, filling her wardrobe with a riot of colors, when had her clothing choices dwindled to only black, white, and gray. Jian Yao reflected carefully, realizing that it likely began after Lu Yi's arrival. Lu Yi was gentle and delicate, evoking a sense of protectiveness in others. Consequently, both Lu Chengze and her childhood friend Wu Yu gradually gravitated toward her after witnessing her vulnerability. To garner Lu Chengze's attention, Jian Yao had suppressed her own temperament, altering her style to become the version he preferred, ultimately leading her to lose herself in the process, shaking off her thoughts. Jian Yao silently selected a white silk nightgown and neatly folded undergarments before closing the wardrobe and heading to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Gu Zhiyan arrived at the private room to find a group engaged in a boisterous game of 3 gardens. Each person appeared rosy-cheeked from drink, and upon seeing Gu Zhiyan enter, they stumbled to their feet, beckoning him to join. Bro, come and play with us. We've saved you a seat. They swayed about like sardines, making room for him. Gu Zhiyan glanced at the inebriated Hong Mao, deftly avoiding his outstretched hand. I am not interested in such games. Please enjoy yourselves. Gu Zhiyan sidestepped the drunken crowd and settled beside Pei, who was impeccably dressed in formal attire, his collar buttoned to the neck and his gem cufflinks glimmering under the lights. In stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere, Pei appeared as the brooding, heartbroken tycoon from a melodramatic series. Gu Zhiyan poured himself a glass of red wine from the table, unapologetically piercing through Pei's facade. We are comrades, no need for pretenses. Pei's demeanor cracked instantly, his elongated, phoenix-like eyes glancing at Gu Zhiyan. People are saying we make quite the pair. Now that the lover is engaged, what's wrong with me being a little sad? Gu Zhiyan suddenly shifted away, distancing himself from Pei. I am a man of commitment. Please maintain your decorum. Pei was nearly doubled over with laughter. You possess no sense of humor, yet you managed to win over Jian Yao? He scrutinized Gu Zhiyan, downing the glass of wine he had been showcasing for effect. Come on, spill the beans. How did you snag such a catch? After years of silence, even he had assumed this fellow was genuinely disinterested in women. Yet, when he finally made a move, it was a breathtaking surprise. Jian Yao, the belle of the foreign language department. In those days, the suitors vying for her affection could have formed a line stretching from the foreign languages department to the school gate. When the name Jian Yao was mentioned, Gu Zhiyan straightened his demeanor and spoke with composure. What does it mean to seize an opportunity? This is fate. Pei scoffed lightly. A fate? Is fate wandering aimlessly in a bar located 100,000 miles from his residence? Passing by Jian Yao's side flawlessly multiple times among the throngs of people, now that is truly a remarkable coincidence. Pei chuckled derisively. You really are something. If it weren't for the fact that I firmly believe Gu Zhiyan would never compromise himself for his family, I would still be in the dark about the truth, even after seeing the bar's surveillance footage in reverse to gather evidence. Nevertheless, this decisive and efficient manner indeed reflected Gu Zhiyan's style, seizing the moment to strike with precision. Gu Zhiyan seemed oblivious to Pei's sarcasm, nodding matter-of-factly. I have always been quite capable in every respect. Chapter 23, A Cat Who Values Beauty Over Friendship. Gu Zhiyan had no desire to discuss Jian Yao with other men. He downed his drink in one gulp, casually placing the glass on the table, his dark, shimmering eyes glancing toward a disheveled group of people nearby. Were they particularly idle lately? Why had they all suddenly shown up? Pei shot a glance at Gu Zhiyan, poured himself another drink, and refilled Gu Zhiyan's glass while lazily leaning back on the sofa. If only you could divert even a fraction of the thoughts you devote to Jian Yao toward the club, perhaps you wouldn't be oblivious to their presence at the live-streaming event. It was evident that they were co-managing a studio, yet somehow, it seemed he was the only one bearing the weight of responsibility from start to finish. Gu Zhiyan cast a frosty glance at him. Years of tacit understanding allowed Pei Yi to instantly grasp Gu Zhiyan's implication. Is Jian Yao even your concern? Pei Yi rendered speechless. Mimicked a zipping motion across his mouth and raised his glass toward Gu Zhiyan. Gu Zhiyan meticulously adjusted the tie he had hastily loosened in the car, declaring, I won't drink anymore. I fear it may worry your sister-in-law. You all continue to drink, and just put it on my tab. Pei Yi retorted. Are you leaving already? If I could take you on, I would gladly throw a couple of punches. As Gu Zhiyan stood up to depart, Pei Yi hastily interjected, the collaborators have expressed a desire for the two of us to participate in the live-streaming event alongside Hong Mao. What do you think? Back when he and Gu Zhiyan were still in their prime, they had been steadfast teammates with Hong Mao, collectively known as the Three Musketeers, after graduation, with their focus shifting to Yao Guang. And following their retirement from the club, only the youngest, Hong Mao, had continued to bear the burden leading a team of novices in competition. It had been quite some time since they had engaged in gaming. And fans frequently clamored for their return on Weibo. Though a reunion was unlikely, it would be nice to offer a bit of nostalgia to their former fans through this event. Gu Zhiyan hesitated for a moment at the door. A fleeting memory surfacing of their university days in the study room, where Lu Chengze and Wu Yu had been gaming, scolding Jian Yao for her poor performance, and Jian Yao's anxious demeanor had crossed his mind. Tinged with a hint of pain, I might be rather busy for the time being, so I have no plans to participate. Oh, Pei Yi observed the man's retreating figure, rolling his eyes silently. He had probably rolled his eyes more today than in his entire life. Emulating Gu Zhiyan's tone, he mockingly said, busy for the time being. We're all in the same company. How could he not know if you're busy or not? What a farce. Perhaps he's busy wooing his wife instead. A cad who values beauty over friendship. An hour later, Jian Yao emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp. The sunlight was just right in the sky. She chose not to use a hairdryer, opting instead for a book. As she made her way to the balcony to read and let her hair air dry, as she casually tossed her phone onto the bed, its screen lit up with a message from an unknown number. She grabbed her phone, opened the message, and continued toward the balcony with a book titled Living. The message contained a brief sentence and an image. Is the necklace brother Lu just gifted me nice? The photo did not reveal her face, it only showcased her neck, displaying a glimpse of her chin and exquisite collarbones adorned with a sparkling six-pointed star diamond necklace. Without needing to think, Jian Yao recognized it was from Lu Yi. The last time she had blocked Lu Yi on WeChat, this time she had opted to send a message from an unfamiliar number. Jian Yao let out a cold scoff. It seemed Lu Yi was rather persistent. She was disinclined to engage with Lu Yi, a known schemer, and exited the messaging interface, instinctively opening WeChat, where she immediately noticed a message from assistant Lin sent an hour ago. Miss Jian, there is an issue with the project between Lu Corporation and Li Corporation. Could you please have Mr.Li take my call? The project involving Lu Corporation and Li Corporation had always been under her purview. She had met with Uncle Li earlier that day, and everything had seemed fine. What could possibly have gone awry? Jian Yao tapped her phone lightly, inquiring about the situation. It seemed Assistant Lin had been waiting for her response. Almost instantaneously, a message began to appear on the other end. However, after a few flickers, only one sentence was sent. It's a minor issue. You just need to have Mr.Li answer the phone. Jian Yao pursed her lips. Clearly this implied a reluctance to divulge the details. She opened the company group chat, where the atmosphere was peaceful, filled with casual chatter. It was evident that Lu Chengze had chosen to conceal this matter. It must have been significant for him to go to such lengths to hide it from her. Jian Yao could roughly guess the culprit, although Lu Yi had been making small moves under Assistant Lin's nose. She had not been involved in any major projects at the company. Most likely it was Lu Yi's incompetent brother causing trouble. Lu Yaozong was the warehouse manager, and Jian Yao's heart sank. While the position was not large, mishandling it could lead to serious consequences. Clenching her phone tightly, she thought about how Lu Chengze was still attempting to shield Lu Yaozong. Her desire to leave Lu Corporation grew more urgent by the minute. Assistant Lin, not receiving her reply, sent another message. Miss Jian, are you still there? Jian Yao removed the towel from her head, tapping the screen with her fingers. Since it's a minor issue, I'll handle it when I return to the office after my break. With that vague reply, she silenced her phone and nestled into her lounge chair with her book. If they wanted her assistance, they could not expect her to be kept in the dark about the truth. Judging by Uncle Li's expression earlier, it seemed unlikely that Li Corporation would be harmed, so let Assistant Lin and Lu Chengze figure it out themselves. After all, when Lu Yaozong had been allowed into the company, the slogans had been quite loud. Now that trouble had arisen, he could bear the consequences himself. In the executive office on the top floor of Lu Corporation, Lu Chengze stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out toward the east, the direction of Jian Yao's neighborhood, the cigarette he held was nearly burnt out, the heat seeping through his fingertips, yet he remained motionless, as if he felt no pain. Assistant Lin stood behind him, his gaze flicking to the glowing tip of the cigarette, biting his lip. Mr. Lu, our current liquid assets are insufficient to cover the shortfall at Li Corporation, half a year's worth of payments. 800 million, plus penalties. Even if we rob Peter to pay Paul, we're still short by a considerable margin. For some reason Li Corporation's stance has been unusually firm. Even Secretary Wang, who is usually mild-mannered, has suddenly turned hostile, refusing to grant even a few extra days grace, insisting that 3 days is 3 days. If the funds are not received in 3 days, Li Corporation will publicly disclose Lu Corporation's scandal of substandard goods and file a lawsuit. Once this matter is made public, other partners will undoubtedly turn against Lu Corporation. At that point, it will be far more than just repaying a few $100 million that could resolve the issue. A tarnished reputation would require meticulous consideration from any company wishing to collaborate with Lu Corporation in the future, and recovering from such a setback would be an arduous task. Chapter 24. Tomorrow is not possible. I have an appointment. Assistant Lin understood these implications, and so did Lu Chengze. Just as the cigarette burned to its end, and before it could scorch his skin, he extinguished the butt in the ashtray. Is there still no way to reach Jian Yao? Assistant Lin hesitated for a moment. Well, we sort of managed to contact her. Upon hearing this, Lu Chengze finally turned around. What do you mean by sort of? Assistant Lin chose his words carefully. You instructed us not to inform Miss Jian about Lu Yaozong's situation for the time being, so she mentioned that she would handle anything upon her return from vacation. Lu Chengze shot a cold glare at Assistant Lin. Message her to come to the office. Assistant Lin opened his mouth to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Chengze. Immediately, right now. Assistant Lin stammered, but she isn't responding to messages, and when I called, she didn't answer. Lu Chengze felt as if he were punching a cloud, his frustration boiling over as he glared at Assistant Lin. Then took out his phone to call Jian Yao. The line was met with a monotonous ringing, neither disconnected nor answered. Lu Chengze's expression darkened ominously. What on earth is she doing all day? He furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at Assistant Lin. Has her phone always been this difficult to reach? Though they had grown up together, Jian Yao had always been the one to cling to him. Initiating contact, this was the first time he had faced such a cold shoulder from her. Of course not. Miss Jian is the director of the business department, and her phone contains numerous client contacts. Normally, her phone is kept on 24/7. She has always been easy to reach. However, in this moment, faced with Lu Chengze's inquiries, Assistant Lin averted his gaze, not daring to speak. Lu Chengze, his patience wearing thin, grabbed his suit jacket from the sofa and headed for the door. Assistant Lin hurried to catch up. Mr. Lu, where are you going? There are still piles of mess to deal with in the company. And you're still keeping it from the shareholders and the chairman. At this crucial moment, where could you possibly be heading? Lu Chengze replied coldly. To see what Jian Yao is up to. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chengze's phone suddenly rang. Assistant Lin's eyes lit up. It must be a call from Miss Jian, although Miss Jian might be in a temper. Her fondness for President Lu would surely compel her to call the moment she saw his name. The absence of earlier calls likely indicated that she was still occupied. After all, today marked the engagement celebration of President Lu and Miss Jian. And with so many relatives and friends around, some might wish to gather after the banquet. Lu Chengze momentarily halted his steps, casting his gaze down at the phone in his hand. The typically composed Assistant Lin hastened to catch up with Lu Chengze, his face alight with anticipation. Was it indeed Miss Jian? Lu's trouble seemed quite formidable, yet if Miss Jian were willing to mediate with Mr. Li, all challenges would dissolve effortlessly. Just as he voiced this thought, he noticed the chilling aura surrounding Lu Chengze intensifying, his grip on the phone tightening to the brink of shattering it. Assistant Lin glanced down, observing the phone still vibrating, its screen revealing the caller ID, Louis. The joy on Assistant Lin's face faded entirely, his form stiffening as he discreetly retreated a step, striving to diminish his presence. From the corner of his eye, he saw President Lu fixated on the screen for an extended period, finally accepting the call just before it was set to disconnect. Whatever was said on the other end rendered his expression frigid. I understand, I'm on my way. Miss Jian had merely intended to let her hair dry, yet unexpectedly dozed off on the lounge chair. Upon awakening, the sky had darkened completely, and the balcony was bathed only in the distant glow of neon lights. She bent down to retrieve the books that had been displaced and picked up her phone to check the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. Several missed calls adorned her screen, predominantly from Assistant Lin, with the last one being from Lu Chengze. The most recent message had arrived a few hours prior. It was likely still regarding matters with the Li Corporation. If Lu Chengze had taken the initiative to call her, it seemed the situation had escalated considerably. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she silenced her phone and headed towards the kitchen. She had skipped breakfast that morning and had only taken a few token bites during lunch while toasting her relatives, leaving her now famished. Lu Chengze had a delicate stomach and often neglected breakfast, so she frequently prepared bento boxes for him. The refrigerator held an abundance of ingredients, but unfortunately due to her hectic schedule in recent days, several vegetables had lost their freshness. Spotting a packet of previously purchased snail noodles on the shelf, she decided to prepare that instead. As she watched the water boil, she set a timer on her phone, only to be interrupted by an incoming call. It was Lu Chengze, initially inclined to decline the call, She hesitated for a moment, remembering she was still employed at Lu's company, and ultimately answered. A moment of silence enveloped the line. Even through the screen, she could hear the sound of him inhaling smoke. Jian, Lu Chengze's voice emerged, husky and strained. She responded with a cool noticing her aloof demeanor. He paused momentarily, growing impatient. She inquired, "Is there something you need? If not, I'll hang up. Why didn't you answer my calls? Why haven't you sent a single message these past few days? Why is the engagement ceremony proceeding without waiting for me? Why, despite having called, are you still not answering or returning my calls?" The moment the call connected, Lu Chengze had a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. However, when it came time to voice them, he could only manage to utter one word: "Why?" Jian lowered her gaze. "I've been busy, my phone was on silent, and I didn't see your calls." This was the very excuse Lu Chengze habitually used to brush her off, and today, she finally returned it to him in full. Lu Chengze took another drag of his cigarette, extinguishing it with a flick of his fingers. "I know you're still upset, this matter is my fault, and I can apologize. However, our personal feelings should not spill over into our work. You've always been in charge of the project with the Li Corporation, and now that the engagement banquet has concluded, the remaining vacation has been cancelled. You need to come to my office tomorrow." Jian stirred the boiling noodles with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together. "Tomorrow won't work. I have an appointment. An appointment? With whom? What could she possibly have planned other than shopping with Su Si?" Lu Chengze inhaled deeply, his tone edged with impatience. "Jian, I'm discussing something serious. Even if you're upset, there should be limits. Can you please refrain from being unreasonable?" Jian felt a laugh bubbling up in her throat from the absurdity of it all. She was being unreasonable. Just as she was about to retort, a soft feminine voice called out from the other end, "Lugage." Following that, Lu Chengze's irritation was unmistakable. "Jian, tomorrow morning at 8. If I don't see you in the office, you needn't bother showing your face to me again." Chapter 25. "What if I feed you?" he concluded, cutting off any opportunity for Jian to respond, and abruptly ended the call. Jian stared at her phone, stunned for a few seconds. Never show her face again, how splendid. She calmly set down her phone, drained the noodles, and added the soup base back into the pot for further boiling, seizing the moment while the water boiled. She quickly fried an egg. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she added the seasoning and noodles, fishing them out once cooked. As she lifted the pot lid, the aroma of the food dispelled the last remnants of gloom from her heart. Taking a deep breath, she sighed contentedly. Indeed, in this world, only good food was worth cherishing. She placed the steaming bowl on the dining table and, after a moment's thought, snapped a photo to send to Gu Zhiyan. Initially, she had felt somewhat conflicted about going to register for her marriage the next day. However, after Lu Chengze's threat, it seemed she had no choice but to go, at the Gu family's old residence. In the study, a man clad in black silk pajamas sat behind a desk cluttered with a substantial stack of property deeds. Assistant Su was flipping through a tablet, verifying each deed and layout, ultimately selecting 2 sets from the pile. "Mr. Gu, take a look at these 2. He placed the chosen deeds in notes before Gu Zhiyan. One is a new-style villa, and the other is an old courtyard house in the capital, both of which align with your requirements. Gu Zhiyan meticulously examined the design drawings with his mouse, Jian's words about the Jiangnan garden style echoing in his mind. His gaze flitted over the new-style villa before settling on the blueprints of the courtyard house. He remembered this courtyard well. It had been a coming-of-age gift from his grandfather. A traditional 3-entry courtyard house, once the residence of an official during the Qing dynasty, its overall style mirrored that of Suzhou Gardens. He pointed at the deed with his long fingers. "This one. Send someone to clean it up tomorrow." Assistant Su glanced at the computer screen, unable to comprehend why Gu was perusing property deeds at such an hour. Nevertheless, he nodded dutifully, swiftly organizing the remaining documents before exiting the room. Once the door closed, Gu Zhiyan pressed his fingers to his temples, picking up a separate deed resting on the desk. Musing to himself, he wondered if it would align with Jian's tastes. His eyes lingered on the document, though his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He hadn't intended to register for marriage so soon, but he knew Lu Chengze had returned to the capital. Even if Lu Chengze was not someone to be relied upon, he and Jian shared many years of affection. Familiarity breeds affection. He did not wish to gamble on whether Jian would have regrets upon seeing Lu Chengze again. Thus, he felt compelled to solidify their commitment as quickly as possible. He pondered whether Jian might feel it was too rushed or abrupt. Gu Zhiyan unlocked his phone, opened Jian's chat, and hesitated as his fingers hovered over the screen without typing a single word. Just then, a new message notification popped up, revealing a photo from Jian. The first thing he noticed was a steaming bowl of noodles accompanied by a golden fried egg, appearing quite appetizing. Following that was a brief message: "Going to register for marriage tomorrow. Remember to come pick me up." Gu Zhiyan gazed at his phone screen, tracing his fingers over her message thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly replied with a simple, "Okay," however, feeling that a one-word response seemed rather cold. He silently added, "Eat breakfast and rest well. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning." After sending the message, he opened the photo Jian had sent, enlarged it to examine it closely, saved it to his collection. and then exited the interface, murmuring to himself, after all these years, her taste remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Jian bit into the juicy fried egg, savoring the message from Gu Zhiyan with a smile. After finishing her meal, she took a refreshing shower to wash away the scent of the snail noodles. Selecting a light yellow dress from her wardrobe, she placed it aside, retrieved her identification and household registration book, ensuring she had not overlooked anything before applying her skincare and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, her well-established biological clock roused her promptly. After freshening up and applying light makeup, she descended with her bag in hand. She had intentionally arrived downstairs a good 10 minutes early, only to find Gu Zhiyan's car already parked below. She quickened her pace, asking, "Have you been waiting long?" The man, dressed in a black silk shirt, lounged casually against the car, his legs crossed, 2 buttons of his collar undone, revealing a graceful neckline. Some individuals only need to stand in place to effortlessly capture everyone's attention. It was peak commuting time, and Jian noticed several residents from the neighborhood frequently glancing their way. Upon seeing her approach, Gu Zhiyan gentlemanly opened the car door, inviting her inside. "No, I just arrived." As Gu Zhiyan settled into the driver's seat and leisurely fastened his seatbelt, he inquired, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Jian shook her head, not yet. Gu Zhiyan lifted his gaze to glance at her, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it." He reached out to present a bag of soup dumplings and soy milk, which he had conveniently purchased along the way, inviting her to savor their taste. Jian Yao accepted the bag and opened it, the distinctive aroma of wheat wafting through the vehicle, igniting her appetite. She pinched one of the dumplings between her fingers and looked towards Gu Zhiyan with her dark, glistening eyes, asking, "Have you eaten?" Gu Zhiyan, gripping the steering wheel, turned to face her, although he had already tasted them. The moment he met Jian Yao's sparkling gaze, his response took an unexpected turn. Not yet. Jian Yao was momentarily taken aback. She assumed that since Gu Zhiyan had brought her breakfast, he must have already eaten. Her inquiry was merely a reflex ingrained in her culture. To her surprise, he truly had not eaten. As she held the dumpling in her hand, she considered offering it to Gu Zhiyan but hesitated, noticing he was occupied with the steering wheel. Tentatively, she proposed, "How about I feed you?" The morning felt surreal. She found no objection to feeding her soon-to-be husband a dumpling, though she worried he might have some form of cleanliness obsession and reject her offer. Gu Zhiyan remained silent, simply tilting his head towards her. The distance between them suddenly diminished, catching Jian Yao off guard as she was unprepared for the striking beauty of his visage. Her heart raced, and she fought to suppress the tremor in her fingers, striving to maintain her composure. Gu Zhiyan observed the serious expression on Jian Yao's soft face, her ears betraying her with a blush. A barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. He slightly parted his lips, taking the dumpling she offered with a gentle bite. The dumpling, exquisitely small, was easily devoured in one mouthful. As he bit down, the rich crab-roe juice burst forth, flooding his mouth with flavor. Gu Zhiyan resumed driving, his tone languid, stating, "Delicious, even better than when freshly steamed." Jian Yao mechanically withdrew her hand, pinching a dumpling to pop into her mouth, her mind replaying the image of Gu Zhiyan as he had bitten into the dumpling just moments ago. Chapter 26. The more public the marriage, the better. How handsome, like a well-behaved little wolf dog. They had arrived early, and since it was not a special occasion, the Civil Affairs Bureau was not crowded, allowing the paperwork to proceed smoothly. Witnessing the steel stamp descend, a bittersweet sense of resolution washed over Jian Yao. With the palm-sized red book in her possession, she was now Gu Zhiyan's wife. It turned out that not marrying Lu Chengze was not as sorrowful as she had imagined. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found a few couples already forming a queue outside. All were sweet, youthful pairs, either playfully bickering or brimming with nervous excitement. Jian Yao couldn't help but glance at them a moment longer. Gu Zhiyan followed her gaze, spotting a pair of playful young lovers who appeared to be fresh graduates, their eyes still reflecting a certain innocence untouched by the world's harshness. He lowered his gaze to Jian Yao beside him and asked, "Are you envious?" Jian Yao was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Gu Zhiyan nodded towards the couple. "You've been staring at them for quite a while." Oh, she responded belatedly, not envious, just thought it seems nice. Sometimes, witnessing the happiness of others brought her joy as well. Gu Zhiyan held the freshly acquired red book in his hand, his gaze drifting from the couple back to Jian Yao. "Yes, that's so." He returned his attention to her, his voice rich with meaning. "You too shall become someone to be watched in the future." Jian Yao, still processing his words, saw him stride towards the parking lot. She blinked, following him, wondering if she was interpreting his words correctly. Would she truly become one of those being observed? It couldn't possibly mean what she thought, could it? Jian Yao bit her lip, resolutely dismissing the thought. They had hardly any connection before, their interactions limited to polite nods. She slapped her face lightly, reminding herself to stay grounded and not to overthink. The parking lot exit was blocked by a couple's car. While waiting for them to move, Gu Zhiyan pulled out his own small red book, raised his phone, and glanced at the one in Jian Yao's hand. "Shall we take a picture?" Feeling like a mere prop, Jian Yao raised her book to align with his, watching as he snapped 3 pictures before selecting the most flattering one. When he opened Weibo, she felt her heart race. Did he truly have no awareness of the potential backlash from his millions of followers, as a retired esports champion with a substantial fan base? Announcing his marriage would undoubtedly make headlines. Would his female admirers not tear her apart? As if sensing her sudden shift in mood, Gu Zhiyan turned to her, his enchanting eyes curving into a delightful smile. The corners of his lips lifting. Don't you want me to post it? Jian Yao blinked, contemplating whether it might be too ostentatious. Then she recalled that Gu Zhiyan had agreed to this engagement precisely to present a public face of marriage. To appease family pressures and quell industry rumors, hence, the more public the marriage, the better. Besides, it was merely a wedding photo for the cover. It wouldn't significantly affect her. She bit her cheek thoughtfully. Shaking her head, it can be posted. Gu Zhiyan looked at her steadily for 2 seconds before glancing down at his phone, decisively exiting Weibo. Despite his calm demeanor, disappointment seeped through his expression, and his voice lacked its usual vibrancy. If you don't want to, it's fine. It doesn't matter. The car blocking the way finally moved, and Gu Zhiyan resumed driving, casting Jian Yao a sidelong glance, reiterating, "It doesn't matter." Jian Yao felt a nagging sense that despite his words, there was an underlying disappointment radiating from him, as if he were silently accusing her of indecision. As Gu Zhiyan prepared to steer out of the parking lot, she blurted out, "I don't not want to." "You can post it." Gu Zhiyan maintained his grip on the steering wheel, turning to assess her, as if confirming whether she was genuine or merely placating him. Under his gaze, Jian Yao felt like a swindler. Having initiated this request herself, and now that her issue was resolved, it was his turn, yet he seemed hesitant, taking advantage of her readiness while playing coy. A wave of guilt washed over her. She tugged at the cuff of his shirt gently, murmuring, "You can post it." Gu Zhiyan's look of distress finally softened, and he asked again, "Really?" Jian Yao nodded, affirming her decision. To illustrate her resolve, she handed him his phone, urging, "Post it right now." Gu Zhiyan reluctantly took the phone, unlocking it swiftly, crafting a concise message to accompany the chosen photo. "Shall I post it now?" With Jian Yao nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, he sent it out. The car moved forward, slowly exiting the parking lot. As anticipated, the moment Gu Zhiyan's post went live, his phone erupted with notifications, an unending cascade of alerts. He focused on the road ahead, directing his attention to Jian Yao. "Could you help me select a few comments to reply to?" Jian Yao pointed at herself in astonishment. Me? They had yet to reach a level of familiarity where they could freely peruse each other's phones. In an age where privacy was sacred, looking at someone else's phone was akin to invading their personal space. Moreover, someone like Gu Zhiyan likely harbored many confidential matters on his device. Did he truly trust her this much? Deep down, she knew she would never allow Gu Zhiyan to see her own phone, where conversations with Susi existed, capable of ruining both their reputations if exposed. Gu Zhiyan nodded, utilizing the red light to unlock his phone with his fingerprint. "You could input your fingerprint. It would be much more convenient in the future." Jian Yao's lips parted slightly, caught in a dreamlike state. "Is that really appropriate? I'm afraid of seeing things I shouldn't." As the green light flickered, Gu Zhiyan, unfazed, gripped the wheel. "There is nothing on my phone that you shouldn't see." He paused, adding, "Besides, we are married now. Everything I own is joint property, including my phone." Jian Yao stared, bewildered, first at Gu Zhiyan's phone and then at her own, re-evaluating her understanding of joint property, fearing that this conversation would lead to him requesting her phone password. She decisively opened Gu Zhiyan's Weibo. The post he had just made was already gathering a staggering number of comments. Chapter 27. He appears to be quite easy to soothe. Gagalwan Shah just said that one shouldn't wake up too early. It leads to hallucinations. Seeing Gushin being taken, I'm going mad. KD 0.5. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who could endure Gushin's mouth? Chow Choa's food emoji. Glamorous stepmom. I just want to ask, is it Pei Kongke? My ship cannot sink. Crying emoji. Aniko meow. Good news, Gushin is not gay. There is still hope. Bad news, he is married. The chance has flown. Heart of stone. To the one above, your heart is indeed large. You must be punished to revisit Gushin's quotes. Gushin's dog. Prove you've watched Gushin's matches in one sentence. I'll start. Do you believe in Buddha? Why don't you kill? Though Gu Zhiyan had retired for a few years, he still possessed a vast fanbase, and the moment his Weibo post went live, numerous comments flooded in. Jian Yao had mentally prepared for a barrage of protests from fans. Yet she was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of their focus. Rather than concern over whom he married, they were far more intrigued by who could possibly tolerate him. Jian Yao gazed at the lengthy list of Gushin's quotes online, stealing a glance at the side where Gu Zhiyan Saturday. So this is the true nature of Gu Zhiyan. Jian Yao bit her lip, her expression filled with confusion, yet she distinctly remembered that the persona of Gu Zhiyan on the campus confession wall was that of a cold and elegant gentleman. Perhaps she had been lost in thought for too long. Gu Zhiyan adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel, bringing the sleek black Bentley to a precise stop at the roadside parking space. What is wrong? Jian Yao clutched his phone, as if it were a hot potato. N-nothing. Gu Zhiyan cast a sidelong glance at the teasing remarks from netizens on the phone, understanding immediately that he fixed his gaze on Jian Yao, his brows slightly raised and the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile. Do you think I differ somewhat from your imagination? Jian Yao honestly nodded. In her mind, Gu Zhiyan was an exemplary student in the management department. A gaming prodigy and the founder of Yaoguang, each identity alone was a striking highlight. His looks were merely the least significant of his many attributes. Overall, the Gu Zhiyan she envisioned was flawless. Untouchable. Gu Zhiyan found her candidness adorably foolish, stirring a desire to ruffle her hair. He leaned closer, his gaze locking onto Jian Yao's enchanting eyes, his obsidian irises reflecting her fair cheeks. Would you like to get to know the real me? Jian Yao stared at the man before her, inhaling his crisp scent, her heart fluttering as if struck by something, and she completely missed what he had said, nodding vacantly. Gu Zhiyan extended his pinky finger. Let us make a pinky promise. Jian Yao stared at Gu Zhiyan's outstretched hand, feeling a bit dazed. After graduating from kindergarten, she had long ceased to play such games. However, Gu Zhiyan's distinctly defined fingers were irresistibly appealing to someone who adored hands. With a slight dizziness, Jian Yao extended her hand, curling her finger around his pinky promise. It felt just as delightful as she had imagined. Gu Zhiyan withdrew his hand and restarted the car. Since you've agreed, let us commence the game. Coincidentally, our club has an event in a few days. You'll attend with me. Jian Yao was still lost in the thrill of having touched Gu Zhiyan when his words jolted her back to reality. Game? What game? She was utterly clueless about games. Jian Yao's lips turned a shade of crimson, about to seek clarification when her phone in her bag suddenly rang. She pulled it out for a quick glance. It was Assistant Lin. Yesterday, Lu Chengze had deigned to call her, requesting her presence at the company today, which she had ignored. This call was likely to reprimand her. Jian Yao swiped to answer, and Lin's slightly anxious voice came through immediately. Miss Jian, where are you now? President Lu is extremely furious. Jian Yao replied calmly, I'm on leave. Please have President Lin wait until I return to the company to discuss work matters. Having said that, she was about to hang up when Lin's voice became frantic. Miss Jian, you know President Lu's temper. You wouldn't want him to come looking for you at home, would you? Those words halted Jian Yao's hand mid-air. Given Lu Chengze's temperament, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. After a moment, she responded softly, I understand. Rather than allowing Lu Chengze to storm into her home, it was better for her to make a trip to the company. Conveniently retrieving her belongings, after ending the call, Jian Yao shyly turned to Gu Zhiyan. Could you take me to Lu's? The car remained silent, with only Jian Yao's voice echoing within. Gu Zhiyan did not glance at her. Silently starting the vehicle, the black car sped through the streets, and Jian Yao watched the rapidly retreating streetlights, inexplicably sensing that Gu Zhiyan seemed a bit upset, although he maintained the same expression and demeanor as before. The atmosphere around him felt distinctly different. Jian Yao thought he might be bothered by Lu Chengze, especially since her past entanglements with Lu Chengze had caused quite a stir, having agreed to be with Gu Zhiyan. She should have bid farewell to her past, maintaining a respectful distance, yet, on the very day they received their marriage certificate, she had rushed to meet Lu Chengze at the company. Gu Zhiyan's discontent was understandable. Jian Yao tightened her grip on her phone, stealing a glance at Gu Zhiyan, murmuring an explanation. I'm going to Lu's for work-related matters. She raised her hand in a gesture of oath. I promise to maintain distance from Lu Chengze and will never tarnish the Gu family's reputation. Gu Zhiyan gazed deeply at her, saying nothing, but Jian Yao perceptibly noticed the corners of his lips subtly lifting. Had she not been so attuned to his expressions, she might have missed it entirely. Jian Yao clutched her phone, memories of Susi's evaluation of Gu Zhiyan during their university days surfacing in her mind. Susi had stated, a man like Gu Zhiyan appears serious and as abstinent as an old monk, yet he is the most innocent. A little persuasion can win him over. At the time, she had disagreed with Susi's assessment, considering that the number of girls pursuing Gu Zhiyan throughout their university years could circle the campus thrice, yet none had ever captured the heart of this aloof academic god. Now, however, she was beginning to believe it. He seemed rather easy to coax. Just before alighting the car, Gu Zhiyan called out to Jian Yao, gesturing to his ear as if to signify a phone call. If you need anything, just give me a call. Jian Yao nodded. Okay, drive safely. She exited the car, watching as Gu Zhiyan's vehicle disappeared from sight before turning to glance at the Lu building and stepping inside. In a corner unseen by her, the black Bentley had quietly returned without her noticing. The window rolled down, revealing the sharply defined profile of the man in the driver's seat. He turned to look in the direction of Lu's. Watching Jian Yao's silhouette fade into the entrance before slowly raising the window, once inside the lobby, Jian Yao entered the elevator, and the drowsy receptionist immediately stood up to assist her. Director Jian, you're finally here. Assistant Lin has inquired several times today. Jian Yao nodded at the receptionist with a smile. I understand, thank you for relaying the message. She proceeded straight into the elevator. The receptionist, witnessing the elevator doors close, promptly pulled out her phone to share the news in the company gossip group. Chapter 28. Brother Lu is in a bad mood today. Director Jian has arrived at the company. She is already in the elevator. From her first day on the job, Jian Yao had never concealed her identity. The entire Lu company had long since accepted Jian Yao as the future mistress of the house. Even with Lu Yi bouncing around, everyone believed that Jian Yao, being the childhood sweetheart and a match in social standing, was the rightful partner, and indeed Jian Yao had never regarded Lu Yi with any seriousness. They all saw Lu Yi as a joke, waiting for the day Jian Yao would finally lose her patience and unleash her temper on Lu Yi. Therefore, after the news of Lu Yaozong's blunder broke from the president's secretary's office last night, everyone in the company anticipated Jian Yao's powerful return. The receptionist had even guaranteed that she would notify everyone the moment Jian Yao stepped through the company doors. Thus, when the news was sent out, the group erupted in excitement. Really, what was Director Jian's expression? Was she particularly angry? First, her engagement banquet was disrupted by Lu Yi, and now Lu Yaozong had caused chaos in a project she was responsible for. If I were Director Jian, I would feel like eliminating Lu Yi. I've disliked Lu Yi for a long time. She flaunts her past help to President Lu and looks down on everyone, bullying the little assistants in the secretary's office. Shall we place a bet? Let us wager whether Director Jian will swallow her pride and let it go this time. I'll put in 50. Betting that Director Jian won T have a falling out with President Lu Dai in the elevator. Jian Yao was oblivious to the stir her arrival had caused among a section of the company. She pulled out her phone to browse the company group, hoping to find some leads regarding the Li project. Unfortunately, the usually lively group was eerily silent today, every member seemingly muted, yet, sometimes, the calmest waters conceal the deepest troubles. As Jian Yao approached the top floor, she exited the WeChat interface and turned off her phone. The elevator doors opened slowly, and Jian Yao stepped out, carrying her bag. Assistant Lin, who had been reprimanding a few young assistants in the secretary's office, turned at the sound of the elevator doors. Upon seeing Jian Yao, his eyes brightened, and he hurried over. Miss Jian, you finally arrived. President Lu is extremely furious and is currently in his office. Jian Yao responded with a nonchalant glancing at the few sobbing assistants in the secretary's office. What happened here? Assistant Lin followed her gaze and explained quietly, they leaked company secrets. President Lu has decided to offer them 3 months' salary and let them go. Jian Yao's eyes scanned the faces of the young assistants before settling on Assistant Lin. Didn't you try to persuade them? In the role of the president's assistant, it wouldn't be easy to find someone new to fill the position, as the current staff had already formed a working rhythm. To cut these people loose. Did they expect Lu Yi to hold the entire secretary's office together? Jian Yao knew exactly what Lu Yi was worth. Assistant Lin should be most aware of it. Or Assistant Lin smiled awkwardly. You know President Lu's temperament. This matter likely requires your intervention. Lu Yi, ostensibly serving as a secretary, was essentially a vase kept around by President Lu. With her responsibilities shouldered by the other assistants, the thought of her taking charge of the entire secretary's office was something Assistant Lin couldn't even imagine. Jian Yao shot Assistant Lin a pointed look. Were they once again trying to use her as a scapegoat to face President Lu's wrath? Without uttering a word, she brushed past Assistant Lin and headed toward the president's office. Behind her, Assistant Lin and the assistants let out a collective sigh of relief. With Director Jian stepping in, the issue should be resolved swiftly. At such a time, only Miss Jian's words can penetrate Lu's heart. Here, Jian Yao paused at the entrance of the CEO's office and gently rapped on the door. Even through the door, the furious roar of Lu Chengze was audible. Get out! Jian Yao withdrew her hand from the door and turned the handle directly. The moment the door swung open, a glass filled with coffee was hurled towards her, narrowly landing at her feet. The glass shattered upon impact, warm coffee splattering onto Jian Yao's skirt, leaving behind unsightly brown stains. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Jian Yao stumbled back a step, steadying herself against the doorframe. The moment Lu Chengze's gaze fell upon Jian Yao, he sprang from his chair, a flicker of concern and regret flashing in his eyes. What are you doing here? He asked. Beside him, Lu Yi, noticing Lu Chengze's expression, quickly suppressed her fleeting sense of schadenfreude and adopted a worried demeanor as she approached hastily. Sister Jian, are you alright? She affectionately linked her arm with Jian Yao's wrist. Speaking in a soothing tone, Lu Gu is just having a bad day. He didn't mean to target you, please don't misunderstand. As she spoke, she deliberately adjusted her posture, exposing a large expanse of skin on her neck. The six-pointed star necklace glistening coldly under the light, dazzling and piercing. Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Lu Chengze recalled Jian Yao's recent coldness and defiance towards him, and the guilt in his eyes dissipated as he slowly sank back into his chair. You can leave now, don't concern yourself with her. Lu Yi nodded obediently in response to Lu Chengze's words, and as she exited, she cast a provocative glance at Jian Yao, hidden from Lu Chengze's view. Under normal circumstances, Jian Yao would feel a pang of hurt from Lu Yi's provocation, even if she maintained a composed facade. Yet now, after just a few days, Lu Yi's taunt stirred no ripples in her heart. As the door closed behind her, Jian Yao dusted off her skirt and stepped forward a few paces. Did President Lu summon me for something specific? Lu Chengze leaned back against his chair, eyes closed, fingers pressing against his temples. The fatigue of recent days rendered him disinterested in a prolonged exchange with Jian Yao, prompting him to cut to the chase. There has been an issue with the project between Lu's and Li's companies. You should be aware of this, right? He kept his eyes shut, his long lashes failing to conceal the dark circles beneath. His voice bore the weight of exhaustion. You've been in charge of this project from Li's side. I am assigning this matter to you. Do you have any objections? Jian Yao pursed her lips. Could you tell me first what the issue is? If it falls under my responsibility, I won't shy away from it. While she indeed planned to resign from Lu's, she believed in maintaining integrity in business. She wouldn't let her personal feelings towards Lu Chengze spill over into her professional responsibilities. As her words hung in the air, she could sense a momentary tension in Lu Chengze's demeanor. He set aside his massage, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes flickering. The warehouse sent the wrong shipment. It's not a significant issue. Just call President Li and ask for an extension. I will provide him with a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 29. I no longer desire the position of director of the Lu business department. After Lu Chengze finished speaking, his tension visibly eased. With Jian Yao involved, the matter with Li's company should pose no problem. At the very least, for the sake of the Jian family's reputation. President Li wouldn't push things to an extreme, ensuring the matter didn't reach the media. Lu Chengze's furrowed brow relaxed. He was certain Jian Yao would comply with his request. Yet, as he watched her shake her head resolutely, confusion swept over him. You're too busy to remember. The warehouse is not under my purview. This kind of situation should be directed towards Manager Lu. If it were truly a minor problem, Assistant Lin and Lu Chengze wouldn't have summoned her back so urgently, considering Uncle Li's inquiry on her engagement day about whether she and Lu Chengze had truly parted ways. Jian Yao could easily surmise his intentions. Lu's must be at fault, but he also had his own motives for using this incident to challenge Lu's and support her. In this moment, Jian Yao refused to jeopardize Uncle Li's interests or let him down. Lu Chengze fixed his gaze on Jian Yao, frustration etched across his features. This project was under your responsibility. What is wrong with having you deal with it? He had been unable to eat or sleep well in recent days. His mood and condition deteriorating due to the company's troubles. Upon hearing Jian Yao's words, he exhaled a deep breath, releasing pent-up frustration. And you know that Lu Yaozong is utterly clueless. Jian Yao regarded Lu Chengze, his irritation mirroring the expression he wore whenever conflicts arose between him and Lu. It was a familiar scene, wholly devoid of consideration, as he laid all blame at her feet. In that moment, Jian Yao felt her years of perseverance and restraint were naively comical. A laugh escaped her lips. So you do recognize that Lu Yaozong knows nothing, she smirked. Then why push him into such a high position in the first place? Exhausted, anyone working overtime due to this issue had the right to feel that way, but Lu Chengze alone did not, for he brought it upon himself. Lu Chengze's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his features as he stared at Jian Yao. Are you blaming me? He simply asked her to make a phone call to President Li, a trivial task for Jian Yao. When did she become so calculative? Jian Yao regarded him calmly. I am merely stating the facts. When you appointed Lu Yaozong to oversee the warehouse, everyone urged you to reconsider. It was your self-serving decision, and now that things have gone awry, you must bear the consequences. Clenching her phone tightly, her tone unwavering, she declared, I cannot assist with this project. I came here to inform you. Locking eyes with Lu Chengze, she enunciated each word. I no longer desire the position of director of the Lu business department. She had been specially recruited without going through the company's HR, and now that she wished to depart, she need only inform Lu Chengze. This job was neither her passion nor her forte. Her continued presence had solely been due to her affection for Lu Chengze and her connections within the Jian family, which she had leveraged to pave a path for him in the past. She had been foolish. Henceforth, she would no longer engage in such thankless endeavors. Lu Chengze gazed at Jian Yao, disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? You don't want the position anymore. What do you intend to pursue? The position of the president's secretary. After all these years, she still held on to her grievances against Lu, seizing every opportunity to push her out of Lu's. Disappointment clouded Lu Chengze's expression. Jian Yao, can you please stop making a scene? I'm genuinely exhausted. You have everything. Why must you compete with Lu? If I were to dismiss her to give you a position, how would she survive afterward? Lu Chengze, Jian Yao interrupted. I've never felt that communication could be this difficult. Her meaning was clear. She wished to leave Lu's, relinquishing not only the position of director of the Lu business department but also the role of president's secretary. She wanted to sever all ties with Lu's and Lu Chengze, no longer wishing to be entangled in their dynamic with Lu. Lu Chengze sat there, his expression of impatience solidifying into shock. His gaze fixed on Jian Yao's face, as if attempting to discern the authenticity of her words. Have you thought this through? It's easy to leave. Returning will be difficult. Jian Yao, I have never crossed any lines with Lu. How many times must I reiterate this before you believe me? I care for Lu because she once saved me, and I treat her like a sister. He pressed his thin lips together, the impatience on his face dissipating, though his demeanor remained cold. You are my fiancée. You will continue to be my wife. If you cannot understand this, even after marriage, our relationship may be hard to sustain. And what, in your view, constitutes crossing a boundary? Jian Yao retorted with a hint of irony. My job, the properties under my name, my car, my clothing and jewelry, even my brother's job, what isn't resolved by you? Jian Yao gazed coldly at the man she had cherished for many years, her heart heavy. Lu had already soared to new heights. What more was needed? Must one wait for a scandal to be deemed crossing a line? Jian Yao, Lu Chengze barked, don't push your luck, push my luck. Jian Yao scoffed. You've done far worse, so why should I refrain from speaking my mind? Over the years, how many times have you stood me up for Louis over a phone call or a message? You probably can't keep count. It was her foolishness to cling to the remnants of their past affection, allowing Louis to take advantage of her, while Lu Chengze failed to recognize his own behavior. Fiancée, don't insult the meaning of those 3 words. Jian Yao, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, regarded Lu Chengze with unprecedented seriousness. The bond we shared ended the moment you left me to seek Louis in Hushi. This relationship, which began ambiguously and ended abruptly, could at least be deemed as having a conclusion. With that, Jian Yao strode towards the door. Behind her, Lu Chengze watched her retreating figure, his calm demeanor fracturing inch by inch. A sudden panic surged within him, as if a heavy stone pressed against his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He felt compelled to say something to halt her departure, yet he also believed that Jian Yao was being unreasonable, disregarding the larger picture, and that she needed to be left alone for a few days, otherwise she would only become more unrestrained next time. Ultimately he said nothing, merely watching as Jian Yao's figure faded from view. The nameless fire in his heart threatened to consume him entirely. As the door closed, he could no longer contain himself, sweeping his hand across the table and sending everything crashing to the floor. The blue crystal strawberry bear pendant shattered upon impact, its bare head's upturned mouth seemingly mocking him. Chapter 30. Miss Jian resigned outside. Assistant Lin and several aides noticed Jian Yao's departure and opened the glass door of the secretary's office to greet her. Separated by 2 doors, they were entirely oblivious to the happenings within the office, their faces brimming with anticipation. Assistant Lin stepped forward, forcing a congenial smile. Miss Jian, has the matter with President Lu been resolved? His inquiry was more a formality, as he was almost certain that Jian Yao would assist, the question merely a pretext to elicit further information regarding the aides. Jian Yao raised her clear, peach blossom-like eyes and spoke softly. It has been resolved. She had dealt with Lu Chengze. As she spoke, she circumvented Assistant Lin and proceeded towards the elevator. The aides exchanged glances of desperation, directing their hopeful gazes at Assistant Lin. He hastily caught up with her. Did you mention the aides matters to President Lu? As he posed this question, all eyes in the vicinity were fixed on Jian Yao. Even Louis, who was retouching her makeup at her desk, could not resist looking over. Lu Chengze was not known for his temper. Throughout the company, even Louis had been reduced to tears by his reprimands, yet only Jian Yao managed to exit that office with composure. The junior aides exchanged worried glances. If even the director Jian could not sway President Lu, then no one in the company could save them. Under the fervent gaze of Assistant Lin and the expectant stares of the aides, Jian Yao pressed the elevator button and replied coolly, no. The light in the aides' eyes extinguished instantly, their eyes turning red. Assistant Lin was also momentarily taken aback by Jian Yao's straightforwardness, however, being steadier than the younger girls, he quickly adjusted his expression, donning an appropriately pleasant smile. Could you perhaps return to speak with President Lu? The secretary's office situation is. Jian Yao glanced at the ascending elevator numbers, taking a step back to distance herself from Assistant Lin and the others. Assistant Lin, both the warehouse issues and the secretary's office matters are no longer my concern. She fixed her gaze on the metallic elevator doors, unflinching. From now on, all matters related to the Lu Corporation have nothing to do with me. The space fell into an eerie silence at Jian Yao's words, the atmosphere thick with tension. The junior aide stood frozen, and Assistant Lin was the first to recover, murmuring, what do you mean? Jian Yao turned to him, offering a standard smile, mirroring the insincerity he often displayed towards her. I have resigned. Resigned? Who? Miss Jian? Assistant Lin felt his mind falter. How could Miss Jian possibly resign? She was to be the future mistress of the Lu family. Without the Lu Corporation, where could she possibly go? No, it should be said, with President Lu around, how could she resign? Before Assistant Lin could fully process this, the elevator doors chimed open. Wu Yu stepped out, holding his phone, momentarily taken aback by the group gathered at the elevator's entrance. What are you all doing here? When his gaze landed on Jian Yao, it bore a hint of discontent dripping with sarcasm. Oh, our Miss Jian finally deigns to grace the company with her presence. Though Jian Yao was the true daughter of the Jian family, her return had been under the guise of the second miss of the Jian family. Wu Yu's remark carried an undertone of mockery, insinuating that she, a genuine heiress, had fallen to the level of calling a false heiress sister. Jian Yao ignored him entirely, stepping into the elevator, even as the doors closed. She did not spare him a glance. Wu Yu could hardly endure such blatant disregard, his anger boiling over. Look at her, she hasn't even become MRS.Lu yet, and she is already strutting around. Sooner or later, he would make sure that Lu Ji's feelings for her vanished, always wearing a glum face, devoid of any charm. It was no wonder Lu Gu abandoned her for Louis. After venting his frustrations, he suddenly noticed the eerie silence enveloping the top floor. Belatedly realizing something was amiss, turning around, he spotted Assistant Lin appearing unusually dazed, as if startled by something. The others were equally affected. The junior aides with red-rimmed eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks in muffled sobs. Only Louis in the secretary's office maintained a semblance of normalcy, holding a powder puff, her expression a mix of shock and delight. What was happening? Why was there such a stark contrast between joy and sorrow? Wu Yu leaned closer to Assistant Lin, waving a hand in front of him. What is wrong? What has happened? As if possessed. They all looked utterly bewildered. Assistant Lin swatted Wu Yu's hand away, his voice tinged with panic. Miss Jian has resigned. Wu Yu's expression gradually solidified, instinctively gripping his phone and turning off the screen. His earlier light-hearted demeanor evaporating. What about Lu Gu? Assistant Lin mechanically pointed toward the direction of the president's office. Upon entering the office, Wu Yu was met with utter chaos. Everything on the desk lay scattered across the floor, a shattered computer screen, flying documents, broken pens. Even the familiar blue crystal pendant that was seldom touched had split into two, lying on the ground, one piece to the south and the other to the north. Having known Lu Chengze for many years, this was the first time he had witnessed him in such a furious state. A vein in Wu Yu's temple twitched. If he could, he would have bolted for the door, escaping as far away as possible. But he could not. He even stepped over the shards of glass strewn across the floor. Lu Gu, Jian Yao is left. What about the Li Corporation? 800 million, even if he sold himself by the pound. He could not gather that sum. Like a frozen statue, Lu Chengze lifted his crimson eyes, a shadow of chilling darkness clouding his gaze. What, do you also believe that I cannot survive without her? Wu Yu shook his head in disbelief. No, how could that be? Clearly it was Jian Yao who could not manage without Lu Gu. Her departure was inconsequential. She would inevitably return, and the problem was, the project with the Li Corporation did not wait for anyone. Wu Yu, fraught with anxiety, raked his hands through his hair. Lu Gu, a day has already passed in the 3-day time frame. Where are we going to find 800 million? He cautiously glanced at Lu Chengze's expression, tentatively suggesting, Lu Gu, why not humble yourself a bit and coax her back first? Once we resolve the matter with the Li Corporation, we can properly teach her a lesson. Lu Chengze threw his coat at Wu Yu's head. Get lost. Though he said get lost, the tension in his demeanor eased somewhat due to Wu Yu's light-hearted banter. Since the moment I went to Shanghai to seek out Louis, my bond with her has been utterly severed. Lu Chengze gritted his teeth, the words nearly forced from between his clenched jaws. Impossible. I would wager, within 3 days, she will come crawling back. Wu Yu scoffed, observing Jian Yao's earlier defiance. He had thought she had grown a backbone. It seemed she was merely envious of Louis. Wu Yu's words evidently pleased Lu Chengze. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the sofa, the redness in his gaze gradually fading. Seeing Lu Chengze's demeanor shift towards calm, Wu Yu ventured, how about we issue an announcement to dismiss Louis and Lu Yaozong? President Li has always treated Jian Yao as a junior with affection. This decisive action surely stems from dissatisfaction with the Lu siblings. The most pressing matter now is to placate the Li Corporation. Even if we later bring her back, we must first resolve the immediate issues. Chapter 31. I truly lost, but not to you. As Wu Yu articulated this, he harbored his own discontent towards Louis and her ineffectual brother. Lu Gu had already shown them enough leniency. If Lu Yaozong dared to meddle in company affairs, failing to discipline them now would likely lead to greater trouble down the line. The mere mention of Lu Yaozong made Lu Chengze's forehead crease in irritation. Expulsion is too severe, just make him repay every penny he embezzled and send him off to work as a security guard. Wu Yu nodded. And what about Louis? This incident, at its core, stemmed from her actions. Had she not taken advantage of her privilege, her brother would never have dared to step into the Lu Corporation, much less commit fraud on such a grand scale. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chengze's thoughts drifted to Jian Yao's cold visage. This matter does not involve Louis. I will find a way to handle the financial situation. She was the one who had left the company in a huff due to Louis, and he was determined to elevate Louis, to temper Jian Yao's temper. Wu Yu recognized the stubbornness rising in Lu Chengze, realizing he was deliberately competing with Jian Yao. Historically, whenever he took a hard stance, Jian Yao would eventually relent. Wu Yu frowned. However, this time was different. Jian Yao had already stormed out of the company. Elevating Louis would only add fuel to the fire, not to mention it would be difficult to explain to the Jian family and the Li Corporation. Wu Yu's face contorted in concern as he prepared to advise Lu Chengze against such a course of action. However, he suddenly witnessed him pick up the broken crystal pendant from the floor, his fingers gliding over the jagged edge, which swiftly cut into his skin. Crimson blood welled from the wound, trickling down and blooming into a flower of blood upon the floor. Lu Gu, Wu Yu exclaimed, rushing to inspect the injury. Lu Chengze raised a hand to halt his movements. Leave. You're injured. Lu Chengze, with bloodied hands, grasped the pendant and returned to his chair. He took a tissue to wipe it clean, his face betraying little emotion, yet his tone turned frigid. Leave, and close the door behind you. Wu Yu understood that if he lingered any longer, Chengze would surely erupt in anger. He stepped back 2 paces and cautioned, please tend to your wound first. I shall take my leave. Upon exiting the CEO's office, his phone buzzed with a Weibo notification. He unlocked his screen and immediately spotted a post from Gu Zhiyan that had already surged to trending status. Fans, while expressing sympathy for the sister-in-law, were speculating about which heiress was to wed Gu Zhiyan. It dawned on him that he had ascended the stairs in high spirits, eager to gossip with General Manager Lu about Gu Zhiyan's impending marriage. He sighed softly and exited Weibo. The affairs of the Lu Corporation were already burdensome enough for Lu Chengze. It would be unwise to add fuel to the fire in the business department below. The employees were initially delighted to see their director return. Just as they were about to approach to greet her, they noticed Jian Yao organizing her belongings. At first glance, her desk appeared cluttered. But upon closer inspection, it was mostly company documents, with only a personal water cup and a box of drip coffee belonging to her. Jian Yao didn't even bother to take it with her. She casually tossed it into the trash bin using her key. She opened her drawer and retrieved a document, one she had earnestly requested from her sister before her engagement, intended as a gift for Lu Chengze. Now, it was no longer needed. She raised her hand and placed the document, which only required Lu Chengze's signature to take effect, into the shredder, watching as it was gradually reduced to confetti. The employees of the business department, confused, gathered around Director Jian. Why have you discarded even your water cup? Jian Yao placed the drawer key on the table and forced a smile. I have resigned. A new director will be coming to lead you. Be sure to listen and work diligently. With that, she playfully winked. Upon hearing that Jian Yao was leaving, everyone in the department wore expressions as if the sky had fallen. Ever since Jian Yao took over the business department, she had brought in nearly all of the major projects, allowing everyone to coast along and easily meet their quarterly targets. IT was, without doubt, the most worry-free and highest-paying department in the entire company. Furthermore, everyone was aware that Director Jian and Lu Chengze were a couple, and they had prepared to ride the wave of success alongside her until retirement. Now, however, they were confronted with the shocking news: Director Jian was resigning? The pillar of the business department was collapsing. Director Jian, is it that Louis is causing trouble again? Please don't fall for her schemes. She's trying to drive you away so she can cozy up to Lu Chengze in your absence. Yes, Director Jian, please don't go. The entire business department stands behind you. Jian Yao shook her head with a smile. This is my own decision, unrelated to anyone else. She waved her hand, urging them to return and focus on their work. I can't stand emotional displays, so there's no need to see me off. As she spoke, she picked up her bag and headed toward the elevator. Upon turning the corner, she spotted Louis, clad in a pink professional outfit, adorned with jewels, waiting at the elevator with a complex and triumphant gaze. Jian Yao, you've lost. What did it matter if one was born into privilege? What did it matter if one was beautiful? After all her efforts to win Lu Chengze's affection, she ended up being unceremoniously ousted from the company. Jian Yao halted, observing the brand-clad, meticulously made-up Louis, who was a far cry from the pitiable figure in a white dress they had first encountered. Time truly transformed many individuals, Louis, Lu Chengze, and perhaps even herself. Did you wait here just to deliver that message? She raised her gaze to meet Louis's eyes. I have indeed lost. But not to you. Only those who had played the game could truly lose. She had never entered Louis's arena. She merely succumbed to Lu Zhiyan's absurd pride and the innate flaws of men. He enjoyed the conveniences her status afforded him while simultaneously feeling inadequate, as if he were merely living off her success. Thus, he began to elevate Louis, openly accepting her affections while deliberately using her to provoke Jian Yao, exploiting her fondness to look down upon her from a position of power. Witnessing her emotional turmoil and self-doubt, the so-called debt of gratitude was merely a pretext he employed to deflect her inquiries. A means of moral coercion. Ultimately, he loves no one but himself. Defeated by human nature, Jian Yao found herself at a loss for words. She looked at Louis, reminiscent of the self she had once been. Toyed with at Lu Chengze's whim. You graduated from a prestigious university. You should have had a promising future. Why squander your precious youth on a man unworthy of your devotion? Chapter 32. What is the difference between that and living like a widow? Louis had once been a bright and diligent girl, so it was no surprise she had ascended from a humble background to become an alumna of Jingbei. When had she transformed into a mere decorative figure? Even Assistant Lin recognized that without those several assistants, Louis could hardly manage. Had she not yet discerned the underlying issue? During her time at Lu Corporation, she had not only failed to progress but had even regressed in her learning abilities. If Lu Chengze truly cared for her, he wouldn't have nurtured her into a creature incapable of doing anything. Louis' self-satisfied expression faltered, her countenance darkening. She realized Jian Yao's words rang true, which only deepened her distress, akin to swallowing a fly. Jian Yao, now that it's just the two of us here, who are you putting on this facade of concern for me for? Her diamond-encrusted nails dug into her flesh, and her gaze toward Jian Yao was laced with unabashed jealousy. You are the daughter of the Jian family, with them as your backing. Of course, you can look down upon me as though I were an ant. Because no matter how many mistakes you make, there is always someone to catch you. Louis forced a bitter smile. But what about me? I have nothing. I can only shamelessly fight and claw for my place. She had tried and struggled, yet, when she realized that her part-time earnings barely sufficed for a meal for these affluent youths, and that their casual charity was far more than what she could earn, her motivation to strive evaporated. She resigned herself to her fate. Some things, one is born without, and no amount of effort could change that. Rather than toil away, it was far easier to attach oneself to a man and leap across social barriers. Thus she meticulously selected Lu Chengze. How could that not be considered striding? She raised her eyes to Jian Yao, her delicate face now shadowed by dark emotions. I am still putting in the effort. If she didn't T-strive, how could she possibly inch closer to Jian Yao's position and push her out of Lu Corporation? Lu Yi tilted her head defiantly. Besides, you're the one leaving Lu Corporation now. There is no need for your pity. She had always known what she desired. Jian Yao looked at the girl before her, utterly consumed by wealth and desire, and understood that no matter what she said, it would only serve to elevate Lu Yi's sense of superiority. She forced a smile. Then I wish you good luck. As the elevator doors opened, Jian Yao politely nodded to Lu Yi and stepped inside. Lu Yi watched the doors close, finally unable to contain her tears. She loathed Jian Yao's calm demeanor, feeling as though no matter what she did, she would never be taken seriously by her. She would prefer Jian Yao to confront her, insult her, rather than dismiss her with pity. Inside the elevator, Jian Yao's emotions were far from the serene facade she projected. She retrieved her phone, scrolling through her contacts, ultimately dialing Su Si's number, her voice quaking slightly. Are you free? Please come pick me up from Lu Corporation. At the base of Lu Corporation, Jian Yao stood in the shade of a tree, pulling out powder and lipstick from her bag, adjusting her makeup multiple times in the small mirror until she was satisfied that nothing was amiss before tucking it away and standing straight. A vibrant red Ferrari pulled over, the window rolled down, and the driver, Su Si, removed his large sunglasses and waved. Beautiful lady, waiting for someone, let me take you for a spin. Jian Yao chuckled, opening the passenger door and sliding into the car, tucking her hair behind her ear and raising her chin with a touch of pride. I'm in a bad mood. Let us go shopping. Su Si didn't inquire why she was leaving Lu Corporation or why her mood was sour. Tossing his sunglasses into the back seat, he glanced at Jian Yao's eyes to confirm she hadn't been crying before starting the car. All right, beautiful, hold on tight. We're off. Jian Yao's intention to shop was genuine. Upon arriving at the mall, she dragged Su Si straight to a clothing store, selecting an array of alluring dresses and matching bags and shoes. Her spirits indeed lifted considerably with so many purchases. They couldn't carry everything, so Jian Yao left her address for delivery and then took Su Si out for hot pot. The bubbling, red oily broth simmered enthusiastically, and Su Si placed the cooked beef tripe onto Jian Yao's plate. So, what is bothering you? Since her sophomore year, Jian Yao's wardrobe had consisted mainly of muted tones, exuding a gentle and intellectual demeanor, so bland it could fade into the background, effectively concealing her beauty. What had prompted this sudden awakening? Had she finally realized that the gentle style didn't suit her? Jian Yao chewed on the tripe, quietly explaining, I used to wear those clothes to cater to Lu Chengze's preferences. But that is no longer necessary. From now on she wished to be her true self. Su Si clicked his tongue, scrutinizing Jian Yao with a teasing expression. The legendary goddess of Gu University indeed lives up to her reputation. You just got engaged, and already you've cured your years of love-struck foolishness. She narrowed her eyes and leaned in slightly, covering her lips with her hand. To what stage have you progressed? She asked. How is he? Is he well endowed, lasting? Su Si pondered, stroking her chin. With her years of experience, Gu Zhiyan's tall stature, long legs, prominent nose, and slender fingers marked him as a true gem among men. Jian Yao, being an innocent flower untouched by the world, wondered if she could withstand such allure. As she was eating, Su Si's words nearly choked her, almost bringing tears to her eyes. After regaining her composure, she glanced around furtively, ensuring no one else was present, and shot Su Si a glare. Could you not speak so frightfully? She lightly touched her throat, still irritated from the spicy food, and took a sip of water from the table. There is nothing between Gu Zhiyan and me, so please refrain from making wild assertions. If someone hears, they'd think we're both perverts. Su Si reacted dramatically, but Gu Zhiyan has even posted their marriage certificate on Weibo. And you dare claim there's nothing between you two? Are you suggesting you live apart after marriage? What difference does that make from being a widow in disguise, to be with such an exceptional man, yet not be able to enjoy him? Jian Yao set her cup down, her chopsticks absent-mindedly poking at the freshly sliced beef on her plate. She had not yet considered this matter, her face scrunched up like a steamed bun. But I'm not very familiar with him. Living together would be odd, wouldn't it? Su Si retorted, her frustration palpable. Is it stranger for two unfamiliar people to hastily marry, or for newlyweds to live apart? I'm honestly at a loss. Su Si was momentarily at a loss for words. If you two live separately post-marriage, wouldn't that blatantly suggest issues in your relationship? Jian Yao held her chopsticks dumbly, truly stumped by Su Si's question. Indeed, Gu Zhiyan had initially married to reassure his grandmother and business partners. If they lived apart after marriage, wouldn't that make the marriage certificate meaningless? Jian Yao looked at Su Si in confusion. But for a girl like me to propose cohabitation feels too embarrassing. Chapter 33. How mortifying. Su Si, upon hearing this, set down her chopsticks, her expression a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Such matters should never be proposed by oneself. You must entice him, guide him, and at the right moment, provoke him a little. Jian Yao blinked, partially understanding. Just as she was about to ask Su Si to elaborate, her phone suddenly pinged with a new message. It was from the very person they were discussing. Gu Zhiyan. Jian Yao's heart raced. What a coincidence! Just as she and Su Si were talking about him, a message arrived. She scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other diners were present. Then suppressed her nervousness and opened the message. Gu Zhiyan, are you off work? Since you didn't drive today, shall I come pick you up? Jian Yao glanced at the time on her phone. Exactly noon. He must have messaged her right after finishing work. Although she knew Gu Zhiyan's inquiry was likely a polite gesture, she couldn't help but feel touched by his thoughtfulness. A smile crept onto her lips as she gently tapped her phone to reply. The matters at Lushur have been settled, and I'm dining with Su Si now. She'll give me a ride home later. After sending the message, she waited for Gu Zhiyan's reply, while across from her, Su Si scooped a shrimp ball into Jian Yao's bowl, a knowing smile on her face. Whose message has you grinning like that? Jian Yao instinctively touched the corners of her mouth, realizing Su Si was teasing her. Her phone vibrated, indicating a new message. Jian Yao shot Su Si a fierce glare before lowering her gaze to her phone. Gu Zhiyan, alright, then I hope you enjoy yourselves. Message me when you get home to let me know you're safe. Jian Yao stared at the message for several seconds before responding with a cat emoji nodding in acknowledgement, yet she hesitated to exit the chat. She continued to gaze at Gu Zhiyan's two messages, softly murmuring to herself, so not all men are oblivious to feelings. Even someone like Gu Zhiyan could notice whether she had driven if returning home would be inconvenient, and would proactively remind her to report back home safely. Jian Yao pursed her lips. What did that make of her past experiences, driving alone to the hospital for 4 drips while ill, or being left by Lu Chengze on the roadside to take a taxi home in the middle of the night? Had she been blind to it all? Jian Yao recalled Secretary Li's several subtle reminders for her to get her eyes checked. Was that what they meant? Jian Yao. Though Jian Yao had become a jobless wanderer, Su Si still had an entire company to manage, so taking time off to accompany her for the morning was already pushing it. After finishing their meal and dropping Jian Yao home, Su Si returned to the office to resume her duties. Once home, Jian Yao changed her shoes and took out her phone to message Gu Zhiyan. She snapped a picture of her potted cactus and sent it. Captioned "I'm home." After sending it, she placed her phone on the bar counter, keeping an eye on it while grabbing a bottle of AD calcium milk from the fridge and inserting a straw. Her phone buzzed twice, and Jian Yao picked it up. Gu Zhiyan, glad to hear you're home. Gu Zhiyan quoted, do you like cacti? Jian Yao bit down on her straw, feeling a bit bashful. Jian Yao, not really, it's just the only plant I can keep alive. She had tried many houseplants, even the notoriously easy ones like pothos and water hyacinth, yet all had perished under her care, leaving only the cactus unscathed. After sending that message, she regretted it momentarily. She had once killed the plants in Lu Chengze's office, after which he forbade her from touching any plants in his room. She wondered if Gu Zhiyan would find her lack of gardening skills off-putting. She shouldn't have brought it up. Gu Zhiyan, is that so impressive? Gu Zhiyan, suddenly, I want to hire you at our competitor's company. You wouldn't need to do anything else, just ensure they can't keep their money trees alive. Jian Yao, thank you, Gu Zhiyan, just kidding. Gu Zhiyan, having one person at home who can keep plants alive is more than enough. Jian Yao, is that the implication? I think it is. Through the cold, emotionless text on her screen, she couldn't ascertain his tone, leaving her unsure if she was overthinking things. Jian Yao tossed the empty milk bottle into the trash can and pondered how she should respond. But Gu Zhiyan had already shifted the topic. Gu Zhiyan, do you have time in the next few days? Jian Yao stared at his message. The two lines combined easily led to speculation. Did he want to ask her out? Jian Yao tightened her grip on her phone, hesitating before typing a few words. I have time. After sending it, she stared intently at the screen, awaiting Gu Zhiyan's response. Her heart racing. Wasn't he into men? What did it mean for him to send her these messages? Was he truly expecting her to act as a wife? Jian Yao's eyes widened. What if he genuinely wanted to take her out? How could she politely decline without offending him? Lost in her thoughts, a Gu Zhiyan's message arrived. Gu Zhiyan, do you remember the game event I mentioned after we got the certificate? Today is the first day. Gu Zhiyan, if you have time, we can start tonight. If not, we can wait a couple of days. Jian Yao read Gu Zhiyan's messages, feeling as though she had been set ablaze. She must have been driven mad by Lu Chengze's antics lately, as her mind had jumped to the conclusion that Gu Zhiyan wanted to ask her out. How utterly embarrassing. Thankfully, she was at home, and no one else was around to witness her mortification. Otherwise, she would have wished for a hole to swallow her whole. Turning on the air conditioning, she felt the cool air wash over her, finally easing the heat on her face. Standing in front of the air conditioner, she typed her response. Jian Yao, I have time. Starting tonight is fine. Do I need to prepare anything? She was utterly unfamiliar with games. Her only experience was back in school, when a popular shooting game was all the rage. Lu Chengze and Wu Yu would team up to play right after class. To fit in, she had tried downloading it to join them, but she only lasted a moment before dying upon landing. And Wu Yu teased her for ages. She uninstalled it and never touched games again. Jian Yao absent-mindedly tapped her phone, recalling that Gu Zhiyan had become a professional esports player due to that very game. Her knowledge of him back then came from campus forums, confession walls, and word of mouth from classmates. He had gained notoriety after matching with a well-known streamer and being accused of cheating due to his exceptional gameplay. He recorded a video challenging all doubters to face him in a room for a showdown where he single-handedly bested a slew of streamers, propelling himself to fame. The incident had attracted considerable attention, leading to him being scouted by a club. Chapter 34. With me, you need not worry. Jian Yao gripped her phone, unable to suppress her anxiety. Gu Zhiyan's invitation must be for that game, right? In the Gu Zhiyan's office. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, glancing down at his phone, where Jian Yao had just sent her message. His fingers lightly tapped the screen, slowly typing out a response. You don't need to prepare anything. I have all the equipment here, just be present. I will pick you up at 6. After sending the message, he fixed his gaze on the phone, awaiting her reply. The phone buzzed twice, and a new message popped up in the chat. Jian Yao, I can, but I must state in advance that I really don't know how to play games. Gu Zhiyan's lips curled into a smirk. Gu Zhiyan, with me around, you have nothing to worry about. Once he had confirmed the details with Jian Yao, he retrieved Pei Yi's phone number and dialed it. After just 3 rings, the call was answered. On the other end, Pei Yi's voice was languid, as if he had just awoken from a midday nap. Well, a rare caller. What brings you to call me? Gu Zhiyan disregarded his sarcastic tone and directly stated his request regarding the event you mentioned last time. I agree to participate, but the process must follow my instructions. Gu Zhiyan succinctly outlined his requirements, causing Pei Yi's voice to rise in pitch. What, the live stream starts at 8 tonight? You want Jian Yao to join as well? Pei Yi felt an urge to curse. Live streaming with a girlfriend, was this work or a display of affection? Pei Yi remarked, people's hearts are unpredictable and fans' sentiments can change by the day. Are you not worried about Jian Yao facing backlash? Given Gu Zhiyan's status and his striking appearance, it was inevitable that a wave of admirers and female fans would flock to him, while the response had been favorable when they announced their marriage. Who could predict how fans would react upon seeing his real-life wife? Gu Zhiyan scoffed lightly. If I cannot protect my own wife, then I have no business being in this arena. He was not reliant on fans for his livelihood, thus had no concerns about losing followers. Should there be any misguided individuals attacking Jian Yao, he would ensure they experienced the efficiency of Gu's chief lawyer firsthand. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Pei Yi had nothing more to say. After all, the partner was surnamed Gu, and the club was also Gu. If someone was willing to spend millions to indulge their wife, as a good friend, Pei Yi would certainly offer his full support. Very well, I shall have them issue a live stream announcement promptly. We go live at 8 tonight. After hanging up, Gu Zhiyan glanced at the time, turned off his phone, and entered the lounge. He opened the wardrobe in the lounge and began to carefully select his attire. The black suit jacket felt too formal, and the black shirt had already been worn. After sifting through the array of clothes, he ultimately chose a white shirt. He opted not to wear a tie, deliberately leaving 2 buttons undone to expose his collarbone and Adam's apple, while the sleeves were rolled up loosely, revealing a muscular forearm. Gu Zhiyan studied his reflection in the mirror for a considerable time before finally feeling satisfied and returning to his office to continue working. The decision to go live had been made rather spontaneously, and he needed to wrap up his current tasks quickly. On Jian Yao's end, despite seeing Gu Zhiyan's message indicating that she need not prepare in advance, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She feared making mistakes while gaming and facing the disdain of Gu Zhiyan and his friends. Thus, she picked up her phone and began searching for videos of Gu Zhiyan's previous matches, eager to learn in advance. A little last-minute practice never hurts, she thought. As she typed in Gu Zhiyan's name, the latest news that appeared was an official announcement regarding a chicken dinner game. Exciting announcement, the Reminiscence live stream event. The 3 Musketeers have assembled tonight at 8, don't miss it. This Weibo post tagged Pei Yi, Hong Mao, and Gu Zhiyan's accounts. Jian Yao glanced at the timestamp of the official announcement, just a minute ago. In that brief span of time, the comments section had already surpassed 100. Most were jubilant fans of the trio, while others were messages from various gaming streamers and enthusiasts. A quick scan revealed that nearly all comments were expressions of eager anticipation, which only heightened her pressure. With so many viewers, if she messed up, she might as well consider relocating to another planet. There were plenty of compilations online showcasing Gu Zhiyan's highlights. Jian Yao casually clicked on one with the highest popularity, titled Gu Zhiyan's most dashing moments. The video was lengthy, featuring characters in various outfits, clearly not just from a single match. The exhilarating music paired with his fluid gameplay made it apparent that no one who crossed his line of sight could escape the wrath of his gun. Even as an outsider, Jian Yao felt her blood boil with excitement. So handsome, so very handsome. After finishing that video, she was automatically directed to the next one, titled Gu Zhiyan's legendary battle, the ultimate one against 13. This video showcased Gu Zhiyan engaging in a showdown with major streamers, surrounded and heavily targeted. Being a live stream recording, a small window at the bottom left displayed Gu Zhiyan's face. He had just recently come of age. Although his features had not changed, there was a lingering hint of youthful innocence, exuding an aura reminiscent of a young wolf. As the video began, Jian Yao found herself instinctively drawn to his face until the game commenced. They landed in an area called G-Port, a labyrinth of metal crates that left Jian Yao feeling dizzy. The unique terrain severely obstructed visibility, and the air was filled with the cacophony of footsteps and gunfire, creating a tightness in her chest. However, the protagonist of the video seemed more like an outsider. Effortlessly maneuvering through the encroaching crowd with each movement, gunfire, and grenade toss executed with pinpoint precision, Jian Yao had witnessed Lu Chengze and his friends play games and had considered him quite skilled among ordinary players. When in voice chat, she often heard young girls praising him. "Wow, you're so impressive." To her, Lu Chengze had seemed exceptional, especially when upon entering a map, he often found himself confused about directions. And now, after witnessing Gu Zhiyan's prowess, Jian Yao felt she finally grasped what it meant to excel at the game. Throughout the afternoon, aside from organizing the clothes sent over from the mall, Jian Yao was almost entirely engrossed in watching Gu Zhiyan's old videos. His gameplay was so mesmerizingly smooth that when Gu Zhiyan messaged her to ask if she was ready, Jian Yao found herself thinking the game was rather trivial. She confidently tidied her slightly disheveled hair and grabbed her bag before heading downstairs. Downstairs, Gu Zhiyan was unusually driving a blue convertible Lamborghini. Upon seeing her approach, he unlocked the doors for her. Before she even opened the door, Jian Yao noticed a bouquet of flowers on the passenger seat, a bunch of white lilies of the valley. The verdant leaves surrounded the delicate, pristine flowers, which were still adorned with droplets of water, both simple and beautifully. Jian Yao hesitated for a moment, grasping the car door. "Are these flowers for me?" This time, her self-centered thoughts were not unfounded. As the car only had 2 seats, Gu Zhiyan nodded with a smile, teasingly saying, "Do you see a third person here?" Jian Yao's cheeks flushed as she opened the car door and picked up the flowers to get in. Once the door was closed, she fastened her seatbelt, feeling a bit shy. "What made you think to buy flowers and drive such a flashy car?" Stealing a glance at Gu Zhiyan, who wore a simple white shirt that appeared clean and refreshing. She couldn't shake the feeling that he exuded an air of grandeur, especially paired with the flamboyant car. Gu Zhiyan noticed her sidelong glance, the corners of his lips curling upward. His voice imbued with delight. "A good romance should begin with a bouquet of flowers. Although we are not in a romantic relationship, we are officially registered." After a pause, his tone lowered slightly. "What others have? My wife should have too." The words "my wife" resonated in Jian Yao's ears, causing her head to spin. In light of her previous self-absorbed thoughts being dashed, Jian Yao hesitated to overthink this time. Attributing it to Gu Zhiyan's inexplicable competitive spirit, clutching the flowers in her hands, she spoke hesitantly, "But I didn't prepare a gift for you today." Initially, Jian Yao had thought someone like Gu Zhiyan would be aloof, hard to approach. Even after their marriage, she expected they would mostly remain indifferent to one another. To her surprise, he was so considerate, attending to her needs even when he didn't favor her, a testament to the refinement instilled in him by his distinguished lineage. In contrast, she, a so-called heiress recently reclaimed, felt like an impolite upstart. With this realization, Jian Yao lowered her head in shame. Gu Zhiyan tilted his head slightly to glance at her, his gaze lingering on her flushed ears for a couple of seconds before he slowly started the car. "It's all right, today I have already received the best gift in the world." Jian Yao looked up in confusion, meeting his focused gaze on the road ahead, as if his previous statement was merely a casual remark. As she observed his impeccable profile, she was certain that she had only registered for marriage today, having given him nothing in return. Perhaps, after their registration, others might have gifted him something. After all, he had changed his clothes and even opted for a different vehicle, suggesting he was on his way to meet someone important. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jian Yao felt an inexplicable sense of frustration, akin to having a lump stuck in her throat. Unable to rise or be swallowed down, she averted her gaze, staring blankly at the road ahead. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the platinum ring on Gu Zhiyan's finger, glinting with a cold white light under the sun. Jian Yao bit her lip. A genius is indeed meticulous in everything. Even in a fake marriage, he wears his wedding ring. She touched her own bare finger, feeling a stark contrast to Gu Zhiyan's professionalism. Gu Zhiyan noticed her subtle gesture and, after a moment of silence, asked, "Why aren't you wearing the wedding ring? Do you not like it?" The engagement had been rather rushed, and that ring had been the best large-carat pink diamond he could find in a short time. If she disliked it, he could pay closer attention to auctions in the future. Jian Yao shook her head. "I don't dislike it." She glanced at Gu Zhiyan before quickly averting her gaze. "That ring is too precious. I'm afraid I might accidentally lose it. Moreover, wearing a 10-carat pink diamond ring would attract far too much attention." Gu Zhiyan turned the steering wheel, understanding her concerns. "It seems I did not consider this thoroughly." Jian Yao tilted her head to observe him. Anxious that he might misunderstand her intentions, she repeatedly clarified, "There was nothing lacking. I truly appreciate your regard for me. Furthermore," she added, "that ring is exquisite. No girl could possibly resist such a dazzling piece." Gu Zhiyan, far from belittling her for taking the initiative to approach him, treated her and her sister with the utmost respect and dignity. She was immensely grateful. Meeting Jian Yao's sincere gaze, Gu Zhiyan subtly curved his lips into a smile. A blue Lamborghini executed a graceful drift and came to a halt in front of a quaint courtyard. Jian Yao was immediately captivated by the antique architectural style before her. As the garage door swung open, The car glided smoothly into its parking space. Gu Zhiyan led Jian Yao out of the parking lot and inquired, "Have you had dinner yet?" Jian Yao clutched the flowers tightly in her hands and rubbed her belly with one hand. Replying, "Not yet," she had been so engrossed in watching Gu Zhiyan's videos that she had forgotten to prepare a meal. Gu Zhiyan responded lightly, "That's perfect. I haven't eaten either." His voice, already deep, elongated slightly with that simple word, sounding exceptionally alluring, as if a feather had brushed against her ear, sending delightful shivers down her spine. Jian Yao's gaze, initially wandering around the scenery, fell to the pebble path ahead, lost in contemplation. Previously, she had only recognized her fondness for hands. However, after interacting with Gu Zhiyan, she realized she was also captivated by looks, yet just moments ago, she discovered she possessed the potential to be enamored by voices, or rather, she simply acknowledged her own lustful nature. Jian Yao bit her cheek, reluctant to accept the reality that she was, in fact, quite the lecher. Gu Zhiyan glanced over, noting that with an hour and a half until the event began, they could prepare something to eat. "My culinary skills are lacking. Would pan-seared steak with mushroom soup suffice?" This menu aligned perfectly with Jian Yao's impression of Gu Zhiyan as the aloof, domineering CEOs and nobles typically favored Western cuisine and often suffered from stomach ailments. Jian Yao nodded, "I have no dietary restrictions. Anything is fine." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently swept over Gu Zhiyan. Initially, she was merely curious if he had any stomach issues, but upon turning her head, she was captivated by the expanse of his snow-white chest revealed by the two unbuttoned cuffs of his shirt. His delicate collarbones and prominent Adam's apple were on display, the latter moving sensually with each word he spoke. Jian Yao's eyes were drawn along the contours of his muscular physique. He seemed to be a person of great discipline, likely possessing well-defined abs. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice a small stone loosened on the path beneath her feet, and as she stepped on it, she stumbled. Gu Zhiyan swiftly extended his long arm, catching her before she fell. Instinctively, Jian Yao clutched Gu Zhiyan. The thin summer fabric offered a clear sensation of the muscular lines hidden beneath his clothing. She couldn't tell how many muscles he had, but she was certain there were plenty. "Are you all right?" His deep voice resonated from above, filled with concern. Jian Yao felt the vibrations from his chest as she met his dark gaze. Stammering, "I am fine." Chapter 36, Too embarrassing. "Were you startled?" Gu Zhiyan gently patted her back in a gentlemanly manner to soothe her nerves. Jian Yao, regaining her composure, straightened up and stepped out of his embrace, admitting, a little indeed, she had been startled, but only by her own previous thoughts. At the moment she fell and was caught by Gu Zhiyan, her mind had absurdly fixated on the fact that he indeed had abs. Oh heavens, how embarrassing. In the living room, Jian Yao sat on the sofa, still shaken. Gu Zhiyan pushed a cup of honey water toward her, urging, "Drink some water to calm your nerves." Jian Yao accepted the cup and took a sip. Noticing her complexion had improved, Gu Zhiyan glanced at his watch and said, "You can sit for a moment, I'll go prepare dinner." Jian Yao held the cup with both hands, bewildered as she looked up. "You cook?" Typically, a domineering CEO like him would have a housekeeper or a cook at their disposal, often accompanied by a few classic lines such as, "You are the first woman Gu has brought home," or "It's been ages since I've seen Gu smile so happily." Unbeknownst to her, Gu Zhiyan, standing before her, rolled up his sleeves and nodded. "I don't particularly enjoy having others in my home when I'm here, so I usually cook for myself. The housekeeper comes over regularly to handle the cleaning." Jian Yao nodded in understanding. It seemed the CEO had a bit of a quirky habit, which was entirely normal. She quickly finished her honey water and stood up, saying, "Let me help you." While she wasn't proficient in Western cuisine, she could manage some basic tasks. Gu Zhiyan paused in rolling up his sleeves, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "All right." Though he called it helping, he only assigned her the task of washing vegetables, forbidding her from engaging in any knife or fire-related activities. To her surprise, there was no clumsiness or awkwardness as Gu Zhiyan's cooking movements flowed seamlessly, pleasing to the eye. His physique was that of a natural model, tall with long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, perfectly proportioned, as if he had stepped out of an animated realm, especially while wearing an apron. Jian Yao suddenly understood why men enjoyed seeing uniforms. As the mushroom soup simmered, she couldn't resist taking out her phone and snapping a photo from behind. No need to find the perfect angle, a casual shot turned out to be a masterpiece. Just as she finished, Gu Zhiyan picked up a spoon and gently stirred the pot, softly announcing, "Dinner is ready." On the dining table, 2 plates of steak and mushroom soup were arranged neatly. Jian Yao waved her phone to seek Gu Zhiyan's approval. "Can I take a picture?" After all he had cooked, in her lifetime, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It was essential to capture the moment. Gu Zhiyan chuckled at her enthusiasm, nodding in delight. "Sure, but it's not plated nicely, so it might not look great." Jian Yao shook her head vigorously. No, it looks amazing." What was she thinking, to ever disdain the meal prepared by the esteemed Mr. Gu? She found the right angle to snap several pictures before shyly smiling at Gu Zhiyan. "I'm done." Gu Zhiyan elegantly took his seat, while Jian Yao settled opposite him, ready to tackle her steak. Gu Zhiyan slid his perfectly cut steak across to Jian Yao, his gaze resting on her fair cheeks, suggesting, "Try it and see if it's to your liking." Under his expectant gaze, Jian Yao pierced a piece with her fork and placed it in her mouth, the savory, tender flavor exploding in her mouth. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly brightened, her long curled lashes fluttering. It's delicious as Gu Zhiyan's lips curved upward. I'm glad you like it. He took a piece of the oddly cut steak Jian Yao had prepared and savored it. Finding that even the familiar flavors seemed extraordinarily delightful in the presence of someone special, after finishing her last spoonful of mushroom soup, Jian Yao set down her bowl and quietly waited for Gu Zhiyan to finish eating. The same cutlery and dishes in Gu Zhiyan's hands appeared to be transformed, exuding an elegance akin to that of European medieval nobility. Jian Yao propped her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling as she watched him. If she had a tail, it would surely be wagging with joy. Gu Zhiyan had grown up under the watchful eyes of many, yet at this moment, under Jian Yao's gaze, he felt a bead of sweat form in his palms. He had finally succeeded in capturing her attention, but dining was considered a mundane activity. He worried she might not enjoy it. It was a peculiar feeling, both painful and pleasurable. As Jian Yao observed Gu Zhiyan finish his meal, she stood to clear the dishes, saying, "You cooked, so let me handle the dishes." With a dishwasher at home, Gu Zhiyan did not refuse. In reality, it was merely placing them into the machine. 2 minutes later, Jian Yao emerged from the kitchen, having tidied up, and glanced at the clock. It was 7:45. Time was running short. The boldness she had felt while watching videos earlier dissipated, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. This game had left her with some lingering shadows. Gu Zhiyan stood and led her to the side courtyard. Esports room. One wall was adorned with a display case showcasing numerous medals and trophies, along with various gun figurines. On the opposite side, 2 computers, one black and one pink, were set side by side, accompanied by 2 tablets and a set of streaming equipment, the pink setup clearly brand new. Gu Zhiyan gestured for Jian Yao to sit first while he configured the computer. As Jian Yao settled into the chair, her eyes were drawn to the wall of glory and figurines. Noticing her fascination, Gu Zhiyan looked up from a tangle of cables and said, "If you like, you can take them out to play. The cabinet isn't locked." Jian Yao gazed at the trophies and medals in the glass case, her voice soft. "Just looking as good. Those were trophies Gu Zhiyan had worked hard to earn." She feared she might accidentally damage them. However, taking pictures was acceptable. She clutched her phone and tilted her head towards Gu Zhiyan, asking, "Can I take pictures?" Gu Zhiyan plugged in the last cable and looked up. Of course, meeting Jian Yao's bright, sparkling eyes, he smiled helplessly when she realized she was already Mrs. Gu. Such trivial matters didn't require his approval. This was also her home. As Jian Yao logged onto the game with the tablet, her mind was still in a daze. The official stream hadn't begun yet, but the preliminary live broadcast was already active. Having done some pre-event promotions, a wave of fans surged in as soon as it started, and the numbers continued to climb. Gu Zhiyan had not activated his camera, causing the fans in the live stream to protest loudly. "Mr. Gu, with a face like yours, you were born to be seen. Come on, turn on the camera, brother, turn on the camera. I'm not watching for nothing, I'll help you attract viewers." Chapter 37, The Unconventional CP. "Gushin, it has been over 2 years since you last streamed, and now that you finally do, you won't turn on the camera. Is that reasonable? Is it reasonable?" Gu Zhiyan fiddled with the microphone and glanced at the barrage, letting out a light chuckle. "My wife is also here. I won't be turning on the camera." The barrage paused for a moment, then surged even faster. "Your sister-in-law is here too. Don't be so stingy. Let us see which brave warrior she is." "Is your sister-in-law aware that you are streaming with Pei Kongke, and has she come to supervise you?" "Rest assured, sister-in-law Gushin and Pei Kongke are nothing more than old friends from their professional days, eating and living together, inseparable." Gu Zhiyan eyed the crowd, his dark eyes narrowing. "Keep babbling, and I'll have the administrator kick you all out through the screen." The netizens showed no fear. In this day and age, who doesn't have a few alternate accounts? Gushin, that threat won't work unless you turn on the camera. They were getting anxious. He was getting anxious. Sister-in-law, quick, look. Jian Yao's nervousness was instantly alleviated by these lively netizens, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then she turned to Gu Zhiyan, her voice lowered in curiosity. "The Pei Kongke they mentioned, is that Pei Ed?" Gu Zhiyan nodded. "Yes, always dressing flamboyantly, just like a peacock." Jian Yao obediently nodded. On the barrage, is that sister-in-law's voice? So sweet, so sweet, so sweet. With such a sweet girl, why would she want to be with Gushin? Turn on the camera, turn on the camera. "I want to see sister-in-law." Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow at the barrage, slowly speaking. "My wife? What are you all in such a rush for? Don't you all have wives?" When he said this, his tone rose at the end, exuding a strong sense of possessiveness. Jian Yao, holding the tablet, looked down at her character in a princess dress, her ears turning red. After dealing with the netizens, Gu Zhiyan turned to Jian Yao, pointing to her game interface's inventory. "Your account is full of skins. See which outfit you like, you can choose for yourself." He had already helped select a set of skins before she arrived, but it might not align with Jian Yao's taste. Jian Yao browsed through the various styles in her inventory, tucking her hair behind her ears to avoid blocking her view. "This set looks beautiful." The white princess dress had a perfect cut reaching just above her knees, revealing a pair of slender, fair legs, quite pleasing to the eye. A notification sound echoed from the computer. It was Pei E and Hong Mao's team request and connection request. As soon as they entered, the live stream room became lively. Hong Mao, with his wild frizzy hair, burst into excitement. Gu, did you forget to turn on the camera? It's pitch black, Gu Zhiyan snorted lightly. Not on. Jian Yao lifted her head from the pile of small dresses and said earnestly, I've never played games before, my skills are terrible, he is afraid I'll embarrass myself, so he won't turn on the camera. Her words were half joking, but they held a kernel of truth. Upon hearing Jian Yao's voice, Hong Mao exclaimed, sister-in-law is really here, I thought Pei Go was pulling my leg. Hearing Jian Yao claim her lack of skill, Hong Mao assumed she was joking and being modest. After all, with a legendary husband like Gu Zhiyan, if she learned even a trick or two, she would dominate the game. However, to support sister-in-law, Hong Mao continued to assure, sister-in-law, play however you want, we'll ensure your safety. It was merely an entertainment stream, and they were matched with ordinary players, so Hong Mao was brimming with confidence. As they entered the team, Hong Mao's chatter exploded. And on the other side, Pei Yi, who had dyed his hair a light golden color, appeared even more attractive, his red lips contrasting with his white teeth. Upon hearing Hong Mao, he chuckled lightly, take it easy. Be careful, Gu might take you out. Why are you in such a rush about someone else's wife? Pei Yi, Hong Mao, and Gu Zhiyan had teamed up for over 2 years. And the moment the three gathered, fans erupted in excitement. Wow, Pei Go is looking particularly stylish today. The tone and demeanor suggested a hint of jealousy. Sister-in-law, although you are the main wife, allow me to indulge in this unconventional CP. Jian Yao glanced at Pei Yi, then at Gu Zhiyan, and turned to see the barrage about the unconventional CP. She thought, who is the main wife is still up for debate. Gu Zhiyan, accustomed to the antics of these unserious netizens, quietly asked Jian Yao, are you ready? I'm ready, just let me know when to start. Jian Yao thought that whether she was prepared or not didn't matter, as she would still perform poorly. She clicked the top left corner to prepare and nodded to indicate she was ready. After confirming with Jian Yao, Gu Zhiyan, as the captain, directly clicked to start. The three of them were using alternate accounts, and in the quality lobby, no one recognized them. As Pei Yi and Hong Mao entered the lobby, they bounced around like jumping beans. Gu Zhiyan stood still, watching Jian Yao, who was moving like a headless chicken. Gu Zhiyan, but he knew Jian Yao couldn't play, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Even the AI was more agile than her. He patiently demonstrated to Jian Yao with his tablet. Watch how I operate. Jian Yao turned her head to look. Gu Zhiyan adjusted his character to match Jian Yao's angle, then swiped his finger up, lifting the character's perspective, and moved his left thumb to advance the character. Jian Yao, being intelligent enough to gain admission to Jingbei, certainly had no issues with her IQ. After Gu Zhiyan's explanation, she quickly grasped the basic controls for moving her character. However, that was the extent of her skills. Just as she learned this, they were already boarding the plane. On the livestream, as a complete novice, Jian Yao's interface initially drew little attention, but once viewers saw her clumsy movements and Gu Zhiyan's patient teaching, the comments exploded. I thought sister-in-law was being modest, turns out she is genuinely inexperienced. I can 100% confirm that sister-in-law is a total newbie. With Gu Zhiyan's temper, will he end up scolding sister-in-law? I can already envision Gu Zhiyan lifting his chin, coldly mocking sister-in-law, sprinkling rice on the tablet. Even a chicken plays better than you. But Jian Yao observed the playful jests in the comments, understanding they were well-meaning. Yet she couldn't help but glance at Gu Zhiyan beside her. She was indeed quite unskilled, and if Gu Zhiyan lost his temper and scolded her, she felt she could accept it. After all, her relationship with Lu Chengze and Wu Yu had deteriorated over many years, so how could she expect a newly formed bond with Gu Zhiyan to be different? Everyone has their temper. She could understand that. However, even if her rational mind told her she could understand, her heart still couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Chapter 38. Are we also a part of their game? Gu Zhiyan glanced at the flight path for this round from N port to G port. He marked the point in P City, saying, your sister-in-law doesn't know how to play, let us take it slow. And I'll teach her. Pei Yi and Hong Mao had no objections. Alright. After notifying Pei Yi and Hong Mao, he sent a follow invitation to Jian Yao, then turned to her, please accept, I will stick with you. So don't worry. Jian Yao looked up at him, her gaze meeting his gentle eyes, and she softly replied, okay. She clicked to accept the follow request, and soon, the scene shifted, her character in a little white dress plummeting rapidly. From her perspective, she could see Gu Zhiyan beside her. When they reached a certain altitude, the parachute deployed, and the canopy tilted as they descended swiftly. So this is how you parachute. She had only played once before. Following Lu Chengze and the others, where everyone jumped independently, unaware of the follow mechanic. When Lu Chengze said to jump, she just followed suit. At first, the descent wasn't particularly fast, but it felt like a rapid drop to her. Midway down, fearing her character would crash, she opened her parachute, and her character descended slowly like a turtle, only to be shot down before she touched the ground. It seemed she even unlocked an achievement, land and get boxed. Lost in thought, her character tumbled and landed, unable to discern who marked the point in the team, when suddenly, gunfire erupted. Startled, she forgot how to move. Gu Zhiyan casually picked up a shotgun to find Jian Yao. only to see her anxiously spinning in place, taking a few steps towards him as he gently reassured, "Don't be nervous, raise your perspective to find the house, then walk towards it." Gu Zhiyan's voice seemed to possess a calming magic. Upon hearing him, the flustered Jian Yao immediately calmed down, carefully maneuvering her character towards the nearest door. Having watched streams for an afternoon, she could manage opening and closing doors and picking up scattered supplies in the room. She stumbled through the house, searching clumsily. Surprisingly, despite still being under the novice protection period, her house was not large but unexpectedly rich. A head, 2 helmets, an M416, and a shotgun. Jian Yao couldn't identify the guns, but she could tell how many bullets were loaded. Holding the shotgun, she felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity with its limited ammunition and couldn't locate the earlier gun with 30 rounds. Making her frantic, she knew Gu Zhiyan was searching for items in the adjacent room, but she felt too shy to ask. Previously, she had sought assistance from Lu Chengze regarding mathematical problems, while he would provide her with answers. He often wore an expression of impatience. Such trivial matters necessitate inquiry. Can't you think for yourself? If you cannot manage something so simple, just draw an auxiliary line. Over time, she became apprehensive about troubling others. Eventually, upon returning to the Jian family, they recognized her struggles with mathematics and arranged for a private tutor, which ultimately improved her grades. In the livestream chat, viewers observed Jian Yao alternating between lying down, squatting, and jumping, occasionally adjusting the camera, leaving many in bewilderment. What on earth is sister-in-law doing? Is she familiar with the controls? Perhaps it's a form of performance art. A university student remarked that it was incomprehensible, suggesting a graduate student be brought in instead. Even the graduate student was baffled, prompting calls for a PhD student. Most netizens were teasing, while a few wagered on when Gu Zhiyan's patience would run out, betting a pack of spicy snacks that Gu Zhiyan would scold sister-in-law this time. "You all are so stingy." "I'm betting 2 packs." Almost no one sided with Jian Yao. After all, longtime fans knew that Gu Zhiyan had an aversion to foolishness. In the past, a well-known beauty streamer, Xiaoerdua, had faced Gu Zhiyan and was nearly brought to tears due to her poor gameplay and persistent attachment to him, despite this being the actual sister-in-law. Gu Zhiyan's temperament suggested he would not indulge her indefinitely. The fact that he had managed to remain patient until now was already remarkable. Gu Zhiyan finished searching the nearby housing area, casually eliminating 2 oblivious players. Upon returning, he found Jian Yao's character lying on the ground, spinning her gun. He crouched beside her, tossing his level 3 helmet to her, along with 2 painkillers and a first aid kit. Just as Jian Yao was about to refuse, the character dressed in a white dress automatically picked up Gu Zhiyan's items. Unsure how to return them, she felt that saying no would come off as insincere, so she could only murmur a thank you. Gu Zhiyan mimicked her posture, with their characters' heads touching, and asked curiously, "What are you doing lying here?" Jian Yao gazed at Gu Zhiyan's character in the game, fully aware it was not a real person, yet her heart fluttered uncontrollably when they locked eyes. After a brief silence, she hesitantly replied, "I'm looking for my gun. I remember picking up one with plenty of ammo, but now it's gone." Gu Zhiyan glanced at the 416 slung across her back, momentarily silent. "It's on your back." A burst of infectious laughter erupted from the headphones. Pei and Hong Mao, having arrived unnoticed, remained silent, observing from a nearby corner. Jian Yao adjusted her view and spotted them. Upon seeing her gaze, Hong Mao laughed uncontrollably. "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I usually don't laugh, but I just couldn't hold it in this time." In contrast to Hong Mao's teasing, Pei maintained a more composed demeanor, though amusement seeped into his tone. "Just switch your weapon." Jian Yao, fingers poised over the screen, couldn't grasp the concept of switching weapons. Suddenly, her surroundings darkened as something loomed over her. The next moment, a familiar, refreshing scent filled her nostrils. Gu Zhiyan had unexpectedly leaned down, enveloping her in his embrace, taking the tablet from her hands and speaking with barely contained laughter. "Let me teach you. Do you see these 2 guns? Pay close attention. They have different shapes, representing the 2 guns you possess. Click on the other side to switch to the one on your back." He patiently explained not only how to switch weapons but also how to replenish ammunition, aim, shoot, and throw grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. Meanwhile, Hong Mao finally laughed enough, dramatically shouting from the sidelines, killing dogs, killing dogs." The chat echoed similar sentiments. "Whoa, has Gu Zhiyan been possessed by something foul? My ears might just get pregnant." It seemed Gu Zhiyan had 2 faces. Were they merely a part of their performance? Chapter 39, Gu Zhiyan is undoubtedly the big bad wolf. Ah, so this is how it's played, huh? No wonder Gu Zhiyan has never participated in such events after retiring. It turns out he was just waiting to show off his wife. Can you show affection, but not turn on the camera? Gu Zhiyan had been motionless for several minutes, likely guiding his sister-in-law step by step, and the viewers were eager to see more. The chat was lit up with excitement, and even the top supporters on Jian Yao's side were competing like it was a PK, showering gifts without pause. "You bring a carnival, I'll bring a sports car, and we won T-stop. Go sister, crazy granny, my dear granddaughter-in-law is so adorable. When will that boy bring you home to meet grandma?" Although Jian Yao lacked a fanbase, with the support of 3 influential streamers, over 10,000 viewers had joined since the broadcast began. The chat updated rapidly, and normally, she wouldn't have seen the two highlighted messages among the chaos, yet these two were frequent spenders with high-level fans, ensuring their messages were bold and pinned. Others watching didn't react much to the message from the unrestrained big mother monkey. But upon seeing the one from Crazy Granny, they couldn't help but tease their Granny. "Do you know whose livestream this is? You can't shout that out carelessly. Granny, no, dear Granny, how about you take a look at me? I'd love to be your grandson, Granny, look at me, I can do a backflip." Everyone was joking around, completely oblivious to the possibility that the matriarch of the Gu family might actually be watching the livestream. In her residence, Grandma Gu held a tablet, wearing gold-rimmed reading glasses. Sifting through the comments, squinting, she read each one carefully, realizing after several messages that people didn't believe she was truly Yan and Yao Yao's grandmother. With a haughty snort, she wished to prove her identity but found she had no photos with her grandson and granddaughter-in-law. They had taken pictures on their engagement day, but the photographer hadn't sent them over yet. Fuming, Grandma Gu removed her glasses, lamenting that rascal Yan, without a word, tricked Yao Yao into getting their marriage certificate, and now they've tied the knot. He didn't even think to bring her home for a few days. How could she, as their grandmother, learn about her grandson's marriage through Weibo? Absurd. She wished the livestream would turn on the camera. She wanted to see her granddaughter-in-law but couldn't. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Putting her glasses back on and sending 10 yacht emojis, her granddaughter-in-law was truly adorable even while gaming. In less than 2 minutes, Grandma Gu had completely forgotten her earlier irritation. Gazing at the character in a white princess dress on the game screen with hearts in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the Su family residence, Susie, sucking on a lollipop while nestled on the sofa, wore an annoying smile while watching the livestream. Unlike Jian Yao's Navet, she had been following them for a long time, ever since Gu Zhiyan and Pei Yi began their professional careers. Previously, Gu Zhiyan would keep a wide distance from other female teammates, almost as if he wished for Sun Wukong to draw a circle around him, declaring women off limits within 10 meters, when she saw Jian Yao preparing to livestream with them. She had genuinely felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Yao Yao was now publicly known as Mrs. Gu. If Gu Zhiyan were to show her a sour face in front of everyone, not only would others in the circle mock her, but even the netizens would deride her for marrying into a wealthy family without any recognition. To her surprise, Gu Zhiyan exhibited remarkable patience with Jian Yao, accustomed to observing people's expressions in the business world. Susie could tell that Gu Zhiyan's behavior was not mere performance. He genuinely did not see Jian Yao as a hindrance and was sincerely teaching her how to play. Even the most basic concepts were explained with great care. Coupled with her earlier speculations, Susie was 8/10 sure Gu Zhiyan was undoubtedly the big bad wolf. All the talk of collaboration and marriage pressure was just a ruse. Listening to Gu Zhiyan's patient explanations in the livestream, she blissfully sent more fireworks flying. Suddenly, her work phone rang, disrupting her daydreaming. Annoyed, she turned down the livestream volume and answered the call. The voice of her young assistant came through. "Suzong, the Lu family is calling again, saying they have something to discuss and asking if you have time to meet." Susie coldly smirked, instructing them to dismiss the call. If the Lu family calls again, just refuse them outright. With that, she hung up. Though she was Jian Yao's close friend, she had always found herself at odds with Lu Chengze. He believed she would lead Jian Yao astray, while she thought he was parasitic and overly dependent. Thus, their animosity began in college and continued post-graduation, as they would rather avoid each other entirely. Rumor had it that Lu Chengze had put several properties and cars up for sale to cover the mess created by the Lu siblings. However, the value of his assets still fell short of 8 billion, especially under pressure to sell at a discount. Now that he was calling, it was likely a request for money. Susie scoffed quietly, rolling her eyes. Did he not realize he had been bullying her? Yao Yao, how could he still have the audacity to seek her out, without Yao Yao, who would even glance at him? Such arrogance. Not seizing the chance to take a jab at him was merely out of concern for Jian Yao's feelings. Tossing her phone aside, she resumed sucking on her lollipop, continuing to enjoy the livestream. Meanwhile, Jian Yao remained enveloped in Gu Zhiyan's embrace, his gentle explanations echoing in her ears. The two individuals stood in close proximity, his breath brushing against her ear, eliciting a shiver that coursed through her. Jian Yao felt utterly rigid, her entire focus consumed by the person behind her, rendering her incapable of hearing his words. The toxic circle slowly encroached, as Hong Mao and Pei Yi dispatched a hapless squad nearby, prompting them to retrieve equipment and make their escape. Gu Zhiyan meticulously explained the remaining two controls, even detailing the methods of execution, before finally lowering his gaze to the person in his embrace. "Did you remember?" Jian Yao lifted her gaze to meet his, her long eyelashes fluttering as she nodded, indicating she had grasped the essence of it. She sensed that Gu Zhiyan might have somewhat misjudged his own allure. What kind of Lu Xiaohui could remain unflustered in his arms while he expounded on gaming strategies? Fortunately, the majority of the buttons were quite self-explanatory. Her initial confusion stemmed from mistakenly perceiving the indicators as mere symbols rather than functional keys. Gu Zhiyan recognized her bewildered expression as a sign she had not been fully attentive. However, he dismissed the concern. Having come this far, it would have been more disheartening if she were still earnestly trying to absorb his gaming instructions. He stepped back to his position, picked up the tablet, and beckoned to Jian Yao, "Drink a bottle of cola, and follow me." As the shadow enveloping her receded, so too did the crisp aura that had lingered beside her. Taking a deep breath, Jian Yao puffed her cheeks and complied. Clumsily, she poured some medicine into her cola, consumed a bottle, and followed Gu Zhiyan with a mechanical gait. Chapter 40, The Cunning Big Bad Wolf vs. The soft and adorable little bunny Pei Yi and Hong Mao were already waiting by the recently looted boxes in their vehicle. Upon spotting Jian Yao approaching, Hong Mao leaped from the car. Shedding his level 3 armor for her sister-in-law, "Here is some armor for you." He then began bouncing around one of the most opulent loot crates, exclaiming, "Lick this, lick that. This one is the richest." Jian Yao smiled appreciatively at Hong Mao. Moving to collect items from the designated bag, he pointed out, "In truth, she had little understanding of what constituted riches. She had activated auto pickup and was merely bending down to haphazardly gather whatever she could. Unaware of what she had acquired, although she had been somewhat of a liability throughout, the camaraderie within the team was harmonious, and she felt an unusual sense of joy having survived this long in the game as she hopped into the car. Gu Zhiyan had collected items far more efficiently than she, already waiting by the vehicle. Only after she had settled in did he join her. Pei Yi took the wheel, and with Hong Mao on lookout, Gu Zhiyan seized this opportunity to explain how to combine rifle attachments to Jian Yao. She gazed at her level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, level 3 backpack, and fully equipped 416 with a sense of satisfaction. Feeling secure despite her inexperience in combat, the safe zone materialized near G-Port, and the audacious trio Pei Yi, Gu Zhiyan, and Hong Mao drove straight into G-Port. From a distance, the sound of gunfire was incessant, and the vehicle halted near the large warehouse. Pei Yi and Hong Mao swiftly exited, flanking the entrance to confront the occupants within. Gu Zhiyan cautioned Jian Yao, "Stay in the car and don't move. If you see anyone, call for me." Jian Yao obediently nodded and softly replied. Pei Yi positioned the car strategically, both concealed and capable of observing the situation by the containers, recognizing the unique terrain. Jian Yao immediately recalled that this was the very location where Gu Zhiyan had once achieved legendary status. To avoid complicating matters for them, she remained in the vehicle, intently following Gu Zhiyan's movements with her gaze. The large warehouse was left to Pei Yi and Hong Mao, while Gu Zhiyan ensured no adversaries occupied the high ground before crouching behind the slanted wooden planks of a container. Jian Yao, having not spotted any foes, noticed that several had already been eliminated. The once dense gunfire had diminished significantly, and after Pei Yi and Hong Mao had cleared the warehouse, they joined Gu Zhiyan for support. While Jian Yao sat absorbed in the unfolding action, she suddenly heard footsteps nearby. As she shifted her view, she spotted two individuals approaching from behind, evidently unaware of her presence as they sprinted towards her. Observing the intensity of Gu Zhiyan's battle, she hesitated to call out to him. In a moment of panic, she inadvertently pressed the screen, switching her weapon to a smoke grenade. As the two neared, lacking any experience with firearms, she recalled Gu Zhiyan's earlier instructions and opted to throw the smoke grenade. Her first attempt was imprecise, landing at her feet. The white smoke enveloped her instantly, and though gunfire erupted in her direction, her obscured position spared her from harm. Jian Yao's eyes brightened as she threw another grenade from a distance, expanding the smoke's coverage, and then exited the vehicle to continue tossing grenades, further enlarging the smoke cloud. The adversaries, seemingly lacking skill, dashed about in the haze, miraculously avoiding one another. Just as she prepared to throw another smoke grenade, she discovered she was left with only a grenade. Gazing at it momentarily in silence, she pulled the pin and hurled it in the direction of the vehicle. From her memory, having watched streams, she knew vehicles could explode, drawing on her previous experience with the smoke grenade. This time her throw was considerably accurate. With a resounding explosion, the grenade detonated alongside the vehicle, eliminating the two foes who had surrounded Jian Yao. She fled the scene, miraculously becoming the sole survivor of the blast, albeit knocked down in the process. As Jian Yao glanced at the elimination notifications on her left and her own 2 kills in the upper right corner, she was too overwhelmed to care about her impending demise. Immediately she raised her gaze to share her triumph with Gu Zhiyan. Upon meeting his eyes, she found him looking down at her, a hint of a smile playing at his lips, calm, strategic, and incredibly impressive. He set down the tablet and gently applauded her efforts. Jian Yao felt a rush of shyness at his praise, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. In truth, she knew well that she was far from strategic. Initially, her aim had been off with the smoke grenade, and later she simply wished to capitalize on the confusion to make her escape. Gu Zhiyan bent down to assist the fallen Jian Yao. Tossing her a medical kit, Jian Yao picked up the kit, and upon using it, she made to dash toward the loot. However, after just a few steps, she heard Gu Zhiyan call her back. "Come here." Jian Yao paused, turning to see him still in the same position where he had just helped her. Noticing her gaze, he called again, "Come here, I have something for you." Bewildered, she retraced her steps and squatted down as Gu Zhiyan had done. He produced a signal flare pistol from his backpack along with a round of ammunition. "Here is a signal flare gun for you." Jian Yao understood that this small red pistol could summon airdrops. Though she had no idea how to use it, she looked to Gu Zhiyan for assistance, and he set down his phone, leaning down to guide her. See this little pistol, press it once. Load the bullet, aim at the sky, and fire. Following his instructions, Jian Yao aimed the pistol skyward and pressed the trigger. The red orb soared into the air, lingering above. Is this how it's done? This was Jian Yao's inaugural shot in the game. Knowing that firing the signal flare incorrectly would render it useless, she quickly turned to Gu Zhiyan for validation. He maintained his earlier posture, his dark eyes shimmering under the light, and upon hearing her inquiry, he nodded gently. Yes, you did wonderfully, really. Jian Yao recognized that Gu Zhiyan was merely comforting her, as she was well aware that from the game's outset she had been a burden to the team. However, the contrasting attitude of Gu Zhiyan and his companions, compared to Lu Chengze, diminished that feeling, dispelling the shadows in her heart. They treated her not as a liability but as a true teammate. Attending to her every need with utmost care, Jian Yao felt a lump in her throat and murmured softly, "Thank you." And the unnoticed livestream viewers were nearly losing their minds. Oh my gosh. I want to possess sister-in-law for 10 minutes, that lucky girl. Can I swap places with her to play with Gu Zhiyan? Where are the ones who thought Gu Zhiyan would throw a fit? Does your face hurt? It hurts, but I love it. Have you all noticed? Although sister-in-law is as soft as a little bunny, it's actually Gu Zhiyan who is being manipulated, the cunning big bad wolf versus the soft and adorable little bunny. Chapter 41. Seizing every opportunity to praise his wife. Following the roar of the airplane, the airdrop descended. Jian Yao had already thoroughly looted the boxes at G-Port. She had a fully equipped 416 and AK, and had collected 8 bottles of beverages, sufficient to describe her as extravagantly wealthy. Before the airdrop landed, Pei Yi and Hong Mao had already set up their weapons, while Gu Zhiyan covered the drop zone with smoke to secure the area for gathering supplies. Although Jian Yao needed nothing, she understood this was a gesture of goodwill from Gu Zhiyan and his companions, so she did not refuse. Approaching the airdrop for a fleeting glance, she took nothing in return. After she had finished, Gu Zhiyan moved in to collect 3 helmets, 3 armors, and an AWM. Meanwhile, the toxic circle updated once again, this time placing the safe zone conveniently within the downtown area where they currently resided. Gu Zhiyan glanced at the mini-map and called for Pei Yi and Hong Mao to return and drive them to the bridge. The blue 4-wheeled vehicle sped toward the elevated bridge, halting in a corner as Gu Zhiyan instructed Jian Yao to remain in the car and not wander off. The 3 men disembarked, each seeking cover as they awaited the arrival of foes from the upper city. Jian Yao sat in the car, clutching her weapon, nervously fixated on the opposite side of the bridge. As the toxic circle approached, a jeep indeed barreled across the bridge towards them, likely anticipating a blockade. With the pedal to the metal, the vehicle raced towards them at breakneck speed. Jian Yao's palms began to sweat as she gripped the tablet, uncertain if they would hit their target at such velocity. As Jian Yao was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly witnessed Gu Zhiyan fire the first shot, hitting the car tire. The vehicle lost its balance and careened directly into the bridge railing. Simultaneously, Pei Yi, wielding the 98K, had already taken down the driver who had been at the wheel. Their squad was not at full strength. Upon the driver collapsing, the other 2 teammates swiftly exited the vehicle, deploying smoke grenades and seeking cover. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hong Mao stealthily approached the remaining foes. While the 2 were preoccupied with dragging their fallen comrade, he deftly tossed a grenade, resulting in 1 death and another incapacitated. The last remaining enemy, in a state of panic, fled beyond the smoke and cover, only to be promptly executed by Gu Zhiyan's AWM with a single shot to the head. The trio, having collaborated for years, exhibited an impeccable synergy, communicating without the necessity of superfluous dialogue and maintaining clearly defined roles. Inside the vehicle, Jian Yao watched in awe. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind, and Pei Yi was ambushed from the rear while on the overpass. His level 3 helmet was shattered, leaving him with a mere sliver of health. The direction of the ambush was from the area they had recently vacated, indicating that the assailant had arrived post their departure. In her earpiece, Pei Yi exclaimed, "Damn." Fearing further ambush, he leaped from halfway down the bridge. Hong Mao deployed smoke while Pei Yi tended to his wounds. Gu Zhiyan quickly pinpointed the location of the attacker, taking him down with a single shot and swiftly marking 2 additional positions. As Gu Zhiyan retracted his rifle and laid down smoke, he advised, 3 enemies, take down 1. Pei Yi, having bandaged himself, nodded in agreement, preparing to advance, only to realize he was out of smoke grenades. The distance from the overpass to the containers was considerable, and advancing without cover posed a significant risk. He turned to Hong Mao, asking, "How many smoke grenades do you have left?" Hong Mao glanced into his backpack, replying, 1. Jian Yao, seated in the vehicle, overheard their need for smoke and timidly raised her hand, saying, "I have smoke, I'll deploy it in front, just follow me." With that, she exited the vehicle, eagerly tossing smoke grenades without hesitation. Pei Yi, concerned about the insufficiency of smoke, initially intended to request the grenades from her, but was taken aback as Jian Yao enthusiastically tossed 3 grenades in rapid succession. The white smoke curled and twisted like a worm, heading towards the containers. Seeing this, Pei Yi and Hong Mao immediately followed suit. The smoke from the bridge to the containers was almost uninterrupted. Hong Mao counted at least 8 grenades, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Sister-in-law, how did you gather so many grenades? Does a normal person scavenging in a battle royale really collect a backpack full of them? Once Jian Yao had escorted them to the containers, she instinctively nestled into a box, avoiding causing any trouble for her teammates. Upon hearing Hong Mao's remark, a faint blush spread across her fair cheeks as she replied, "I am not good at fighting. It's safer to gather more smoke for our escape." Hong Mao, perplexed, responded, "This is a shooting game. With us covering you, you should learn to confront opponents. That's how you grow." Jian Yao, clutching her tablet, mirrored his confusion, but isn't the rule of the game that the last one standing wins? With 100 players in a match, the last team remaining is considered the victor. So isn't it about who survives the longest? Hong Mao was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, just as Pei Yi had avenged himself and was drinking a bottle of cola to regain his health. He couldn't help but chuckle at Jian Yao's words. Gu Zhiyan eliminated the last enemy with a swift shot, securing their victory. Afterward, Pei Yi and Hong Mao exited the game. Gu Zhiyan called for Jian Yao to come over and lift the trophy. Jian Yao dashed over from her hiding spot, triumphantly raising the trophy while Gu Zhiyan posed in a victory gesture behind her. Excitedly, Jian Yao turned to Gu Zhiyan, exclaiming, "This is my first chicken dinner." After the match, her initial shyness during the livestream had completely dissipated, leaving her in a relaxed state. Gu Zhiyan, capturing the moment with a screenshot, glanced at Jian Yao's bright eyes, saying, "Indeed, it's all thanks to your smoke. Otherwise, that last team wouldn't have been so easily dealt with." Jian Yao smiled coyly. Despite knowing Gu Zhiyan was merely flattering her, she couldn't suppress her joy. She cheerfully saved the screenshot, reluctantly exiting the interface afterward. Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat were in disbelief. Gu Zhiyan, you've changed. Where did your sharp tongue go? Why are you suddenly so sweet? Gu Zhiyan replied, "I won't miss any opportunity to praise my wife. Nonetheless, don't you think sister-in-law is genuinely hilarious? She figured out the essence of survival and strategy in her very first game. How is that not a sign of talent? Don't even mention it. I came from Hong Mao's team." And when he counted the smoke grenades, his jaw practically dropped. "I've never seen so many smoke grenades in my life." With Gu Zhiyan and his team guiding her, Jian Yao, now devoid of any psychological burdens, clearly enjoyed the subsequent matches. Although she still struggled with jumping through windows and occasionally ran against the toxic gas, her communication had noticeably increased. Aware that combat wasn't her strong suit, she positioned herself as a support player, immersing herself in gathering resources, medications, smoke grenades, and gasoline. While providing considerable comic relief, she gradually became familiar with the game's basic mechanics, barely qualifying as a smoke-deploying medic. By the end of the livestream, her audience had surged to over 30,000. After finishing the final match, Jian Yao bid farewell to her viewers and set her tablet down, only to realize it was already past midnight. Chapter 42, Too Unrestrained. She stretched her sore neck in surprise, her eyes widening. Is it really that late? Despite feeling as though she hadn't played for long, over 4 hours had slipped by. Gu Zhiyan turned off the streaming equipment, hearing her words, and smiled slightly. "Are you still nervous?" Jian Yao bit her lip, replying, "Not nervous at all. In fact, I feel a bit unfulfilled." She began to understand why so many people enjoyed gaming. Ultimately, it wasn't just about the game itself, but rather the company one shared while playing. Engaging with different individuals in gaming offered entirely distinct experiences. Gu Zhiyan stretched his wrists, rising and casually glancing at her, an air of contentment enveloping him. My pleasure. Soft light cascaded from above, the so-called death spotlight illuminating him, enhancing the depth of his features, his high nose, and the remarkable elegance he exuded. Jian Yao raised her gaze slightly, focusing on his Adam's apple and jawline, as well as the lip injury she had caused. After a few days, the wound had scabbed over, resembling a dark beauty mark on his lip. Exuding an inexplicable allure. As Jian Yao gazed at the vividly alive figure before her, she inadvertently recalled Su C's words from when they had hot pot together. "Are you two planning to live apart after marriage?" The matter of where she and Gu Zhiyan would reside post-marriage had never been discussed. Perhaps tonight was an opportune moment. Newlyweds, alone together in the dead of night. What a perfect blend of timing and circumstance. Jian Yao vowed she wasn't coveting Gu Zhiyan's good looks, yet each time she opened her mouth, the question of where she would live remained unspoken. It felt too brazen, too unrestrained. To voice such a thing would make her seem like an eager, perverse individual. Clearing her throat, she tentatively asked, "Should I head back now?" Upon hearing her question, Gu Zhiyan seemed to just notice the time. Glancing at the punk-style clock in the room, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with surprise. "Is it really this late?" He lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "It's quite late now. Back and forth would take considerable time. How about you stay here for the night? I have plenty of rooms, and there are spare clothes and personal items available, so it won't be inconvenient for you." Jian Yao's heart raced like a rabbit. Yet her expression remained calm as she looked up at Gu Zhiyan. "All right." Her nonchalant demeanor led Gu Zhiyan, who had anticipated a refusal, to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "You trust me so readily?" Jian Yao blinked, nodding confidently under Gu Zhiyan's gaze. We've already registered our marriage, isn't it a bit odd to start being guarded now? She felt that compared to her Gu Zhiyan was the one who warranted concern. He was attracted to men, while she was undeniably straight. Gu Zhiyan seemed amused by her words, a light chuckle escaping his throat. I suppose I've been narrow-minded. As they exited the sports room and passed through the flower-adorned corridor, Gu Zhiyan adjusted his cuffs, glancing down at the elongated shadows cast by the two of them. Are you hungry? Would you like a midnight snack? Initially Jian Yao wasn't hungry, but after Gu Zhiyan's suggestion, she felt a bit tempted. However, she gazed at the tall, imposing figure ahead. Curiosity piqued. Do you usually have midnight snacks? Gu Zhiyan paused, tilting his head to look at her. Why do you ask? Jian Yao bit her lip, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. I just thought that someone like you, a domineering CEO, would typically be quite disciplined. During her teenage years, she had read numerous novels, and none featured a domineering CEO indulging in midnight snacks. Someone like Gu Zhiyan should be above such earthly desires, eating only to sustain the bare essentials of life. Gu Zhiyan regarded her silently for 2 seconds, a blend of exasperation and amusement crossing his features. He turned to walk toward the main courtyard, his clear voice carried by the night breeze into Jian Yao's ears. You should read fewer of those nonsensical books. Although she quickly retracted her earlier comment, he was naturally perceptive and heard her clearly. Given the context, he could easily deduce her thoughts. Jian Yao felt her face flush. Hastening her steps to catch up with Gu Zhiyan, then I want to eat some spicy crayfish. Half an hour later, in the restaurant, Jian Yao pressed the golden, crispy fried egg into the rich red broth of the snail noodle soup, allowing it to soak up the flavorful oil and soup. Struggling to resist the urge to take a bite, she looked up at Gu Zhiyan across the table, her expression brimming with anticipation and a fervent recommendation. Are you really not going to try it? It's absolutely delicious. As Gu Zhiyan, wearing gloves, was diligently peeling a crayfish, responding with indifference. I don't eat. Jian Yao sighed. What a pity. In the next moment, she took a bite. The egg was soft-centered. With one mouthful, the exterior was crispy while the inside was tender, infused with the fragrant spiciness of the snail noodles, exquisite beyond compare. Jian Yao sighed in satisfaction. What a delight. Gu Zhiyan's long fingers deftly peeled the crayfish tail, placing the intact meat into a porcelain white dish. So easy to prepare. A serving of snail noodles and a portion of crayfish were more than enough to satisfy her. Jian Yao bit into the noodles, reflecting, food is paramount to the people. Back in the orphanage, she had little pocket money and envied the other children who bought snacks after school, so she would rush to finish her homework to find time to collect bottles and cardboard for sale. Reflecting on her childhood, Jian Yao's pace of eating slowed. Back then, she thought that once she had money, she would buy double portions of all her favorite foods, one to eat and another to gaze upon, making up for all the treats she couldn't afford before. As she spoke, Jian Yao found herself chuckling at her naive past. After returning to the Jian family and truly acquiring wealth, however, she realized that such thoughts were wasteful. She had been educated to value every grain of rice. Even with wealth, she couldn't bear to waste food. This instinct had become ingrained in her very being. Thus, when she first returned to the Jian family, the ridicule of being a bumpkin was not without reason. Gu Zhiyan, having paused his peeling, looked up at her. If you have something you want to eat in the future, feel free to tell me. I will buy it for you. Jian Yao hesitated with her chopsticks, a smile blossoming on her face. Alright, I won't hold back then. She stirred the noodles in her bowl awkwardly, adding, though if you're feeling sorry for me, there is really no need. The director of the orphanage was a wonderful person. Although her childhood lacked pocket money, she was quite happy. Gu Zhiyan pushed the peeled shrimp toward her. I'm not feeling sorry for you. He gazed intently at the young girl's fair cheeks, explaining earnestly, I just think you're an exceptionally good person. Chapter 43. Does he really have feelings for me, at such a young age? Experiencing a shift in background, many adults might struggle to remain true to themselves. Moreover, after the Jian family took her in, they did not send Jian Ning away but instead embraced Jian Yao as their true daughter while nurturing Jian Ning as the heir. Such a scenario would typically lead to a sibling rivalry in any other prominent family. Jian Yao chewed her noodles, unsure why Gu Zhiyan suddenly made such a remark. Is this what children from affluent families are like? Complimenting others effortlessly, without a hint of embarrassment. Jian Yao, holding her chopsticks, felt a flush of shyness from Gu Zhiyan's praise, her gaze shyly averting. Right, I think so too. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Zhiyan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, noting it was from the old residence, and without hesitation, he answered on speakerphone. As soon as the call connected, his grandmother's voice came through. You little rascal, you didn't even tell the family when you got a marriage certificate with Yao Yao? Don't you think that just because Yao Yao's parents are gone, you can fool her? If I find out you're bullying her, I'll break your legs. Gu Zhiyan cleared his throat, lifting his gaze to Jian Yao. Grandma, Yao Yao is here too. I'm on speaker. Could you show me a little respect? Who is the real family member here? You've only met her twice, and now she is treated like a biological granddaughter. Jian Yao, hearing Gu Zhiyan mention her, immediately chimed in sweetly. Grandma. Upon hearing Jian Yao's voice, the tone on the other end softened. Oh, Yao Yao is here. After all that time streaming, aren't you tired? Has that rascal Yan been fooling you? How can you just go and get a marriage certificate like that? Listening to the grandmother's deliberately gentle tone, Jian Yao unconsciously softened her own voice, glancing at the relaxed and casual Gu Zhiyan. She explained softly, "Grandma, it was my idea to get the certificate. Yan didn't deceive me, please don't blame him." The term Yan slipped from Jian Yao's lips without her noticing, and she failed to observe the momentary stiffness in Gu Zhiyan's demeanor, followed by a subtle smile. Upon hearing that it was Jian Yao who proposed the marriage certificate, the grandmother expressed relief. "Well, you two are getting along well. That makes me feel at ease. When are you coming back to the old residence to keep grandma company?" "I'll make you something delicious." Jian Yao glanced at Gu Zhiyan, knowing she had time, but the decision to return to the old residence depended on his schedule. Gu Zhiyan, sensing Jian Yao's gaze, straightened his back slightly and leaned closer to the phone. "Grandma, we have a streaming schedule for the next few days. We'll visit you once we're finished." Upon hearing Gu Zhiyan's voice, the grandmother's tone quickly turned frosty, tinged with disapproval. "I don't care if you like games, but don't tire Yao Yao out, or I'll dismantle that lousy club of yours." After warning her grandson, the grandmother quickly switched back to a cheerful tone to say goodbye to Jian Yao. "Yao Yao, it's getting late. I won't disturb you two anymore. I'll hang up now." Jian Yao sighed. "Good night, Grandma." After the call ended, Gu Zhiyan let out a long sigh. "You just arrived, and I've already lost my favor." Jian Yao looked at the bowl of noodles and the peeled crayfish before her, then at the recently hung-up phone, contrasting it with the empty space where Gu Zhiyan Saturday. She wasn't particularly good at comforting others, but her conscience pricked her, prompting her to take 2 skewers of lamb skewers and place them onto Gu Zhiyan's plate. "Eat them while they're hot. Cold lamb skewers aren't as tasty." Gu Zhiyan bit into the lamb skewer, taking it a step further. "Though I prefer beef skewers, lamb skewers are still acceptable." Jian Yao thought. She reached for another lamb skewer and placed it back into her bowl, then piled a handful of beef skewers onto his plate. "Here, it's all for you, no need to settle." Gu Zhiyan had arranged for Jian Yao to stay in the guest room, just a wall away from his master bedroom. The room had been tidied up and was fully equipped with daily necessities. To avoid any misunderstandings, Gu Zhiyan stayed at the door, holding a set of pajamas. "I don't have any women's clothes here. This set is new, unworn, just washed and dried. If you don't mind, you can make do with it." Jian Yao accepted the pajamas, her ears slightly flushing. "I don't mind." The night had grown late, and Gu Zhiyan didn't linger, leaving promptly after delivering the pajamas. Once the door closed, Jian Yao gazed at the quaintly decorated room, finally feeling a sense of reality. Had she really moved into Gu Zhiyan's home so easily? Moreover, in the entire courtyard, it was just the two of them. Jian Yao let out a small exclamation, throwing herself onto the bed and rolling around. Even though it was late at night, she felt wide awake. She picked up her phone to message Susi, and upon turning it on, she discovered a long string of unread messages from Susi's sister. "You've made it big. I saw the stream. Don't you dare say he likes men again. He might genuinely have feelings for you. His temper is so good. Do you know how many girls he has made cry before? After all these years, I've finally shipped your CP. Here is some good news. Lu Chengze has started selling his properties and cars to protect the Lu siblings. I warn you, Jian Yao, if you dare to go back to him, we're done. I can't afford that loss." The messages flowed in abundance. Jian Yao read each one attentively, replying to them in turn. This was the tacit understanding they had developed over the years. Chatting didn't have to be in real time. They could simply leave messages for one another, and the other would respond when they saw it. It might not be immediate, but there would always be a reply. After finishing her replies, Jian Yao's eyes lingered on the news about Lu Chengze selling his properties and cars for the Lu siblings, ultimately fixating on the words "he might genuinely have feelings for you." Observing the dynamic between Gu Zhiyan and Pei Yi today, it seemed he was not in the kind of relationship she had initially assumed. Moreover, typically those who favor boys would instinctively resist closeness with girls, as it's a natural, uncontrollable reflex. Yet, with Gu Zhiyan, she had sensed no such repulsion or distance. Holding her phone, Jian Yao recalled Gu Zhiyan's thoughtful gestures. Could it be that he truly had feelings for her? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but scold herself. Stop being so self-absorbed. What kind of exceptional girls has Gu Zhiyan not seen? Even if he had a normal preference, he wouldn't look at me. Furthermore, they were longtime schoolmates, and Gu Zhiyan had barely interacted with her. How could he possibly like her? The internet claims that determining whether a guy likes you is simple. Just see if he seeks you out. After 7 years in high school and college, if Gu Zhiyan had any feelings for her, how could he have endured for 7 years? Jian Yao raised her hand to pat her face, attempting to clear her mind, and set her phone down to wash up. Although the stream had ended and the parties involved were resting, the online uproar had yet to settle. Chapter 44. Why does she resemble Jian Yao so much? Gu Zhiyan's identity is unique, and when he first entered the esports arena, it caused quite a stir. Over the years, although he has adopted a more low-key approach, he remains entangled in the mystery of his sexual orientation. Now, after stepping away from the esports scene for several years, his first public appearance is accompanied by the freshly minted Mrs. Gu, garnering attention not only from fans in the esports community but also from a multitude of influential figures eager to ascend the Gu family's prestigious tree. With support from various factions, the livestream featuring Mr.Gu and his wife has become a trending topic, closely followed by inquiries into the identity of Mr. Gu's enigmatic sweet spouse. Recently, several companies collaborating with the Gu family have been thoroughly investigated by netizens, eliminating those who are married or of unsuitable age, narrowing it down to two potential heiresses, Su Si, the daughter of Su Entertainment, and Ming Zhu from Ming Pharmaceutical. They not only indulge in gossip but also resurrect a plethora of old scandals as evidence. Analyzing the situation with great fervor. One claims that Su Si and Mr.Gu were university classmates, while another insists that Ming Zhu has known Mr.Gu since kindergarten, with both sides staunchly defending their positions. Consequently, the online voting regarding the identity of Mrs.Gu has commenced. At the headquarters of the Lu Group, Wu finally wrapped up a round of work and rubbed his weary eyes before heading to the coffee machine. Since Jian Yao's resignation, Lu Chengze's stubborn temperament had returned. In an effort to prove that he could manage matters without Jian Yao's assistance, he put all of his available properties and vehicles up for sale. Desperate for funds, he spent the day contacting potential buyers, all of whom sought to exploit the situation by offering rock-bottom prices. After a full day, not a single deal was made. Wu had considered reaching out to Su Si, hoping she might purchase the properties and vehicles at market value, with the intention of repurchasing them later once Lu Gu had stabilized his finances. After all, their friendship with Jian Yao meant that once Jian Yao married Lu Gu, the family's assets would eventually belong to her. However, to his dismay, she did not even grant him the opportunity to speak. Wu sighed, reflecting that had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have allowed their relationship to deteriorate to such an extent. Leaving him without her personal contact information, with everyone else already having left for the day, Wu stood alone in the break room, taking a large sip of coffee, feeling momentarily rejuvenated. He glanced at his phone to check the time, only to be greeted by a notification: Mr.Gu and his wife livestream, full of sweetness. Holding his coffee cup, a look of confusion crossed Wu's face. Mr. Gu Zhiyan, hadn't he withdrawn from the esports scene? What was he live-streaming? Had he ventured into selling goods? Surely not. While it is true that live streaming has become a lucrative endeavor, the Gu family, being of noble lineage, would not stoop to such levels. Would they? With a heart full of questions, Wu clicked on Weibo, where the page immediately redirected to the notification. He casually scanned the text and clicked on the accompanying video. The video was clearly a recording of a livestream. The host did not show their face, but through the barrage of comments and the audio, it was evident that it was indeed Gu Zhiyan himself. In this segment of the video, the characters in the game remained static. Yet his voice could be heard instructing viewers on basic gameplay strategies, with meticulous explanations and no hint of impatience. At the end of the video, he gently inquired, "Did you remember?" A familiar and soft voice replied, "I think I remember." Upon hearing this female voice, Wu choked on his coffee, coughing violently. That voice, how could it sound so much like Jian Yao? Surely he must have misheard. The girl had only uttered a few words, and her voice was particularly soft. It had to be a mistake. He could not care less about the spilled coffee as he hastily grabbed a couple of tissues to dab at the stains on his shirt. Clicking on the next video in hopes of uncovering more of the woman's voice, the second video featured a different livestream setup, showcasing the female perspective, and was considerably longer. In the first half, she skillfully eliminated two opponents using smoke grenades and grenades, earning praise from Gu Zhiyan, who even gifted her a signal gun. The latter half depicted a group attempting to block a bridge, with the girl using smoke grenades to pave the way for her teammates until they achieved victory. Her dialogue was sparse, consisting of only a few sentences. "Thank you. I have smoked, I'm going to smoke ahead. You all follow me. I won't engage in combat. It's safer to collect more smoke for our escape, but isn't the objective of this game to be the last one standing?" she exclaimed. "This is my first victory." These brief phrases, which Wu replayed several times, increasingly sounded like Jian Yao. But how could that be possible? After all, this was Gu Zhiyan, setting aside the fact that Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan had no significant connection. The disparity between their family backgrounds was astronomical. How could the Gu family possibly take an interest in Jian Yao? What a laugh! Wu's mind raced with these thoughts, yet his body trembled uncontrollably as he steadied himself against the bar. He mentally reviewed the recent events, the cold reception he received when delivering the list to the Jian family, the days of silence, and even Lu Ji's calls going unanswered. On the day of the engagement, despite knowing Lu Gu would return, the ceremony proceeded as scheduled without waiting for his arrival, and the gathering was dismissed without his presence. Jian Yao had refused to reach out to the Li family for additional time, even resigning from Lu's company. Each of these actions, when viewed in isolation, seemed like mere sulking, yet, when pieced together, they exuded an air of peculiarity. Jian Yao had always cherished Lu Gu, having been jealous in the past. But she had never displayed such extreme anger. Moreover, she was not one to blur the lines between personal feelings and professional life. Given the significant developments with the Li family, how could she refuse to assist? At this juncture, Wu Yu found himself doubting whether Jian Yao was merely throwing a tantrum. Gripping his phone tightly, he swallowed hard and took a deep breath. He needed to discuss this matter with Lu Gu. Wu Yu turned and ascended the stairs. The several assistants in the president's office had already been dismissed, and the lights in the secretary's room were on, though it was empty. The door to the president's office was ajar. And faintly, he could hear Lu Chengze's voice raised in frustration alongside a soft, delicate female voice, seemingly receiving a reprimand. The thought that such a significant mess had been caused by Lu Yi's brother only fueled Wu Yu's irritation. He stood at the door for a moment, waiting for the scolding to conclude before pushing open the door to the president's office. Upon seeing Wu Yu enter, Assistant Lin lowered her head slightly. Greeting him with Vice President Wu, Lu Yi, her eyes red, cast a pitiful glance at Wu Yu, acknowledging him. Wu Yu bypassed Lu Yi and approached Lu Chengze, instructing the two to leave the room. Assistant Lin, understanding that he wished to speak with Lu Chengze privately, discreetly exited. Lu Yi seemed reluctant, but having just endured a reprimand for her mistake with a report, dared not provoke Lu Chengze's ire. Glancing back several times before finally leaving with a forlorn expression, once the door closed, Wu Yu produced his phone and placed it before Lu Chengze. The screen displayed the Weibo notification he had just received. The headline reading, Mr.Gu and his wife livestream full of sweetness. Lu Chengze, beleaguered by a multitude of company issues that had left him with a throbbing headache, initially assumed Wu Yu had come to discuss serious matters. However, upon seeing the Weibo interface, especially featuring such trivial entertainment gossip, his face turned a shade paler. Lu Chengze fixed a piercing gaze on Wu Yu, his voice laced with irritation. You came here at this hour just to show me this? Wu Yu braved the intensity of his glare, inching the phone closer, eager to speak before Lu Chengze could erupt. Lu Gu, take a closer look. Lu Chengze scrutinized Wu Yu for a moment and then lowered his gaze to the phone screen again. His attention drawn to the name Gu Zhiyan, Wu Yu nodded. Yes, it's Gu Zhiyan. He got married this morning. I was going to. The remainder of his sentence went unspoken as Lu Chengze shot him a withering glance. Wu Yu quickly remembered Jian Yao's resignation and clamped his mouth shut, muttering, forget I mentioned it, just watch it for yourself. Fearing Lu Chengze's dwindling patience, he added, watch the video, just watch the video, though Wu Yu could be impulsive at times. He was never without purpose. Moreover, after years of mutual disdain between him and Gu Zhiyan, he was curious about the sudden marriage. Lu Chengze hesitated for a moment before tapping the first video. As Gu Zhiyan's gentle voice emanated from the phone, Lu Chengze scoffed disdainfully. After all these years, he still loves to put on a show. A sudden appearance of a wife could hardly harbor genuine sentiment. It was merely a facade to deceive the online masses. He pressed his fingers against his aching temples, listening apathetically to the stream of basic gaming instructions being delivered. The throbbing in his head was unbearable tonight, prompting him to close his eyes and rest. However, when Gu Zhiyan posed the question, did you remember, and the awaited female voice replied, I think I remember, Lu Chengze's hand froze mid-motion, his eyes shot open. Staring incredulously at the phone, the video came to an abrupt end. Lu Chengze's complexion shifted between green and pale, his tone devoid of inflection. What does this mean? Do you think this person is Jian Yao? A cold laugh escaped him. She has been by my side for over a decade, and finally, she is about to marry me. How could she possibly give that up? Absolutely impossible. Wu Yu watched as Lu Chengze's face paled and his fingers tightened around the armrest. Feeling a surge of frustration, he thought to himself, I never said this was Jian Yao. The voice is similar. Didn't you hear it for yourself? Yet he dared not express such sentiments to Lu Chengze. Instead, he subtly gestured towards the video below. Brother Lu, I am aware that it cannot possibly be Jian Yao, yet the voice of this Mrs.Gu bears an uncanny resemblance to hers. If you do not believe me, take a look at this video. It was not merely the voice that was similar. The gaming skills displayed were equally reminiscent of a novice. Lu Chengze inhaled deeply, his fingertips trembling as he clicked on the video. This time, his gaze was fixated on the screen, eager to dissect every maneuver of the figure clad in a white princess dress. He watched as she achieved a double kill, deployed smoke grenades to clear her path, and excitedly informed Gu Zhiyan that it was her first time playing the game, calmly arriving at the conclusion that this was not Jian Yao. Could it be Wu Yu? He exclaimed. The voice was strikingly similar. How could he discern that this was not Jian Yao? Lu Chengze's previously agitated demeanor seemed to settle, his straightened back relaxing slightly against the chair. Surely, you have witnessed Jian Yao's gaming skills. She could scarcely manage a parachute jump, let alone execute a double kill. Moreover, Jian Yao would never indulge in flirtation. Indeed, that soft-spoken declaration of "this is my first time playing" struck him as flirtatious. Jian Yao did not possess the capacity for such playfulness. Her gentle tone was a mere reflection of her innate vocal quality, while her true nature was exceedingly aloof. Except for occasional spats with Lu Yi, she was predominantly cold, composed, and utterly uninteresting, resembling a robot. Were her disposition even slightly more amiable, he would not have resorted to using Lu Yi to provoke her. Furthermore, when Gu Zhiyan explained how to deploy the signal flare, it was evident that they were already quite close. possibly even cohabitating. Jian Yao was a rather traditional young woman. After years of acquaintance, they had merely held hands and would never find themselves sharing a room with another man in the dead of night. Hence, this could not possibly be Jian Yao. Observing Wu Yu's bewildered expression, oblivious to the underlying issue, Lu Chengze felt no inclination to elucidate further and casually tossed his phone onto the table. An accidental brush of his fingertips against the screen caused him to exit the Weibo post, revealing another headline below: "Who is the mysterious sweet wife of young Master Gu?" His eyes flickered with interest as he tapped to open it. He was met with a list of recent collaborations by the Gu family, along with filtered results and evidence, ultimately narrowing down the candidates to Su Si and Ming Zhu. Notably, Su Si was more active and garnered the highest votes, while Ming Zhu remained low-key, with several thousand fewer votes. A newfound sense of confidence surged within Lu Chengze, the tension in his demeanor easing considerably. "See, I told you it could not possibly be Jian Yao." Wu Yu meticulously examined the Weibo post from beginning to end, muttering, "Perhaps you're right, Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan truly could not be." Yet he pointed at Su Si's photograph and name, asserting, "This is neither Jian Yao nor Su Si. They attended the same university, and while their friendship is not deep, they have met on numerous occasions. This voice is unmistakably not Su Si's." Lu Chengze tapped his fingers on the table, calmly analyzing. "It must be Ming Zhu. She studied abroad during high school and has maintained a low profile since returning home, rarely making public appearances. However, the Gu and Ming families have familial ties and are long-standing acquaintances. Should Gu Zhiyan seek a marriage alliance, Ming Zhu is a strong candidate." Wu Yu sensed an underlying disquiet but could not articulate what felt amiss. Recognizing Lu Chengze's evident distress, he refrained from adding to his burdensome thoughts and merely acquiesced. "I suppose I may have overreacted. My apologies." Disregarding Wu Yu's incessant chatter, Lu Chengze retrieved his coat and phone, heading toward the exit. His head throbbed painfully, and he needed to return home to rest. As he stepped outside, Wu Yu hastily extinguished his phone and powered down the office equipment, calling out, "Brother Lu, wait for me." Once inside the elevator, Lu Chengze pressed the button for the basement level. His mind clouded and his heart heavy with unease. He longed to return home and check on Jian Yao, to see if she was there. Chapter 46. Where is she? Has she not come? He could not recall how he managed to park in the garage or how he boarded the elevator. When his awareness returned, he found himself standing at Jian Yao's door. He gazed at the doorbell so close at hand, his hand hesitating to press it. Pressing that button would be akin to bowing his head to Jian Yao. Why should he? Why must he lower himself? Was it not she who harbored deeper feelings for him, who had pursued him for over a decade? He had already promised to marry her. What more did she desire? Lu Chengze scoffed quietly. It was she who ignored his calls, who sought to end their relationship, who resigned from her position. Should he capitulate today, would she not become even more presumptuous in the future? Abruptly, he withdrew his hand and turned to his own door. Entering his room, he was acutely aware that something was amiss. He might be running a fever. With a heavy head, he opened the drawer of the bedside table. Frequently consumed by his work, he often neglected meals and pushed through illness, concerned that he might develop chronic issues. Jian Yao had transformed the drawer into a makeshift medical cabinet, stocked with a variety of common medications she had purchased. He rummaged through it and found a box of antipyretics, only to discover that it had been emptied. In recent weeks, Jian Yao had been preoccupied with wedding preparations, and their relationship had soured, leaving no time to replenish supplies. Furrowing his brow, his lips pale and tight, he discarded the empty box into the trash. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he leaned against the bed's edge, his head spinning, until he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the mattress. In the hospital, Lu Chengze grimaced in pain, lifting a hand to massage his throbbing forehead. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he noticed a masked nurse replacing in 4 bag, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him regaining consciousness. "You're awake." Lu Chengze remained silent, scanning his surroundings. This was a private room, and aside from him, only the nurse was present. Sensing his scrutiny, she patiently explained, "Your friend who brought you here has stepped out to get you some food. You're experiencing low blood sugar combined with a high fever, young man. While work is important, you must also take care of your health." Lu Chengze pressed his pale lips together, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his eyes at the mention of the person who had brought him. Was it a man or a woman? He had collapsed at home. Surely it was Jian Yao who discovered him. Though she feigned indifference and sought to end their relationship, she had sneaked into his home to check on him in the dead of night. Deep down, she still cared for him. She was merely forcing him to concede, otherwise how could she have found him unconscious in bed? With this thought, a faint smile graced Lu Chengze's lips. He resolved that when she returned with food, should she be willing to engage in a civil conversation and acknowledge her missteps, he would act as though nothing had transpired. Their engagement would continue as planned, and she would retain her position as the head of the business department at Lu's Enterprises. The nurse finished adjusting the 4 and noticed the faint smile on his face. Although puzzled as to why he would find joy in a fever, she patiently answered his earlier inquiry. "The person who brought you here is Ada." Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Yu entered, carrying a takeout bag. Spotting that Lu Chengze was awake, he grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Brother Lu, you're awake. He opened the container of vegetable porridge, chattering away. You nearly scared me to death last night. Fortunately, I'm clever. I noticed you looked unwell at the office and followed you here. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He continued rambling, utterly oblivious to the darkening expression on the patient's face. The nurse, sensing the atmosphere shift, discreetly stepped back, revealing Wu Yu behind her, and quietly stated, "The person who brought you here is this gentleman." With that, the nurse promptly wheeled her cart away. Wu Yu, finally catching on, realized that Lu Chengze was once again furious. Clutching the spoon tightly in his hand, he silently lamented his predicament, all too often. It was said that a woman's heart was as elusive as a needle in the ocean, yet how could a grown man like Lu Chengze be so difficult to please? Did bringing him to the hospital necessitate a blunder? Wu Yu forced to smile while holding the porridge, tentatively suggesting, "Brother Lu, perhaps you should eat something?" With his uninjured hand propping himself up, Lu Chengze fixed an intense gaze on Wu Yu, inquiring, "Where is she? Has she not come?" Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback before promptly realizing whom he referred to. He held the porridge, his speech faltering, due to the urgency of the situation. "She is unaware of your condition." While he spoke these words, he could not shake the feeling that Jian Yao was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Even if she knew Lu Chengze was ill, there was no guarantee she would visit. However, he dared not voice his thoughts and instead used Jian Yao's ignorance as a pretext to placate Lu Chengze. Wu Yu's words seemed to alleviate Lu Chengze's mood significantly. Indeed, Jian Yao is typically quite disciplined. "Since I returned home in the early hours, she must have been asleep long before. She was entirely unaware. Otherwise, considering Jian Yao's character, she would have rushed over by now." Lu Chengze lifted his hand to feel his forehead. It seemed he had been administered an antipyretic while unconscious, and he was already feeling considerably bettered. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, determined to remove the foreline and stand. Wu Yu gasped in shock, nearly spilling the porridge on Lu Chengze's head but managing to retract his hand just in time, preventing a disaster. Unfortunately, the warm porridge spilled across the floor, ignoring the mess. He exclaimed, "Brother Lu, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Lu Chengze retracted his hand, straightened his wrinkled shirt, and declared, "I must head to the company." He picked up his coat from the side, ignoring the blood-stained pinprick, and strode purposefully towards the exit. Before leaving, he casually took a fever-reducing patch from the hospital room. Wu Yu harbored serious doubts about whether he had lost his mind due to his fever. The matters at the company were not so pressing that he needed to rush back while ill. Returning now would only exacerbate his condition, rendering it utterly pointless. The business world is merciless. Who would pity him enough to help fill the 800 million gap? There used to be a willing fool, but now, recalling Jian Yao, who had vanished without a trace after resigning, Wu Yu sighed and hurried to catch up with Lu Chengze. In the car, Lu Chengze settled into the back seat and placed the fever patch prominently on his forehead. He was aware that every department had its own gossip group. Jian Yao had several on her phone. He had previously seen her lurking in those groups, absorbing the gossip. Did she not know he was ill? If so, he would give her the chance to find out. He had already extended the olive branch. If Jian Yao continued to maintain her aloofness, it would be far more challenging for her to backtrack later. After affixing the patch, Lu Chengze opened Weibo. He did not even need to search deliberately, as he effortlessly stumbled upon posts about Gu Zhiyan. Following the 2 posts from yesterday, 2 more had emerged. Chapter 47, Is His Ear Burning Too? Su Si personally debunks rumors, Mrs. Gu is someone else, Gu Xiao and Mingzhu's childhood photo exposed. The entire internet ships them. Lu Chengze had long since known that Su Si could not possibly be Mrs. Gu, so he bypassed the first post and clicked on the second. A wealthy second-generation individual claimed to have attended kindergarten with Gu Zhiyan and shared a photo and video. It featured young Gu Zhiyan and Mingzhu co-hosting at a New Year's party in kindergarten. The adorable little ones and their innocent chatter melted the hearts of many netizens. Su Si's proactive debunking, combined with a newly surfaced poll online, prompted a wealthy acquaintance of Gu Zhiyan to leak information, leading netizens to speculate that the mysterious MRS.GU was indeed Mingzhu. In no time, the internet was abuzz with shipping. Ming Pharmaceuticals was also among the leading enterprises in the country, and a union with the Gu family was indeed a powerful alliance. It was said that this young lady was quite low-key and had gone abroad for studies long ago. Hence, Gu always refrained from discussing relationships for so long, perhaps in a bid to remain chaste for his childhood sweetheart. Over the years, the only opposite sex by Gu's side was likely genuine. Indeed, in reality, there were no domineering CEOs who would fall for innocent maidens. Lu Chengze casually scrolled through a few comments, feeling the tension in his mind. He's slightly exiting Weibo. He opened WeChat. His phone was flooded with new messages, mostly from Louis, filled with trivial chatter. He paid them no mind and scrolled down to find Jian Yao's WeChat. There were no messages from her since he had gone to Wuxi. Jian Yao had not taken the initiative to message him once. Lu Chengze gazed at her soft cat avatar, grinding his teeth in frustration. With a dark expression, he exited WeChat and placed his phone face down on the genuine leather seat. Shutting his eyes to rest, the car pulled into the Lu family parking lot, but instead of taking the president's elevator from the basement, Lu Chengze deliberately walked to the main entrance to enter through the front door. The reception area at Lu's was filled with a group of young ladies, and due to the light nature of their work and the prime location, it had become the epicenter of gossip within the company. Any tidbit they caught wind of would undoubtedly spread throughout Lu's within half an hour, a place where even passing dogs would be pointed out, with the conspicuous fever patch on his forehead. Lu Chengze walked past the reception with measured steps. Sure enough, just before the elevator doors closed, he overheard the hushed whispers of a few receptionists to is that a cooling patch on President Lu's head? Is he sick? I've been here for over 2 years and it's the first time I've seen President Lu unwell. It seems Jian Yao's resignation has affected him quite a bit. Of course, after all, they've known each other since childhood. It's understandable that someone coming in halfway couldn't compare, though I sympathize with Jian Yao's feelings. President Lu appears quite pitiful. Wu Yu, trailing behind Lu Chengze, wished he could bury his head in his stomach upon hearing the receptionist's remarks. What an ill-timed topic. The gentleman before them was clearly distressed over Jian Yao's situation. It was akin to walking into a minefield. Wu Yu recalled the assistants from the president's office who had been dismissed for leaking information about Lu Yaozong, and he felt a wave of anxiety for these oblivious young ladies. He subtly adjusted his position, wary of incurring Lu Chengze's wrath. To his surprise, even as they entered the elevator and the doors slowly closed before him, Lu Chengze showed no signs of losing his temper. Wu Yu had the fever not only ruined his brain but also rendered him deaf. With a head full of questions, Wu Yu followed Lu Chengze to the top floor. They had wasted some time at the hospital. And Lu Yi and Assistant Lin had already arrived. Without the assistance of a few junior assistants, Assistant Lin was nearly overwhelmed, so much so that he did not even notice their arrival. Lu Yi, on the other hand, rarely worked, but her leisurely pace made Wu Yu frown. In the past, he had considered Lu Yi to be a gentle and understanding person, far superior to the cold and unappreciative Jian Yao. However, since Lu Yaozong's blunder, he had come to recognize Jian Yao's true worth. Both graduates of Jingbei, Jian Yao not only possessed superior knowledge, abilities, and insight compared to Lu Yi, but she could also pave the way for Lu Chengze's future career. Lu Yi, though seemingly gentle and obedient, was essentially a parasite clinging to Lu Chengze, leeching off him. Wu Yu felt displeased but, mindful of Lu Chengze's reputation, refrained from voicing his thoughts upon seeing Lu Chengze and Wu Yu arrive. Lu Yi's eyes brightened, and she stood up abruptly. Noticing the fever patch on Lu Chengze's forehead, she asked with concern, "Brother Lu, are you unwell? Is it serious?" Lu Chengze's gaze swept over Lu Yi's gentle visage and her adoring eyes, his gloomy expression softening somewhat. "I'm fine." He was preoccupied with his own matters and had little interest in engaging with Lu Yi. After saying this, he bypassed her and headed straight for the office. Behind him, Wu Yu observed Lu Chengze's retreating figure, musing, "So he isn't deaf? Then why did he seem completely oblivious to the receptionist's remarks? After a trip to Wushi, it was as if he had transformed into a different person." Leaving Wu Yu perplexed about Lu Chengze's thoughts, meanwhile, Lu Yi watched Lu Chengze's departing figure, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes, yet she quickly composed herself and returned to her seat. Bringing along the bento she had prepared in advance to follow him into the office, President Lu usually did not eat bentos, believing that food left out for too long would lose its flavor. However, due to his poor stomach, Jian Yao had specially arranged for a simple kitchen to be set up in the resting area of the president's office, coming in an hour early each day to prepare meals for him. Having been around Lu Chengze for quite some time, Lu Yi had even entered his home, yet only Jian Yao was permitted in that kitchen. The bento she brought today was a subtle reminder to Lu Chengze that while Jian Yao might not wish to cook for him, there were others who would, knowing he disliked food that had sat too long. She had prepared a cold meal of vegetable salad and fruit. With anticipation, Lu Yi entered the office, immediately spotting Lu Chengze lost in thought at his desk. On the table before him lay the childish and cheap crystal pendant, which he had smashed into 2 pieces in a fit of anger and later glued back together. Lu Yi's fingertips turned pale from gripping the bento too tightly, and she summoned every ounce of strength to suppress the intense jealousy boiling within her, forcing a sweet smile onto her face. "Brother Lu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? This is my homemade salad. Please give it a try." Meanwhile, the news of President Lu falling ill due to Director Jian's resignation and coming to work while sick exploded across the company's gossip groups. In the finance department office, a young man snickered at the news in the group and promptly dialed a number. "Hello, Cheng Yuan, I have some good news for you." Chapter 48, a bold question awaits you in the courtyard. The crisp sound of an alarm clock rang out. On the bed, Jian Yao did not open her eyes but extended a hand to turn off the alarm. The men's pajamas she wore slipped down her arm as she raised her hand, exposing a fair, delicate forearm, and her brows furrowed slightly. If she were at home, she would undoubtedly indulge in a bit more sleep. However, since she was at Gu Zhiyan's residence, waking up too late would be rather impolite. Jian Yao opened her eyes to stare at the ceiling, shaking off the remnants of sleep, and pulled out her phone to check WeChat. This had become a habit since she started working at Lu's. In the business department, the greatest mistake one could make was to miss messages from collaborators. Scanning through, she found no messages from potential partners, but the blocked messages from the business department's small group were flooding in. Curious, she clicked in group messages. 99 I just went out to fetch water and overheard the neighboring department saying that Jian Yao, the esteemed daughter of the Jian family, was forced out of Lu's by a country bumpkin named Louis. How foolish, don't mind those ignorant fools, they're just jealous that our department used to benefit from Jian Yao's projects, they wouldn't even have a drop of soup to drink if it weren't for her hard work. Ungrateful wretches, the mere mention of this troubles my heart. Without Sister Jian Yao's support, I find myself devoid of any sense of security. Why was it not Louis who departed instead? The receptionist mentioned that President Lu came to the office today with a fever patch affixed to his forehead. And I can't help but wonder if it has anything to do with Sister Jian Yao. I sincerely hope that President Lu and Sister Jian Yao soon reconcile their Cold War. Their essay thought I'm uncertain whether to voice. Have you all watched the game live stream? I believe last night, the mysterious wife of Gu Zhiyan sounded remarkably like Sister Jian Yao. That's impossible, others may be unaware, but don't we in the business department know just how fond Sister Jian Yao is of President Lu? Below, it is unanimously deemed impossible. Having just departed from the Lu Corporation, Jian Yao felt an acute sense of alienation when she glanced at the company group chat, especially when she saw them discussing her and Lu Chengze. As if her past was being unearthed, inducing a sense of shame. Jian Yao's inner monologue. Have you all forgotten that I am still in the group? Hello. Initially still somewhat drowsy, Jian Yao swiftly rose, silently exited the group chat, and proceeded to wash up. As for whether Lu Chengze was working while ill, she had long since cast that thought aside. In the bathroom, Jian Yao stood before the mirror, brushing her teeth while deftly opening her phone to Weibo. The post titled, Gu Xiao and Mingzhu's childhood photos exposed, the whole internet is shipping CP, immediately captured her attention. The motion of brushing her teeth froze momentarily as she clicked into the post and quickly scanned it before putting her phone down. Mingzhu, she had heard of her, the daughter of Ming Pharmaceutical. It was said that she was exceptionally talented and possessed remarkable beauty, matching well with the Gu family's lineage. After rinsing her mouth of the foam, Jian Yao gazed at her reflection in the mirror and retrieved a facial towel. When it comes to social standing, Mingzhu indeed seems like a perfect match, exhaling a breath to dispel the unknown irritation within her. She donned the clothes she had washed the night before and stepped out. Having gone to bed late the previous night, she thought she had woken up early enough and intended to arrive a bit earlier to prepare breakfast as a gesture of gratitude for Gu Zhiyan's hospitality. To her surprise, he was already busy in the kitchen. The man wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a well-defined arm, clad in a black apron. The delicate ties at his lower back subtly accentuated his perfectly sculpted waist. The last time Jian Yao had seen such a flawless physique was in a comic. Perhaps hearing footsteps, the man, engrossed in frying eggs, turned his head and gently reminded her, breakfast will be ready shortly. Please wait at the dining table. Jian Yao, not wanting to let Gu Zhiyan toil alone in the kitchen, continued her stride. Let me help you with the preparations. Just then, the toaster chimed. Gu Zhiyan plated the fried eggs. Then you can assist by arranging the toasted bread. Moments later, breakfast was ready and laid out on the table. Gu Zhiyan removed his apron and took a seat beside her. My culinary skills are limited, so please don't judge too harshly. Jian Yao chuckled softly. How could I? I'm merely surprised that you're up so early. Gu Zhiyan casually placed a slice of toast smeared with butter onto Jian Yao's plate, his tone nonchalant. I'm accustomed to rising early. Give it a try. Jian Yao complied and took a bite of the toast, the rich flavor of butter mingling with the aroma of wheat bursting in her mouth. It was delightful. Gu Zhiyan observed her expression and, seeing her genuine enjoyment, he smiled slightly. If you like it, do indulge a bit more. Messages popped up on his phone beside him, and as Gu Zhiyan picked it up to scroll, Jian Yao discreetly averted her gaze. During breakfast, Jian Yao repeatedly contemplated asking Gu Zhiyan why he hadn't chosen Mingzhu when he sought a marriage of convenience, but each time she mustered the courage. She swallowed her words back down. The momentum built and then waned until finally Jian Yao resolved to remain silent. She was uncertain of the appropriate identity from which to inquire of Gu Zhiyan, regardless of how she framed her question. Paired with the trending topic, it felt like an interrogation. Moreover, this was Gu Zhiyan's personal affair, and it would be exceedingly impolite. Gu Zhiyan, sitting opposite her, observed her every subtle movement, noting her attempts to gather courage. Her cheeks puffed with indignation as she chewed her food, his eyes glimmering with amusement. He cleared his throat, took a sip of milk, and with a tone laced with affectionate humor, offered, I'll give you a chance for a bold inquiry. Feel free to ask anything directly. Jian Yao paused mid-chew, her eyes widening in surprise as she regarded Gu Zhiyan. She had been exceedingly cautious to conceal any unusual feelings. Could he possess the ability to read minds? Gu Zhiyan offered no explanation, merely gently reminded her, you have 3 minutes. Failing to ask will be considered a forfeiture. As he spoke, he deliberately elongated the final syllable, his voice deep and magnetic, akin to a beguiling male fox spirit. Irresistibly alluring, Jian Yao swallowed her food, carefully weighing her words. Having grown up alongside Mingzhu, when the need arose for a sham marriage, why did you not choose her? Although she had been the one to drunkenly impede Gu Zhiyan initially, he had every reason to refuse. She had been left with no choice, while he had numerous alternatives. It was not as if he were compelled to choose her. Reflecting on that night still felt like a dream. She had even easily signed a prenuptial agreement that bore no benefit for him. Did he not fear that she might be a cunning woman approaching him for his wealth? Gu Zhiyan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. I am not well acquainted with Mingzhu. We were merely kindergarten classmates. As for why I chose you at that moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Jian Yao's eyes, his usually clear, serene orbs now clouded with an unshakable allure. If I told you that evening was not mere coincidence, would you believe me? Chapter 49, the best friend is engaged, and the partner is not him in the penthouse president's office of the Lu Corporation? Louis clutched her lunchbox, feeling utterly ignored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at the man behind the desk there. Lu Chengze fiddled with a broken doll, his eyes fixed on his phone. His expression brooding. Half an hour had elapsed, yet there had been no word from Jian Yao. Since leaving the Lu Corporation, she seemed to have vanished without a trace. Lu Chengze inhaled deeply and extended his hand toward Wu Yu. Hand me your phone. He was determined to discover whether the message had not circulated or if Jian Yao had simply chosen to disregard him. Wu Yu, preoccupied with coordinating potential buyers for cars and houses, was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the phone placed on Lu Chengze's desk, thinking, don't you have your own phone? Why are you concerned about mine? Isn't it common knowledge that phones are private? However, facing Lu Chengze's intense gaze, Wu Yu's reflexes outpaced his thoughts, promptly delivering his phone to Lu Chengze. Here, take it. Lu Chengze accepted the phone in silence and opened WeChat. Wu Yu, a perennial participant in the gossip circuit, had numerous chat groups filled with juicy tidbits. Just as he began to scroll through the business department group, the office door swung open from the outside. Lu Chengze, already simmering with frustration, was abruptly interrupted, his anger flaring as he looked up towards the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomer, his eyes narrowed. Wu Yu's expression soured as well. It was Fu Chang. Not only was he Lu Chengze's childhood friend, but he was also the manager of the finance department. Lu Chengze's most significant rival for inheriting the family business. Fu Chang's presence at this moment could only spell trouble, regardless of Fu Chang's intentions. Wu Yu knew he had to maintain his composure. Did your family not teach you how to knock? Manager Fu Chang, holding a stack of documents, remained unfazed by the retort, grinning like a proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. I heard President Lu fell due to Director Jian's affairs, so I came to check in. The mere mention of Jian Yao sent Wu Yu's scalp tingling. If Lu Chengze was a powder keg, Jian Yao was the spark that would ignite it. Fu Chang, that scoundrel, was clearly up to no good. Lu Chengze's temples throbbed as he coldly remarked, now that you see me, can you leave? Fu Chang, undeterred, stepped closer, inspecting Lu Chengze with a keen eye. It seems you're on the mend. He pretended to pat his chest. Now I can rest easy. Then, he pushed the documents forward. This is the project we secured last time. I need your signature. Lu Chengze examined the papers handed to him. It was the funding application for the project they had pursued in the city of Hu with a sum of 150 million at stake. And with the compensation from the Li family pressing down on him, where was he to procure such an amount? As the financial manager himself, he was well aware of the company's finances. Lu Chengze closed the document. I recall this project is not slated to commence for another 2 months. Isn't it a bit hasty to request funds now? Fu Cheng feigned innocence. Isn't it the old man who was anxious? He just called me, and I rushed over. Both Lu Chengze and Wu Yu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded Fu Chang. The old man had bypassed them to contact Fu Chang, which meant he was already aware of the issues concerning the Li family. Given the old man's inherent bias, discovering such a significant problem had arisen on their end, the consequences could be dire. Fu Chang nudged the documents closer to Lu Chengze, his tone laced with amusement. President Lu, please sign. This was the first time Lu Chengze had been subjected to such blatant humiliation since taking over the Lu Corporation. Ironically, his reasoning was sound, and with the old man's backing, he found himself at a loss. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chengze flipped open the document, signed his name with forceful strokes, and tossed it back at Fu Chang, his face a chilling mask of fury. Take your things and get lost. A cold smirk crept onto Fu Chang's youthful, handsome face. President Lu, you might want to temper your temper a bit. Lu, a storm is brewing. Originally, she was securely positioned beside the second miss of the Jian family, yet she insisted on courting disaster by bringing back a troublemaker. Fu Chang clicked his tongue, then turned to glance at the pale-faced Louis, who was attempting to fade into the background, and unabashedly gave a thumbs up. This pair of siblings were indeed talents. One had disrupted the marriage between the Jian and Lu families, while the other had sabotaged the collaboration between Lu Chengze and the Li family. Truly remarkable. If only his own influence weren't so limited, he might have considered recruiting them both. Having taken a few steps away, Fu Chang suddenly recalled the Weibo post he had seen and turned back. Leaning close to Wu Yu's ear, he quietly warned, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Check Weibo. With their home burgled, what is there to be proud of? Typically, they held their pride above all else. Suddenly flaunting a fever patch in public was clearly not merely a casual display. Was she waiting for Jian Yao to have a change of heart? At this rate, the child would be old enough to buy soy sauce. After finishing, he sauntered away. Wu Yu stared at the closed door, murmuring, check Weibo more. What does that mean? He picked up his phone and opened Weibo. When he looked up again, his face was as pale as a sheet. Lu Gui Jian Yao, she is married. The mysterious Gu Zhiyan was indeed Jian Yao. Lu Chengze appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. What? Say that again. Who got married? Jian Yao. She loves him to death. How could she marry someone else? Fu Chang was talking nonsense, and Wu Yu was simply following along. Lu Chengze wore a disbelieving expression. Wu Yu's mouth fell open, at a loss for words. He simply turned his phone around and presented it to Lu Chengze. Its Real. Gu Zhiyan had personally posted a response regarding the trending topic with Ming Zhu, revealing Jian Yao's identity. Sharing photos, and even tagging Jian Yao's account. There were likes, comments, and shares from the official Gu account. It was official. It couldn't be more real. Lu Chengze's gaze was fixated on the image on the Weibo interface. As if he were under a spell, taking a long time to recover. Impossible. Jian Yao hasn't responded to its fake. Jian Yao knows I dislike Gu Zhiyan. How could she be with him? Everything she dislikes. She has always loathed. Seeing his disbelief, Wu Yu suddenly remembered Su Si. She was Jian Yao's best friend, the kind that Lu Chengze couldn't separate from. The truth of this matter could be easily confirmed. He had been blocked by Su Si on WeChat and phone, so he could only search for her Weibo account to send her a private message. However, as soon as he opened Su Si's Weibo, he realized he didn't need to ask. That he had already seen it. Sied Muho, my best friend is engaged, and the partner is not him. Let us celebrate, let us celebrate. Not only was the caption laced with sarcasm, but it was also accompanied by 9 photos, forming a neat grid. Wu Yu held his phone as if it were a piece of red-hot coal. He didn't even dare to glance at Lu Chengze beside him. Chapter 50. Almost, his car collided with Gu Zhiyan's. The moment he saw the Weibo post, Wu Yu's mind was flooded with images of the black bok rose petals from the engagement scene. In fact, those were Jian Yao's favorite flowers, subtle yet passionate, much like her. However, since Lu Chengze preferred muted tones, such vibrant colors had not appeared in Jian Yao's life for some time. Thus, when he saw them that day, he hadn't immediately recalled. Moreover, the flowers originally ordered for the engagement were white roses, which Lu Chengze favored. Those same roses he had also seen on Gu Zhiyan's Weibo. Gu Zhiyan owned a rose estate where all the flowers were black bok. Wu Yu's fingers trembled as he held his phone. Therefore, the black bok used on the engagement day was likely cultivated by Gu Zhiyan himself? Over the years, he had consistently overshadowed Lu Gu, perhaps because of Jian Yao. Had he been harboring feelings for Jian Yao for a long time? Had he been lurking in the shadows all these years just to wait for this day? The mere thought sent a chill down Wu Yu's spine. Having a competitor like Gu Zhiyan was truly terrifying. The 9 pictures chronicled Jian Yao's makeup process to the end of the engagement ceremony. Capturing every moment, the date of the post also perfectly aligned with the event. Lu Chengze's gaze fixed on the central image. Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan looked at each other, and even through the screen, one could see Gu Zhiyan's covetousness for Jian Yao. Lu Chengze let out a cold laugh. No wonder she didn't wait for him to return. No wonder she didn't answer calls or messages. No wonder she resigned so resolutely. It turned out she had long prepared an escape route. Lu Chengze felt a wave of coldness wash over him, his limbs growing rigid. I need to see her. He had to confront Jian Yao directly. He wouldn't believe anything anyone else said. Lu Chengze suddenly stood up, too abruptly, and felt a rush of darkness before steadying himself against the table. Wu Yu gasped, reaching out to steady him. Lu Gu, are you alright? Lu Chengze shrugged off his hand and strode towards the door. Wu Yu, feeling uneasy, hurried to keep pace. In a corner, Lu Yi clutched her lunchbox, staring at the empty office, and suddenly smiled bitterly. Jian Yao had actually married Gu Zhiyan, the very person she dared not even dream of. What right did Jian Yao have? She was clearly as foolish as could be. Repeatedly outsmarted by her, what did she have that was worthy? But just because of her privileged background, did she choose her birth? After painstakingly scheming to stay close to Lu Chengze, she had been driven out of the Lu family. She thought she had finally outdone Jian Yao once. It turned out she had been a joke from the very beginning. Lu Yi raised her head, desperately trying to hold back the tears welling in her eyes. She took out her phone, retrieved Jian Yao's number, and sent a message. Meanwhile, Jian Yao sat in the car, watching the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, her mind occupied by Gu Zhiyan's earlier words. If I said that night wasn't a coincidence, would you believe me? Jian Yao didn't comprehend the meaning behind those words. Had Su Si not been in Paris that night, she wouldn't have gone to the bar alone. She had chosen the location randomly, not one frequented by the second-generation elites of Jing City. How could it not have been a chance encounter? Jian Yao gripped her phone, lost in thought. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number. Lu Chengze knows about your marriage. He is looking for you. The message above it was the same one Lu Yi had used to provoke her last time. The numbers were identical. Jian Yao gazed at the Lu Group building outside, her brows furrowing slightly. Lu Yi was certainly not acting out of kindness. She simply didn't want Jian Yao to meet Lu Chengze. Unfortunately, she was too late. Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan had already arrived at the Lu Group building, and the apartment she had bought for convenience was nearby. A meeting was inevitable. Jian Yao had no intention of hiding. She lived here, and running into Lu Chengze was unavoidable. Besides, she was marrying openly. Why should it feel like an affair that required avoiding her ex-boyfriend? Oh, no, more accurately, her ex-boyfriend who had parted ways in a rather disgraceful manner. If she could take this opportunity to clarify everything with Lu Chengze, it would be a proper farewell to her teenage years. However, Jian Yao glanced at Gu Zhiyan beside her, feeling the need to give him a heads up. Yet she hesitated on how to broach the subject, considering the entangled relationship between Gu Zhiyan and Lu Chengze. Nervously tapping her fingers, Jian Yao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, waiting for her anxiety to subside before speaking. There is something I feel I need to remind you about. Just as she finished speaking, their car was abruptly cut off by a black vehicle. Due to the emergency brake, Jian Yao's body lurched forward violently. Had it not been for her seatbelt, she might have collided with the dashboard. Gu Zhiyan immediately checked on her, concern evident in his gaze. Are you alright? Jian Yao was indeed startled, but thankfully, she was fine. She placed a hand over her heart, shaking her head to indicate it was not a significant issue. Gu Zhiyan narrowed his captivating eyes at the black Maybach ahead, his tone laced with an unusual hint of anger. This anger was directed not at Jian Yao but at the car in front. If you're referring to Lu Chengze, I believe there is no need to say anything, because he had already arrived. Wu Yu was aware that Lu Chengze was currently unhinged, but he didn't expect him to be this reckless. Even more shockingly, it was pure coincidence that they encountered Gu Zhiyan's south car on the road. The Gu group was in the opposite direction of the Lu group. Gu Zhiyan's car appearing here early in the morning was undoubtedly to find Jian Yao, the moment Lu Chengze spotted Gu Zhiyan's car. He seized the steering wheel and crashed into it. God knows, at that moment, Wu Yu felt as if his soul was about to flee his body, had Gu Zhiyan not been driving steadily and at a moderate speed. The consequences would have been dire. It was clear that a collision from their direction would inflict the most harm on the driver's side. After all, it was Gu Zhiyan. Destroying the Lu family would be as easy as squashing an ant. While Wu Yu remained in shock inside the car, Lu Chengze, his eyes bloodshot, had already thrown open the door and exited. Upon seeing Jian Yao in the passenger seat through the window, Wu Yu wished he could crash his head against the steering wheel. However, his body instinctively propelled him out of the car, sprinting after Lu Chengze at his fastest pace, desperately grabbing hold of him. Lu Gu, please calm down, let us discuss this rationally. Jian Yao was not someone who acted recklessly. There might be a misunderstanding. We need to stay calm. Inside the car, Jian Yao looked up to see Lu Chengze emerging from the opposite vehicle, her scalp tingling as a surge of anger rushed through her. That was close. His car nearly crashed into Gu Zhiyan's. Chapter 51. Jian Yao sued Lu Chengze. The mere thought of Gu Zhiyan almost being hit caused Jian Yao's rationality to ignite in flames. A surge of intense anger welled up within her. She unfastened her seatbelt and flung open the door, exclaiming, Lu Chengze, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize that car accidents can be fatal? If that collision had been more severe, what if Gu Zhiyan had suffered some grievous injury? I shudder to think. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Zhiyan had already positioned himself behind Jian Yao, soothingly grasping her hand. Wu Yu was nearly seated on the ground, clinging desperately to Lu Chengze's thigh. Witnessing the two opposite them holding hands in front of Lu Chengze was infuriating. He felt as though he might shatter a tooth from clenching his jaw. He understood they were deeply in love, but could they refrain from flaunting it before a volatile Lu Chengze? Did they not see that he was more difficult to manage than a pig before the new year? Indeed, the next moment, Lu Chengze's gaze swept from Jian Yao to Gu Zhiyan, ultimately fixating on their intertwined hands, igniting a furious rage within him. Gu Zhiyan, let her go. Gu Zhiyan regarded the man before him, devoid of any rationality, and tightened his grip on Jian Yao's hand. Mr. Lu, I believe I do not require the permission of an outsider to hold my wife's hand. The phrase my wife struck a nerve with Lu Chengze. Your wife? She is clearly my fiancée. How could she possibly be your wife? Lu Chengze's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from hell, utterly devoid of the composed aristocratic demeanor he once possessed. In the bustling city center, two luxury cars were at a standstill, drawing a considerable crowd and causing a traffic jam. Jian Yao was unwilling to be the subject of public spectacle, while her own reputation was of little concern. She was acutely aware of the implications for the Jian family and the Gu family. Gazing at the man who had become a madman before her, she closed her eyes momentarily before speaking. Lu Chengze, for the sake of our years of acquaintance, I do not wish to utter harsh words, but you ought to possess some self-awareness. She recalled the helplessness she felt upon hearing Assistant Lin mention Lu Chengze's trip to Wu City and that he would not return for the engagement banquet. Along with the countless times she had been stood up, her voice bore a hint of indignation. Our relationship was irreparably severed the moment you abandoned me for Louis and headed to Wu City. If you still have a shred of dignity, let us part amicably. After speaking, she tightened her grip on Gu Zhiyan's hand, her tone cold. Furthermore, Gu Zhiyan is my legally recognized husband, with whom I have been engaged and registered. I hope that in the future, you will show him the respect he deserves. Lu Chengze stood there, trembling at Jian Yao's words. I told you, Louis attempted suicide. This is a matter of life and death. Why can't you show me some understanding? Jian Yao suddenly found the situation somewhat amusing. Yes, she had attempted suicide. Did she not have parents? Was her brother no longer alive? What right did an outsider have to postpone an engagement banquet to attend to her? It was rare for Jian Yao to express such harsh sentiments, but she was genuinely outraged by the shamelessness of Lu Chengze and Louis. Are you a doctor or a nurse? If she truly wished to end her life, would you not have arrived too late? A person attempting suicide was at work even earlier than her and still had the energy to provoke her. Surely Lu Chengze could not be so oblivious. Once, twice, thrice, did he never comprehend? As Jian Yao voiced her grievances, Lu Chengze found himself at a loss for words, yet he remained unyielding. And what about you? Did you inform me? Her legitimate boyfriend that you were engaged and married to Gu Zhiyan. Jian Yao had never broken up with him. Gu Zhiyan's interference made him nothing more than a shameless interloper, Jian Yao retorted. Lu Chengze, did you ever consult me when you appointed Louis as your personal secretary? Did you seek my approval when you bought her a house, a car, or transferred her money? With a stern expression. She shook her head. You didn't even inform me about your absence from the engagement banquet until you were already on the plane. So why should I inform you that I changed my choice of fiancé? Her engagement to Gu Zhiyan was not a secret, and had Lu Chengze possessed even a modicum of concern for her circumstances that day, he would not be learning about it now. So why was he now pretending to be deeply affected? With each word Jian Yao spoke, Lu Chengze's shoulders slumped further. Jian Yao, you were never like this before. Jian Yao was rendered speechless. How had she been before? Compliant, always prioritizing Lu Chengze's needs. Thus, he had belittled her, allowed Louis to bully her, and schemed against her, and now she had finally awakened. Yet, he stood atop his moral high ground, condemning her for changing. Jian Yao felt that speaking to Lu Chengze was akin to casting pearls before swine. His arrogance rendered him incapable of understanding others. She had lost the desire to communicate with him and pulled out her phone to dial the police. Hello, is this the police station? I would like to report a case. Jian Yao accused Lu Chengze of attempted murder. By the time she exited the police station, night had fallen. Recording her statement should not have taken this long. However, the Gu family had rushed to the station upon hearing about her near accident with Gu Zhiyan. With both Grandma Gu and Mother Gu demanding severe punishment. At the police station's entrance, Jian Yao stood beside Gu Zhiyan, feeling utterly deflated. Mom, Grandma, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Had it not been for me, this situation would not have arisen. Seeing Jian Yao's pitiful demeanor, Grandma Gu immediately grasped her hand. What are you saying? This is all his fault. You bear no blame. She shot an admonishing glance at Gu Zhiyan, declaring, he is tough. A bump like that wouldn't hurt him. Besides, nothing significant happened, did it? Mother Gu nodded in agreement, adding, the real culprit is still inside. You, my foolish child, must not internalize this, reflecting on Lu Chengze. Mother Gu's finely shaped brows furrowed slightly. However, there were no injuries, and since the car wasn't damaged, securing a conviction may prove challenging. He will likely be released on bail by tomorrow at the latest. Grandma Gu pouted. If I had known, I might as well have let him lightly bump into Zhiyan. At least it would have given us grounds for a conviction and provided some satisfaction to Yao Yao. Jian Yao's eyes widened in disbelief at her grandmother's audacity, shaking her head vigorously. No, please don't. Gu Zhiyan sidestepped behind Jian Yao, teasing, Grandma, do you still want this grandson of yours, after waiting so long to marry? I certainly don't wish to meet an untimely end. Grandma Gu shot him a glare, contemplating suggesting that the young couple stay at the old residence for a few days, but refrained, considering the shock they had just endured. Then Grandma and your mother will head back. You two should come visit me at the old house in a few days. Jian Yao nodded repeatedly, responding, all right. After watching the car depart, Gu Zhiyan turned to Jian Yao. Shall I drive you home? Jian Yao nodded obediently. Throughout the journey, she mentally prepared herself several times before finally speaking. I'm sorry about today. Gu Zhiyan, gripping the steering wheel, gazed ahead, replying, there is no need for apologies. It is not your fault. After a moment's pause, he added earnestly, moreover, I'm quite pleased that you chose to report him rather than seek my forgiveness. Chapter 52. Can you not live here? In truth, the moment the car was forced to a halt, he felt an immense surge of anger, not because he had nearly been hit, but because Jian Yao was still inside the vehicle. Lu Chengze's impulsive and reckless behavior had imperiled her life. After exiting the car, he was fully prepared to confront Lu Chengze, yet, for the first time, the typically delicate Jian Yao displayed a fierce resolve. Standing unwaveringly before him, there was no compromising, no seeking forgiveness. The sensation of being defended and understood was truly exhilarating. Jian Yao felt her actions were entirely justified. Lu Chengze's behavior, in many respects, amounted to attempted murder. Just because he had not caused any injuries did not mean the matter could be brushed aside. If she let him off this time, what would prevent him from escalating his actions in the future? The law does not show leniency. Furthermore, she had endured enough moral coercion from Lu Chengze and Louis. She would never impose such treatment upon Gu Zhiyan. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully, recalling the things she had said earlier in anger. Wondering if they had been particularly cruel, especially that remark about Louis's family situation. How could one not perceive it as a curse? It was so impolite. As they reached a red light, Gu Zhiyan halted the car and turned to look at Jian Yao earnestly. There is a saying in Taoism, go with the flow, follow your heart. If they provoked you first, seeking trouble, why should you not respond? Jian Yao stared at Gu Zhiyan's serious profile, momentarily taken aback by his words. While they seemed somewhat unreasonable, they felt liberating. Upon arriving at her apartment complex, Gu Zhiyan did not immediately leave but instead accompanied Jian Yao upstairs. As Jian Yao opened the door and turned to ask, "Would you like to come in for a bit?" Gu Zhiyan leaned lazily against the doorframe, his gaze subtly drifting away from her apartment door. "I think I'll pass." Jian Yao grasped the doorknob and blinked, "Then please drive safely." Gu Zhiyan gazed at her intently, nodding. He maintained his position, and just as the door was about to close, he called out softly, "Jian Yao." Jian Yao reopened the door, looking at him with curiosity. Gu Zhiyan regarded her fair, delicate face, momentarily lost in thought. "Is it possible for you not to live here? Why not?" Jian Yao was taken aback. This was her own purchased home, not a rental. Gu Zhiyan straightened his posture, shedding his previous casual demeanor, with his brows lowered and long lashes casting soft shadows on his eyelids. His voice carried a hint of disappointment. "But I don't want you to live here." Jian Yao was momentarily taken aback, her gaze piercing through his towering figure to catch sight of Lu Chengze's door behind him. And in an instant, she grasped his intentions. The relationship between her and Lu Chengze had always been tenuous, and with today's incident, it was inevitable that Lu Chengze would be marked as a perilous individual by Gu Zhiyan. His desire to vacate this residence was entirely understandable. Recalling Lu Chengze's frantic demeanor from earlier, Jian Yao felt a twinge of trepidation. This dwelling was indeed no longer tenable. However, she found herself lacking a suitable place to stay temporarily. The inheritance bestowed upon her by her parents from the Jian family included several properties, yet those homes were far too spacious, ill-suited for a young woman to reside alone. "You may stay at my place," Gu Zhiyan suggested, lifting his gaze, the depths of his dark pupils reflecting the slender figure of the girl before him. "I have plenty of rooms. You could occupy the same room you stayed in last night. I assure you, I will not intrude upon your personal space." Jian Yao recalled the guest room from the previous evening. Although it was a guest suite, it boasted an independent bathroom and a private dressing area, making it quite a delightful place to reside. Most importantly, she had already registered her marriage with Gu Zhiyan, making cohabitation a natural progression. Otherwise, not only would the Gu family disapprove, but even her sister would likely voice her concerns. Jian Yao hesitated little. "If you do not mind my presence, then certainly." She had long coveted the Suzhou-style courtyard house, and such preserved antiquity was a rarity, often passed down through generations and seldom available for sale. Making it a serendipitous find. To reside there without incurring any expenses filled her with uncontainable joy. Gu Zhiyan, having received the response he sought, promptly made a decision. "There's no time like the present. Shall we move tomorrow? I will arrange for assistance." Jian Yao, already in agreement to relocate, was indifferent to whether it was sooner or later. Moreover, although Lu Chengze was temporarily detained at the police station, it was likely that someone would secure his release by the next day. Moving the following day would maximize the chances of avoiding an encounter with him. "Very well. Then we shall meet tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Gu Zhiyan, Jian Yao began to pack her essential belongings into her suitcase. She sifted through her wardrobe, selecting all the clothes purchased to please Lu Chengze, and placed them into a large bag, preparing to donate them to those in need the following day. Once she had organized her belongings, Jian Yao retrieved the property deed for this house, contacted a real estate agent, and put the house up for sale. She had no desire to remain neighbors with Lu Chengze, and barring any unforeseen events, it was unlikely she would ever return to this place. Hence, she resolved to sell the property. Having accomplished this, she finally mustered the courage to open Weibo and check the latest news. The spectacle from earlier on the streets had been quite embarrassing, and she was uncertain if it had trended online. Fortunately, there were indeed videos circulating of luxury cars confronting each other in the city, but they were swiftly taken down by the platform, leaving little ripple in the waters of public discourse. The remaining discussions were largely due to a post made by Gu Zhiyan. "Gu Zhiyan, I sincerely apologize. Due to personal reasons, I will be unable to continue the 3-day live event. I hope for your understanding." To make amends, he sent out 1,000,000 yuan in red envelopes to his fans. Many who managed to snag those envelopes shared their amounts in the comments, exclaiming in delight, "Ah, I got over 3,000. Who understands?" My friend Gushin said he would treat everyone to milk tea as an apology. "I truly thought it would only cover a cup, but when I saw the amount, I was stunned. 4,006. Who got 8,009? Oh, it was me." Below her comments, a picture was shared, inciting a flurry of complaints from those with less luck. "Oh, the lucky one shouldn't participate in such games." Others lamented their misfortune. "Ah, I lost several thousand just scrolling through Weibo," crying. Simultaneously, a few witnesses came forward, recounting their encounters with Gu Zhiyan, mentioning that he had nearly been involved in an accident after being cut off while driving, which had prompted police involvement, accompanied by several photographs. Chapter 53, It must be fake, right? However, due to the chaos at the scene and the distance, the pictures were quite blurred. Consequently, fans were quick to express their understanding regarding the suspension of the livestream. Concerned for his well-being, Gu Zhiyan responded to 2 comments, assuring everyone that he was unharmed and expressing gratitude for their concern. The entire incident was deftly resolved. The distribution of £1,000,000 in red envelopes effortlessly shifted the public's focus away from what should have been the center of the controversy, allowing Jian Yao to vanish from the limelight. Concerning Lu Chengze, Jian Yao felt no guilt. As events unfolded, her only worry was whether it would affect the Jian and Gu families. As for the online commentators who might judge her for hastily switching partners and marrying, she couldn't concern herself with their opinions. Each person had their own perspectives, and she was prepared to face accusations of being materialistic and heartless. Little did she know, in her absence, Gu Zhiyan had quietly taken care of everything for her. Jian Yao lowered her head, pondering, as he effortlessly alleviated her crisis. It was no wonder that people in the business world referred to Gu Zhiyan as a marketing genius. The following day, Gu Zhiyan indeed arrived with help to assist her move. The caretakers were temporarily assigned from the old residence, and upon hearing that she would be relocating to live with Gu Zhiyan, they were absolutely thrilled. These were skilled workers trained in large families. And after discussing with Jian Yao what needed special attention, they began to organize her belongings. Jian Yao offered them a bottle of drinks while she took a few important items and headed over first, with the rest to be delivered directly once they were organized. Gu Zhiyan led the way, carrying the luggage, while Jian Yao followed, opening doors and pressing the elevator buttons, their roles clearly defined. Once they reached the parking area, Gu Zhiyan's customary black Bentley awaited them. After placing their 2 suitcases in the trunk, they both got into the car. As the vehicle exited the community gate, Jian Yao gazed back at the receding entrance, finally feeling the reality of moving out and cohabiting with Gu Zhiyan. The sensation was rather peculiar. She couldn't articulate it, yet she longed to share it with someone. Thus she retrieved her phone to message Susie. Jian Yao, sister, I'm moving in with Gu Zhiyan. Just as she sent the message, Susie had yet to reply, and Jian Yao felt her ears betray her. Turning crimson, Gu Zhiyan, with one hand on the steering wheel, handed her a bottle of drink. Would you like some water? Jian Yao, distracted by her conversation with Susie, was startled by Gu Zhiyan's voice, causing her to fumble her phone for a moment before she realized what he had said. Quickly shutting her phone, she accepted the drink from him. Gu Zhiyan had not been glancing her way, but upon noticing her flustered demeanor, he turned to regard her intently. Jian Yao felt his gaze upon her, cleared her throat, and tucked a non-existent strand of hair behind her ear, twisting the bottle cap multiple times. I can't seem to open it. Observing her struggle, Gu Zhiyan casually twisted the cap open for her when the traffic light turned red, tilting his head with an air of amusement as he watched her. Have you ever heard the saying? Jian Yao lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Gu Zhiyan, locking eyes with her, articulated plainly, people tend to appear busy when they are feeling awkward. Jian Yao replied, I appreciate your help, but there is no need to educate me on everything. Sipping her drink in small gulps, she recalled how her grandmother had mentioned returning to the old residence. When she first arrived, it would be rather impolite to show up empty-handed. Could you enlighten me about the preferences of the Gu family? Particularly regarding your mother and grandmother, they are truly wonderful. Gu Zhiyan responded. Although yesterday's events had been fraught with tension, he knew that Jian Yao had inadvertently caused him trouble. In contrast to other families, where mothers and grandmothers might harbor resentment towards a daughter-in-law, Gu's mother and grandmother had never blamed her. Instead, they had offered her comfort, for which she was genuinely grateful. Gu Zhiyan gripped the steering wheel, the wedding ring on his finger glinting softly in the sunlight. My mother loves beauty, so a few skincare products would suffice. As for my grandmother, he paused, seemingly in contemplation. Her interests are quite varied. She enjoys reading novels, collecting anime merchandise, and has a penchant for miniature car models. However, I believe she already has those covered. Perhaps a cotton candy doll would do. She has recently taken a liking to them and should still be in the novelty phase. Jian Yao's mouth fell slightly. Agape, your grandmother is so trendy. Meanwhile, Lu Chengze was released from the police station after a night in custody, with assistant Lin bailing him out by noon. In just one night's time, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Haggard and despondent, he resembled a marionette stripped of its soul, devoid of vitality. You found it hard to believe that Jian Yao had personally escorted Lu Chengze to the police station. This stark contrast was overwhelming, even for him. As they exited the police station, he feared that Lu Chengze, undeterred, would seek out Jian Yao again. Having already offended Gu Zhiyan yesterday, approaching Jian Yao would only deepen his troubles without yielding any benefits. Today marked the final deadline for the Li Corporation, and they could ill afford any further complications. Fortunately, Lu Chengze seemed to have finally recalled the myriad of issues awaiting resolution at the company and refrained from causing more uproar. The drive back to the office was marked by silence, with assistant Lin focused on the road while Lu Chengze sat in the back seat, his expression carved in stone like a wooden statue. Wu Yu glanced between Lu Chengze and assistant Lin, letting out a soft sigh. The tension persisted until they arrived at the Lu Corporation. As they entered the building, they overheard whispers from a group of receptionists nearby. Did you see the trending topic on Weibo? Jian Jia has married into the Gu family. The Gu family? Of course, your information is so outdated. I not only know that Jian Jia married into the Gu family, But I also know why our CEO Lu hasn't shown up at the office today. As soon as the words left her lips, the other young ladies' appetites were instantly piqued, and they all turned to her with eyes sparkling with curiosity. Why, the girl who had shared the gossip lowered her voice and whispered, "Yesterday, President Lu sought an explanation from General Manager Gu and Sister Jian, and after a confrontation, he was taken to the police station." "What?" a collective gasp echoed in response to her revelation. "Is that true?" "It should be," she replied. "This morning in the break room, I overheard some senior executives discussing that President Lu had already gotten into serious trouble because of Louis. And now he has offended the Gu family beyond repair. The shareholders are reportedly considering removing him from his position," the chatter continued, but Wu Yu could no longer discern their words. His mind was consumed by the notion of being dismissed. Brother Lu, a man of such pride, had just lost Jian Yao. If he were to be removed from his position as well, he dared not glance at Lu Chengze's expression, his bewildered gaze landing instead on Assistant Lin. Seeking a semblance of solace, "It's not true. It must be false, right? Wu Yu thought desperately. Brother Lu has dedicated so much to the company over the years, he cannot be sentenced to death for a single misstep." However, meeting Wu Yu's hopeful gaze, Assistant Lin slowly nodded. "The old man Lu has more than one son. Compared to Lu Chengze, who comes from a dubious background and lacks proper upbringing, he has always favored Lu Chengyuan. Yet, Lu Chengze was fortunate enough to have Jian Yao, who was utterly devoted to him. For the sake of the Jian family's resources, the old man Lu had no choice but to elevate Lu Chengze. If Lu Chengze had successfully married Jian Yao, his position would have been secure, unassailable. But if it weren't for professional ethics, Assistant Lin truly wanted to scold him for being a fool. He sighed in resignation. He brought this upon himself. Upon witnessing Assistant Lin's nod, Wu Yu felt a chill run through him. Turning around, he saw Lu Chengze striding directly toward the elevator. The commotion finally attracted the attention of a few idling receptionists, who paled at the sight of them, standing like quails with their heads bowed, too intimidated to speak. Wu Yu felt an urge to reprimand them, but suddenly deemed it unnecessary. If even the front desk knew of such news, it must have spread like wildfire within the company. In the elevator, Wu Yu finally dared to steal a glance at Lu Chengze's countenance through the mirrored walls. He still bore the same expressionless demeanor he had upon exiting the police station, devoid of any discernible emotion, leaving an unsettling chill in his wake. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the president's office. Lu Chengze stepped out of the elevator in swift strides, entering without glancing aside, and forcefully closed the door behind him before Wu Yu and Assistant Lin could follow. Wu Yu nervously touched his nose, nearly struck by the door, furrowing his brow at Assistant Lin. Brother Lu was upset. Bottling it up isn't a solution. Assistant Lin remained silent, merely offering him a look that seemed to say, "What do you suggest?" Wu Yu chuckled nervously. "Why don't you go in and persuade him?" Assistant Lin rolled his eyes dramatically, finally uttering his first words of the day. "Why don't you go?" Wu Yu touched his nose. "If I dared to, would it still be your turn?" Recalling the earlier conversation at the front desk, his brow furrowed deeply. "You usually see through things. Is there any chance of salvaging this?" Assistant Lin shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you referring to Miss Jian or the Li family?" Wu Yu nudged him with his shoulder. "Quit the riddles. Obviously, I mean the Li family." Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan were already married. Not only was Gu Zhiyan someone they could not afford to provoke, but even if they found someone else who could be provoked, it would still be immoral to intrude upon another's marriage. Assistant Lin pondered for a moment. "There is a way, but President Lu would certainly be unwilling." Wu Yu's eyes brightened. "Do tell. A marriage alliance." "A marriage alliance? With whom?" Wu Yu exclaimed. Jian Yao was already married. The words barely escaped his lips before he realized Assistant Lin's implication. For Lu Chengze to find another to marry in Jian Yao's stead. To be precise, to court a wealthy heiress. But how could that be possible? What other girl could endure his temperament? Aside from Jian Yao, who had grown up alongside him, no other young lady could tolerate him. "Oh no, Jian Yao couldn't even handle it. She has already run away." Wu Yu facepalmed. "This method is unreliable. Surely there must be another solution. Brother Lu's temperament is inherently unsuitable for this line of work." Assistant Lin was about to shake his head when his phone rang. Upon seeing the name Secretary Wang of the Li family on the screen, he let out a breath and headed to the secretary's room to answer the call. Wu Yu lingered by the door for a while, noticing Lu Chengze had no intention of opening it. Before turning to head downstairs, rather than waiting idly, he preferred to find a way to gather funds. Once they started working, both Assistant Lin and Wu Yu forgot everything else. It was not until Wu Yu received a call from Gu Zhiyan Tower that he remembered Lu Chengze. "Hello, is this Vice President Wu?" "President Lu has had too much to drink. Could someone come to fetch him?" After hanging up, Wu Yu raced to Gu Zhiyan Tower. They had often dined there while discussing business, and he was quite familiar with the place. The lobby manager hurried over to guide him, but he is still inside. He scheduled a meeting with several executives, but for some reason, they started drinking. "I just went in for a glance. There are already bottles strewn all over the floor. If he keeps drinking, something bad will happen." Wu Yu's heart raced with anxiety, quickening his pace. Upon reaching the door, he overheard the mocking voices within. "Oh, President Lu, is this your drinking capacity? We agreed that after finishing these, We would consider the lone fury surged within Wu Yu, and he pushed the door open only to find Lu Chengze already intoxicated, his gaze unfocused, his steps unsteady. The floor was littered with broken bottles. And the table still held half a dozen that if he were to finish those, it wouldn't be just a person who would be inebriated, even an elephant would be overwhelmed. They were clearly toying with Brother Lu. Wu Yu's furious gaze swept across the executives present, his tone indignant. We have been partners for many years. Do we really need to resort to such extremes, as long as Lu Chengze remained in his position? He was still the president of the Lu family. How could they be so ruthless, not fearing the consequences of offending the Lu family? The executives exchanged glances, revealing traces of mockery in their eyes. What are you saying, Vice President Wu? Is it customary in business to abstain from drinking? If others can hold their liquor, why can't President Lu? Exactly, please clarify. You all want to secure loans from our banks. Not the other way around. Previously, Lu Chengze had leveraged the Jian family as support, entering their offices with an air of superiority, as if he were doing them a favor just by choosing to collaborate. They had grown weary of him long ago. Now, having lost Jian Yao and having reportedly offended the young heir of the Gu family, he was nothing more than a fish out of water. Ripe for ridicule. Wu Yu's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He snatched the cup from Lu Chengze's hand and hurled it to the ground. The glass shattered upon impact, sending liquid in shards scattering across the floor. Wu Yu supported the dazed Lu Chengze as they made their way outside, and just before exiting, he could still hear the derisive comments behind them. What pride is there to maintain, without the Jian family and having offended the Gu family, with the Li family lurking ominously, it's uncertain whether the Lu family can weather this storm. You may not be aware, but rumors within the Lu family have spread. The old man Lu was considering changing the heir. After all, this one was once a love child. Wu Yu gritted his teeth. Listening to the vile words of the individuals behind him, he suddenly felt a tinge of relief that Lu Chengze was too intoxicated to hear these piercing remarks, just as they stepped out of Gu Zhiyan Tower. Lu Chengze's expression shifted abruptly, and he broke free from Wu Yu's grasp, retching against a tree. Wu Yu hurried to catch up, fearing he might fall, only to witness crimson streaks of blood mixed with the vomit. In that moment, Wu Yu's mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderous bell, reverberating through his consciousness. His hand trembled as he reached out to support Lu Chengze. "You brother Lu, please don't scare me." In the hospital corridor, Wu Yu peered through the glass window into the room where Lu Chengze lay pale upon the bed, his heartbeat gradually stabilizing. The hospital's initial diagnosis indicated a gastric hemorrhage. He had been brought in promptly, and his condition was not severe, posing no immediate threat to his life. Lu Chengze had always suffered from gastric issues, but with Jian Yao's care, there had been little reason for concern. Even when he fell ill, a simple dose of stomach medication would suffice. This was the first time he had vomited blood. Wu Yu retrieved his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he was reminded that Jian Yao was now married. Damn, he silently tucked his phone away, sliding down the wall as a sense of desolation washed over him. That he and Jian Yao had known each other since childhood. The difference was that at that time, both he and Jian Yao were orphans. While Lu Chengze was not, the Lu family had never taken him in, and the old man Lu had never visited, but the family would send money, clothes, and snacks each month. Compared to the other children in the orphanage, Lu Chengze's living conditions were far superior. Wu Yu had initially followed Lu Chengze for the clothes and food, but as time passed, Lu Chengze became the most important brother and family member in his heart. He had believed that the three of them would never part ways. Little did he expect that brother Lu and Jian Yao would end up in such a predicament. Even when Lu Gu was suffering from a gastric hemorrhage, he still lacked the courage to call Jian Yao. Yet, Wu Yu couldn't help but ponder, after more than a decade of brotherly camaraderie, how could he, a grown man, so easily let go? Jian Yao had loved Lu Gu for so many years. Could she truly forget him in an instant? He found that hard to believe, although sending Lu Gu to the police station yesterday felt resolute. Viewed from another angle, could it not be seen as a form of protection for him? By actively pursuing accountability, she not only provided the Gu family with an explanation but also quelled their anger. Compared to the alternative of appeasing the situation only to face the Gu family's retaliation later, spending a night in the police station was hardly significant. The more Wu Yu contemplated, the more he felt justified in his thoughts. Jian Yao undoubtedly still harbored feelings for Lu Gu. Given her deep concern for him, she must be frantic upon learning of his hospitalization due to gastric bleeding. Perhaps, this was the prime opportunity for her and Lu Gu to reconcile. Wu Yu retrieved his phone once more, scrolling through Jian Yao's WeChat, composing a message before hitting send. In the courtyard of Gu Zhiyan's residence, Jian Yao preferred to arrange her belongings herself. She dedicated an entire afternoon to meticulously organizing everything she had moved in. Rising to her feet, she surveyed the familiar layout and exhaled comfortably. Indeed, this arrangement exuded a vibrant sense of life. Through the pearwood window, the twilight began to envelop the outside world, and the landscape lights in the courtyard flickered to life. The lights in the neighboring Gu Zhiyan's room and study were dim, suggesting no one was home. With her phone in hand, she made her way toward the kitchen. As she approached, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Unable to resist, Jian Yao stealthily snapped a photo of the man in the kitchen, clad in an apron and busy at work. Upon checking the photo, she realized that the previous images she had intended to share on social media had been forgotten due to the live streaming incident. Furthermore, she had also captured Gu Zhiyan cooking during her last visit. Comparing the two, she struggled to decide which was more appealing, ultimately finding herself enamored with both. However, the closer shot showcasing his chiseled profile earned its place in her selection. Following that were the images of the pan-seared steak, mushroom soup, and the wall of glory in Gu Zhiyan's gaming room. After selecting, she felt 3 photos were insufficient when Gu Zhiyan emerged from the kitchen. Bearing a platter of food, she quickly set her phone aside to assist him. Gu Zhiyan handed her the garlic vegetable hearts, which were cool enough to handle, his gaze resting on her fair cheek. "When did you come out? Why didn't you call me? Were you bored waiting?" Jian Yao placed the dish on the table, replying, "No, I just finished tidying up. Why didn't you come help me with the cooking?" In truth, her culinary skills were quite decent, and given that she resided at Gu Zhiyan's, she felt somewhat embarrassed for letting him do all the cooking. Gu Zhiyan set down the food. Fetching bowls and chopsticks casually. Research indicates that men have a 25 thicker stratum corneum than women, with more developed sweat and sebaceous glands, making them better equipped to withstand the irritations of cooking fumes. "The Jian family has raised you tenderly. You aren't here to play the role of a maid." Jian Yao blinked. "So, is that why you've taken on the cooking duties?" The notion of the world becoming increasingly surreal seemed to linger in her mind. Gu Zhiyan arranged the tableware and, noticing her lost expression, tilted his head and beckoned. "Come help me with something." Jian Yao, in a daze, approached him. "Could you help me untie the strings of my apron?" She extended her delicate fingers, gently grasping a black strap. With a light tug, it came undone. Jian Yao's lips pursed in confusion. She had assumed it was tied in a knot that required her assistance to untangle. It was so easily undone. Why did he still need her help? Gu Zhiyan hung the apron and turned, playfully asking, "Do you feel involved now?" By the time Jian Yao grasped the implication of his words, her face flushed a deep crimson. "I'm not a child." Before dinner, Jian Yao took the opportunity to snap another photo: garlic vegetable hearts, stir-fried shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, and a pot of corn and rib soup. Each dish presented beautifully, and without adding any filters, she created a 4-grid collage along with the previously selected 3 photos, crafting a caption, "Mr. Gu's accolades and his homemade meals." As soon as she posted on social media, likes and comments flooded in. Susi exclaimed, "Good, good, good, ignoring my messages while flaunting your relationship on social media, you traitor." Jian Ning inquired, "So, are you two living together now?" Secretarially added a string of grinning emojis. Jian Ning first responded to her sister, "Yes, I just moved in." Then, she addressed Susi's accusation, "That's not fair. I was just checking my phone." After replying to Susi, Jian Yao exited to check her messages. Just as she prepared to click on Susi's profile, her phone buzzed again, revealing a new message from Wu Yu. Before she could read it, her phone vibrated once more, this time displaying a photo. Chapter 56, like a discarded puppy. Jian Yao hesitated for a moment but ultimately opened Wu Yu's WeChat. Lu Gu is hospitalized due to a gastric hemorrhage. Can you come see him? The accompanying photo depicted a stark hospital room where a man lay on a bed. And 4 drip in place, his complexion as pale as parchment. The bond forged from childhood made it impossible to claim indifference. Even if they could not be lovers, she wasn't cruel enough to witness him suffer without a care. However, her past experiences with blurred boundaries had left a bitter taste, and she would not impose such pain on Gu Zhiyan. Lu Chengze was clearly still clinging to hope, but she had resolved that their relationship was irreparable, and she would not grant him even a sliver of hope. With a swift tap, she composed a brief reply before decisively exiting and quickly scanning through Susi's messages, which were just as explosive as she had imagined, enough to constitute a social death should it ever be discovered. Stealing a glance at Gu Zhiyan, who was ladling the soup, she cleared her throat and replied, "Accompany me shopping tomorrow, and I'll tell you all about it." After dinner, Jian Yao assisted Gu Zhiyan in loading the dishes into the dishwasher. He looked up at her, asking, "Would you like some fruit?" "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought some grapes, strawberries, and blueberries." Jian Yao washed her hands at the sink, replying, "That's fine, you've already cooked, so you don't need to compete with me over washing the fruit." Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow and smiled, stepping back to give her space. "Not at all, after you." Jian Yao chuckled at his antics as she opened the refrigerator. It was spacious, with a double-door design, and the fruits, vegetables, and drinks were neatly organized, a welcome sight for someone with her obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Only a single box of multivitamin soy milk stood apart, contrasting sharply with the fridge's overall arrangement. "Ah," she exclaimed, picking up the carton of soy milk, "this seems to be the brand our school cafeteria partnered with back in high school." A niche local brand, it had built its reputation purely on word of mouth. Catering primarily to college students, it was practically a staple for campus breakfasts. Gu Zhiyan's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise upon seeing her hold the carton, but as she spoke, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his lips curled into a forced smile, tinged with melancholy. "You remember this brand?" Jian Yao nodded. "Of course, I loved it back in high school." Gu Zhiyan responded with a soft He remembered the brand. Yet this particular carton seemed to escape his memory. Jian Yao mused aloud. I thought this brand was discontinued during college. How did you manage to get it? She scanned the fridge, confirming that it was the only carton present, and found it puzzling that he had only purchased one. Gu Zhiyan's lips twitched slightly. It hasn't been discontinued. The company was acquired, and they no longer sell it externally. Jian Yao clutched the carton, glancing back at Gu Zhiyan. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though he was on the verge of breaking. She looked down at the soy milk in her hands, carefully placing it back in its spot and apologizing. It must be important to you, right? I'm sorry, I just got a bit surprised and picked it up. I hope you don't mind. If Gu Zhiyan cherished it enough to keep it, it must have been a gift from someone dear to him. This realization, Jian Yao felt a pang of sourness in her heart, as if someone had dripped lemon juice onto her soul. So Gu Zhiyan too had someone he held dear to him, tucked away in his heart. Observing Gu Zhiyan's downcast gaze, emanating an aura of sadness, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She shouldn't have meddled with something so precious to him, simply because he was easygoing. How could she possibly mend this? She was at her wit's end. She had always dreaded navigating the complexities of comforting others. Jian Yao racked her brain, finally managing to stammer out, I am sorry, I shouldn't have touched your stuff. How about this? I'll cover all the milk you drink from now on. As a gesture of sincerity, she cast a furtive glance at Gu Zhiyan's expression. Even if that carton was indeed special, ignorance is bliss, right? Besides, she had only touched it. She hadn't consumed any. Surely he wouldn't be that petty, would he? Lost in her thoughts, Gu Zhiyan suddenly chuckled, the mist in his eyes dissipating, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Actually, I was just checking if this carton was still good to drink. He leaned casually against the refrigerator, lazily lifting his eyelids to meet her gaze, a smile dancing in his eyes. But since you've said that, let us make a pinky promise. The distinct knuckles of the little finger curved slightly, shaking before Jian Yao's eyes, signaling her to make a pinky swear. Jian Yao squinted at him with suspicion, asking, then how did you act like that just now? Gu Zhiyan elongated his tone in a questioning manner. Like what? Jian Yao recalled Gu Zhiyan's earlier demeanor, enveloped in an aura of low pressure, akin to a small dog abandoned by its master. After a brief moment of silence, she chose to make the pinky swear instead of speaking the truth. She could not bring herself to utter such words about Gu Zhiyan resembling a dog. Resigned, Jian Yao extended her little finger, linking it with Gu Zhiyan's knuckle. The heat radiating from his skin made her hand tremble lightly as she averted her gaze, stubbornly muttering, childish. Gu Zhiyan, however, felt no trace of childishness. His expression was earnest, as if he were participating in a significant ritual, his clear voice serious as he stated, since we have made a pinky swear, you must take care of my milk for a lifetime. The phrase for a lifetime gently struck Jian Yao's heart. The very person who had just deemed it childish now seemed to be under some spell, pursing her lips, murmuring, for a lifetime. Die in the hospital corridor. Wu Yu slumped in a corner, his image utterly disregarded, fixated on the chat page between him and Jian Yao since the news broke. When he saw the notification of her typing, a thought flickered through his mind, as expected. Jian Yao had indeed not forgotten about Lu Gu. She had never replied to him before, but upon hearing that Lu Gu was ill, she rushed to respond. Thus, the previous report to the police was merely a stopgap. There was still hope. If only he could coax Jian Yao back, he was certain he could cure Lu Ji's madness, and the issues at the company would resolve effortlessly, leading to a joyful outcome for all. However, the next moment, upon reading Jian Yao's message, his smile froze completely. Jian Yao, isn't he already in the hospital? If he is unwell, he should call a doctor. There was no concern, no inquiry. Every word dripped with coldness and indifference, even laced with mockery towards Lu Chengze for abandoning her for Lu Yi. She was not a doctor, so there was no need for her to visit him. Lu Chengze was not a doctor either. Yet he had chosen to miss their engagement banquet to visit Lu Yi in Hushi. Wu Yu clutched his phone, never before so acutely aware that Jian Yao and Lu Gu were truly a lost cause. After a moment of contemplation, he silently deleted their brief exchange, lest Lu Gu stumble upon it one day and go into a frenzy. Chapter 57. Losing to Gu Zhiyan is not a disgrace. Wu Yu could not recall when he had drifted into a hazy sleep, but he was abruptly awakened by a barrage of calls from assistant Lin. As soon as he answered, Lin's high-pitched voice rang through. There's been a major incident at the company. Where are you and President Lu? He seemed unable to wait for Wu Yu's reply, exclaiming, never mind where you are, return to the company immediately, fearing that Lin might hang up in a fit of rage. Wu Yu hastily interjected, but we're at the hospital. President Lu suffered from a gastric hemorrhage after drinking too much while negotiating a loan with the bank yesterday afternoon, and he hasn't woken up yet. There was a long pause from Lin on the other end. Give me the hospital address. While Lin rushed to the hospital, Wu Yu quickly opened Weibo, and sure enough, he saw a trending topic concerning Lu Corporation. Lu Corporation accused of substandard goods. With an involved sum of 800 million, Li Corporation may file a lawsuit. Lu Corporation's PR department clarifies that this incident was due to the new warehouse manager's negligence and has been reported to the authorities. Due to the substantial amount involved in the stirring actions of Li Corporation, the topic had surged into the top 3 on the trending list, with the comments section filled with outrage. 800 million, and you're telling me it's the warehouse manager's fault? I understand every company handles PR like this. Whenever something goes wrong, it's always a temp or a new hire. Does such a large company as Lu Corporation really appoint a rookie as the warehouse manager without reason? I refuse to believe it. My colleague's sister works at Lu Corporation. I heard that the warehouse manager is the brother of Lu Corporation as secretary. You all understand. The comments flowed rapidly, and Wu Yu's heart sank deeper with each scroll. Li Corporation truly had no qualms about exposing this matter online and even planned to sue Lu Corporation? Furthermore, what did the PR department's statement mean? President Lu was still lying in the hospital. Who gave them the authority to release a statement without his consent? He opened the company group chat, hoping to glean some information, only to find the group unusually silent, with not a single person speaking. Wu Yu slumped onto the hospital bed, realizing that something had gone terribly wrong at the company. It must have been a significant issue, as even the group members were too afraid to comment. He recalled how, the last time Lu Chengze and Jian Yao had a falling out, they had all eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle. Yet now, they were all silent as mice. Wu Yu rubbed his tousled hair, feeling overwhelmed. Assistant Lin arrived sooner than expected, almost jogging into the room, immediately inquiring if President Lu had regained consciousness. Wu Yu rose from the bed, about to say not yet, when he noticed that the person in the opposite bed had opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling like a corpse refusing to rest, devoid of any vitality. He seemed oblivious to Lin's arrival and their conversation. Gathering his courage, Wu Yu stepped forward and waved his hand in front of Lu Chengze's eyes. Ah, he is still alive, he can blink. Lin glanced at Lu Chengze on the bed, then turned to Wu Yu with a questioning look. What is going on? Word we told it was a gastric hemorrhage. Why does he look like he has lost his mind? Wu Yu squinted, his sleep-deprived eyes and panda-like dark circles evident, mouthing the name Jian Yao. Lin's brows furrowed intensely. What time is it, and you're still lamenting? He has not the time for that. He stepped past Wu Yu, addressing Lu Chengze coldly. President Lu Corporation is unwilling to grant us any leeway. The issue of substandard goods is already trending. Lu Chengze lay there, utterly unresponsive. Lin continued, the shareholders are all at the company, waiting in the president's office for you to provide an explanation. Can you not wake up a little? Hearing Lin's words, Wu Yu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He kept signaling to Lin, but Lin pretended not to see. Typically, he would side with Lu Yi or engage in playful banter with Jian Yao, but this was not the time for frivolity. Jian Yao was already married, that was a fact, though he was loyal to Lu Chengze. He had to admit that anyone with sense would choose Gu Zhiyan over Lu Chengze. The only unique aspect of Lu Chengze was perhaps the bond they had shared over the years. Yet no one could cling to memories for a lifetime. Those feelings had long been eroded by Lu Chengze's own actions. Lin sighed deeply, utterly fatigued. Give it up, President Lu. Jian Yao is already married. Losing to Gu Zhiyan is not a disgrace. The mere mention of Jian Yao seemed to trigger something within Lu Chengze. The previously unresponsive figure finally turned his head towards them. I understand. Lin and Wu Yu exchanged glances. What do you understand? His gaze was fixed intently on Lin and Wu Yu, his vacant expression now ignited with newfound clarity. That day on the street, when she questioned me, I should not have defended Lu Yi. I should not have provoked her using Lu Yi. In truth, those words had not reflected his true intentions, yet he had been overwhelmed with anger, particularly upon seeing her alongside Gu Zhiyan, causing all his rationality to collapse, leading to his thoughtless remarks. Lu Chengze had consumed an excessive amount of alcohol yesterday, vomiting significantly, and now having had no water since then, his throat felt as though it was filled with sand, and any larger movements caused his lips to crack and bleed, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain or the metallic taste of blood. Continuing to speak, I should have apologized and admitted my mistakes. Keeping Lu Yi around was wrong, and not attending the engagement banquet for Lu Yi was also my fault. I should have apologized. I should have. Jian Yao was right all these years. He had known everything. He was aware that Lu Yi was playing tricks, deliberately targeting Jian Yao. It was his arrogance that led him to believe he could control everything, to tame Jian Yao, to make her bow to him. To be as docile as Lu Yi, he was wrong. He truly recognized his mistakes. The more he spoke, the more blood flowed from his cracked lips. Wu Yu could no longer bear to watch and poured a cup of warm water, offering it to him. Here, drink some water first. Lu Chengze suddenly sat up, pushing Wu Yu's hand away. I need to find Jian Yao to clarify everything. Just a few days had passed. There was no way she could have moved on. She was merely angry with him, thus deliberately seeking out Gu Zhiyan, the person he disliked the most. Yes, it must be so. It has to be. He appeared almost frenzied, muttering to himself as he rushed towards the door. Lin observed coldly, seizing the cup of water from Wu Yu's hand and splashing its contents across Lu Chengze's face, his tone icily sharp. Are you awake now? Chapter 58. Are you asleep? Is this the pinnacle of absurdity? If you don't wake up soon, there is boiling water in the kettle. If that doesn't tea work, the hallway water pipes are plentiful enough to wake you up. If I can't rouse you, I won't tea. Bear the Lin surname. Assistant Lin had always been the most composed among the three, but seeing Lin's true fury, even Wu Yu felt a lump in his throat. A fierce person, a truly fierce person. In that moment it was hard to distinguish who was the boss and who was the employee. Lu Chengze, too, was momentarily stunned by the cold splash of water. Assistant Lin, seeing that he had successfully subdued him, immediately pressed the advantage. What purpose do you serve by seeking out Jian Yao now? He scrutinized Lu Chengze with unabashed disdain. Lu Chengze, perhaps you should consider purchasing a mirror to reflect on your current state. With such a demeanor, what do you expect to accomplish with Jian Yao? The only outcome would be to serve as a control group for Gu Zhiyan, illustrating that Jian Yao's choice was indeed the right one. What more could you possibly achieve? Lu Chengze remained silent, allowing the droplets of water to cascade down from his forehead and brow without protest. His hands, however, were clenched tightly, as if to suggest that should Assistant Lin utter another word, his fist would surely make contact with his face. On the sidelines, Wu Yu observed with trepidation, contemplating whom he should intervene for should a confrontation arise. Logically, he would pull Assistant Lin back to prevent Lu Gu from suffering harm. Yet, following his instincts, he felt an overwhelming urge to support Lu Gu. What if Assistant Lin truly managed to rattle him? Moreover, Lu Gu had recently exhibited behavior that warranted a reprimand when he had driven into Gu Zhiyan. Had he not clung to his thigh for dear life, threatening to unleash his pent-up fury? Wu Yu surveyed the standoff between the two, mentally constructing numerous scenarios of how the altercation might unfold and how he could intervene without appearing biased or ungracious. Assistant Lin's gaze swept over Lu Chengze's tightly clenched fists, and he boldly leaned in closer, taunting, "Oh, you still wish to strike me?" He gestured to his forehead. "Go ahead, aim here. If you land that punch, I would have the perfect excuse to seek refuge with Lu Chengyuan. Not only would I hold you blameless, but I would also express my gratitude for the splendid opportunity you've afforded me. Considering that everyone in the company is aware you're on your way out." Upon hearing this, Wu Yu rushed to grasp Assistant Lin's arm, weakly advising against such inflammatory remarks. "You're really crossing the line here." Assistant Lin scoffed. "Crossing the line? Just look at him in his current state. He still intends to win back Jian Yao. If he continues down this path of despair, even Lu Yi will be gone." He was practically boiling over, wishing he could split himself into 8 pieces to assist, yet he was here playing the role of a psychological mentor. For whom was all this effort? Wu Yu was left speechless. How was it that every word Assistant Lin uttered struck precisely at Lu Ji's sensitive spots? From the corner of his eye, he noticed the veins in Lu Chengze's arms bulging. However, just as Wu Yu anticipated that Assistant Lin would inevitably face Lu Chengze's wrath, Lu Chengze deflated like a punctured balloon, retracting all the tension from his body. He lifted a hand to wipe his face. The haze in his eyes dissipating, clarity returning. His voice remained hoarse, yet the frenzy had vanished. Do not provoke me with your words. I have no intention of striking you. He had suffered enough due to impulsive decisions and would not allow himself to act recklessly again, causing distress to those around him. Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan had known each other for far too long. Previously, there had been no connection, no spark, and there would be none in the future. Her association with him was undoubtedly fueled by a desire to irritate him. Moreover, the industry had tacitly acknowledged that Gu Zhiyan preferred men. All prior interactions were mere performances for his benefit. It was he who had rushed headlong into Gu Zhiyan's trap. The pressing concern now was to stabilize matters on the Lu front. With his thoughts organized, Lu Chengze wiped his face and straightened his back, striding towards the door. "And now, enlighten me about the situation at Lu's." In that moment, Assistant Lin's professionalism shone through, as he seamlessly transitioned into work mode. Following the news release from Li's, many partners who had already paid their deposits are now demanding refunds. The business department's phone has been inundated with calls. Wu Yu stood in the hospital room, listening to the receding sound of Assistant Lin's voice, his expression one of astonishment. "Huh? Weren't they just about to fight? How is it that in the blink of an eye, I become superfluous?" Jian Yao also took note of the trending topic surrounding Lu's company. However, in comparison to Lu's crisis, her focus lay on the staggering figure behind it, 800 million. Such an immense sum, and Uncle Li had managed to say nothing to her about it. She suddenly recalled the day of their engagement when Uncle Li had inquired whether she had truly parted ways with Lu Chengze. It was also from that day that Lu's troubles had begun. Her eyes misted, realizing the implications. Had she indeed gone through with the engagement, how much longer would Uncle Li have had to endure the tumultuous fallout from Lu's company? It was only now that she fully grasped how her earlier stubbornness had caused considerable distress to someone who genuinely cared for her. This was merely what she could see. How much more lay hidden beneath the surface? A warm tear slipped from the corner of Jian Yao's eye, falling onto her phone screen and creating a delicate splash. She hastily wiped her tears and called Uncle Li to apologize, expressing her gratitude for his care over the years. After confirming that this matter had not adversely affected Uncle Li's company, she ended the call and tidied up to head to the kitchen. Gu Zhiyan had already left for work, leaving a thermos on the dining table with a sticky note affixed to it, alongside a black card. "I've left for work, your meal is in the thermos. And that card is my salary. Since I know you're going out with your girlfriends, I'll cover all expenses today." Reading the note, Jian Yao felt a wave of warmth replace the earlier melancholy. Truly, there was nothing more satisfying in this world than marrying an ATM. Happily indulging in her meal, she took out her phone and sent Susie her location, accompanied by a photo of the black card. "Sister, come pick me up. I'm stealing money from my husband to treat you." Susie responded almost instantly. "Ah, I love you. Wait for me, I'll be there to pamper you right away," at the entrance of Gu Garden. A striking red Ferrari screeched to a halt, the window rolled down, revealing Susie's exquisite face. She pushed her sunglasses down with 2 fingers, squinting at the ancient courtyard before her. "Wow, so extravagant. With this location and size, I could snag more than a dozen small goals." Jian Yao opened the passenger door and settled in. As she fastened her seatbelt, Susie leaned closer. "Let me ask you something. Be honest, does he have any eligible brothers at home? Do you think I'm worthy of entering the Gu family?" Jian Yao was taken aback. She had never even been to the Gu family's old residence. So how could she possibly know? She had met plenty of Gu family members on the day of the engagement, but she had been too nervous to take note of anything. Blinking, she tentatively suggested, "How about I keep an eye out for you?" Susie clicked her tongue, scrutinizing Jian Yao with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Let us get to the point. Who suggested living together? Have you slept together? Is he any good?" Chapter 59. Coercion cannot override a woman's will. Jian Yao felt a suspicious warmth creeping into her ears, diverting her gaze to escape Susie's penetrating stare. "Could you please be serious? I just moved in. Nothing has happened between Gu Zhiyan and me." Susie's beautiful eyes roamed over Jian Yao's face and figure in disbelief. "In a way, a beauty like you? With looks and figure, sharing a bed with him, and he hasn't reacted at all. How is that even possible? He must either be a saint or impotent." She removed her sunglasses and rested her chin on her palm, contemplating for a moment before turning to Jian Yao. "So did he respond this morning? If his functions were normal but he still ignored her, could it be that he was genuinely not interested in women?" Listening to Susie bombard her with questions like a waterfall, Jian Yao felt herself flushing crimson, akin to a shrimp pulled from boiling water. She wished to cover Susie's mouth and glanced around nervously before whispering, "Can you please stop overthinking? We didn't even share a room." "What?" Susie exclaimed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, her voice rising involuntarily. "You two are legally married, living together yet separately? Did I miss something? Is this a thing?" Finally losing control, Jian Yao covered Susie's mouth. "Could you lower your voice? Is this something to be proud of?" Susie nodded in exasperation, gesturing for Jian Yao to release her. With a sigh of relief, Jian Yao complied. Susie couldn't help but tease, "Are you some sort of tortoise? How could you not feel anything for a prime specimen like Gu Zhiyan? Just think about it, back in college, countless girls dreamed of being with him, even if just for one night, and now you're married, yet you can remain untouched. It's perfectly legal, sister." Coercion also falls under the category of respecting a woman's wishes. "Have you ever felt anything?" Jian Yao was uncertain. All she knew was that if this conversation continued, she would surely combust. Clenching the seatbelt in front of her, she cleared her throat. "Do you still want to go out?" Susie waved her hand in defeat, realizing that continuing would only push Jian Yao further away. She quickly shifted the topic. "So, what made you think of me, your great benefactor, in her previous position at Lu's?" Jian Yao had toiled relentlessly, often forgotten for weeks on end. Now that she had some free time, she naturally wanted to spend it with suicide. As Susie started the car, gripping the steering wheel with unwavering focus on the road, she didn't spare Jian Yao a glance. "Grandma Gu has been eager to get us to visit the old residence. I can't go empty-handed. I need your advice on what to bring." With numerous family members in the Gu household, Gu Zhiyan would handle the others, but gifts for Gu's mother and grandmother were solely Jian Yao's responsibility. Susie wore an expression that clearly conveyed her belief that Jian Yao would never call out to her if nothing was amiss. Without hesitation, Jian Yao retrieved the black card given to her by Gu Zhiyan from her bag, declaring, "I won't let you accompany me without purpose. Mr. Gu will cover all expenses today." She would never stoop to being the kind of foolish woman who hesitates to spend. If Gu Zhiyan is willing to provide, she would spend generously and joyfully. After all, it is the giver of gifts who finds fulfillment in their generosity. Furthermore, Gu Zhiyan is her lawful husband, and spending his money is only natural. Susie smirked, shaking her head and mimicking Jian Yao in an exaggerated manner. "Mr. Gu will cover all expenses today." Jian Yao playfully raised her hand, teasing, "Are you asking for a slap?" Susie shook her head vigorously. "Not at all, not at all." Gu Zhiyan had suggested buying some skincare products and a cotton doll, but Jian Yao felt that was too meager. She then dragged Susie to a jewelry store to select a jade brooch for Grandma Gu, while for Mama Gu, she chose a necklace made of top-quality pearls, reflecting on how Gu Zhiyan had always taken care of her since they got together. Never having received a gift from her, Jian Yao decided to add a pair of diamond cufflinks to her collection. Upon leaving the jewelry store, they stumbled upon a brand store selling handbags. Jian Yao pulled Susie inside, selecting a pink crocodile leather bag for her. After a day of extravagant shopping, they realized it was nearly mealtime. Given their shared interests, it was no surprise that they had become good friends. After their last hot pot outing, they decided to indulge in barbecued meat this time. Just as they confirmed the restaurant, Jian Yao's phone chimed with a message from Gu Zhiyan. "Gu Zhiyan, the workday is nearly over. May I have the honor of inviting my wife and her friend to dinner? Jian Yao was momentarily taken aback and sent back a question mark. Why would he join two girls for dinner? It seemed he had been waiting by his phone as his response came swiftly. Gu Zhiyan, I recall that during our college days, there was an unwritten rule that the boy must treat the girl's dormitory friends to a meal to establish their status. Gu Zhiyan, now that we are officially registered, might my wife grant me the opportunity to establish our status? Jian Yao bit her lip, acknowledging the validity of that custom. However, she turned to Su Si. Feeling anxious about what she might say in front of Gu Zhiyan. Su Si had just posted a picture of the bag Jian Yao had chosen on Weibo, and upon seeing Jian Yao's expression, she inquired, is there something on my face? Why that look? Jian Yao motioned for her to take a look at her phone. Su Si leaned in to glance, then said, let him come and see. Let's see if he is up to par. Jian Yao. But it's a serious statement, yet I can't shake the feeling that Su Si is implying more than just character. Su Si whispered a few words into Jian Yao's ear, leaving her feeling uncertain, yet she still sent Gu Zhiyan their location. The restaurant remained unchanged, still the barbecue joint. Turning back, she looked at Su Si with utmost seriousness, reiterating her warning not to speak nonsense. Su Si nodded earnestly. We've been close friends for years, you should trust me, Jian Yao retorted, knowing you're a big mango, all yellow inside and out, makes me even more apprehensive. Gu Zhiyan arrived shortly thereafter. Jian Yao and Su Si organized their spoils from the day in the car before returning to the reserved barbecue restaurant. As they settled at their table, they spotted Gu Zhiyan approaching through the glass of the dining area. Some individuals possess an innate ability to command attention simply by their presence. The bustling restaurant seemed to fade into the background from the moment he appeared. Jian Yao followed Gu Zhiyan's gaze as he spotted their table. She exchanged a warning glance with Su Si, who responded with a mischievous gesture, zipping her lips closed. At the entrance, the wind chime rang out melodiously as the man pushed open the glass door, illuminating the restaurant with his mere presence. It was mealtime, and many diners turned their heads at the sound, their gazes fixating on him. Jian Yao noted several young women blushing furiously. Gu Zhiyan politely smiled at those around him before walking over to Jian Yao and Su Si, seamlessly taking a seat beside Jian Yao and introducing himself. Hello, I am Gu Zhiyan, Jian Yao's husband. Su Si, who had been somewhat irreverent earlier, now exhibited the composure of a seasoned negotiator, nodding gracefully. Hello, I am Su Si, Jian Yao's good friend. After brief introductions, a server approached to inquire if everyone was present and if they needed to order. Gu Zhiyan nodded, taking two menus. He handed one to Jian Yao and the other to Su Si, stating, you are familiar with this place, I'll defer to your choices. Su Si appreciated Gu Zhiyan's perceptive nature and lack of pretension. In contrast, her previous acquaintance Lu Chengze had scoffed at her and Jian Yao's penchant for hot pot and barbecue, dismissing their frequent visits to local eateries as beneath him. While he was a private scion of the Lu family, having grown up in an orphanage, it seemed that Gu Zhiyan was not similarly inclined to look down upon their preferences. As it happened, the restaurant was quite busy that day, and their table's orders were delayed. Gu Zhiyan went to fetch some water, prompting Jian Yao to glance at the bustling staff with a hint of exasperation. I'll go check on our order. Su Si nodded in agreement. Upon Gu Zhiyan's return, noticing Jian Yao's absence, he took the initiative to prepare the utensils and pour water for Su Si. Su Si, curiosity piqued, scrutinized Gu Zhiyan. So what's the deal? You seem eager to see me. What do you want to ask? Gu Zhiyan's gaze drifted past the crowd to where Jian Yao was conversing with the front desk, and he asked bluntly, what do you think my chances are of winning her over? So you have ulterior motives? Su Si raised an eyebrow. On their engagement day, her family had noticed Gu Zhiyan's unusual gaze towards Jian Yao, yet he had remained remarkably composed. With their marriage certificate in hand, Jian Yao still naively believed that Gu Zhiyan was interested in men. Gu Zhiyan poured a glass of water for Jian Yao, his tone casual. This is not about ulterior motives, it's simply, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. Su Si tightened her grip on the cup, her gaze fixed on Gu Zhiyan. If you pursue her directly, your chances are nearly zero. Jian Yao may seem open-hearted, but she is quite guarded, especially after her experience with Lu Chengze. Any overt attempts from you could make her suspect your intentions, potentially eroding any goodwill or trust. She glanced at Jian Yao, who was approaching, and quickly added, you must not chase her aggressively. Instead, you need to attract her. Do you understand? Let her pursue you. Gu Zhiyan's eyes darkened momentarily as he pondered the notion of attraction, repeating the word in his mind, as if grasping its essence. Jian Yao arrived at the table, her face adorned with a gentle smile. What are you two discussing? Su Si feigned nonchalance, pretending to complain about the slow service. Jian Yao offered a soft explanation. The front desk mentioned it's busy today, but our orders will be up soon. Su Si, ever the social butterfly, kept the conversation flowing, while Gu Zhiyan, with his high emotional intelligence and broad experiences, engaged effortlessly. Jian Yao felt at ease, her worries of Su Si's unpredictable comments dissipating as the meal unfolded. In her eyes, the dinner was unfolding perfectly. However, from Su Si's perspective, the scene was quite different. Gu Zhiyan tended to Jian Yao throughout the meal, grilling the meat, serving dishes, rolling the barbecued food, and pouring drinks. By the end of it, Su Si felt as if she had become a mere spectator. After the meal, while Gu Zhiyan went to retrieve the car, Susie crossed her arms, exuding an air of aloof confidence. This is quite commendable. Don't fall into the trap of being overly cautious. Sometimes, you must take the plunge. Jian Yao acknowledged Gu Zhiyan's admirable qualities, appreciating his polite demeanor and sense of propriety, yet she found it hard to tolerate Susie's pretentiousness, with a knowing tone. She remarked, "None of your past boyfriends have lasted more than 3 months. Are you sure you have an eye for character?" Susie was known for her love of fun, her infatuation with appearances, and her short-lived romances. Jian Yao had lost count of how many boyfriends Susie had had. This girl was generous and charming, yet emotionally detached, having unknowingly wounded many youthful hearts. Susie laughed heartily, pushing her sunglasses down to rest atop her head, obscuring most of her face while revealing her delicate chin and defined jawline. Don't worry, I have my own rhythm. As she retrieved the items Jian Yao had purchased from the trunk, Gu Zhiyan arrived just in time. Susie poked her head out from the car and called out to him, "I'm leaving her in your hands." The statement carried a double meaning. Gu Zhiyan nodded through the car window, advising her to drive carefully. After placing the items in the trunk, Gu Zhiyan joined Jian Yao in the car. As she fastened her seatbelt, she turned to him, asking, "Aren't you supposed to be at work this afternoon? You seem quite different from other company presidents. It appears you have ample time." She recalled that Yao Guang's profits were quite impressive, ranking among the top 3 gaming companies in the country, so it was puzzling why he seemed so leisurely. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow and cast her a sidelong glance, a light chuckle escaping his throat. "Madam Gu, have you forgotten that we have only just wed? Does the company even offer marriage leave?" Jian Yao, belatedly realizing her oversight, acknowledged that while she remembered their marriage certificate, she had indeed neglected the matter of marriage leave. In light of this, it seemed quite commendable that Gu Zhiyan still managed to make occasional trips to the office during his leave. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jian Yao touched her nose, only to realize that this path did not seem to lead home. "Where are we going?" she inquired, a hint of apprehension creeping into her voice. Did he have other arrangements for the afternoon? Gu Zhiyan turned the steering wheel, his voice low and steady. "We're just making a brief visit to the old residence. Grandma has been eagerly awaiting us for days. If we delay any longer, my phone will be inundated with her calls." Jian Yao let out a soft ah, her nerves evident as she fidgeted with her fingers. So sudden, Gu Zhiyan's gaze fell upon her, amusement flickering in his obsidian eyes as he discerned her unease. "Haven't we met a few times already? Why the tension?" He feigned a move to turn the car around. "Shall we not go today?" Jian Yao quickly voiced her objection. "No, today is quite fine, really. I'm not that nervous." Having kept Grandma waiting for so long, she couldn't bear to disappoint the elderly lady. The car came to a halt outside the Gu family estate. The servant at the entrance, upon recognizing the familiar license plate, promptly opened the door to welcome them, while another went inside to announce their arrival. As Gu Zhiyan stepped out first, he retrieved the gifts from the trunk and approached Jian Yao, who had just exited the vehicle. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, striving to appear more demure. Her striking beauty was not the conventional preference of the older generation, possessing more of a seductive charm. During her previous relationship with Lu Chengze, she had often faced the subtle disdain of Madame Lu due to this very trait. At that time, she had been aware that Madame Lu was not Lu Chengze's biological mother and their relationship was tenuous. Hence she remained unfazed. However, with Gu Zhiyan's family being amiable, she wished to present herself in a better light to earn their acceptance. Inside, the elderly matriarch hurried ahead, while Gu's mother, in her high heels, hurriedly followed. "Mom, slow down, watch your step." The elderly lady was too excited in her anticipation of welcoming her granddaughter-in-law to heed her daughter-in-law's caution. Just as she reached the entrance, she suddenly recalled her grandson's instructions before the engagement, abruptly halting her steps, straightening her back with a slight wince that hinted at her frailty. Gu's mother, caught off guard by her sudden stop, almost collided with her. "Mom." The elderly lady waved her hand, urging her daughter-in-law to support her as they made their way toward the entrance, not forgetting to whisper, "Remember, I am not in great health. Do not let it slip that I am in a household where an elder resides. There lies a treasure." The matriarch had always been one to act impulsively, and Gu's mother, trusting her, instinctively complied. While the two delayed, Gu Zhiyan had already escorted Jian Yao inside, although they had met briefly before and knew that both the elderly lady and Gu's mother were easy to get along with. Stepping through the threshold of the Gu family estate still caused Jian Yao's breath to hitch, her fingers tightening around Gu Zhiyan's arm upon seeing the elderly matriarch and Gu's mother approaching. Jian Yao obediently greeted Grandma, and then turned to Gu's mother, the word "mom" swirling in her throat before she managed to utter it. Mom, while calling an elder grandma, carried no emotional burden. Addressing someone she had only met a few times as mom made her feel bashful. As soon as the words left her lips, a blush crept across her cheeks. The elderly matriarch, already fond of Jian Yao, immediately released her grip on her daughter-in-law and pulled Jian Yao closer. "Ah, my dear, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You have finally come," she exclaimed, casting a disapproving glare at Gu Zhiyan. "You rascal, you bring Yao Yao home without even notifying me in advance." I hurriedly threw on whatever I could find. How undignified. What if my granddaughter-in-law thinks the Gu family does not value her? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Gu Zhiyan chuckled nonchalantly, unperturbed by his grandmother's playful scolding. Yes, it's all my fault. With the joy of having a granddaughter-in-law, the elderly lady quickly dismissed her son and daughter-in-law from her mind, focusing solely on Jian Yao. This rascal tricked you into getting the certificate without informing the family. He hasn't mistreated you during these days of marriage, has he? The elderly matriarch scrutinized Jian Yao's expression, pinching the soft flesh of her hand. You seem to have lost weight. This boy clearly doesn't know how to take care of you. I will personally whip up something delicious for you later. Jian Yao touched her own face, feeling the softness. Have I lost weight? Gu Zhiyan was quite the cook. She had been eating more than usual lately. How could she possibly have lost weight? Unfortunately, the elderly matriarch did not give Jian Yao a chance to defend him, pulling her toward the backyard. Behind them, Gu Zhiyan carried a collection of gift bags. Glancing at his mother, have I fallen out of favor, right? Gu's mother paid no heed to her son, dismissing him with a casual remark. Are you coming in or not? If not, I'll just go greet your uncles. She was eager to return and see her daughter law. Gu Zhiyan watched his mother's retreating figure, his dark eyes blinking in a moment of confusion that was quite uncharacteristic of him. You only ask if I'm going in, you could at least give me time to respond. Ultimately, it was a servant at the door who stepped forward to relieve him of the bags. Why don't you head in first? We can keep an eye on your things here. Gu Zhiyan waved his hand. Just take the items inside. You needn't worry about me. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Zhiyan stood at the entrance. Pondering the meaning of attraction, what constitutes attraction, he pulled out his phone, opened the browser, and typed in the word attraction. Attraction, the literal meaning of drawing an object, force, or another's attention toward oneself. Drawing another's attention toward oneself? Gu Zhiyan opened WeChat and clicked on Peiyi's chat interface. How do you attract others? Peiyi, who spent most of his time online, replied with remarkable speed. Bro, have you been hacked? Gu Zhiyan. Gu Zhiyan, do I need to visit the office in person to ask you? After a few seconds of silence, Peiyi finally responded. Who are you trying to attract? You do realize you are a married man. Right, this puts me in a difficult position. Gu Zhiyan's expression darkened, unable to contain his irritation. Are you looking for trouble? Peiyi, sensing the chill emanating through the screen, quickly straightened up and shifted back to the topic. Have you heard of a term online? It's called phishing system. In simple terms, it means knowing both yourself and your opponent, applying the strategy of capture and release, finding it insufficient to merely convey this through text. He decided to call Gu Zhiyan directly, ready to mock. Oh no, guide him in person. In the main hall, the elderly matriarch and Gu's mother sat on either side of Jian Yao like protective sentinels. Their eyes sparkling with anticipation, Jian Yao, seated between them, kept her hands neatly placed before her, exhibiting a level of decorum that even a child in kindergarten would struggle to match. The elderly matriarch waved her hand, and a servant promptly brought forth a tray. Upon opening the unadorned green velvet box, it revealed an entire set of imperial green jade jewelry, earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. The smallest earrings were the size of pigeon eggs. Not to mention the flawless bracelet of exceptional quality. After returning to her family home, Jian Yao's parents had gifted her several pieces of jewelry, the most valuable being a piece of imperial green jade. A part of her mother's dowry, worth over 90 million in the market. However, this set from the Gu matriarch was of even better quality and larger in size, not to mention the earrings and necklace. The bracelet alone could be considered a substantial goal. Yao Yao, this is your first visit to the Gu family. Consider it a welcome gift from your grandmother. The casual tone and demeanor made Jian Yao's heart flutter. Grandma, I cannot accept this. It's too extravagant. The elderly matriarch soothingly patted Jian Yao's hand. What extravagance, you silly child? She carelessly set the jewelry box aside, pulling out a sealed document from beneath it and handing it to Jian Yao. This is a welcome gift prepared for my grandson's wife in advance. Just open it and take a look. In a family like the Gu's, tangible jewels and antiques do not always equate to value. However, documents enclosed in a folder often signify astronomical worth. Jian Yao glanced helplessly at Gu's mother, who smiled encouragingly. It is a token from your grandfather. You should not refuse it. Please accept it. When Jian Yao took the document, her fingertips trembled slightly. As she delicately peeled back the wax seal, the top of the document boldly declared Gu Corporation Share Transfer Agreement. Jian Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with brilliance. This was a share in the Gu Corporation, not merely a subsidiary. Even a mere 2% would represent a staggering sum. Moreover, for a family as extensive as the Gu's to allocate shares to a newlywed granddaughter-in-law was an act of remarkable generosity. The elderly matriarch beamed with pride, her smile deepening the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Your grandfather has already signed and stamped it. You merely need to sign your name for it to take effect. She took a pen prepared by the servant and, without waiting for Jian Yao to refuse, handed it to her. Hurry right quickly, your uncles will be back soon, and there are red envelopes to collect. Jian Yao bit her lip, hesitating to put pen to paper. Gu Mama gently encouraged her from the side. Yao Yao, we are family, what we give you is well deserved. There is no need to feel burdened. They were wealthy, not foolish. The items were prepared in advance, but not everyone who arrived would receive the finest offerings. If Yan happened to lack discernment and brought back a troublemaker, the notion of shares would be utterly dismissed. It was Jian Yao who deserved this, and as her elders, they were more than willing to bestow it upon her. Jian Yao grasped the pen, her eyes gradually reddening, having grown up in an orphanage. She was treated kindly by her parents upon returning to the Jian family, yet, since they had not raised her from infancy, a certain reticence lingered. The inheritance left for her was largely due to their blood relation. This was the first time an elder had told her that what they gave was because she was worthy and nothing more than that. With the elder lady and gentleman as examples, Gu Mama's pink diamond necklace and earrings appeared much more approachable. Your mother isn't sure what you like, but coincidentally, wasn't the ring Yan prepared for you at your wedding a pink diamond? It would perfectly match this set. Gu Mama held up the necklace against Jian Yao's fair slender neck, her eyes filled with admiration. At your age, you should dress beautifully. As they spoke, Gu Zhiyan and the rest of the Gu family finally began to arrive. The Gu family flourishing with descendants entered in mass, all clad in high-end suits, their expressions exuding an air of aloof dominance, resembling attendees of a corporate award ceremony. Jian Yao prided herself on her memory, yet at that moment, she could hardly differentiate one from another. Fortunately, they seemed to understand her predicament, introducing themselves before engaging with her. Jian Yao politely called out each name and diligently noted them down. After much effort in recognizing everyone, her hands were already filled with a thick stack of red envelopes. It was only then that the elder lady remembered. Yao Yao, you don't have our contact information yet, do you? She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and asked Jian Yao to scan her code. Add grandma. If I miss you later, I can message you directly. Alright. Jian Yao obediently took out her phone to scan the elder lady's QR code, diligently adding a note. Gu Mama, on the side, quickly took out her phone to connect as well. As she noticed others around them also eager to join in, the elder lady shot them a sharp glance. I'll add Yao Yao to the group. If you have anything to discuss, do it there. Turning back to Jian Yao, her eyes immediately sparkled with warmth. Our Gu family may not have much, but we do have a bit of wealth, and we can hold our own in the capital. If anyone dares to bully you, just speak up in the group, and let your unambitious uncles and brothers handle it for you. Jian Yao silently regarded the several uncles she usually only saw in financial news. These supposed unambitious figures, and cautiously nodded. Once the elders had exchanged their greetings, Gu Zhiyan finally produced the gifts they had prepared for distribution among the elders. He had arranged everything thoughtfully, tailoring each gift to the recipient's preferences. However, when introducing the elder lady and Gu Mama, he made a point of mentioning that Jian Yao had personally selected them. Jian Yao initially felt her gifts were not lacking in courtesy. Yet when compared to those of the elder lady and Gu Mama, hers seemed somewhat inadequate. To her surprise, both the elder lady and Gu Mama were unexpectedly pleased, especially with the set of dolls she had gifted to the elder lady. Jian Yao carefully observed their expressions, relieved to see their genuine delight. The elder lady insisted on preparing delicious food for her, genuinely intending to cook herself. Gu Mama worried about her following into the kitchen while Gu Zhiyan stayed in the living room conversing with a few elders. Jian Yao finally found a moment of leisure to look around. The old residence was vast, and she dared not venture far, merely wandering into the adjacent tea room, unlike the grand decor of the living room. The tea room felt much cozier, adorned with numerous family photographs, mostly family portraits. Jian Yao quickly spotted a vintage photo featuring a young Gu Zhiyan, dressed in a small black suit with a red bow tie. His rosy lips and white teeth bore an uncanny resemblance to his current self. How adorable! Jian Yao's eyes widened slightly. This was a Gu Zhiyan she had never encountered before. She stepped along the photo wall, eventually noticing an album on a corner rosewood shelf. The old-fashioned album had slightly yellowed pages, suggesting it was quite aged. Given its open placement in the tea room, it likely contained no deeply personal content. Probably similar to the photographs on the wall, merely chronicling moments of life. Remembering the previous incident with the milk in the fridge, Jian Yao deliberated before cautiously retrieving the album from the shelf. Finding a well-lit soft chair, she sat down to flip through its pages. Her assumption proved correct. It was indeed a lifestyle album, with all photographs arranged chronologically from the wedding pictures of the elder lady and gentleman to their children's weddings and the births of grandchildren. Each photograph was meticulously annotated with details of time, place, and events, akin to browsing through an engaging comic strip. Jian Yao laid the book across her lap, one hand turning the pages while the other supported her chin. Thoroughly engrossed, just as she reached the section featuring Gu Zhiyan, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, covering her hand poised to turn the page. A wave of shadow fell over her, and the familiar crisp scent enveloped Jian Yao entirely. She looked up, bewildered, to find Gu Zhiyan's sharply defined profile mere centimeters from her face, so close that she could almost hear the sound of his breath and feel its warmth. His voice was soft, laced with an underlying tension despite his usual nonchalance, as his warm breath mingled with the crisp scent, tickling Jian Yao's ear like a feather, provoking an itch. You cannot look. Chapter 63. I'll tell you a big secret. Gu Zhiyan had countless embarrassing moments from his childhood, each one meticulously documented in this album. To him, it was not merely an album. It was a chronicle of his youthful humiliations. Jian Yao never anticipated that merely perusing an album would elicit such a strong reaction from Gu Zhiyan, turning to gaze at the album he was holding down. Jian Yao's dewy lips pressed together lightly. It wasn't something she absolutely had to see, but now that curiosity had piqued, what could she do? She grasped a corner of the album, defiantly puffing her cheeks as she silently challenged Gu Zhiyan's hand. Seeing her determination, Gu Zhiyan couldn't help but smile wryly. Taking advantage of his height and long legs, he swiftly covered Jian Yao's eyes with one hand while the other gently pried the album from her fingers. Her delicate eyelashes brushed against his palm like feathers, sending a subtle electric current straight to his heart. He paused, his heartbeat faltering for a moment as his throat bobbed, his voice husky. "You cannot look yet." "Why not?" Jian Yao persisted, reaching out in an attempt to reclaim the album from Gu Zhiyan. However, he rose slightly, lifting the album to the top shelf of the bookcase, ensuring she could not reach it before releasing his hold over her eyes. "You'll understand when you see it later." The moment Jian Yao regained her freedom, she immediately began searching for the album. Upon realizing it had been hidden, she shot Gu Zhiyan an indignant glare. Puffing her cheeks like an irate pufferfish, unable to resist, Gu Zhiyan ruffled her hair affectionately. "Come on, it should be almost time for dinner." Jian Yao fixed her tousled hair and, glancing through the screen, saw servants bustling about, already tidying the banquet hall. She cast one last hopeful glance at the bookshelf before murmuring, "Let us go. We can't keep Grandma and Mama waiting too long." In the living room, Gu Mama was indeed ushering everyone to take their seats in the banquet hall when she saw Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan emerge from the tea room, with Jian Yao's hair still a bit disheveled. A smile spread across her face. She discreetly helped Jian Yao tidy her hair before leading her toward the banquet hall, shooting a warning glance at Gu Zhiyan as they departed. Gu Zhiyan, but he knew his mother must have misunderstood something. However, it was not the kind of situation that could be easily explained, so he merely cleared his throat and followed into the banquet hall. The Gu family was numerous, but thankfully, the banquet hall was spacious enough to accommodate 3 tables. As for the dishes personally prepared by the elder lady, they were all placed directly in front of Jian Yao. Throughout the meal, the elder lady and Gu Mama's attention was solely on Jian Yao. Gu Zhiyan, one of the main protagonists, was relegated to a distance, unable even to sit beside Jian Yao. After the meal, as uncles and brothers began to disperse, Jian Yao remained with the elder lady, sipping her tea. "You and Yan have finally returned. Why not stay here for a night? We have prepared rooms for you." Jian Yao held her cup, turning to glance at Gu Zhiyan. Gu Zhiyan replied, "I didn't bring any clothes when I came today. Perhaps next time." Gu Mama shot him a cold glare. And the elder lady immediately clutched her chest, exclaiming that her heart hurt. The moment Jian Yao saw the elder lady in distress, her heart sank. She recalled that Gu Zhiyan had agreed to collaborate with her precisely because the elder lady had been unwell and wished to see her grandson married. It was her duty to play the role of a devoted wife in front of the Gu family. Noticing Gu Zhiyan about to speak, Jian Yao quickly reached out, gently tugging at his clothing. Shaking her head slightly after stopping Gu Zhiyan, Jian Yao moved to sit beside the elder lady, raising her hand to gently rub her back. "Since Grandma has prepared everything, let us stay here for the night." Upon hearing Jian Yao's agreement, the elder lady's discomfort vanished, her face lighting up with joy as she took Jian Yao's hand, guiding her back to her room. "My dear granddaughter-in-law cares for me. Come, let us go chat in my room." As the living room was left with just the mother and son, Gu's mother finally voiced the long-buried question that had plagued her heart: "What exactly is going on between you, Yao Yao, and that young man from the Lu family?" The previous engagement had been so hastily arranged that she had not found an opportunity to inquire about her son in private, yet she always felt he was not the type to act recklessly. The young lady seemed commendable, having endured until now. Gu Zhiyan lounged lazily on the sofa, the harsh white light from the overhead lamp casting shadows across his deep-set features. He appeared momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a considerable pause before responding, "Do you recall the time I got into a fight in high school? She was the one who helped me." Gu Zhiyan succinctly recounted what he could share. And now, reflecting on the struggles of those years, his tone bore a hint of relief. "You are aware of the aftermath." He added, "If Lu Chengze fails to appreciate what he has, he cannot blame me for stepping in and taking what was his." Upon finishing, he straightened his back slightly, his brows furrowing as he continued, "Yao Yao is unaware of this. He wished for his family not to harbor any misunderstandings towards her due to Jian Yao's past entanglements with Lu Chengze." I know, Gu's mother interrupted him with a glare. "What do you take me for? It's merely a matter of a rogue, not a criminal record. This is what one might call a fortunate girl, not destined for an unfortunate household." Gu's mother felt no concern regarding Jian Yao. Rather, she was anxious for her son. This child has concealed his feelings deeply, quietly surrounded by men. The family even suspected he might be inclined towards the same sex. If Jian Yao truly ended up with that young man from the Lu family, wouldn't Yan be destined to live like a monk for life? Gu Zhiyan chuckled lightly, having long anticipated his mother's open-mindedness. Were she a traditional and conservative woman, he would have had an entirely different discourse today. Gu's mother set down her cup and stood up. "Very well, your room is still the one you previously occupied. It has been tidied up, you may return there. Having said this, she turned to leave, showing no desire for another glance at Gu Zhiyan. He raised an eyebrow. Where are you going? Who was it that once claimed he had grown wings and would not return to the old residence? Now that he was back, this was the treatment he received. Where am I going? Gu's mother shot him a look as if he were a fool. I'm calling to have some clothes sent over. You have clothes here, but Yao Yao does not. It's a perfect opportunity to get a few more things. It will be convenient for her when she comes back. Gu Zhiyan watched his mother hastily leave. Softly clicking his tongue, his dark eyes sparkling like stars under the light, his phone on the table vibrated. It was a message from Pei Vimi 50. I have some juicy gossip for you. Gu Zhiyan, go ahead Pei, you really are dull. Although he complained, he himself could not contain his excitement, typing rapidly. Pei, I just received a tip-off. The Lu Corporation has seen a massive return on orders. Suffering significant losses, the shareholders have gone to the Lu Corporation early this morning to demand an explanation from Lu Chengze. Gu Zhiyan stared at the text for a few seconds, responding with a calm. So what? After sending the message, Pei had already prepared for Gu Zhiyan's scorn or schadenfreude. Was this truly it? So what? Was this the attitude one ought to have towards a misfortunate rival? Lighten up, Chapter 64, Brother Lu, I beg you, save me. Gu Zhiyan's long fingers tapped on the phone screen. He certainly understood Pei's implication, however. This was not a time for celebration. He even hoped Lu Chengze would prove somewhat competent and not suffer a total loss. The more foolish Lu Chengze appeared, the more Jian Yao's previous judgment would be called into question. Moreover, the fact that Lu Chengze and Jian Yao had grown up together was an immutable truth. She might have already lost all feelings for him, devoid of love, yet, after so many years, one would expect some semblance of affection to remain, akin to a bond formed with a pet. If he were to take action against Lu Chengze and Jian Yao discovered it, it would only serve to push her further away. With Lu Chengze's time seemingly up, any confrontation would be a fool's errand. Furthermore, he did not wish for Jian Yao to harbor any lingering feelings for Lu Chengze, not even pity. At an appropriate moment, he might even lend a hand to Lu Chengze, ensuring he was thoroughly ousted. With this in mind, Gu Zhiyan specifically instructed Pei, just observe the spectacle, do not intervene this time. It took Pei a while to respond, his disbelief palpable even through the screen. Pei, this approach is uncharacteristic of you. Gu Zhiyan, appearing genteel, possessed an inherent wolfish nature. He was either perfectly still, waiting for the right moment, or he struck with lethal precision. Although old Mr.Lu had yet to return, given the current state of the Lu Corporation, unless Lu Chengze found a new benefactor before his return, he would surely be trampled by Lu Changyuan. According to Gu Zhiyan's previous style, he should have been intent on utterly crushing Lu Chengze at this juncture. Gu Zhiyan recognized Pei's inquiry and refrained from elaborating, merely reiterating, in any case, do not act. After replying, Gu Zhiyan disregarded whether Pei responded and exited WeChat, casting a clear gaze at the room of the elderly woman before turning to ascend the stairs. On the other side, in the vehicle hurrying from the hospital to the Lu Corporation, Assistant Lin was driving, while Wu Yu sat in the passenger seat, distributing the medication from the hospital to Lu Chengze. By the time he turned to fetch a bottle of water, Lu Chengze had already consumed the pills, chewing them without expression, as if he had lost all sense of taste. Wu Yu fell silent for a moment before quietly capping the bottle. The two men in the vehicle were not to be trifled with. Wu Yu sat in silence, listening to the sound of Lu Chengze rifling through documents in the back seat. The black car halted in the underground parking lot, and Lu Chengze gathered the scattered papers, his expression unchanged from his usual demeanor, as if the earlier frenzy had never been his doing. The three exited the vehicle and strode directly into the exclusive elevator for the president. In the confined space, the oppressive aura surrounding Lu Chengze intensified, an icy chill penetrating to the bone. Wu Yu stood behind him, shivering, wishing he could vanish into thin air. He had never felt the journey from the first floor to the top floor to be so interminable. However, as the elevator doors opened, and he caught sight of the boardroom filled with shareholders through the glass doors, Wu Yu wished he could slap himself for nearly forgetting that a swarm of impatient souls awaited them. How could he have let himself freeze to death in the elevator? Clearly the people in the meeting room had also spotted Lu Chengze and the others. They were already simmering with frustration. Having waited all morning without even a sip of water, their patience utterly worn thin upon seeing Lu Chengze's late arrival, one shareholder glanced at the wall clock, mocking, no wonder a mere warehouse manager dares to handle such a substantial order. It seems the upper management is just as crooked. Why didn't President Lu wait until after office hours to arrive? While tardiness might be excusable for a president, favoritism was intolerable, more absurdly, having occupied the top floor for so long. Not a single soul had been seen. Only after sending an assistant downstairs did they discover that the president's assistant had been dismissed due to that little secretary Louis. Curiosity piqued, they summoned Louis, eager to see the rumored secretary who had captivated President Lu. What was the outcome? The front desk informed them she was absent from work today. Good heavens, after years of navigating the business world, This was the first time they encountered such a situation, and it truly opened their eyes. So this illegitimate child had risen to power, forgetting his own worth, flaunting before women with their money? Upon hearing the shareholders' remarks, Wu Yu could not help but defend Lu Chengze. Yesterday, our president Lu.do you think you have any place to speak here? The shareholder retorted. What are you, merely a dog following Lu Chengze? Daring to bark in their presence. Wu Yu's face flushed with indignation at this insult, biting his teeth to stifle further comments. Lu Chengze stepped forward, positioning himself before Wu Yu. Respected elders, you have all fought alongside my father for many years. Let us not dwell on this matter. The priority now is to address the company's issues and do our utmost to mitigate losses. Everyone present was a seasoned fox. News of Lu Chengze's stomach bleeding from excessive drinking after being toyed with by several banks for loans had certainly reached their ears. Now, seeing him pale as a ghost, with a trace of blood on his lips and dark circles under his eyes, he resembled a wraith just risen from the grave, and they were reluctant to press him too hard. Most crucially, the Jian family girl had harbored feelings for him for over a decade and was now married into the Gu family. Should there still be lingering sentiments, even a small sliver could provide him with a chance for redemption. Offending him at this moment would be unwise. The shareholder who had previously spoken up snorted derisively but finally demonstrated a modicum of sense. Very well, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Lu Chengze gestured for several shareholders to enter his office. Shall we discuss it further inside? Inside the office, as several shareholders settled into their seats, Assistant Lin entered with tea before he could set the cups down. The office door was abruptly flung open. A woman in a pink Chanel suit rushed in, sobbing, her high heels clattering loudly, and the heavy scent of her perfume made everyone grimace. The shareholders were startled by this unexpected turn of events. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the woman had already flung herself onto Lu Chengze, clutching his arm and weeping. Brother Lu, please save my brother, he has been taken by the police. Louis, with her meticulously styled hair and pitiful makeup, cried like a rain-soaked flower. A woman's tears are the most potent of weapons, and Lu Chengze, deeply rooted in his patriarchal beliefs, was often susceptible to this tactic. She had long enjoyed her reign atop the building, disregarding everyone but Lu Chengze and his family, thus entirely overlooking the group of shareholders beside her as she lamented her grievances. You previously assured me that as long as my brother returned the embezzled funds, all would be well, yet, to my dismay, the company's legal department has audaciously filed a lawsuit against him. This very morning, he was taken away by the police. He is merely in his 20s and not yet married. If he is convicted, his life will be irrevocably shattered. Upon receiving this news, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. After enduring over an hour at the police station, they stubbornly refused to release him, compelling me to seek assistance from Lu Chengze. The plaintiff is the Lu Corporation. If Lu Chengze were to intervene and retract the lawsuit, my brother would be freed. With my head bowed, I wept inconsolably, utterly oblivious to the increasingly peculiar atmosphere in the room and Lu Chengze's dark, brooding expression. Chapter 65. She appeared plain and unremarkable, yet her antics were quite numerous. Assistant Lin, holding a tray in his hands, felt an overwhelming urge to hurl it at the oblivious Louis, who seemed utterly blind to the dangers surrounding her. With so many formidable figures in the office, could she truly not see? How dare she even mention her utterly incompetent brother? Had it not been for his lack of foresight, he would never have landed himself in such a dire predicament. The more Assistant Lin pondered, the more infuriated he became, yet he could only suppress his rage in front of the shareholders. His face turning crimson, he stepped forward, grasping Louis's arm to lead her away, whispering a warning to her to leave first and discuss matters later. Unfortunately, Louis was consumed by thoughts of her disgraceful brother and failed to comprehend Assistant Lin's insinuation. Instead, she forcefully shook off his hand, her voice growing increasingly shrill. My brother has already been detained by the police. How can you expect me to remain calm? Over the years, she had invested considerable effort into understanding Assistant Lin, but each attempt had ended fruitlessly. Several times, she had nearly seized the opportunity to climb into Lu Chengze's bed, only to have her plans thwarted by Assistant Lin, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards him. Hearing his words now, her first instinct was to assume he was merely trying to aggravate her. In light of her brother's predicament, she could not possibly endure this. The thought of her parents' expectations for her brother sent a shiver down her spine. If they were to learn of his imprisonment, with reddened eyes glistening with tears, she adopted a defiant demeanor and pleaded, Assistant Lin, I know you have never liked me, but this concerns my brother. Could you grant me this one favor? I only wish to save him. Over the years, in her battles against Jian Yao, she had mastered the art of strategic retreat, but she remained blissfully unaware of the audience she had neglected, who regarded her with a mix of amusement and significance. Even the way they looked at Lu Chengze had shifted. Apparently, he favored this type. It was no wonder he was indifferent towards Jian Yao. In the entire capital, not a single girl, even from a third-rate family, could embody such beguiling charm. With her unremarkable appearance, she had managed to exhibit quite a variety of allure. Rumor had it that Lady Lu had often disparaged Jian Yao for possessing a face reminiscent of a seductress. One could only imagine her thoughts upon witnessing Louis. The shareholders present were all seasoned veterans of the business world, having encountered countless intrigues. They need not utter a word, their scrutinizing gazes felt as sharp as knives. Inflicting palpable discomfort. Lu Chengze was subjected to their disdainful glances, akin to a slow and torturous demise. He wore a stony expression, his eyes darkened with shadows as he regarded the overly affected Louis. His words dripping with frost. "Get out." Louis's incantation was abruptly interrupted, leaving her momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, she recognized the voice that sounded strangely familiar and turned in confusion to Lu Chengze. This voice. Could it truly belong to her elder brother? Yet, how could he possibly command her to leave? Surely she must have misheard, but in the next instant, the brother she thought would never dismiss her uttered before her. Under her gaze, "I told you to leave. Do you not comprehend human speech?" Lu Chengze looked at the dim-witted Louis, dismissing all sense of reason and decorum. He merely desired for her to vanish from his sight. Louis's eyes widened in disbelief, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Gazing at Lu Chengze's frigid countenance filled her with a deep-seated panic, and she instinctively reached for his hand. Lu Gizh. A shareholder observing the spectacle could no longer contain himself. Raising a hand to shield his eyes, his tone laced with a mixture of disgust and disdain. "Enough, if you wish to play out this melodrama, do so elsewhere. It pains my eyes." With a mocking laugh, he added, "We should be preparing to lay an egg." Frustrated, he vowed never to criticize the performances of those celebrity stars again. His patience had been thoroughly exhausted after enduring this farce for too long. Since there were evidently more pressing matters for President Lu, they, the bothersome old-timers, would take their leave and arrange another meeting for another day. The timing of that future meeting remained uncertain. Moreover, given the gravity of the situation, it was inevitable that Old Master Lu and Lu Chengyuan would return at the prospect of a future meeting. Who could say with certainty whom it would involve? Upon hearing the shareholders' remarks, Assistant Lin turned pale and promptly stepped forward to mediate. "Mr. Lu, please calm down. I will escort her out immediately." The shareholder waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "No need. After all, she is the apple of President Lu's eye. Best to keep her around. We shall take our leave." With that, he strode toward the exit, leading the way. As the elder statesman of the shareholders, his departure prompted the others to follow suit. "President Lu, take care. We shall be on our way." Once outside the office, the shareholders engaged in candid discussions. An illegitimate child is still an illegitimate child, unworthy of the spotlight. He cast aside the young lady from the Jian family for this woman? The Jian family heiress, a veritable goddess of wealth. If she took a liking to their son, the entire family would likely worship her. How dared Lu Chengze act so brazenly? An illegitimate child, and had it not been for Jian Yao, the Lu family might not have even considered him. What do you know? It's precisely because he knows Jian Yao won't leave that he has grown complacent. The young people online refer to this as, what was it? Writing on soft rice. Yes, writing on soft rice. The group amplified their voices, their words sharp and piercing, clearly intended for the office's occupants. The atmosphere within the office grew palpably tense. Even the weeping Louise seemed to have ceased her sobbing. Her demeanor timid as she dared not meet Lu Chengze's gaze. She had made a grave mistake, a monumental blunder. In truth, Jian Yao's earlier assertion rang true. She had not merely lost to herself but to human nature. Lu Chengze placed an inordinate value on his pride. The greatest rift between him and Jian Yao stemmed from the persistent rumors that he had risen to prominence on her coattails. Thus, he sought to provoke and tame Jian Yao in a bid to satiate his own ego, and she had unwittingly become the tool he employed to sharpen Jian Yao. Simultaneously, she had been compliant, docile, and eager to please, meticulously catering to his preferences, embodying the ideal image of the woman he desired, which had slowly elevated her standing. Everything she had achieved was predicated upon Lu Chengze's fragile sense of self-worth. Yet now her panicked actions had utterly humiliated him. Biting her lip, her manicured fingers tightened around her skirt, her voice trembling. Lu Gizh, I am truly sorry, I was unaware of their identities. Chapter 66, such a minor error that could topple him from grace. She was still oblivious to the identities of those individuals, but they certainly appeared formidable. Lu Chengze stood there with a blank expression, seemingly numb to the situation. After a prolonged silence in the room, he finally spoke, his tone devoid of inflection. You may leave, gather your belongings and depart immediately. I do not wish to see you anywhere from now on. Louise stumbled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lu Chengze. Lu Gizh, I understand my mistakes. I truly do. Please grant me another chance. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. Over the years, she had become utterly dependent on Lu Chengze, and outside the Lu Corporation, she had no idea how she would survive. She stepped closer, instinctively reaching for Lu Chengze's sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears. After all these years, you would cast me out for such a trivial mistake? Lu Chengze took a half step back to evade her outstretched hand, suddenly breaking into a laugh. When one reaches the pinnacle of exasperation, laughter becomes an involuntary reaction. A minor mistake, such a delightful way to describe the blunder that could topple me. He tilted his head back, inhaling deeply, summoning every ounce of restraint to avoid striking her across the face. You may leave now, and I will not reclaim the gifts I have bestowed upon you. The house and car will be transferred to you by Assistant Lin. Lui's downcast eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope as she contemplated the offer. Over the years, Lu Chengze had indeed provided her with numerous luxuries. If she were to leave and sell the house and car, it would suffice for her to live comfortably in a small city for the rest of her life. However, Lui's gaze fell upon the watch adorning Lu Chengze's wrist, a Patek Philippe worth millions. And this was merely his everyday model from the drawer. Having witnessed the opulence of high society, how could she possibly resign herself to slipping back into the depths of obscurity? Moreover, her parents were akin to bottomless pits of need. After weighing her options, Lui resolved to take one final gamble. She squeezed out a few tears, gazing at Lu Chengze with a look brimming with emotion. Lu Gage, after all these years by your side, do you truly fail to comprehend my feelings? I merely hold affection for you. I am utterly indifferent to the material possessions you have bestowed upon me. I can ask for nothing in return. Please, do not hasten my departure. As Lui contemplated the life that awaited her after being expelled from the Lu family, her tears began to flow with genuine emotion. Lu Chengze silently observed the heartbroken Lui. Every piece of clothing, jewelry, and handbag she wore was far beyond what her meager salary could afford. Though he had taken advantage of Lui over the years, he had never treated her poorly. To him, expelling her for such a grave transgression was a display of his benevolence. Alas, human greed knows no bounds. He smirked derisively, uttering with a nonchalant tone, since you are unconcerned with the gifts I have given you, kindly return the car and house I previously provided before you leave. Having said this, he averted his gaze from Lui, instructing Assistant Lin to escort her out, granting her 3 days to vacate. Lui, her cries abruptly ceased as she stared in shock at Lu Chengze. Upon hearing his words, Assistant Lin instantly transformed from a lifeless state into an exaggerated facade of cheerfulness. He gestured with the tea tray in his hands, warmly addressing her like a restaurant server. Miss Lu, please. Lui's lips quivered as she attempted to speak, but Assistant Lin offered her no opportunity. Pulling her towards the exit, once the office fell silent, Lu Chengze retreated to the small kitchen separated from the lounge. All the kitchenware was neatly arranged, yet the person who once bustled about in there was now absent. He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, the nicotine-stimulating dopamine in his brain, easing the tension in his furrowed brow. If she knew Lui was gone, she would surely be delighted, wouldn't she? At the Gu family's ancestral home, Jian Yao emerged from her room, clutching the pocket money secretly given by old Madame Gu. Noticing that Gu Zhiyan was absent, she inquired with the household staff about the location of her assigned room and ascended the stairs alone. The door to the room was unlocked, and Jian Yao pushed it open. The spacious room, adorned in a darker color scheme, caused her to furrow her brow in confusion. Although it was grand, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a boy's room. Unsure, she took a few tentative steps inside, spotting a dressing table that seemed out of place, laden with new skincare products and gift boxes received that afternoon, which eased her worries. Clearly she had not entered the wrong room. She turned to close the door, carefully stowing her grandmother's bank card into the box. Before she could fully rise, she suddenly heard faint sounds from within the room. Bewildered, she scanned her surroundings, her gaze finally settling on the bathroom door. Was that the sound of water? Was someone else in this room? Alarmed, Jian Yao instinctively began to flee towards the door, only to remember that she was no longer living alone but was in the ancestral home. Given the security measures in place, the likelihood of a thief entering was minuscule. Moreover, it was unlikely that any thief would be foolish enough to ignore a plethora of jewelry and checks left lying around to play with the faucet in the bathroom. Reassured, Jian Yao's rationality returned. The only person who could possibly be in her room at this hour was Gu Zhiyan. To confirm her suspicion, she took a few steps forward to the bathroom door and tentatively called out. Gu Zhiyan. The deep timbre of the man's voice, mingled with the sound of water from the bathroom, drifted through the door, carrying a hint of sultry steam. Yes, it's me. Just a moment. His magnetic, husky voice reached her ears, causing Jian Yao to grip her phone tightly, her anxious tone trembling as she replied, "Take your time, no rush." She was merely checking. She had no intention of urging him to hurry inside the bathroom. Gu Zhiyan turned off the shower, reaching for the sleepwear he had prepared nearby. Just as he was about to put it on, he recalled the lesson Pei Yi had given him, a shadow crossing his cool gaze. Quietly, he concealed the prepared sleepwear in the highest compartment of the storage cabinet and picked up the bathrobe hanging nearby. At that moment, Jian Yao, standing at the bathroom door, had been lost in thought about how she and Gu Zhiyan would share the bed, only to realize that the sound of water had ceased, leaving her standing there like a statue, akin to a voyeur eavesdropping on someone bathing. Instinctively, Jian Yao wanted to escape this precarious situation. Just as she lifted her foot to flee, the bathroom door swung open from within. The man stood there, casually wrapped in a loosely fitting bathrobe, and Jian Yao could clearly see droplets of water tracing down his neck, along his collarbone, chest, and abdomen, disappearing beneath the towel at his waist. In such close proximity, the unique, crisp scent of Gu Zhiyan mingled with the steam from the bathroom, and the heat caused his typically cool gaze to take on a captivating allure. Overwhelmed by both beauty and guilt, Jian Yao momentarily lost her footing, her raised left foot stepping into thin air, and she stumbled forward, about to fall. In that instant of weightlessness, she instinctively closed her eyes. Her delicate brows knitting tightly just in time, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her effortlessly. However, due to the distance between them, despite Gu Zhiyan's swift reaction, Jian Yao still inadvertently twisted her ankle. Ouch! The sudden, sharp pain made Jian Yao cry out, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Gu Zhiyan steadied her, deftly adjusting her weight so that most of it rested against him, his eyes dropping to her injured ankle. Though it had just occurred and showed no signs of redness or swelling, her pained expression made it clear she had indeed hurt herself. Gu Zhiyan's dark eyes dimmed slightly, his voice carrying a hint of guilt. It seems you've twisted it. This is my fault. Had he not whimsically emerged wrapped only in a towel, he would not have startled her into twisting her ankle encircled in Gu Zhiyan's embrace. Jian Yao found herself nearly hanging from him. In the frantic moment of almost falling, she had lost all rationality, gripping onto anything within reach. Jian Yao was no exception, therefore, as the sharp pain in her ankle subsided. The first thing she noticed was not her injury but the overwhelming scene before her, her cheek pressed against Gu Zhiyan's bare chest, her eyes taking in vast expanses of pale skin. Even catching a glimpse of crimson peeking from the open bathrobe, her mind buzzed, the thread of reason snapping completely. Only upon hearing Gu Zhiyan's self-reproachful words did she sluggishly regain her voice. "It is not your fault. I was careless." Having seen something she should not have, Jian Yao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Because of this guilt, her voice was scarcely above a whisper, her body stiff with tension. Unsure where to place her hands and feet, fearful of inadvertently touching places she ought not to. Gu Zhiyan sensed her quiet tone, his body tense, assuming she was in great pain, and felt even more remorseful. He leaned down slightly, carefully avoiding her injured ankle as he lifted her into his arms. Jian Yao was taken by surprise at his actions, her hands instinctively grasping his neck, and upon feeling his warm skin, she realized her movements might be inappropriate, hesitating to withdraw her hands. Gu Zhiyan looked down, his grip around her waist tightening. "Stay still," his deep voice resonated in Jian Yao's ear, and the fingers she had intended to retract curled slightly. Ultimately remaining in place. Gu Zhiyan carefully placed Jian Yao onto the sofa, arranging a cushion behind her to ensure she was comfortable before bending down to examine her injury. Her delicate ankle had begun to swell slightly, and Jian Yao felt uneasy under his scrutiny, her breathing slowing as she fought the urge to hide her foot, trying to reassure him, "I'm fine, I just twisted it a little." Gu Zhiyan knelt down to inspect her injury closely. And while it was not severe, he advised caution. "Let me massage it and apply some ointment." In order to facilitate the examination, he crouched before her, the bathrobe he wore becoming increasingly loose, having been slightly pulled open by Jian Yao moments ago, revealing a substantial expanse of smooth skin. Jian Yao's gaze lingered on his well-defined abdomen for several seconds, a faint blush creeping onto her fair cheeks, her voice quivering with tension. "Perhaps you should go change first?" Jian Yao turned her head, sensing that Gu Zhiyan seemed entirely oblivious to his own allure. The way he was dressed, giving her a foot massage, was not merely healing her injury, it was testing her self-control and endurance. Gu Zhiyan's focus had been solely on her injured ankle, but upon hearing Jian Yao's words, he glanced up, noting the flush on her cheeks and the warmth in her ears. He then looked down at his own bathrobe, raising an eyebrow as if understanding something. "All right, I'll go change." The injury was not serious. A delay of a few minutes would not matter. However, if he did not change soon, someone might find themselves overwhelmed. Gu Zhiyan rose and walked to the wardrobe, retrieving a set of sleepwear, seemingly forgetting about the bathroom and dressing room. He turned to Jian Yao. "I'm going to change now." Jian Yao gasped, her awareness dawning too late, and she quickly turned to sit properly, wishing she could swear that she would not peek. Gu Zhiyan observed her obedient posture reminiscent of a diligent student, a faint smile gracing his lips as he loosened the tie of his bathrobe. Jian Yao, still feeling uneasy, turned away, fearing she might inadvertently see something inappropriate, and instead chose to close her eyes. In the quiet room, with her vision obscured, her hearing became acutely sensitive, particularly the phrase that Gu Zhiyan had just deliberately reminded her of. "I am going to change my clothes," seemed to linger in her mind like an enchantment. It compelled her to subconsciously tune into the movements behind her, the sound of the bathrobe hitting the floor, the rustling of fabric as clothes were donned. Noises she would typically disregard were magnified infinitely in that moment. With her eyes closed, Jian Yao's heart raced, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. When Gu Zhiyan emerged dressed, he found her with her eyes shut, her long butterfly-like lashes casting delicate shadows under the light, her face adorned with an alluring flush that was particularly captivating. He leaned slightly forward, gently snapping his fingers near her ear. "Princess, please open your eyes." Jian Yao's lashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, her gaze colliding with Gu Zhiyan's dark, fathomless eyes. Seeing his flawless face at such proximity caused her to momentarily lose her bearings. He had changed into a classic, conservative black silk nightgown, yet, on him, Jian Yao felt the neckline was a tad too low and the fit too revealing. Although it covered everything, it somehow appeared even more alluring than the previous bathrobe. One was a blatant visual impact, while the other was a subtle allure. Jian Yao cleared her throat softly, striving to divert her gaze. Gu Zhiyan, hesitant to provoke further, crouched down again, looking up at her with an inquiring tone. Shall I help you with some acupressure? If it hurts, please let me know immediately. Jian Yao pursed her lips, nodding gently. Gu Zhiyan's long fingers grasped her delicate ankle, and with a deft flick, he unfastened her dainty high-heeled shoes. Carefully applying pressure to her swollen ankle, the warmth of his fingers was just right, not as painful as she had anticipated. Just as this thought crossed Jian Yao's mind, a sudden dull ache shot through her ankle. It hurts. Be gentler. Gu Zhiyan recalled the precise spot he had pressed, identifying it as the source of her discomfort. At that moment, at the door of the room, Gu Mama stood frozen, her hand poised mid-knock. Immensely relieved she hadn't sent someone up with clothes, she murmured and reproached this child. What mischief is she up to so early? Chapter 68. So soon. After speaking, she glanced at the tightly shut door. Intending to leave and grant the young couple some privacy, however, the next second, the door swung open from within. The moment their eyes met, both were taken aback, sharing expressions of astonishment. So soon? What brings you here? Their voices echoed simultaneously, an eerie atmosphere beginning to brew. Gu Zhiyan narrowed his cool gaze. What do you mean, so soon? Gu Mama looked skyward and then around, deliberately avoiding Gu Zhiyan's gaze. I meant the clothes from the brand arrived quite swiftly. Yes, the clothes. Sensing her son's doubtful eyes, Gu Mama hastily changed the subject. What are you doing here? Wasn't she just inside? And now she is out. Gu Zhiyan turned back to glance at Jian Yao on the sofa. Yao Yao sprained her ankle. I'm going downstairs to fetch some ointment for her. Gu Mama exclaimed. Yao Yao was injured. She slightly tilted her head, peering past Gu Zhiyan into the room, and indeed saw Jian Yao seated obediently on the sofa. Her ankle swollen noticeably, she pushed past Gu Zhiyan. If Yao Yao is hurt, why are you still standing here? Hurry and get the medicine. Are you waiting for the ointment to find you? With that, she strode into the room to inspect Jian Yao's ankle, not forgetting to instruct Gu Zhiyan as she entered. Also, have someone bring Yao Yao's clothes up so she can try them on later. Abandoned at the doorway, Gu Zhiyan had gradually grown accustomed to this differential treatment, resignedly helping his mother open the door before heading downstairs to retrieve the medicine. Inside the room, Jian Yao attempted to rise upon seeing Gu Mama, but was gently pressed back down. You've injured your foot. Don't move. Gu Mama urged Jian Yao to remain seated, gazing at her swollen ankle with concern. How did this happen? Jian Yao recalled her rather undignified fall. Clearing her throat lightly, I was just careless. It's nothing to worry about. She attempted to cover her ankle with her skirt, looking at Gu Mama. What brings you here at this hour? Gu Mama took her hand. I didn't know your size earlier, so I couldn't have anyone prepare the clothes. I just called to have another batch sent over. You can choose whatever you like. As her words fell, Gu Zhiyan re-entered with the ointment. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 tall, fair-skinned, beautiful saleswomen, each pushing a wheeled rack laden with garments. The leading saleswoman, adorned with the manager's badge, beamed upon seeing Gu Mama. Madam Gu, in front of outsiders, Gu Mama wore a perfectly poised smile. Today, I'm buying clothes for my daughter-in-law. Please let the models try on the clothes next door so my daughter-in-law can see. Certainly. Jian Yao's gaze swept across the smiling manager's face. She found it somewhat familiar, recognizing it as one of Susi's favorite stores, exorbitantly priced. With notoriously haughty sales staff, Jian Yao had accompanied Susi there twice. And although the manager attended to them, her demeanor had been quite frosty. Jian Yao had thought her naturally unsmiling. It turned out they simply hadn't received enough tips. Jian Yao. Suddenly, she understood why some harbored resentment towards the wealthy. Gu Mama insisted on applying the ointment herself, but Jian Yao quickly shook her head in refusal. Gu Zhiyan twisted the cap off the ointment, crouching down. Allow me to do it. The glossy ointment was poured into his palm, his other hand gently rubbing it to warm it. Then he took her ankle and applied it evenly, pressing and kneading as he went. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, without any hesitation. It felt somewhat embarrassing for Jian Yao to have Gu Zhiyan attend to her in front of his mother. Conversely, Gu Mama seized the opportunity while Gu Zhiyan was washing his hands to whisper to Jian Yao, Yan isn't good at taking care of people, you should take the initiative with him. And if he misbehaves, just message me. Jian Yao's cheeks flushed. Actually, he has been quite attentive. As they spoke, the models who had changed into new outfits filed into the room, showcasing their attire with flair. Gu Mama took Jian Yao's hand, urging her to see if there was anything she liked. Have them fetch your size. Under the enthusiastic introductions of the manager and the expectant gaze of Gu Mama, Jian Yao selected 2 sets of nightgowns, along with a few casual dresses and bags, before sending the models away. The room fell silent once more, yet due to the previous commotion, Jian Yao's initially tense and anxious mood had miraculously calmed a bit. Or perhaps she had garnered a newfound courage to embrace the situation. After all, what was it to share a bed? It was hardly a grand affair. Besides, Gu Zhiyan wasn't particularly fond of women. Jian Yao steeled herself, determinedly rising to her feet, only to catch sight of the nightgown beside her. She hesitated. Gu Zhiyan was still present. How could she change clothes? As Gu Zhiyan stepped back into the room, he immediately discerned her apprehension and proposed, I'll step into the bathroom for a moment. Call me once you're done changing. Jian Yao suddenly remembered there was indeed a bathroom in the room. So why didn't he change in there earlier? Gu Zhiyan's onyx-like eyes held her gaze steadily, unflinching. I forgot. Jian Yao was left speechless. I would appreciate it if you refrained from attempting to read my mind. Thank you. Although Jian Yao's foot had just been treated, she was unaccustomed to not bathing, so she ultimately decided to use a towel to wipe herself down in the bathroom. Gu Zhiyan, understanding her need to avoid aggravating her injury, had already prepared warm water and a stool in the bathroom before carrying her inside. With each visit, they grew more comfortable with one another. This time, dressed Jian Yao felt much more at ease, yet, as the bathroom door closed, she couldn't help but exhale deeply. Despite Gu Zhiyan's gentlemanly demeanor, sharing a room for the first time with a man left her feeling a bit shy. Jian Yao hung the nightgown up, took a clean towel, soaked it in the warm water, and wrung it out. In the smooth-walled bathroom, every sound seemed amplified, particularly the splashing of water, thinking about Gu Zhiyan waiting just outside. Jian Yao instinctively reduced her movements, trying to avoid making too much noise to sidestep any awkwardness. Suddenly, soft music played from the outer room. The volume was just right, perfectly masking the sounds of water in the bathroom. Gripping the towel tighter, a wave of warmth washed over Jian Yao, marveling at Gu Zhiyan's thoughtfulness. In the bedroom, Gu Zhiyan ensured the music was at a comfortable level, one that wouldn't disturb Jian Yao. Before pouring himself a glass of water and taking a seat, his phone, carelessly tossed onto the sofa, buzzed with a notification. Gu Zhiyan took a sip of water before picking up the phone. It was another message from Pei, extra. Lu Chengze had a falling out with the shareholders. I heard he left Lu's with a grim expression. Chapter 69. One mistake leads to another. Gu Zhiyan stared at Pei's message for a few seconds, his expression betraying no surprise. If Pei was keeping tabs on Lu's situation, how could he remain oblivious? Lu Chengze was merely an illegitimate child. His only advantage over Lu Chengyuan had been the support from the Jian family. Now, having lost that advantage and having botched the collaboration with Li's, resulting in a mass return of goods, Lu's stock prices were plummeting. One mistake leads to another. It was only natural that the shareholders would not take him seriously. Moreover, the venerable Mr.Lu has instructed the company's legal department to detain Lu Yaozong. Given Lui's deep concern for her ineffectual brother, it is implausible that she would remain entirely inactive should she cause a commotion during Lu Chengze's meeting with the shareholders, leading to their utter disillusionment with his capabilities. It would indeed be an irreversible predicament. Rather than pondering the potential fallout between Lu Chengze and the shareholders, my curiosity lies in how he will manage Lu. After all, she is his savior. Reflecting on the various grievances that Jian Yao endured due to Lu Chengze's entanglement with Lu, Gu Zhiyan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Gu Zhiyan, what of Lu? Is she still with the Lu family? If Lu Chengze can withstand the pressure to protect Lu, I may consider him foolish, yet I would commend his audacity. Pei found himself perplexed as to why Gu Zhiyan inquired about Lu. Yet he relayed the information he had gathered to Pei. According to insiders at their company, Lu pleaded on behalf of her brother, only to inadvertently confront Lu Chengze during his meeting with the shareholders, resulting in her dismissal. She has been expelled from the Lu family, and even the car Lu Chengze previously provided her has been reclaimed. At this juncture, Pei expressed a hint of regret. That young man from the Lu family, previously causing his sister-in-law to leave over Lu, had once seemed genuinely fond of her, yet now, he has cast her aside for the sake of the company. Illustrating that one does not comprehend pain until it strikes their own visage. Pei, the car has been reclaimed, and I suspect the residence she was provided will be taken back as well. This move may appear astute, yet it is in truth a misstep. Lu, it is evident, has been by his side primarily for financial gain, and now not only has the family's lifeline been imprisoned by the Lu family, but she must also regurgitate what she has previously consumed, akin to flaying her flesh and draining her blood. Should she resolutely decide to sever ties with Lu Chengze, it would pose a considerable dilemma. Even if Lu lacks insight to foresee this layer, the Lu family's associates would undoubtedly guide her to that conclusion. If I were a member of the Lu family, I would never squander such an opportunity. Gu Zhiyan certainly grasped Pei's insinuation. He had intended to articulate further when the sound of running water from the bathroom ceased. He tapped his fingers lightly and replied, instructing someone to keep an eye on Lu. Before exiting the chat interface, just as he set down his phone and silenced the music, the bathroom door swung open and Jian Yao emerged clad in a flowing black silk nightgown, leaning against the doorframe. Her naturally fair skin appeared even more luminous against the dark fabric, likely enhanced by the warmth of her recent bath, with a delicate blush radiating from her. Upon witnessing her, Gu Zhiyan's dark eyes sparkled with astonishment. And as she began to approach, he hurriedly stepped forward. Be careful, your shoes are wet, you might slip. In the midst of his words, he swiftly reached Jian Yao, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. The warmth of their bodies mingled through the thin fabric, and Jian Yao could feel the taut muscles beneath his clothing. Her heart raced uncontrollably, a flush creeping across her cheeks. A glimpse of Gu Zhiyan's reddened ears from the corner of her eye offered her an inexplicable sense of balance. She was not the only one feeling anxious. Such emotions are merely human, devoid of shame. This time, Gu Zhiyan gently placed her on the bed. Jian Yao sank into the soft embrace of the large mattress, and upon lifting her gaze, she was met with Gu Zhiyan's chiseled jawline and the expanse of his collarbone visible from his open shirt. Having just bathed, the usual stray hairs at her forehead were neatly tucked back, revealing her smooth brow, which added an element of aggression and assertiveness compared to her daytime demeanor. Jian Yao exhaled slowly, striving to steady her voice. It's just a bed, after all. She glanced sideways at the bed's ample width, plenty of space for two, and though her sleeping habits were not ideal, she feared inadvertently encroaching upon Gu Zhiyan's space. Gu Zhiyan followed her gaze and softly reassured her, "It's alright, I can manage on the sofa." After saying this, he took the initiative to tidy the bed, then gathered a quilt and pillow, heading toward the sofa. Jian Yao's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she watched him arrange the cushions with deftness, placing the pillow and silk blanket in order. She never intended for Gu Zhiyan to sleep on the sofa. She merely wished to convey that there was only one bed, and should she accidentally invade his space while asleep, he needn't take offense. However, with Gu Zhiyan now volunteering to sleep on the sofa, she felt it would be inappropriate to call him back. The room's lights dimmed, leaving only a floor lamp aglow at its lowest setting. Wrapped in the quilt, Jian Yao nestled into the bed. Still enveloped by Gu Zhiyan's scent, expecting to feel unsettled with another person in the room, she was surprised to find herself quickly drifting off to sleep. When she awoke the next morning, daylight had fully emerged outside. Lying in bed, she stared at the unfamiliar ceiling above, taking a moment to recall that she was in the old residence, sharing a room with Gu Zhiyan. As her muddled thoughts cleared, she propped herself up to glance toward the sofa. The figure who had been sleeping there was no longer present, only the neatly folded quilt and pillow remained, indicating that he must have risen some time ago. Jian Yao reached for her phone to check the time. It was still early, just past 7. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Staying overnight at the old residence and sleeping in was not ideal. She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and rose from the bed. The sprained ankle from the previous night was not severe. With Gu Zhiyan's assistance and the application of medicinal oil, it had improved considerably overnight. Just as she slipped on her slippers, the bathroom door opened. Gu Zhiyan stood at the entrance, fully dressed, walking toward her. "You're awake early. Is your ankle feeling better?" Jian Yao tentatively tested her injured ankle against the wooden floor, pleased to find it significantly improved. At the very least, she could walk unaided now, albeit slowly and cautiously. Gu Zhiyan observed her take a few steps, ensuring she could manage on her own before speaking. "Then you should wash up and change. I'll head down first." Jian Yao nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll be down shortly." In the bathroom, the facial cleansing mousse was placed next to the toothbrush cup, and her toothbrush had already been prepped with toothpaste. Jian Yao picked up the pink toothbrush, rinsing her mouth with water from the cup. Glancing up at her reflection in the mirror, she noticed the upward curve of her lips, which she hadn't realized had formed. Chapter 70. How about we live together? Since Gu Zhiyan had to go to the company, Jian Yao, and he did not linger long after breakfast at the old residence. However, their return journey included an additional passenger, Wang Ma, the aunt who had previously delivered chicken soup to Jian Yao. She had been by the elderly lady's side for over 20 years, known for her meticulousness and exceptional culinary skills. Concerned that Gu Zhiyan was too busy to care for Jian Yao adequately, the elderly lady had specifically sent Wang Ma to prepare meals for them and maintain regular cleanliness in their home. To avoid disrupting their daily lives, a new house had already been prepared nearby. As they drove back, it was still Gu Zhiyan behind the wheel, first dropping Wang Ma off at her residence before returning to Gu Garden. Jian Yao's visit to the old residence had yielded an abundance of gifts and boxes, most of which Gu Zhiyan carried, leaving her with only a small bag for red envelopes as a token gesture. Their bedrooms were adjacent, and he attended to Jian Yao's pace, accompanying her to her door before gentlemanly placing the gift boxes on a nearby table. After completing these tasks, he did not exit immediately but instead looked apologetically at Jian Yao. "I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate Grandma would send Wang Ma over. If you're uncomfortable, I can instruct her not to tend to your side of the room." Jian Yao, who was accustomed to having servants at the Jian family home, had no objections to Wang Ma's presence, as her duties were simply cooking and regular cleaning. The elderly lady meant no harm. However, Gu Zhiyan's words sparked another concern. They were currently sleeping in separate rooms. If Wang Ma discovered that they were not actually sharing a room, the pretense of their marriage would be immediately exposed. Gu Zhiyan had initially collaborated with her for the sake of the elderly lady, and Wang Ma was one of her trusted aides. Jian Yao suddenly felt a headache coming on. If she forbade Wang Ma from cleaning the bedroom, it would surely raise suspicions. She glanced at Gu Zhiyan with a complex expression and added, "Moreover, haven't you realized a more serious issue? If we allow Wang Ma to clean, she will undoubtedly discover that we are not actually living together." She sighed softly, and now, whether to allow Wang Ma to clean the bedroom was a dilemma, leaving her in a state of indecision. Previously focused on not disappointing the elderly lady, she hadn't considered this angle. She should have refused from the start. Gu Zhiyan feigned a troubled expression, as if he had just noticed this predicament. "How about I go speak with Grandma now and ask Wang Ma to return?" Upon hearing this, Jian Yao shook her head vigorously. No, Grandma is only trying to care for us by bringing her most trusted Wang Ma here. Besides, she has considered this thoroughly. If I had refused earlier, it would have been fine, but now that she is here, sending her back would be a slap in the face for Grandma. We absolutely cannot send Wang Ma away. Jian Yao puffed out her cheeks. Her expression earnest. Grandma would be heartbroken. Gu Zhiyan lowered his gaze to her fair cheeks, appearing somewhat distressed. Then what should we do? His tone was questioning, yet a subtle hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Jian Yao clutched her bag, filled with a thick stack of red envelopes, as if she had made a resolute decision. With a determined bite of her lip, she seemed ready to take the plunge. How about we live together? As her words fell, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly clarified, I mean no other intentions. I simply wish to fulfill my obligations towards our collaboration. It was her duty to conceal the truth of their faux marriage from her grandmother. Furthermore, given the immense support provided by Gu Zhiyan and the Gu family, she felt an even greater responsibility to uphold her end of the bargain. After she spoke, she nodded emphatically, uncertain whether she was persuading herself or Gu Zhiyan. Affirming, yes, indeed, there is absolutely no ulterior motive. Gu Zhiyan regarded her with a serious expression, elongating his tone as he softly responded, of course. He leaned slightly forward to meet Jian Yao's gaze, his dark eyes glimmering with mirth. Radiating warmth. So when shall our diligent MRS.GU be moving in? His eyes were so bright and fervent that Jian Yao found herself unable to withstand his gaze, instinctively retreating a half-step, stammering, I can adjust to your schedule. Gu Zhiyan nodded in understanding, glancing at his watch with a languid tone. Fortuitously, I have time this morning. How about we move now? Jian Yao. She looked at him suspiciously, recalling that he had not expressed such intentions at the old residence, where he claimed he was in a rush for work and could not linger. Unperturbed by her scrutiny, Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, stating, I am the president of Yaoguang. The right to explain rests with me. Jian Yao. She felt as though she had been ensnared in a scheme, yet lacked any evidence. In the afternoon, at the Yaoguang president's office, Pei pulled a chair closer, seating himself opposite Gu Zhiyan at the desk. Supporting his chin with both hands, he squinted his narrow, beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the man across from him. Something's off with you. He methodically eliminated possibilities as if playing a game of spot the difference. The style of his attire remained unchanged, his hairstyle unaltered, and his expression consistent, yet he felt different. Pei clicked his tongue, tapping the table with his fingers. Nothing about him had changed, yet there was an unmistakable air of springtime. He struggled to find a fitting descriptor. After signing the last document, Gu Zhiyan finally deigned to lift his eyelids and shoot him a glance, muttering, get lost. Pei, affected by his gaze, slapped the table in realization. I know what's wrong, it's your eyes and tone. Normally, when you're impatient, your gaze is like it could peel someone's skin off, yet today it's cold but devoid of hostility. Even your command to leave is gentler. Pei tossed a flirtatious wink at Gu Zhiyan with a teasing tone. Seems like things are progressing well with your sister-in-law. How far along are you? Gu Zhiyan tossed the signed documents at him. Since you're so idle, take these and distribute them. Pei caught the papers just in time, nearly receiving a faceful, and gingerly touched his face. Do you realize how precious my face is? It's a product of winning the genetic lottery, rare and precious. If you damage it in any way, I'll make you pay. Gu Zhiyan shot him a sideways glance, a vein twitching at his temple, barely containing his frustration. If you keep chattering, do you want me to send you back to the Pei family? The elder Pei had always believed that Pei's gaming pursuits were frivolous and was constantly scheming to drag him back. Were it not for Gu Zhiyan, Pei would have been abducted back home countless times. As expected, upon hearing the Pei family mentioned, Pei immediately fell silent, surrendering. All right, let us talk business. I found information on Louis, chapter 71, such a dirty heart. Speaking of Louis, Pei resumed his seat, his beautiful eyes curling into a mischievous smile. After being ousted from the Lu family, not only had her car been reclaimed, but her house had also been taken back. Fortunately, Lu Chengze had previously gifted her a considerable sum of money and jewelry, which she had partially liquidated to secure a hotel room. Transitioning from luxury to simplicity is a challenge, yet Louis, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle while with Lu Chengze, now found herself unwilling to lower her living standards. At her current spending rate, she would soon exhaust the funds she had salvaged from Lu Chengze. Moreover, she was still concocting plans to secure a lawyer for her useless brother, attempting to extricate him from his predicament. Gu Zhiyan tapped his long fingers on the table, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is that so? I've heard that Lu Chengyuan from the Lu family is renowned for his charitable deeds. He might be willing to assist her. Pei, who had been close friends with Gu Zhiyan since childhood, instantly grasped the underlying implication. Wasn't he thinking the same thing? However, Gu Zhiyan had previously disdained such petty tactics. Was he really willing to abandon his principles for his sister-in-law? Pei scrutinized Gu Zhiyan's impassive face for a few seconds before he couldn't help but comment, what a dirty heart you have. A heart, you say? If a heart could secure Jian Yao for myself, that would be splendid. Gu Zhiyan languidly sipped his coffee. Speaking of which, I haven't yet visited Elder Pei since my marriage. Pei immediately raised his hand, almost cradling his head in despair, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll go right now. When Fu Cheng called, Lu Chengyuan had just returned from a round of golf with the elder, although he was physically in the estate in France. His mind remained tethered to the Lu family, constantly monitoring developments back home. Fu Cheng, as a childhood friend, was among those he kept an eye on. When alone, Fu Cheng had a tendency to speak informally, And Lu Chengyuan could hear him exhaling smoke through the screen. You must have heard about Louis being expelled from the Lu family, right? Lu Chengyuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the lush green lawn. Responding with a faint the Lu siblings had caused quite a stir. The elder had already instructed the legal department to sue Lu Yaozong, indicating his stance. It was entirely reasonable for Lu Chengze to dismiss Louis. Were it him, he would have considered eliminating her altogether. However, Lu Chengze forcing Jian Yao out was even more perplexing. It was utterly insane. Lu Chengyuan observed his reflection in the window, noting that despite not sharing the same mother with Lu Chengze, they bore several similarities. Had Jian Yao not married into the Gu family, he might have dared to pursue her himself. After all, they were brothers sharing a common type. He fancied himself no less attractive than Lu Chengze. And he was several years younger. Lu Chengze had indeed acted ruthlessly. After all, Louis had been with him for years, and now not only was she cast aside, but even the car and house he had gifted her were reclaimed. He heard she was now residing in a hotel. Fu Cheng's voice pulled Lu Chengyuan from his reverie. His eyes, so similar to Lu Chengze's, narrowed slightly. What exactly do you mean? Fu Cheng slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Lowering his voice, Yuan, to achieve great things, one cannot be timid. While this may tarnish the Lu family's reputation, it could also serve as a decisive blow, completely toppling Lu Chengze. Lu Chengyuan hesitated. After all, Lu Chengze was still the president of the Lu family, and his face represented the family's image. The Lu family had already faced significant doubts from partners due to subpar products, and their reputation had plummeted. At this juncture, they could not withstand further turmoil, should anyone attempt to take advantage of the Lu family's precarious situation. He desired the Lu family, yet not a fallen Lu family. Noticing his hesitation, Fu Cheng, an outsider, refrained from further comments, stating, "I've provided you with the information. How to proceed is entirely up to you." With that, he hung up, leaving Lu Chengyuan to ponder alone by the window. Brother, Lu Jingyi had no idea how long she had been eavesdropping. But she stepped out only after the call ended. Being fraternal twins, they bore a striking resemblance, though her features were softer, making her a rare beauty. Unfortunately, the arrogance and pride in her expression marred her beauty. Noticing Lu Chengyuan's indifference, she stepped forward, adjusting her skirt as she approached him. "Brother, I believe Fu Cheng is correct. This is an excellent opportunity for us to drag Lu Chengze into the mud." The thought of the illegitimate son who overshadowed her and her brother filled Lu Jingyi's lovely face with disdain and disgust. He had once doted on Louis, but now she had betrayed him. And the idea of revenge was invigorating. In her opinion, Louis alone lacked the strength to contend. She seemed delicate and innocent, suitable for dealing with a face-saving rich girl like Jian Yao. But when it came to shamelessness, one needed the fierceness of a rural woman. Reflecting on Louis's background, she smirked, thinking that merely Louis was insufficient. They should bring her equally outrageous parents into the fray for a grand performance. Louis had once been the apple of Lu Chengze's eye, and she and her brother had naturally investigated her past. And her unremarkable life history, her parents stood out as the most colorful aspect. Known for their preference for sons over daughters, selfishness, and greed, the Lu family had a notorious reputation for exploiting others. Were it not for Louis's financial support and her leverage over Lu Yaozong's job, her parents would have stormed into the capital city long ago. But if that bizarre couple found out that their precious son had landed in jail, Lu Jingyi couldn't help but laugh heartily at the thought. Envisioning fireworks to celebrate, Lu Chengyuan understood his sister's deep-seated resentment towards Lu Chengze. He felt the same. Jingyi, this course of action entails excessive risk. We are all members of the Lu family. Our fates are intertwined. Lu Jingyi, indifferent to the gravity of the matter, adjusted her skirt as she settled onto the sofa, letting out a dismissive hum. "Brother, you are simply overthinking things, which is why that little wildling has you under her thumb. Reflect for a moment. Why has the Li family affair escalated to such proportions? The sum of the goods and the penalty amounts to 800 million, indeed not a trifling matter. Yet, can our father truly not procure 800 million? While the company's accounts may not reflect that amount, it is certain that the old man possesses far more than that. However, he would rather watch Lu Chengze suffer from gastric bleeding in his desperate attempts to secure investments than intervene, allowing the Li affair to spiral out of control. What could be the reason? Furthermore, when Lu Chengze was engaged to Jian Yao, mother suggested a trip abroad to humiliate Jian Yao and sow discord between Lu Chengze and the Jian family. This was somewhat understandable, yet our father, wise beyond his years, clearly knew that such actions would offend the Jian family, yet he acquiesced. Why? Chapter 72. He is waiting to consume the Jian family's last vestige. It is fear that drives him. Initially, the old man promoted Lu Chengze because Jian Yao is the sole heir of the Jian family. No one would be foolish enough to relinquish their hard-earned achievements into another's hands. He is poised to consume the Jian family's last remnant. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. The Jian couple proved to be ruthless, truly handing the Jian family to Jian Ning, while the genuine heir, Jian Yao, received but half of the estate in shares. Ordinarily, this would seem inconsequential. A starving camel is still larger than a horse, and half of a fortune is still substantial. However, Jian Yao's influence within the business department has grown increasingly formidable with her presence. The department, relying on her resources, can effortlessly achieve its targets, leading to a growing culture of lethargy and dwindling new clients. Conversely, Jian Yao alone holds the majority of Lu's clientele, nearly grasping the company's lifeline in her hands. Thus, the old man consented to mother's suggestion for a trip rather than intentionally humiliating the Jian family. It was more an attempt to probe Jian Yao's limits and ascertain whether Lu Chengze could still exert control over her. Clearly, Lu Chengze has failed utterly. Jian Yao not only refused to compromise but even bypassed the Lu family entirely to change her engagement partner. Logically, Lu Chengze, who cannot keep Jian Yao in check, should be rendered obsolete. Yet, the old man has yet to return or clarify Lu Chengze's punishment. This aspect remains elusive to Lu Jingyi as well. Lu Chengyuan extracted a cigarette, lighting it, the acrid smoke igniting the fervor within him. If Jingyi, a mere girl, possesses the courage to act, what is there for him to fear as a man? He pressed the cigarette against the floor-to-ceiling window, leaving a black mark upon the transparent glass. And stated with unwavering resolve, "All right, let's proceed." Lu Jingyi's eyes brightened, and she swiftly rose, declaring, "I'll take charge of Louis." Lu Chengyuan nodded. His sister, though somewhat spoiled, excels at stirring people's emotions. She is undoubtedly the most suitable person to persuade Louis. In the bustling streets of Jing City, Louis emerged from the law firm, her demeanor weary, her eyes betraying an unmasked anguish and helplessness. The case against the Lu family's warehouse manager for fraudulence has become notorious. Still trending on social media, she has scoured every nearby law firm, yet not a single one dares to take on this case. To confront the entire Lu company alone is a fanciful notion. Especially when they possess ample evidence that her brother is indeed at fault. Unless the Lu family withdraws the lawsuit, there seems to be no other recourse. Standing amidst the throngs of people, Louis felt lost and despondent. Her phone buzzed in her bag. With stiff movements she retrieved it, and upon seeing the caller ID, her body visibly trembled, a flicker of trepidation crossing her features. The urgent ring echoed in her ears like a death knell, prompting her to answer without delay. "Mother, is there something you need?" On the other end came a sharp tirade. "What on earth? Why haven't you answered the phone after all this time?" Louis shivered at her mother's tone, her voice attempting to placate. "I was at work, just in the elevator, the signal was poor." The other party, uninterested in her circumstances, merely sought a pretext to vent her frustrations. Once sufficiently vented, she shifted straight to the heart of the matter. "Have you seen your brother? Why hasn't he answered my calls or messages these past couple of days? Go check on him and ask him to give me a call. Tell him I want to see if he's lost weight." Mentioning Lu Yaozong ignited another round of complaints from the other end. "It's your fault for being useless. You can't even find him a decent job. You know how to be the president's secretary. Living off a wealthy man, why not find your brother a rich girl?" The words were harsh, and with the mention of Lu Yaozong, Louis tightened her grip on her phone, biting her lip in silence. The voice on the other end continued, her disdain palpable. "If someone like you can catch the president's eye, it only shows how poor the wealthy's taste is. Your brother is handsome, won't he have countless wealthy ladies chasing after him? Yet you find him a warehouse manager, as if that's anything more than a stockroom keeper." Louis waited for her mother to finish before responding. "Mother, you know my brother's educational background." At the mention of her precious son, Luma exploded with indignation. "What's wrong with your brother's education? What's wrong with it? You may have a higher education, but you're just a mistress in the city. At least your brother earns his money honestly." Louis's eyes brimmed with tears, yet years of oppression had conditioned her to submit, rendering her incapable of resisting. She could only grit her teeth and swallow her grievances, refraining from mentioning Lu Yaozong's predicament. Instead, attempting to placate her mother. "All right, mother, my brother has experienced some changes at work and might be a bit busy lately. I'll let him know to call you when he has time." She understood that her mother wouldn't be easily pacified, swiftly changing the subject. "I'll transfer you some money. You and Dad should go out for a nice meal. I'll ensure my brother calls you back as soon as possible." After saying this, she hung up before her mother could respond, expertly transferring 10,000 yuan upon receipt. Her mother's tone softened considerably. "Make sure your brother calls me back soon, and keep an eye on him. Don't let him gamble, and pay attention to the rich girls." Louis gazed at the screen filled with concern, yet not a single word was directed toward her. With reddened eyes, she exited the chat. Checking her account balance, there were only a few 100,000 remaining. As the secretary to the president of the Lu family, her salary is not insignificant, calculated annually. However, frequently accompanying Lu Chengze to various high-end venues had accustomed her to a lavish lifestyle, leading her to spend extravagantly while also supporting her family and Lu Yaozong, leaving her with scant savings. The current sum, a mere tens of thousands, was derived from selling 2 bags Lu Chengze had once gifted her. Alas, that amount would hardly cover legal fees. Louis contemplated what other clothes, bags, and jewelry she could sell when her phone rang again, this time displaying an unfamiliar number. Chapter 73, Press it well. "I shall apply some pressure." The Xiaoxiang Pavilion is a renowned private dining establishment in Jing City, famed for its exorbitant prices and high-quality ingredients, frequented by the elite and known for its serene ambience. However, today, the entrance was unusually raucous. Lu Chengze, supported by Wu Yu, bore a visage as crimson as blood, leaning against a pillar on the first floor, retching repeatedly. Nearby, several staff members stood in a line, equipped with mouthwash and towels. Poised to assist, the lobby manager, concerned, observed the dazed and bloodshot-eyed Lu Chengze, turning to Wu Yu. "Perhaps we should arrange a room for you, Deputy General Wu, to help Lu General sober up." Wu Yu, struggling to keep Lu Chengze upright, bore a pained expression. "No need. I've already called for someone to come pick him up, they should be arriving soon." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of water, preparing to assist Lu Chengze with rinsing his mouth. Instructing the others to disperse. Lu Chengze had drunk himself into a stupor, still clutching the contract he had just signed. In pursuit of the loan agreement, he had consumed more than usual. Wu Yu watched him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Lu Gu had always been a man of pride. When had he ever appeared so disheveled before others? He had recently been hospitalized for gastric bleeding. Was he truly willing to risk his life for a loan contract? Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu fought back the moisture welling in his eyes. When Assistant Lin and the driver finally arrived, Wu Yu was already exhausted and flushed. Nevertheless, upon their arrival, he mustered the strength to twist the cap off the bottle and assist Lu Chengze with rinsing his mouth. The cool liquid coursed down his throat, finally bringing focus back to Lu Chengze's dazed gaze. Just as Wu Yu began to breathe a sigh of relief, the restaurant's door swung open again, and the lobby manager's voice rang out, this time laced with even more obsequiousness. "General Gu, General Su, please take care as you leave." At this moment, the sky had darkened, and the warm glow of lantern-shaped lights at the entrance of the Shouxiang mansion had been fully illuminated. Gu Zhiyan and Su Yaoi emerged from the hall, their faces adorned with gentle and appropriate smiles. Su Yaoi wore a grin that seemed on the verge of bursting, his voice brimming with excitement. "Mr. Gu, it is a privilege for our Su family that you are willing to offer us this opportunity for collaboration. We shall not disappoint you." Gu Zhiyan maintained his smile, extending his hand to shake Su Yao's, saying, "There is no need for such modesty, Mr. Su. Your sister shares a close bond with my wife. Having raised such a daughter, I have every confidence in the Su family's vision and capabilities." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's anxious heart finally found solace. No wonder they had been vague in their previous attempts to engage the Gu family for this collaboration. Today, they suddenly received word from the Gu family, inviting him to the Shouxiang mansion. It was even Gu Zhiyan who had personally come, clearly benefiting from Jian Yao's influence. Su Yao grasped Gu Zhiyan's hand, a hint of complexity added to his smile. "My sister has a rather spirited nature. It is indeed Yao. It is only because Gu possesses a gentle temperament that she can play along with her." "You flatter me, Mr. Gu." When Wu Yu heard the title of Mr. Gu, he instinctively turned to look at the man at the forefront. Approached, silhouetted against the light, his figure enveloped in a dazzling glow from the bright lights of the hall, even without seeing his face. Wu Yu could recognize the voice of Gu Zhiyan. He feared that Lu Chengze might overhear the sounds of Gu Zhiyan succumbing to drunkenness, urging Assistant Lin and the driver to hastily escort the others away. However, it was already too late. Lu Chengze had caught the sound of Gu Zhiyan's voice and turned to look. The moment he laid eyes on Gu Zhiyan, an indescribable force surged through him, breaking free from the assistance of Assistant Lin and the driver as he charged toward Gu Zhiyan. Unfortunately, in his intoxicated state, he struggled to move without the support of Assistant Lin and the driver. Just 2 steps forward, he lost his balance and fell toward the ground. Wu Yu leapt forward, catching his descending form, and both ended up half kneeling on the ground, but fortunately Lu Chengze had not fallen too awkwardly. When Gu Zhiyan and Su Yao noticed the commotion, they witnessed Lu Chengze barreling toward them like an enraged beast. Assistant Su instinctively stepped forward, casting a wary glance at Lu Chengze and his entourage. His arm taut with anticipation. It was this very individual who had nearly collided with Gu while driving last time, who knew what trouble he might stir up this time. Gu Zhiyan raised his hand, signaling Assistant Su to step back, his cool gaze casually sweeping over the fallen Lu Chengze before he bid farewell to Su Si without a second glance. Such blatant disregard was perhaps more painful than slaying Lu Chengze himself. Ignoring the pain in his scraped palms and bruised knees, Lu Chengze, who had been clutching the contract tightly moments before, carelessly discarded it to the ground, glaring fiercely at Gu Zhiyan. "Gu Zhiyan, you opportunistic scoundrel." He had barely uttered the last words when Assistant Lin swiftly silenced him with a towel, pressing it firmly against his mouth. Wu Yu and the driver were momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. Restraining the struggling Lu Chengze and swiftly dragging him to the car, Assistant Lin was the last to enter, gathering the scattered documents from the ground, and before stepping into the vehicle, he offered an apologetic smile to Gu Zhiyan and Su Yao. Once in the car, Lu Chengze continued to thrash about in the back seat, while the driver remained at the wheel, and Wu Yu found it impossible to contain him alone. Upon seeing Assistant Lin enter, he immediately sought help. "Quick, assist me in restraining him." Having gone several days without a proper meal or rest, Lu Chengze seemed to be fueled by an inexplicable vigor upon seeing Gu Zhiyan. As though he had consumed a stimulant, his eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion, and his struggles appeared almost monstrous. Wu Yu had ample reason to suspect that if his mouth had not been muffled, He would have lunged at someone to bite. Assistant Lin decisively closed the car door and engaged the central locking system, his expression impassive as he regarded Lu Chengze, quietly producing a length of nylon rope from behind him. Alright, I'll apply a bit more restraint. Wu Yu watched as Assistant Lin skillfully bound Lu Chengze's hands behind him, wrapping the nylon rope securely, even tying it into a neat bow, effectively locking his chin in place. Do you not recall that he is your superior? Assistant Lin nonchalantly organized the loan contract he had just received, meticulously reviewing it. What is there to fear? He is inebriated, after all. If neither of us speaks of it. How would he know? Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, observing the towel stuffed in Lu Chengze's mouth and the rope binding his wrists. He remarked, "You are becoming increasingly ruthless, whether it was the wind or the alcohol kicking in." Or perhaps Lu Chengze had simply exhausted himself. He gradually quieted down and fell into a deep slumber. Wu Yu, unable to bear seeing him in such a state, loosened the bindings, removed the towel from his mouth, and offered him a bit of prepared honey water to sober him up. The Xiaoshan mansion was only a little over half an hour's distance from Lu Chengze's current residence. But due to traffic, they had already spent over 40 minutes reaching the neighborhood. As they arrived, the entrance of the upscale community was brightly lit, and from a distance, Wu Yu spotted a slender figure standing not far from the entrance. Seemingly waiting for someone, narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the figure. Is that Louis? Chapter 74. Pei was right, he truly is the heart. Assistant Lin followed his gaze, having worked together on the top floor for years. He was far more familiar with Louis than Wu Yu was. It is indeed her. She is likely here to find Mr. Lu. Since Louis left the Lu family, he had not kept track of her whereabouts. But he could easily surmise her circumstances without much thought. Her life had not been easy, thus, Assistant Lin was not surprised by her presence here. Receiving confirmation from Assistant Lin, a flicker of disdain crossed Wu Yu's eyes. Regardless of whether it was Jian Yao's relationship with Lu Gu that had soured or her falling out with the Li family, it ultimately stemmed from Louis's actions. She shamelessly meddled in Jian Yao and Lu Ji's relationship, even whispering in his ear to secure a position for her useless brother at the company. In essence, it was all her fault. Under the glow of the car's headlights, Louis waved at the approaching vehicle, clearly recognizing it as Lu Chengze's car. Wu Yu scoffed disdainfully and instructed the driver, ignore her. Drive past. The black vehicle glided past, stirring up a breeze that tousled Louis's hair. Despite the sweltering summer heat, she felt a chill run through her. Staring blankly as the familiar license plate vanished from the entrance of the community, she stood there, disheveled. She had followed Lu Chengze since university, after all these years. Had he truly forgotten their past? She even rejected the generous terms offered by Lu Jingyi. Today, she hoped that Lu Chengze might, out of their remaining affection, spare her brother just this once, yet he wouldn't even grant her a chance to speak or meet. Lowering her head, warm tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, bitter and sorrowful. The phone in her hand vibrated incessantly, each message from her mother filled with urgency and inquiry, biting her lip. She stared at the flashing notifications for a long moment before finally steeling herself to dial the previous unknown number. The person on the other end seemed certain she would regret her decision. Answering the call with remarkable speed, their tone light and teasing, "Have you come to a resolution?" Louis pressed her lips together, confirming once more, "Can you guarantee that after the matter is settled, the Lu family will truly spare my brother?" Lu Jingyi chuckled lightly. "Of course, if you have doubts, I can transfer the money I promised you beforehand," recalling her brother's plea at the police station, her parents' accusations, and Lu Chengze's ruthlessness. The hesitation in her eyes gradually transformed into resolve. "Alright, I agree." At the entrance of the Xiaoshan mansion, Su Yao watched as the black Bentley belonging to Gu Zhiyan vanished into the night. Rubbing his stiff smile, behind him, his secretary clutched the freshly minted contract, grinning from ear to ear. "We have tried so many connections to engage with the Gu family, yet the most effective one was right beside us all along." Indeed. Su Yao recalled the previous discussions, noting how amicable Gu Zhiyan had been throughout the negotiations, as if signing the contract was merely a formality, clearly intent on facilitating the Su family's interests. On the day of the engagement, he had indeed attended, but the crowd surrounding the Gu family had been too dense for him to approach. At that time, he had thought that Jian Yao's marriage was a lofty ambition, and as her family, they could not afford to let Jian Yao lose face before the Gu family. Who would have imagined that Gu Zhiyan and the Gu family would place such significant value on Jian Yao? Even Su Si, who had a close relationship with her, was acknowledged by Gu Zhiyan, remembering how Gu Zhiyan had personally carried the packaged rock sugar bird's nest, refusing to let even his assistant touch it. Su Yao couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Jian Yao is indeed a fortunate girl. The secretary, however, recalled the earlier scene with Lu Chengze being dragged away, pouting, "Indeed, Miss Jian Yao is fortunate. But some people are likely on the brink of a breakdown. What a disgrace, he can't even grasp the concept of living off others. Look at how he acted earlier. I heard he even dismissed that secretary with the surname Lu. After the child is gone, there is no milk left. What good is that? It's fortunate that Emir.Gu has a good temper and didn't take offense. Su Yao shook his head. The young man is still too inexperienced. Someone of Gu Zhiyan's stature hardly needs to dirty his hands, he merely has to signal his disdain for the Lu family and Lu Chengze, and there will be plenty of people eager to charge forth to please him. His lack of confrontation with Lu Chengze is simply because he knows Lu Chengze can manage without his interference. Once Gu Zhiyan entered the car, he set the food container aside. Assistant Su glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Observing the demeanor of the company president, his expression remained composed, exuding an air of elegance, devoid of any hint of anger. Mr. Gu, are you not upset, despite being provoked by Lu Chengze on several occasions? Gu Zhiyan merely adjusted his tie, loosening a button on his pristine collar with a languid nonchalance. Why should I be angry? He chuckled lightly. I should actually feel pleased. If it weren't for Lu Chengze's own shortcomings. Perhaps it would be him drinking and losing control right now. Pei was correct. He was the heart of the matter. To Gu Zhiyan, Lu Chengze's downfall and regret resonated as a triumphant anthem. The sight of Lu's discomfort brought him immense joy. Assistant Su, somewhat bewildered by his superior's delight, dared not inquire further and focused intently on driving. Glancing at his watch, Gu Zhiyan noted it was already past 8. He reached out to gauge the temperature of the food container, speaking softly. Could you drive a bit faster? This is the latest I've returned home since Jian Yao moved in. I wonder if she might be anxious. Lowering his gaze to his motionless phone, he couldn't help but smirk at his own self-deprecation. Perhaps. She won TB. Assistant Su, gripping the steering wheel and observing the congested road ahead, had grown accustomed to Gu Zhiyan's increasingly audacious requests. Ever since his engagement to Miss Jian Yao, the once diligent and workaholic Mr. Gu had transformed into a doting husband. What was the harm in urging the pace a little? After all, the only reason anyone would agree to work overtime for collaboration was due to the Su family. Particularly Vice President Su Si, who was rumored to share a close bond with his wife. In this day and age, friendships often counsel separation rather than reconciliation. One had to tread carefully to avoid displeasing anyone. In the tranquil confines of the car, the sudden ping of a message notification pierced through the silence. The illuminated screen revealed a familiar feline avatar. A spark of brilliance flickered in his dark eyes as he swiped open the phone. Are you busy today? The words typing. Appeared and vanished multiple times, as if contemplating the right phrasing. A smile graced Gu Zhiyan's lips as he typed out his response. I just signed a contract and am currently on my way home. This time, the reply came swiftly. Alright, I'll wait for you. He looked down at the words I'll wait for you, fully aware that it was a casual remark, yet it stirred a sweet warmth within him. In Guyuan, Jian Yao clutched her phone, a pang of regret washing over her. Had she known he was already en route home, she would not have asked. Tonight marked the first evening they would officially live together. And her urging for him to return made her seem overly eager, especially since she had prepared a gift. To be precise, the present was not something she had purchased to date. It was a pair of cufflinks she had spotted while selecting gifts for Grandma and Gu's mother before returning to the ancestral home. They struck her as perfectly suited for Gu Zhiyan, but she had forgotten to give them to him back then. Looking down at the black velvet box on the table, she nodded emphatically. Yes, that was exactly it. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the knowledge that Gu Zhiyan was on his way made her feel even more restless than before. Unable to sit still, Jian Yao paced through the corridor outside. Illuminated by the warm yellow lights that cast a gentle glow on her pale skin, she mentally rehearsed potential questions he might pose. If he asked why she was giving him a gift, how should she respond? What if he misinterpreted her intentions? How could she subtly suggest that she could share the bed with him? Giving a gift and offering him half the bed might lead to misunderstandings. As footsteps approached the gate, Gu Zhiyan's tall figure drew near. Dissipating all her premeditated thoughts, she hurriedly stepped forward, gazing up at him. Your back. Gu Zhiyan looked down at her, gently placing a hand on her arm. Take it slow. Your foot isn't fully healed. The warmth of his masculine presence sent a shiver through Jian Yao, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She lifted her ankle for him to see. Assuring him that it was indeed fine now, she had applied ointment and anti-inflammatory medication, and it was healing well. The night breeze carried a subtle scent of wine mingled with Gu Zhiyan's crisp fragrance. Refreshing rather than unpleasant. Leaning in closer, she inhaled softly and widened her eyes. You've been drinking. How could anyone drink and still appear exactly the same? His composure was remarkable. Yes. Gu Zhiyan released her arm. Taking her hand instead, Jian Yao's delicate fingers felt as if they would slip away like grains of sand if he tightened his grip. He held her gently, adjusting his pace as they walked towards the living room. I will be more mindful in the future. Jian Yao followed closely behind, puzzled by his words. Mindful of what? A smile danced on Gu Zhiyan's lips, clearly in high spirits. Mindful to drink less. As they ascended the steps into the living room, Jian Yao wanted to clarify that she had no intention of restricting his drinking. In the business world, avoiding alcohol was simply impractical, although, given Gu Zhiyan's stature, few would dare to press drinks upon him. It was still customary to partake. However, her thoughts were interrupted by his gaze landing on the conspicuous black velvet box on the table. Gu Zhiyan set down the food container, eyeing it curiously. What is this? Jian Yao's eyes flickered momentarily before she replied. It's a wedding gift for you. Her explanation felt somewhat flimsy. After all, he had given her a bouquet on their registration day. And this was merely a token of reciprocity. Gu Zhiyan leaned down, observing her with a composed demeanor. The living room's lighting was far brighter than that in the garden, and she suddenly realized that Gu Zhiyan's demeanor post-drinking was not entirely imperceptible. At the very least, the coolness of his gaze bore a faint hint of crimson, and his dark eyes seemed to draw one in as if he could capture one's very soul. Fearing further inquiries, she shook her head, still held by his hand. Aren't you going to open it? Meeting her expectant gaze, Gu Zhiyan released her hand and opened the box. The delicate pink diamond cufflinks sparkled magnificently under the light. Their classic circular design, both simple and grand. Jian Yao tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Aren't they beautiful? They pair perfectly with our wedding rings. Both are designed with platinum and pink diamonds. Gu Zhiyan nodded, leaning slightly closer, his tone imbued with significance. They do match splendidly, but do you know, items like ties and cufflinks, which are rather intimate, should not be given casually. Jian Yao blinked, feeling a sense of playful mischief. Is that so? Then perhaps you should return them to me. Gu Zhiyan raised his hand, evading her gesture, his smile deepening. Once given, such gifts are not to be reclaimed. He brushed a stray hair from Jian Yao's forehead, wanting to impart a message. Once you've given them to me, they can't be given to anyone else. Jian Yao covered her tousled hair, deciding to retract her earlier statement. Gu Zhiyan, after drinking, was far more mischievous than usual. He carefully stored the cufflinks and opened the food container, revealing a steaming bowl of soup. I brought back some bird's nest for you. Be careful, it's hot. Gu Zhiyan lifted the lid, placed a spoon in the bowl, and pushed it towards Jian Yao. As she looked at the large food container, meticulously layered for the sake of this small bowl of bird's nest, her heart felt heavy. Memories of her time in the orphanage resurfaced, when classmates would boast about the delightful treats their parents brought back from work. She had envied them deeply. Later, when she returned to the Jian family, the allowances they provided were ample enough for her to buy any snacks or toys she desired, yet no amount of material possessions could fill the void she felt back then. In this moment, gazing at the warm food container and the bird's nest before her, Jian Yao finally understood that what she had longed for in her youth was never about snacks or toys, but rather the feeling of being cherished. She lifted her hand, replacing the lid on the bowl. Wait, I'll go prepare some honey water to help you sober up. As if anticipating Gu Zhiyan's teasing, she stepped away but turned back to clarify, this time, it's a return gift for the bird's nest. A light chuckle escaped Gu Zhiyan's throat as he echoed her words. All right, a return gift for the bird's nest. In the kitchen, she prepared warm water and mixed in 2 spoons of honey, stirring it until it was well blended before placing it before Gu Zhiyan, then began to savor her bird's nest. The sweet flavor melted in her mouth, reminiscent of mint, refreshing and devoid of the cloying heaviness typical of ordinary desserts. Jian Yao ate with utmost concentration. Gu Zhiyan took a sip of the honey water, his lips glistening with moisture. You must have been worried since I came back late today. Jian Yao shook her head. Not for long, just a little unaccustomed. The words slipped out, and she paused in surprise. Had she truly grown accustomed to Gu Zhiyan's presence in such a short span of days? She bit her lip, already able to mimic his tone in her mind. Oh, you're unaccustomed? However, he merely held his cup, patiently assuring her, it was my oversight. I'll keep you informed of my schedule from now on. Jian Yao grasped her spoon, lifting her gaze to meet his. She offered a gentle affirmation. In truth, in their circle, genuinely affectionate couples were rare. Being able to return home consistently during holidays was already commendable, and someone like Gu Zhiyan, who returned daily, was a true rarity. As for the itinerary he mentioned for future reports, Jian Yao merely listened, treating his words as nothing more than the ramblings of someone who had indulged a bit too much. Gu Zhiyan could instantly discern her nonchalance, his brow arched slightly, as if to question, do you not believe me? Jian Yao shook her head, responding in a manner akin to soothing a child. I do. Gu Zhiyan gazed at her intently before lowering his head to continue sipping his honey water. Half an hour later, Jian Yao had finished her ablutions and was seated on the sofa in Gu Zhiyan's bedroom, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom while tapping on her phone. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat from the real estate agent she had previously engaged to sell her property. Miss Jian, there has been an inquiry regarding your house, but the offered price is slightly lower than your asking price, 13 million. Would that be acceptable? Jian Yao contemplated for a moment and replied, that works for me. I won't be dismantling the interior decorations, and I'll leave the furniture for them as well. I require a full cash transaction. If you agree, I will have my lawyer come by to finalize the contract. Alright, please have your lawyer find a time to visit in the coming days. Jian Yao exited the chat with the agent and reached out to Jian's family lawyer for assistance. She had no intention of keeping the proceeds from the sale. She planned to donate the entire sum to the orphanage where she had once lived. Lowering her gaze to her phone, she realized that once the house was sold, her final tie with Lu Chengze would be severed. It turned out that parting ways was not as difficult as she had imagined. Just as she finished processing these thoughts, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased. A moment later, Gu Zhiyan emerged from the bathroom clad in a black loungewear set, his figure completely enveloped, with the ends of his hair still damp. Seeing his attire, Jian Yao felt a silent sigh of relief. She had feared he might emerge wrapped only in a towel. Her gaze traveled from his securely wrapped chest down to his abdomen. Lingering for a moment before she averted her eyes, "Are you still planning to sleep on the sofa tonight?" Gu Zhiyan paused in his stride towards the blanket, his dark eyes scanning the room before he turned to her and asked tentatively. "Where does MRS.G you think I should sleep? In this room, aside from the sofa?" It seemed there was only the bed left, wasn't there? Perhaps fearing that she might be startled by his suggestion, he added softly. A faint smile gracing his lips. "I will do as you say." Under the scrutiny of his intense gaze in such a confined space, Jian Yao's already frayed nerves became even more unsettled. She cleared her throat twice, her eyes briefly flickering over his slightly shadowed features. "This room is different from the old house. I could manage one night on the sofa, but at home, you surely cannot sleep on the sofa indefinitely?" Though the sofa was spacious, Gu Zhiyan's tall stature would prevent him from stretching out comfortably. How could he possibly rest well? She gestured towards the bed with a slight lift of her chin. "Actually, the bed at home is quite large. It would be sufficient for two." After saying this, Jian Yao felt a bit embarrassed to look at Gu Zhiyan, her fingers nervously tracing the cool surface of her phone case. "Of course, if you mind." "I certainly do not mind," Gu Zhiyan interjected promptly, casually shaking out the blanket he had intended to take away and spreading it across the bed, his voice brimming with uncontained delight. "My dear wife is concerned for my comfort. How could I not be pleased?" Jian Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought to herself, who was concerned for him, even if she felt a twinge of concern. Was there anyone so shameless as to point it out themselves? Jian Yao was uncertain how she ended up lying on the bed. Suddenly, there was another presence beside her, and she felt a bit out of sorts. In the darkness, listening to the steady rhythm of breathing not far away, Jian Yao clutched the corner of the blanket, preemptively warning him, "I am not a good sleeper if I encroach upon your space. Feel free to push me away or wake me up." In the dimness, he seemed to chuckle softly, replying, "All right." Jian Yao sensed she was being mocked, puffing out her cheeks and casting a fierce glance in his direction. Internally, she muttered, "What is so funny? Isn't Gu Zhiyan reputed to be aloof and unapproachable? Rumors cannot be trusted." With a huff, Jian Yao turned away from Gu Zhiyan and closed her eyes. Vowing to be on her best behavior while sleeping that night, the next morning, when she awoke, daylight had fully broken. The curtains in the room remained drawn, allowing bright sunlight to filter through the thin fabric. Casting mottled shadows on the bed, rubbing her eyes, Jian Yao was startled to realize she had rolled over to Gu Zhiyan's side. Her heart raced momentarily before she discovered that she was alone. It appeared Gu Zhiyan had already left. She patted her chest, hoping she had only rolled over after his departure. After washing up, Jian Yao donned a new traditional-style dress and made her way to the dining room. Aunt Wang was busy tidying up. Upon noticing Jian Yao's arrival, she promptly set aside her tasks, washed her hands, and retrieved a warm breakfast from the thermos. "You are awake. Mr. Gu has already left for work. He asked me not to disturb you." Aunt Wang's smile never faltered as she spoke. Being an elder, she naturally delighted in seeing Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan's harmonious relationship. Jian Yao smiled shyly, thanking Aunt Wang. As she sat at the dining table, her eyes fell upon a familiar carton of soy milk, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this soy milk past its expiration date?" She recalled how she had once unwittingly touched that carton, leading to her signing an unequal agreement with Gu Zhiyan to provide him with milk for life. Assuming Aunt Wang had just arrived and was unaware of the soy milk's significance to Gu Zhiyan, she felt a twinge of concern following her gaze. Aunt Wang also appeared taken aback. "No way. This was just delivered this morning, freshly produced yesterday. There is a whole large refrigerator full." Aunt Wang hurried a few steps to the kitchen, revealing a small refrigerator that had mysteriously appeared. Opening it, she showed Jian Yao that it was filled with cartons identical to the one in front of her. Jian Yao felt momentarily lost. Glancing at the carton in her hand and confirming the production date, it was indeed new, but hadn't this milk been discontinued? Closing the refrigerator, Aunt Wang patiently explained, "It wasn't discontinued. Mr. Gu acquired the brand. Now, it's not sold to the public. He said it's exclusively for you." Aunt Wang recalled that Gu Zhiyan had bought this brand with his pocket money during college, a fact that the elder lady had mentioned several times. Jian Yao lowered her gaze to the milk carton in her hand, her expression dimming, her fingers tightening around it as she softly murmured, "Oh, he truly is quite thoughtful." Despite her own deep attachment to the soy milk, simply mentioning it once had led him to restore its production for her. Was he not concerned that the person delivering the soy milk might take offense? This was something of a token of affection, wasn't he? Surely the person delivering the soy milk must have been one of their high school classmates. She extracted a straw and inserted it into the carton, taking a hearty sip, feeling a bit disheartened. She noted that even her beloved soy milk seemed to have lost its sweetness. Suddenly, her phone pinged, indicating a new message. Jian Yao glanced at the illuminated screen, noticing it was a message from Gu Zhiyan. She bit on her straw, gently swiping the screen open. The chat interface contained several messages, most of which were sent while she was still half asleep. "I've arrived at the office, signed 3 documents and held a brief meeting." The last message, however, was freshly sent. "No way, surely no one is still asleep at this hour." Jian Yao bit into her crab roe soup dumpling, savoring the tender broth inside as she imagined Gu Zhiyan with his brow slightly raised, Wearing a playful smile. To prove her own wakefulness, Jian Yao snapped a photo of her breakfast. Just as she was about to send it, her finger hesitated, and she exited the interface to take another shot. This time, she purposefully placed the carton of soy milk prominently in the frame, hit send, and pressed the voice message button. I'm awake and enjoying the soy milk you had delivered. You had someone supply this exclusively for me. They wouldn't be upset if they found out, would they? Jian Yao deliberately mimicked Gu Zhiyan's teasing tone, elongating her words as she sent 2 voice messages. After sending them, she felt her tone had come off a bit too insincere. As she chewed on her dumpling, she reflected on how she might have a latent talent for being coy, wavering on whether to retract her messages. Just then, her phone vibrated, revealing a new voice message. Pausing her chewing, she opened it. The voice from the other end was laced with undisguised joy and amusement. I can assure you she wouldn't be upset. Jian Yao stared at her phone screen, muttering inwardly, how can you be so certain? It appeared that the girl had a rather favorable impression in Gu Zhiyan's eyes. At least she was reasonable and understanding. Jian Yao took a large bite of her dumpling and switched off her phone, feeling a sudden disinclination to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Gu Zhiyan leaned back in his chair, replaying the voice message Jian Yao had sent. Pei sauntered in, clad in a flamboyant white suit, leaning casually against the desk. Oh, are you messaging your sister-in-law? He glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was only a little past 8. Really, it's barely been 2 hours since you got to the office. Gu Zhiyan exited the WeChat interface, placing his phone down as he toyed with his new cufflinks, casting Pei a dispassionate glance. It's normal for someone who has never been in a relationship to not understand. Pei retorted, what, you've only just started dating, can't you figure out which way is up? He added with a teasing grin, want me to send your sister-in-law the video from that night at the bar? Let her see how some people appear dignified on the surface but are actually scheming little green teas at heart. Gu Zhiyan casually twirled a pen on the desk, unfazed. You can certainly try. I am more inclined to believe that I can reach old Master Pei faster on the phone than you could send that video. Pei gritted his teeth, are you ever going to stop? Can't you come up with a different tactic? Gu Zhiyan's lips curved into a slight smile. Old tricks are not to be feared, as long as they are effective. Pei, visibly vexed, spun in place, his countenance darkening as he swallowed his indignation. Let me take you to the entrance of the Lu family. You wouldn't want to miss the spectacle, would you? Gu Zhiyan lifted his gaze to meet Pei's, responding with a firm, I shall not. Pei widened his eyes in disbelief. Aren't you even the slightest bit curious? Even if you're not, don't you wish to witness Lu Chengze's misfortune? What could be more delightful than watching a rival face adversity? Isn't the instinct to enjoy gossip ingrained in the DNA of the people of Hua country? How can one possess such indifference? Gu Zhiyan leisurely removed his gold-rimmed blue light-blocking glasses, the pink diamond-studded wedding ring on his finger glimmering in harmony with the cufflinks adorning his wrist. Can you imagine how many media outlets are watching that place today? He shook his head. If I happened to be photographed, it would tarnish my image in your sister-in-law's eyes. Pei rolled his eyes dramatically, gazing at the composed Gu Zhiyan. You truly have remarkable patience. Gu Zhiyan chuckled softly, in truth, my patience is not as steadfast as it appears. Pei tilted his head in inquiry. So what now? If you're so restless, why not act? Gu Zhiyan moved his mouse and clicked on a link. Well, I've invited a few people and arranged a live broadcast. Pei was momentarily speechless, raising a thumb in admiration. That's ruthless. If it were merely media coverage, you could later disassociate yourself with a few clever words. But with a live broadcast, the stakes are considerably higher. You've truly gone above and beyond. Pei turned to leave, preparing to return home for snacks and refreshments to watch the broadcast. Upon reaching the entrance, Pei heard Gu Zhiyan's voice calling him back, his face adorned with an AVE expression. What is it? Gu Zhiyan, lazily leaning against the chair, tapped his ring-clad fingers on the table. Don't you sense something different about me today? Pei blinked in confusion, scrutinizing Gu Zhiyan closely. You look the same, just a nose and 2 eyes. Does being particularly smug count? Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow, his cold eyes narrowing slightly, and tapped the table again. As he turned his wrist, the dazzling light from the cufflinks dazzled Pei momentarily. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a new pair of cufflinks he had never seen before. The soft pink diamond cufflinks exuded a rather understated allure. Pei cautiously inquired, did you get new cufflinks? Gu Zhiyan adjusted his cuffs, a smile playing on his lips. They were a gift from your sister-in-law. Claiming they complement the wedding ring beautifully, Pei was left speechless. This is disastrous. I can no longer bear this brotherhood. At the entrance of the Lu group, Lu Yi donned a white linen dress, her waist-length black hair cascading freely. A vivid red handprint marred her face, the testament to her recent tears. Her eyes rimmed with red. Her prolonged presence beside Lu Chengze indicated her exceptional qualities. At the very least, she was visually appealing. Even in her current disheveled state, she bore an air of pitiable charm. Unfortunately, Lu Mu clearly was not swayed by such sentiments, after waiting all morning without sight of the fabled Lu Zone. Her irritation mounted, compounded by Lu Yi's incessant sobbing. How infuriating! She raised her hand and slapped Lu Yi across the face. Enough with the crying. If it weren't for your brother's disastrous job search, Would he be taken by the police? How dare you weep? Lu Yi's head snapped sideways from the force of the slap, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Mom, it was my brother who tampered with company materials. It's not my fault, you dare to retort. I'll beat you to a pulp. Lu Mu had nearly lost her mind upon learning of her son's predicament. In her advanced years, he was her only hope. What would remain if he were imprisoned? Despite Lu Yi's repeated assurances that she could secure her brother's release provided today's matters were resolved. The anxiety of his current detention gnawed her. She firmly believed that her son, Yao Zong, was flawless. As for the claims of tampering with company materials, if not for Lu's miserly wages, would her son resort to theft? And Lu Yi, that insufferable wretch, despite countless warnings to keep a close watch on her brother, had allowed him to gamble away a fortune. If she had been vigilant, he would never have stolen from the company. All the blame lay squarely on them. Chapter 78. Hey, who are you? Who is your son? As she spoke, Lu Mu was nearly propelled to physically restrain Lu Yi in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Lu Fu squatted nearby, exhaling smoke and surveying the scene, oblivious to the escalating conflict between his wife and daughter. Suddenly, he noticed a black car turning the corner, the distinctive emblem of a small figure atop the hood unmistakable. He recognized that vehicle. It was identical to the one his daughter had shown him the previous night. He stubbed out his cigarette and sprang to his feet, rushing to separate the quarreling Lu Mu and Lu Yi. Stop, someone's coming. Lu Mu released Lu Yi's hair and lifted her head, having done her research, immediately recognizing the emblematic figure. Her murky old eyes sparkled with hope. Today's events would determine whether she could rescue her cherished son. Inside the car, Lu Chengze wore a grim expression as he swallowed a stomach-soothing medication. The previous night, he had indulged heavily due to a loan issue, only recalling that Wu Yu had come to fetch him before he succumbed to oblivion. Ordinarily, he trusted Wu Yu, yet upon waking that morning, he discovered bruises on his knees, abrasions on his hands, and a chafed wrist. He scrutinized his wrist, rubbing it gently as he looked ahead at Wu Yu. Nothing unusual happened last night, did it? Wu Yu, glancing in the rearview mirror, swallowed hard, chuckling nervously. I stayed with you all night. Nothing could have happened. To bolster his credibility, he patted his chest emphatically, raising his voice. Lu Gu, do you not trust me? Lu Chengze furrowed his brow, about to respond when a middle-aged woman suddenly dashed across the road, his pupils dilated in shocked break. Wu Yu, momentarily lost in thought, instinctively slammed on the brakes. Thankfully, they were already at the company's entrance, and the slow speed prevented any collision. As his body lurched forward, he would have sustained a serious injury had it not been for his seatbelt. Once the car halted, he glared at the woman blocking their path, his anger boiling over. Are you blind? Can't you see the car is moving? Do you have a death wish? To his astonishment, the woman knelt before them, her voice trembling. Mr. Lu, I beg you, spare my son this time. She was aware of her wrongdoing and pleaded for mercy. We'll take him back to the countryside and he'll never trouble you again. Wu Yu stared at the unfamiliar woman, utterly bewildered. He had grown up alongside Lu Chengze and knew everyone in his circle. There was no way Lu Gu would recognize her either. Yet the woman, clearly not to be trifled with, addressed Lu Chengze directly. He leaned out of the window, raising his voice. Hey, who are you? Who is your son? His words faltered as he caught sight of Lu Yi, disheveled in distress not far away. The pieces fell into place. They were well aware of Lu Yi's impoverished background and her parents' blatant favoritism towards her brother. Because of this, they had always been kind to Lu Yi, often advising her to mend her quarrels with Jian Yao. Now, witnessing Lu Yaozong in police custody and the distraught woman before them, it was evident that trouble was brewing. Wu Yu's heart raced as he turned to Lu Chengze. Lu Gu, what do we do now? Lu Chengze sat in the back seat, his expression as cold as ice. Responding to Wu Yu, he unfastened his seatbelt. Boy, steady, your son is at fault. The company is pursuing legal action as per the law. It is reasonable and justified. What is there to fear? Wu Yu understood that the company was operating within legal bounds, yet the woman before them clearly was not one to reason with. Just as he contemplated urging Lu Chengze to hold off and calling for security to escort her away, Lu Chengze had already opened the car door and stepped out. Wu Yu cursed silently, rushing to follow. Outside, upon seeing Lu Chengze emerge in his impeccably tailored suit, the quality of which was evident, Lu Mu crawled a few steps closer, kneeling before him. Mr. Lu, you are indeed Mr. Lu, RNTU, my daughter has been by your side for so long, surely she deserves some consideration. Please, for Yi's sake, let my son go. Hearing such crude words, Lu Chengze frowned, especially at the mention of Lu Yi, his expression tightening further. Please rise. Let us speak civilly. We live in a society governed by law. Such kneeling is unbecoming. If anyone sees this, they might think that the Lu family is a group of bullies. Sadly, Lu Chengze underestimated the maliciousness of human nature. As he reached out to assist Lu Mu, she seized his wrist, wailing even louder. Mr. Lu, Ree has been by your side without recognition for so many years. You cannot treat us so harshly. All we sought was a job for her. Who could have foreseen this calamity? Lu's establishment is situated in a bustling urban area, boasting an exceptional location. The recent incident involving a staged accident has already captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. Further amplified by the sight of an elderly woman wailing, her cries resonating like a broken gong, the surrounding office workers, caught in their daily routines, suddenly turned their ears toward the commotion, drawn closer. Wu Yu had just contacted the head of security, requesting assistance, when he turned to see Lu Chengze ensnared by the woman, prompting him to rush forward to offer help. At that very moment, a throng of journalists armed with cameras and microphones emerged from various corners, swiftly encircling Lu Chengze and his companions, leaving no room for escape. Wu Yu, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed several prominent reporters wielding selfie sticks. Seemingly broadcasting live, overwhelmed, he contemplated rushing in to warn Lu Chengze. Alas, these reporters, eager to seize the latest scoop, jostled for position, showing no inclination to allow him to intervene. From the crowd, he could hear a middle-aged man's lamenting voice. "Oh, woe is me! At my age, I have but one son. Had I known that Lu's establishment was such a den of wolves, I would have preferred to let him lie at home rather than allow him to step foot inside." As the scene unfolded, the cries of the Lu couple drew even more journalists, who swarmed like flies to carry and eager to shape the narrative. "Are you the parents of Lu Yaozong, who has been sued by Lu's? Is this uproar at Lu's doorstep due to some hidden agenda? Is it true that your daughter Lu Yi has an improper relationship with President Lu? Did Lu Yaozong ascend to his position through her connections?" The questions posed by the journalists were increasingly pointed, laced with obvious implications. If Lu Chengze had not yet realized he was being manipulated, it would have been sheer folly. The Lu parents, accustomed to having no audience, seized this opportunity to voice their grievances. "Yaozong is my unfortunate son. My daughter has been involved with President Lu since her university days, and we thought to secure her a job within the company. Who could have anticipated that not only did we earn nothing, but he also ended up incarcerated?" Lu's mother, seated on the ground, clutched Lu Chengze's arm tightly, refusing to let go, while her other hand pounded her thigh in despair. "President Lu, for the sake of RE, I implore you to spare our Yaozong's life. I beg you, I shall bow before you." She rolled onto the ground, preparing to bow again. Though a woman, she was robust and accustomed to physical labor. Her grip strong, faced with the throng of reporters and cameras, Lu Chengze found himself momentarily at a loss, his expression darkening as he attempted to explain. "Lu Yi and I share only a professional relationship. She is my secretary, and do not confuse the matter. As for your son, I made an exception to allow him into Lu's due to Louis, but the evidence regarding his misconduct in tampering with warehouse goods is overwhelming. All procedures have followed legal protocols. Should you have grievances, consult the police or seek legal counsel. If you defame me and lose before the media, I shall pursue charges of libel against you." Lu Chengze clenched his teeth, the words barely escaping his lips. He believed he had clarified the situation, yet to the ears of Lu's parents, it sounded as if he disavowed any connection to Louis and threatened them with a lawsuit for defamation. Lu's mother, her brows furrowing, raised her voice. So you refuse to take responsibility?" She lay back on the ground, wailing. "Everyone, bear witness, my daughter, an innocent girl, is involved with him without any formal recognition. Now that trouble has arisen, he dismisses her, refusing to take accountability." Pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Chengze, she challenged. "You claim you and my daughter are merely colleagues, yet why did you provide her with a car and an apartment? Why do you frequently gift her bags and jewelry? Why do you transfer money to her during festivals?" Fearing the journalists might not believe her, she pulled out her phone, revealing a slew of photographs. "Look for yourselves, these are all gifts from President Lu to my daughter. Clothes, bags, jewelry, even the house and car in the background were provided by him." She lifted her chin, addressing the reporters. "Would you bestow such gifts upon an ordinary colleague?" A chorus of reporters shook their heads in disbelief. The value of these items, excluding the car and house, easily amounted to millions. Who could afford such generosity, or rather, who among the foolish would lavish such gifts on a colleague? The journalists feverishly captured the images, one live broadcaster nearly thrusting their selfie stick into Lu's mother's phone. Lu Chengze found himself rendered speechless by her accusations. In truth, the car and house were provided when Louis first joined Lu's. As she was financially constrained and lived in a basement far from work, often arriving late, concerned for her safety, he offered her his spare apartment and lent her a modest vehicle. The gifts had primarily been intended for Jian Yao, but after a falling out, he had casually given them to Louis. The transfers were merely compensatory, as he had used her to provoke Jian Yao. He had always been generous to those around him, oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently bestowed so much upon Louis. While he had felt justified at the time, now, confronted with the reality of his generous gestures, he found himself at a loss for words. The amounts involved rendered any explanation implausible. Noticing Lu Chengze's silence, Lu's parents exchanged a glance, a flicker of understanding passing between them. Suddenly, Lu's father erupted. "You and Lu's have gone too far. Not only have you destroyed our son, but you also seek to sue us. With our son ruined, we have no future. We might as well die at your doorstep," he declared, charging toward Lu Chengze like a raging bull. The situation escalated from a mere distortion of facts to outright aggression. Lu Chengze, accustomed to encounters where smiles masked animosity, had never witnessed such chaos. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, he caught sight of Lu's father barreling toward him and instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Lu's father stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Silence enveloped the crowd for a brief moment, then, Lu's mother erupted into a harrowing scream, "Murder! Murder!" As she cried out, she lunged at Lu Chengze. Her custom-made attire tearing as she clawed at his handsome face, leaving white scratches in her wake. Lu Chengze was jostled by the chaotic crowd, blood rushing to his head, the noise in his ears becoming a deafening buzz. Feeling as though he were a piece of driftwood adrift in a stormy sea, "Call the police, get an ambulance," a voice pierced through the chaos, prompting someone to pull out their phone and dial for help. As the farce at Lu's entrance reached a temporary halt, speculation and discourse regarding the incident began to erupt online. Several journalists with reputable accounts broadcasting live attracted a substantial audience, and many netizens habitually recorded the streams. The spectacle at Lu's quickly spread across the internet, with articles and photographs proliferating. Even Lu Yaozong, and their family's information were thoroughly scrutinized. Splendid, $1 million gift redefines the term ordinary colleague. Lu's is a top-tier company. I ask, how did Lu Yaozong, with such a dismal academic record, manage to land a position as warehouse manager? I'm still delivering takeout. Hey, you up there, you're only a step away from becoming a warehouse manager at Lu's. Just lacking a sister who knows how to play her cards right. Did you not see that his sister was with President Lu during university? No, I want to invest more in Lu's stock. My childhood friend attended the same university as them and mentioned that when President Lu first met Louis, he was already in a relationship with his childhood sweetheart. It was Louis who disrupted that engagement. Scoundrel, a vile woman. I suppose that young lady dodged a bullet. Lu Yaozong has a criminal record for theft. Does Lu's not conduct background checks before hiring, placing such a person in a crucial position that involves substantial sums? Quite dubious. President Lu, after all, is a love child. One must wonder if the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If there were no hidden motives, would Lu Yaozong's parents create such a scene? As the fervor surrounding the incident escalated, Lu's stock, already suffering from a previous scandal, plummeted further. Many disgruntled shareholders hastily sold off their shares, voicing their frustrations aloud. Meanwhile, Jian Yao had just finished breakfast and selected a classic English novel from her study to practice her translation skills. Intent on rekindling her expertise, having majored in English and minored in French during her university years, she found the serene atmosphere of Gu Zhiyan, steeped in traditional architectural elegance, conducive to focused work. After years away from her studies, she struggled to recall numerous technical terms and obscure phrases, but gradually regained her footing through a morning of effort. The antique mechanical clock in her study chimed precisely at noon. Stretching her shoulders and wrists, she instinctively reached for her phone, only to discover a flurry of notifications regarding Lu's affairs. One of the most striking headlines reads, "The Lu family's stock price continues to plummet." Is there more to the substandard goods incident than meets the eye? Jian Yao, who had been lounging lazily, instantly straightened her back and clicked on the news, upon witnessing the scene of Lu's parents causing a ruckus at the entrance of the Lu family, resulting in Lu Chengze being taken to the police station. A flicker of unexpected yet anticipated emotions crossed Jian Yao's mind. It was undeniable that a hint of secret schadenfreude intertwined with her thoughts. Having endured numerous grievances at the hands of Louis, with Lu Chengze and Wu Yu consistently siding with her, justifying their actions by invoking her pitiable background to coerce her into submission, Jian Yao now found herself curious to see if, when the pitiful Louis's misfortunes turned against them, they would treat her with the same nonchalance as before. As Jian Yao scrolled through the comments, she initially believed that with the Lu family's reputation thoroughly tarnished, she too would be unearthed by the netizens. To her surprise, while her name was indeed mentioned in the comments, it was merely brushed over without revealing her identity. Once assured that there were no risks posed to Gu and Jin families, her attention shifted to the phrase regarding the plummeting stock price, before she could exit the page to check Lu's stock value. The door behind her was swung open. Gu Zhiyan sauntered in. Jian Yao turned her head and immediately noticed the cufflinks adorning his wrist, exactly the pair she had gifted him the previous day. Her eyes flickered with a spark. You're back. Gu Zhiyan raised an eyebrow at her, his tone casual. Why do you seem so unwelcoming? Standing tall and with long legs, he quickly approached Jian Yao, who was seated by the window. His gaze inadvertently caught the glaring headline on her phone, and the smile at the corner of his lips faded slightly. The atmosphere in the room, once relaxed and cheerful, suddenly turned subtly tense. Jian Yao followed his gaze to her phone and inwardly cursed her misfortune, observing Gu Zhiyan's expression, which appeared unchanged yet bore an undercurrent of displeasure, something she had come to recognize over the past few days. She pondered briefly. Feeling that verbal explanations might seem inadequate, she decided to take a more direct approach by tugging at his sleeve and looking up at him. Could you do me a favor? Jian Yao had previously noticed that whenever she tugged at his sleeve in this manner, Gu Zhiyan could not help but smile. However, today, that tactic seemed to have lost its charm. Gu Zhiyan lowered his gaze to her porcelain-like face, countless moments of Jian Yao with Lu Chengze flitting through his mind, eventually settling on the Weibo post he had just seen. So she still harbored thoughts of Lu Chengze, did she? Understandably so. After all, the years of affection could not simply be erased, but if she were to ask for his assistance regarding Lu Chengze, Should he agree or refuse? Gu Zhiyan's lashes fell, his gaze lingering on Jian Yao's slender fingers. After a moment, his lips parted. What do you want me to help with? Jian Yao looked up intently at his expression. He was tall and seated as she was. Her eyes collided with the darkness of his irises, dim and devoid of life. Her heart tightened involuntarily, prompting her to release his sleeve and grasp his fingertips, which felt chillingly cold. His body temperature was typically warm, but today seemed oddly different. Jian Yao bit her cheek, feeling uncertain about the request she was about to make. Could you help me consolidate the Lu family's stocks? With Lu's stock price in decline, a multitude of retail investors were offloading their shares, and it was unlikely that the Lu family would allow such a large volume of stocks to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, they would undoubtedly take measures to reclaim these shares. It was somewhat challenging for Jian Yao to wrestle anything away from the Lu family on her own, but if Gu Zhiyan were willing to assist, the situation would be far more manageable. Gu Zhiyan looked up at Jian Yao, his expression one of realization. You want to help Lu Chengze? The root cause of the plunge in Lu's stock price was, after all, Lu Chengze himself. If a significant number of shares were to flow out, he would inevitably bear the consequences. Ironically, Lu Chengze was currently unable to safeguard himself, with most of his assets already invested in the Li family's project, leaving him no capacity to reclaim the outflowing shares. Jian Yao tightened her grasp on Gu Zhiyan's hand, inching closer, using her warmth to dispel his coldness, her gaze resolute. No, I want to buy more shares of Lu's stock. Although Lu's company was currently suffering a significant blow and its stock price was falling, with old man Lu, the crafty old fox, still at the helm, it would undoubtedly rise again. The decline was merely temporary. Her intention was to seize the opportunity presented by the falling prices to purchase as many shares as possible and wait for the price to rebound. She considered it a matter of principle. Having previously brought so many resources to Lu's company, she felt it was unjust to simply let it go without reaping some rewards. This was too good an opportunity to let slip away. She would be inviting misfortune otherwise. Gu Zhiyan had prepared himself for Jian Yao's request to assist Lu Chengze, only to discover that she aimed to turn the tables on the Lu family instead. The darkness in his eyes seemed to be illuminated by sunlight in an instant, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating entirely. He clasped Jian Yao's hand in return, his voice buoyant. All right, I'll help you. In the police interrogation room, the officers first disinfected the wounds on Lu Chengze's body with alcohol before taking his statement, their gazes tinged with sympathy. We have a general understanding of the situation. However, the scene was too chaotic at the time, and the nearby surveillance and reporters' footage did not capture a clear image. The young officer capped his pen. The victim's family has identified you as the one who pushed her husband, and you may need to compensate for some medical expenses. Lu Chengze sat there, numb, his eyes devoid of luster, resembling a lifeless puppet. Chapter 81. If only Jian Yao were here. The police led Lu Chengze out of the interrogation room. Wu Yu, who had been sitting on a chair in the hallway smoking, extinguished his cigarette upon hearing the commotion and hurried over, concern evident in his eyes. Lu Chengze remained silent. Wu Yu did not expect a response from him in this state, and continued. You haven't eaten since last night, you must be starving, right? Let's go grab a bite. He deliberately avoided mentioning work, and Lu Chengze did not inquire further, mechanically following Wu Yu out. As they exited the police station, a black Maybach pulled up at the entrance, the car door opened, and a butler in a black tailcoat stepped out. He stood at the front of the car, observing Lu Chengze without approaching, nearly nodding slightly. In a fluent British accent, he addressed him. Young master, the old master requests your presence at home. Wu Yu's hand, holding the car keys, halted abruptly, his face pale as he turned to Lu Chengze. That old man, why does he come back now, of all times? Lu Chengze raised his gaze to the butler, straightening his back slightly, a flicker of emotion other than numbness surfacing in his eyes. I understand. Without waiting for Wu Yu to protest, he headed straight for the black Maybach. Wu Yu stood rooted to the spot, watching as the vehicle turned the corner and disappeared, wishing he could turn back time and slap his past self. He had been blind to think Lu Yi was understanding. Had he known she was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, he would have never allowed her and her useless brother into the Lu family. Wu Yu ran a hand through his hair in frustration, gazing skyward. If only Jian Yao were here. At least, at this moment, Jian Yao's identity could have granted her a rightful place in the Lu family to assist Lu Gu. At the Lu family's hillside villa, old man Lu sat on the living room sofa, his expression restrained. Outside the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, vibrant fireworks filled the sky, trailing long streams of colorful smoke, ascending continuously like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm. Crackling incessantly, with a loud thud, old man Lu slammed his cup onto the coffee table. How many fireworks has the Jian family purchased? Since the chaos erupted at the Lu family's entrance, the fireworks had been incessantly detonating, showing no signs of abating and instead escalating in fervor. Beside him, the well-groomed Lu raised her hand to soothe his back, glancing outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows, her tone laced with mockery. I heard that since Jian Yao ascended to the Gu family, those troublesome relatives and shareholders of the Jian family have become considerably more subdued. Jian Ning is currently implementing sweeping reforms at the company. Young people, in their prime, are bound to be a little arrogant. Why bother getting worked up over it? Old man Lu snorted coldly. Do you think she's celebrating the Jian family's affairs with those fireworks? She's deliberately mocking our Lu family, since the announcement of the heir of the Gu family and Jian Yao's relationship. He had received numerous calls from old acquaintances, both overtly and covertly ridiculing their family's lack of vision. He was seething with suppressed anger. Mrs. Lu's eyes shifted, signaling to her daughter beside her. Lu Jingyi immediately understood. This is all Big Brother's fault. Pouting her lips, coated with gloss, she feigned a spoiled demeanor. The Jian family was already within our grasp. Had Jian Yao married into the Lu family, that little wretch Jian Ning would have to hold her tongue. Regrettably, my elder brother has gone too far, not only driving Jian Yao away but also forcing her into marriage with the Gu family. Losing the Jian family can be gradually remedied, but offending the Gu family. How audacious! Madame Lu feigned reprimand, questioning whether such words were fitting for a young lady like you. No matter how many mistakes he has made, he is still your elder brother. Lu Jingyi, having received her mother's scolding, let out a soft huff, turning her face away in discontent, fully embodying her spoiled and overbearing demeanor. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the old master Lu felt a slight pang in his heart. Although Jingyi was merely venting, her words held a semblance of truth. As a man himself, he was acutely aware of the influence of pillow talk. As for Jian Yao, one could not deny her beauty and figure, which were truly exceptional. Regardless of how outstanding Gu Zhiyan might be, at the end of the day he is still a man. Should Jian Yao harbor any grievances against Lu Chengze, it could implicate the Lu family. The old master Lu's expression sharpened, revealing a hint of resolution in his gaze. It seemed that the time had come for a decisive action. Meanwhile, not far from the Lu family, at the Jian residence, Jian Ning sat on the balcony of the second floor in a rocking chair, taking a delicate sip of the red wine beside her. How is the matter of secretly acquiring shares of the Lu family progressing? Upon hearing the question, Secretary Li immediately retracted his grin, saying, it is already in progress. It started off quite smoothly, but since noon, it seems there have been others consistently getting one step ahead of us. However, Secretary Li paused, his tone shifting to one of cheerfulness. At least it's not the Lu family. That he had verified the initial resistance, and the Lu family was encountering a similar situation. Jian Ning nodded in delight, a rare vibrancy appearing on her usually stern face. Quite good. It felt gratifying to see someone she despised finally being targeted. As long as it's not the Lu family, anyone will do. The position she occupied was meticulously chosen, not for any particular advantage, but for its splendid view. For instance, she could see the Lu family's Maybach approaching from a distance. Jian Ning smirked, picking up a prepared megaphone, announcing, everyone, let loose. I am in a good mood today. Once it's all over, I shall grant you a raise. Just as Jian Ning shouted through the megaphone, the Maybach passed by the Jian residence, the servants on the distant lawn, attuned to the mood, erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Inside the sleek black vehicle, Lu Chengze turned to observe the bustling Jian family. Their doorway was even adorned with celebratory couplets, and the courtyard's greenery was festooned with small red lanterns and auspicious signs. Everything about the Jian family suddenly felt both familiar and foreign. At that moment, the notion of Jian Yao being engaged and married to Gu Zhiyan finally crystallized in his mind. Thinking of Jian Yao, Lu Chengze felt a sudden pang in his heart, yet he had no time to mourn, for the car had already halted at the entrance of the Lu family. In the Lu family's living room, Madame Lu placed the freshly brewed tea beside the old master, speaking gently, when Chengze returns, do not be upset. Let us communicate properly. That child grew up in an orphanage, and naturally, he is not close to us. If we are at odds for a moment, it may drive him further away. At the entrance, Lu Chengze paused upon hearing Madame Lu's words, then resolutely stepped inside. As the sound of footsteps reached the room, everyone turned to look. Madame Lu maintained her smile, though her eyes were cold. The old master Lu's expression was impassive, revealing no emotion. Only the youngest, Lu Jingyi, set down her phone and scrutinized Lu Chengze. His clothes were torn by Lu Mu, and he hadn't had time to change. The scratches on his face were reddened and swollen, rendering him particularly disheveled, even though she had watched countless recordings of his live broadcasts. Seeing Lu Chengze in such a state before her was still somewhat gratifying. Lu Jingyi elegantly raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with mockery. Oh, has elder brother adopted a new style? Her gaze scanned him whimsically. Is beggar chic coming back into fashion? After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. Look at me. I went abroad for a trip and returned without even knowing the latest trends in Jing City. However, elder brother's taste is indeed quite unique, rejecting the daughter of the Jian family while favoring someone like Louis. How could that not be considered peculiar? Her remark about peculiar taste carried a deeper connotation. In the past, even if the old master Lu favored Lu Changyuan and Lu Jingyi, he would not permit Lu Jingyi to be so audacious in front of Lu Chengze, yet today, he merely sat to the side. Observing coldly, Madame Lu shot a reproachful glare at her daughter. Jingyi, do not speak so recklessly. Lu Jingyi, bored, twirled her meticulously styled hair, smiling innocently, yet her words were laced with venom aimed at Lu Chengze. Mother, what is there to fear? If elder brother's fiancé has run off of the project has fallen through, and even the pet canary he raised has bitten back. Nothing happened to him. Why few words are merely a drizzle to them. After saying this, she even provocatively winked at Lu Chengze, the silver sparkles of her eyeshadow glimmering vibrantly playful and endearing. Lu Chengze cast her a cold glance, bypassing her to meet the unyielding gaze of the old master. Finally lowering his noble head of father, the old master Lu raised his eyes, scrutinizing the injuries on Lu Chengze's face, confirming that the wounds were not deep enough to leave scars before shifting his gaze. His voice devoid of inflection. Neil, the old master Lu had actually risen from humble beginnings, and the family's background was not particularly profound. However, this very fact made him exceedingly concerned with appearances. The household rules were extremely strict, and it was common for the children to be punished by kneeling for their mistakes, yet upon reaching adulthood, to maintain the children's dignity, servants would typically be dismissed before such punishments. Today, however, it seemed the old master had forgotten, and the amiable Madame Lu was too busy giving him a massage to notice. As for Lu Jingyi, it was already taboo for her not to record the scene on her phone for repeated viewing. Let alone speak up for Lu Chengze. Standing alone in the center of the living room, Lu Chengze felt as though he were a sinner facing a trial. He gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, the neatly trimmed nails leaving red imprints on his palms. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his unwillingness, yet could only obediently kneel. Do you know where you went wrong? The old master Lu finished speaking with a cold laugh. Correcting himself, I should ask you, can you even count how many mistakes you have made? Lu Chengze bowed his head, his form trembling. The old master Lu scoffed. Chengze, you should know why I value you. You have always been steady. How could you falter at the most critical moment? People behind your back say you are living off of others, but is it truly so easy to live off of others? A flicker of cold derision crossed the old master Lu's eyes. If only you had endured a little longer until you married Jian Yao, would we have arrived at this point, and you have dragged the company down with you? Lu Chengze, having been drunk last night and now exhausted, had not eaten a single grain of rice, nearly dizzy from fatigue, yet he still lifted his head to meet the old master's gaze. Then what does my father think I should do? Should I grovel before Jian Yao, persuade her to marry me, swallowing the Jian family whole, adding bricks to the Lu family's enterprise? Lu Chengze forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, enunciating each word with a deliberate slowness. I am not that despicable. He was unaware of how others perceived his relationship with Jian Yao, but he swore to the heavens that his feelings for Jian Yao had never been about the Jian family's assets. He acknowledged that he had erred in his treatment of Jian Yao, failing to recognize the wolf he had invited into his home, which had led to this predicament, yet he genuinely liked Jian Yao. Using Lu Yi to provoke her stemmed from his own insecurities, a desire for Jian Yao to be more compliant to bolster his self-esteem. However, his feelings for Jian Yao had never been tainted by ulterior motives. Asking for her help merely stemmed from the belief that they would eventually become one family, indistinguishable from one another. The old master Lu was almost choked by a single sentence, raising his hand to hurl a cup from the table at Lu Chengze. Unfilial son, the audacity to turn against his own father. The porcelain cup shattered against Lu Chengze's head, the remnants crashing to the floor, tea leaves mingling with the tea water trickling down his cheek. The hot liquid seared the wounds on his face, causing a sharp sting, yet Lu Chengze did not flinch, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those present before continuing. I know that I have never been welcomed in this family. Bearing the title of the eldest son, he was treated with disdain even by the butler. Rather than being the eldest son of the Lu family, it would be more accurate to say he was merely a tool for the old master Lu to usurp the Jian family's wealth. Lu Chengze inhaled deeply, stating, as for the Li family, I have already obtained the loan contract. I will repay the money myself, for the affairs of the company were my own misjudgment. You may place all the blame on me, and I shall have no objections to. He wiped the tea leaves from his face, propping himself up to stand, stating, you may do as you wish, but I have but one request. To sever ties with the Lu family. His expression was serious, his tone resolute. As the words fell, Madame Lu, who had been merely an observer, suddenly raised her head, narrowing her eyes to scrutinize Lu Chengze's expression, as if to ascertain whether he was serious or merely retreating to advance. Lu Jingyi, busy reapplying lipstick, looked up in surprise, her gaze towards Lu Chengze now tinged with contemplation. Only the old master Lu narrowed his eyes, a flicker of harshness flashing through them. You wish to leave the Lu family? What do you think you are? Without the Lu family, you are nothing. You think you can repay the loan? How easy it is to say. What will you use to repay that face of yours, marred by others? Do you think there will be another Jian Yao, devoted and unwavering in her support for you? Lu Chengze opened his mouth as if he had more to say. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lu Chengyuan rushed in, his face paling to an extreme. Dad, there's trouble at the company. Chapter 83, and endless spending. Lu Chengze had entered the precinct, while elder Lu, in poor health, had retreated from the forefront for many years. Naturally, the mess within the company fell upon Lu Chengyuan's shoulders. This was both a test and an opportunity to establish authority. With the financial backing of elder Lu and Madame Lu, it should have been a straightforward task. However, even this seemingly simple question posed difficulties at a crucial moment. Upon witnessing Lu Chengyuan's panicked demeanor, elder Lu closed his eyes in disappointment and scolded, "What is so alarming, Madame Lu?" Noticing her husband's disappointed gaze, shot an admonishing look at her son and softly reassured him to speak calmly. After receiving his father's reprimand, Lu Chengze slowed his pace. Dad, someone is aggressively consolidating Lu's scattered shares, and we simply cannot compete. Elder Lu tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair. Is it the Jian family? Lu Chengze shook his head. No, the Jian family did indeed compete with us before, but they have since withdrawn. Jian Ning has long harbored grievances against Lu's due to Jian Yao's incident, and they have been on guard. Moreover, while the Jian family is indeed more formidable than ours, they have not reached a point of absolute dominance. This is precisely what terrifies Lu Chengze. The company capable of such a feat must be a colossal entity, and dealing with Lu's would be as effortless as a breeze, yet, we do not even know who they are. Elder Lu's expression darkened as he cast a fierce glance at Lu Chengze on the floor. I will look into this. You return to the company and do what you must, and wait for my instructions. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he turned and ascended the stairs. He harbored a suspicion in his heart, but he needed to confirm it with that group of old fellows, with the company's crisis unfolding. No one paid any further attention to Lu Chengze. He stood there like an invisible man, waiting until Elder Lu disappeared upstairs, not glancing at anyone else before turning to leave. Lu Chengze watched his departing figure. His thin lips pressed together, his gaze complex. Once only Madame Lu and the three of them remained in the living room. Lu Jingyi could not refrain from commenting on her brother. Your timing for returning is impeccable. Just now, Lu Chengze had already clashed with the old man and even proposed to withdraw from the Lu family. If you had delayed your return any longer, that little bastard might have packed his bags and left. Lu Chengze turned to her, a light scoff escaping his lips. Leaving Lu's? What does he amount to? Just a little trick of retreating to advanced. He was certain that Lu Chengze would not leave. Besides, he had made consecutive mistakes, and the company's shareholders had long grown dissatisfied. Even if he stayed, it would be a futile effort. By voluntarily proposing to leave, it would sound somewhat better for his reputation. Madame Lu waved her hand. Enough, stop bickering, the old man won't let him go. That old fox has always been one to seize opportunities for profit, after nurturing Lu Chengze for so many years. He would never allow him to depart easily without thoroughly draining his worth. Lu Chengze furrowed his brow in disbelief. Even after all this, can Dad still allow him to continue managing the company? Lu Jingyi, however, reacted more swiftly than her brother. She immediately recalled the look Elder Lu had cast at Lu Chengze earlier. Could it be? She glanced at her mother, seeking confirmation. Upon receiving it, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Chengze. Throughout the years of rivalry with Lu Chengze, her and her brother's aim had merely been to oust him from Lu's. Elder Lu, however, appeared to be colder than either of them, despite being a love child. Lu Chengze was still his biological son, and trusting matters to Gu Zhiyan. Jian Yao felt quite at ease. She had spent the entire afternoon in her study, translating with the aid of reference books. By the time she noticed Gu Zhiyan's message, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. I've arrived at the company, and the tasks I promised you are underway. Today is also a day for reviewing assignments. Attached image, Company Planning Department proposal. The most recent update was just sent. I will have to work overtime tonight and dine at the company. Attached image, Yao Guang work meal. At the end, he added, the food at home is much better. Jian Yao perused his messages one by one. When Gu Zhiyan had previously mentioned that he would keep her updated on his schedule, she had thought he was joking. It turned out he was serious, and his updates were so detailed that it felt as though he were laying out a timeline, especially upon seeing him casually send her the company planning proposal. She couldn't help but facepalm. Wasn't this the kind of document that shouldn't be shared so freely? Wasn't it supposed to be a company secret? Upon reading his complaint about the company's food being unappetizing, her heart stirred slightly. In truth, Yao Guang offered excellent benefits. Judging solely by the images Gu Zhiyan had sent, the meals were well balanced and nourishing, yet, the chefs often prepared large portions, which could occasionally lead to subpar flavors. Previously, Lu Chengze had never eaten in the company cafeteria, let alone Gu Zhiyan. His usual meals were sourced from the Gu family's own farm, delivered fresh every morning, and thus he had extremely high standards for freshness. Jian Yao rubbed her sore shoulders and replied to Gu Zhiyan, actually, you don't need to report back to me in such detail. After sending it, she felt the message might come off as lacking tone through the screen, easily leading to misunderstandings, so she added, what I mean is, you don't need to send me documents from your company, they are commercial secrets, and it could be troublesome if they leak. Gu Zhiyan put down his chopsticks, gazing at Jian Yao's messages for a moment before chuckling softly and picking up his phone to reply, others certainly cannot, but you can. Jian Yao stared at Gu Zhiyan's response, somewhat bewildered. Why can I? This time, Gu Zhiyan replied almost instantly, because when we are together, you are the mistress of Yao Guang, and when we are apart, according to the prenup, the entire Yao Guang belongs to you. Jian Yao. She had never taken that prenup seriously, having seen numerous individuals online with an inexplicable possessiveness over strangers' money. This was her first encounter with someone who seemed eager to stuff their own money into someone else's pockets. However, for Gu Zhiyan, money might simply be a series of digits on his phone. Whether they were longer or shorter mattered little. After all, it was an endless amount, one that could never be exhausted. Jian Yao gazed at her phone screen, inexplicably finding Gu Zhiyan somewhat adorably foolish. During dinner, she intentionally asked Wang Ma what dishes Gu Zhiyan liked, instructing her not to come over to cook the following noon. Fortunately, Gu Zhiyan's tastes were not particularly picky. He favored home-style dishes. However, there was one dish that required caramelization, and Jian Yao was concerned she might not execute it well. While eating, she opened her phone to search for a tutorial. Just as she did, she noticed that Lu's had once again dominated the trending search. Elder Lu returns to the country with his wife and twin children. According to internal Lu sources, the second young master of the Lu family has arrived at Lu's, seemingly to replace the heir. Chapter 84, Madam or General Pei, who is more beautiful? Upon reading this news, Jian Yao felt no surprise whatsoever. In fact, she even reasonably suspected that the uproar caused by Lu Yi's parents at Lu's was most likely orchestrated by Lu Chengze and Lu Jingyi. Had it not been for someone tipping them off, there was no way so many reporters could have been waiting outside Lu's in advance. Even several major company reporters had live-streamed the entire event. As if they had anticipated a major scandal at Lu's, Jian Yao had no interest in the heir dispute at Lu's. She merely skimmed through the article and quietly exited, returning to her search for video tutorials. In the cafeteria of Yao Guang Company, Gu Zhiyan and Pei Yi sat across from each other. Pei Yi elegantly and swiftly consumed more than half of the food on his plate, then looked up to find Gu Zhiyan's meal virtually untouched. His face lit up with a bright smile as he stared at his phone. Pei Yi, puzzled, leaned over to glance at Gu Zhiyan's screen, a look of incredulity on his face. Seriously, she just asked you not to send her company documents, and you're over the moon about it? Also, what's up with that prenup, with so many people in the company? They just got transferred to Jian Yao without anyone knowing. Gu Zhiyan turned off his phone and picked up his chopsticks to continue eating. Having taken a bit longer, the food had cooled, but he showed no disdain, eating with focused diligence. Pei Yi, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "The food here isn't as good as at home." Yet Gu Zhiyan did not seem to eat any less. The chefs in the company cafeteria were highly skilled, and the food had never lost in the various company meal competitions. If the busy chefs were to see their bosses' chat records, they would surely faint in the restroom. Chewing his food slowly, Gu Zhiyan lifted his gaze to Pei Yi. "If your mouth really can't stay shut, I have some knowledge of massage techniques." Pei Yi immediately raised his hand in refusal. "No thanks." Jian Yao did not inform Gu Zhiyan in advance about delivering lunch, and Wang Ma, thinking it was just a little fun between young lovers, did not give Gu Zhiyan a heads up either. As a result, the following noon, when Jian Yao arrived at Yao Guang with a lunchbox, she was stopped at the entrance due to lack of an appointment. Gu Zhiyan seemed busy, and his phone went unanswered. Jian Yao stared at her phone's call interface, contemplating the likelihood of being let through by simply telling the receptionist that she was Gu Zhiyan's wife. The young receptionist, noticing her predicament, suggested, "How about we call Assistant Su's internal line to ask about President Gu?" Jian Yao's eyes brightened. "Is that possible?" The receptionist nodded politely. Of course. She dialed the internal line, and Assistant Su answered promptly. Upon hearing that a Miss Jian was seeking Mr. Gu, my breath momentarily caught in my throat, and my tone became one of excitement. "Very well, let her ascend via the president's exclusive elevator to know. I shall personally descend to greet her." When the receptionist hung up the phone, my mind was still in a haze. Casting a curious yet anxious glance at Jian Yao, Assistant Su mentioned that he would have you wait a moment. He will come down to receive you personally, having worked here for quite some time. Aside from Mr. Gu, when has Assistant Su ever greeted anyone else? This beautiful young lady before me, her identity remains a mystery, yet she has stirred such excitement in Assistant Su. I had maintained a relatively polite demeanor earlier, hadn't I? Surely I did not inadvertently offend someone of importance. The receptionist mentally replayed her earlier words, still feeling a twinge of apprehension. Jian Yao nodded and offered the receptionist a sweet smile. "Thank you for your assistance earlier." The receptionist was momentarily dazzled by her smile, her anxiousness soothed in an instant, bashfully shaking her head. "It is my duty." Assistant Su arrived swiftly, as the elevator doors opened and he confirmed it was Jian Yao. He hurried over. "Madam, what brings you here in person?" The receptionist's eyes widened in surprise. "Madam, surely she must be referring to the esteemed lady." Jian Yao held the food box in her hands, explaining, "Yan mentioned that the cafeteria food cannot compare to home-cooked meals, so I made a little something to bring over." Assistant Su's face nearly split with joy, recognizing this as a charming gesture to enhance their marital bond rather than awkwardly offering to carry the food box. He took the lead in guiding her. Mr. Gu is currently in a meeting and may not have seen his phone. Please follow me to the office to wait for a moment. Very well. Jian Yao waved goodbye to the receptionist and followed Assistant Su into the elevator. As the doors closed, the receptionist let out a squeal, bouncing on the spot 3 times in excitement as she pulled out her phone to access the company gossip group. "I just saw Mr. Gu's wife. She's stunning, so approachable." This declaration ignited a flurry of curious onlookers. "DOUF pictures. I want to see." "Unfair. Why can't we see?" Driven by curiosity, they clamored for glimpses. The group chatter flowed like a stream of messages. the last stand of the Gu Pei CP, which is more beautiful, the Madam or Mr. Pei? Overwhelmed by the barrage of messages, the receptionist could hardly keep up, finally resorting to a single message. Assistant Su said Mr. Gu is in a meeting, let the madam wait in the office. After sending that, she exited the gossip group, letting out a sigh of relief. She could only offer such a reminder. Whether they would meet the madam depended on their own efforts. Upstairs, Jian Yao followed Assistant Su out of the elevator. In the adjacent assistant's office, a group of diligent young assistants were hard at work. Despite the predominance of female staff, they were all remarkably capable. A stark contrast to the heavy makeup associated with the Lu family. Upon hearing the elevator's sound, they merely glanced up before returning to their tasks. Holding the food box, Jian Yao unconsciously slowed her pace. Concerned not to disrupt their work, unbeknownst to her, the moment she turned around, the diligent assistants raised their heads in unison, resembling meerkats on watch, their fingers dancing over their keyboards. Latest intel: the madam has arrived at the president's office. Received. I'm heading there now. I want to go too. I have documents to deliver. You all are too much. I wish I had 8 hands to finish this proposal faster. Jian Yao had no idea that her brief journey from downstairs to upstairs had already stirred a frenzy among the gossiping circles. Seated on the sofa in the office, she cradled the coffee Assistant Su poured for her, observing the various high-ranking officials of Yaoguang bustling in and out with documents. The pile of papers on Gu Zhiyan's desk grew at an alarming rate. Quickly occupying half of the surface, Jian Yao's expression shifted from casual curiosity to utter astonishment. So this is the sheer volume of paperwork Gu Zhiyan manages daily. It seemed as though merely reviewing them all would take a full day. Yet, the employees of Yaoguang appeared exceptionally polite. Each person entering with documents greeted her warmly, even though they had no acquaintance with her. Sitting up straighter, Jian Yao endeavored to present herself with greater poise. With everyone exhibiting such courtesy, she too could not afford to be impolite. Thus, when Gu Zhiyan entered, she exhaled deeply, massaging her stiffened smile, feeling utterly drained. You have returned. Although she was seated in Gu Zhiyan's office, she felt, in a daze, as though she were a monkey being observed at the zoo. Chapter 85. You may cut in line at any time here. Gu Zhiyan held an impromptu meeting, understanding that Jian Yao had come to deliver his lunch. He made efforts to shorten the meeting duration, yet it still consumed considerable time. Observing her distressed expression, he sat beside her. Are you feeling anxious? Jian Yao set down her hands from her face, shaking her head, realizing that compared to Gu Zhiyan's busy schedule, she had no grounds to complain of fatigue. Did I inconvenience you? She should have inquired beforehand. It seemed she had disrupted Gu Zhiyan's work agenda. Gu Zhiyan met her gaze directly. How could that be? You may always cut in line here. Jian Yao paused, momentarily bewildered, turning to face him, her heart fluttering as if brushed by something gentle. His clear features and deep voice, coupled with an irresistibly charming face, undeniably possessed a captivating allure. Merely locking eyes with him felt as if she were being drawn into his gaze. Clearing her throat, she diverted her eyes and raised her chin, gesturing towards her desk. I just thought you seemed quite busy. From the moment he entered, Gu Zhiyan's attention had remained solely on Jian Yao, oblivious to the state of his desk. Following her line of sight, he observed the mountain of documents, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Oh dear, this is my first realization of how much paperwork I have. He stood, casually flipping through a folder. Goodness, even last month's attendance from the HR department has made its way to my desk. They certainly have their work cut out for them. He closed the folder, glancing at Jian Yao before checking his watch. It's just about lunchtime. Allow me to take you to our company cafeteria. Upon hearing him naturally refer to us, Jian Yao blinked, softly reminding him, but I brought lunch. Gu Zhiyan waved the folder in his hand with a light laugh. Haven't you realized, their intention is not solely about the meal? Jian Yao paused, then caught on, realizing, you mean they specifically came to see me? Gu Zhiyan set down the folder, grasping the food box in one hand while taking Jian Yao's hand with the other. Affirmatively nodding. Since they are so curious, why not fully satisfy their curiosity? Yaoguang, with its considerable resources, owned a skyscraper in the heart of the city. The entire 22nd floor had been exclusively designated as the employee cafeteria. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and the cafeteria offered excellent meals, providing 3 free meals daily. Many employees, even when not on duty, would dine at the company before leaving, making the place bustling with activity. As Jian Yao followed Gu Zhiyan to his designated seat, she was met with countless gazes. She even heard numerous camera clicks. Having never experienced such attention before, she felt a flutter of nerves. Gripping Gu Zhiyan's hand tighter, her palm slightly damp with sweat, noticing her anxiety, Gu Zhiyan gently caressed her palm with his fingertips, whispering, you must gradually acclimatize to such scenes. There is no need to feel nervous. Speak more with those you like, and ignore those you don't. Jian Yao looked up at Gu Zhiyan, instantly grasping his meaning, and nodded softly. Gu Zhiyan was reminding her that, as a member of the Gu family, her presence would always attract attention, regardless of the occasion. Jian Yao needed to learn to adapt to this shift in identity, yet there was no need to pressure herself, with him by her side. She had the confidence to disregard others' opinions. She needn't feel anxious or afraid. She simply needed to be herself. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head again, her earlier apprehension evaporating as she offered a sweet smile to the onlookers. Wow, the crowd gasped at her radiant smile, and the clicking of cameras intensified. Madam is so beautiful, I declare, I'm abandoning the Gupe CP. How can an eccentric CP compare to the real deal? Me too. Did you see how Emmer.gu has been holding Madam's hand? They were just whispering sweet nothings. It's almost too much. What is this? During the meeting, Mr. Gu urged us to speed up. I could hardly breathe while reporting. Nearly fainting from lack of air, the cafeteria was bustling with people, and Jian Yao couldn't quite discern their conversations, yet she could guess the general sentiment. When she arrived, her sole intention was to deliver lunch to Gu Zhiyan. Never anticipating a public appearance before the employees, and she hadn't prepared anything for such an occasion, after a moment's thought, she called out, "Hello everyone, it's lovely to meet you all for the first time. I didn't bring any gifts, but this afternoon, I'll treat you all to some tea. Please don't be too disappointed." As a game company, Yaoguang's employees were predominantly young, brimming with enthusiasm, initially cautious. Fearing they might startle the madam, they erupted into cheers upon hearing her offer for afternoon tea. "Thank you, madam. Madam is truly beautiful. We will definitely keep an eye on Mr. Gu, ensuring no pesky mosquitoes linger by his side." Amidst the chaotic cheer, the last proclamation rang especially loud. Gu Zhiyan tugged at his lips, leaning down to whisper in Jian Yao's ear, "It seems that Mrs. has a great charm. I distribute their salaries every month. Yet you managed to win them over with just an afternoon tea." Jian Yao, with a touch of pride, lifted her chin and replied with a soft Of course. Gu Zhiyan's smile deepened as he raised his voice, declaring, "Since the lady has spoken, I shall also make an announcement. This evening, the entire company will dine together. The location is to be decided by you and sent to Assistant XU.I in the cafeteria." The crowd erupted in a cheer, the noise nearly lifting the roof off. Long live President Gu, wishing him a lifetime of peace, considering the large number of attendees and the spontaneous nature of the decision. The senior management across departments unanimously agreed to dine at a star-rated hotel under the Gu Corporation, for ease of arrangement. Of course, they could swear on heaven that their choice had nothing to do with the establishment being the most expensive. Throughout the afternoon, employees from various departments were restless, their eyes practically glued to the clock on the office wall. Their excitement rivaled that of the day before a long holiday like National Day or the New Year. Even the usually composed assistant Su couldn't help but glance at the time repeatedly. "Damn clock, move faster." In the president's office, Jian Yao leisurely savored a small dessert made especially for her by the cafeteria chef. While she perused a book pulled from Gu Zhiyan's shelf, after Gu Zhiyan sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time, she finally couldn't resist tilting her head to look at him. "What's wrong? You've been sighing." Gu Zhiyan held his pen, casting a forlorn gaze at the oblivious Jian Yao, and sighed once more. "You are affecting me, Jian Yao." She was merely lounging on the sofa, completely still. How on earth was she affecting him? Chapter 86. Sister-in-law, how did you win over brother Gu? Was she obstructing his internet connection by sitting there, or was her breathing interrupting his train of thought? Jian Yao's face clearly expressed her disbelief. Gu Zhiyan resignedly shook his head. "Fine, it's my fault. I lack self-control." She was just sitting there, and his heart was already in disarray. After 2 hours, he recognized every word on the document, yet could not retain any of it when strung together. He set his pen down, closed the file, and pressed his fingers to his temples, seemingly resolved to make peace with himself and no longer torment his own mind. He lifted his hand to dial the internal line, contacting Assistant Su to inform everyone to leave early for dinner. When Su received the call from the hotel, they were already in meticulous preparation. As the young master was hosting a meal for the staff in his own establishment, naturally adhering to the highest standards for the banquet, thus, despite the large gathering, the dishes were served promptly. At Gu Zhiyan's table sat the leaders of various departments, all relatively young and possessing high emotional intelligence, ensuring that the atmosphere remained lively. As the host and top superior, Gu Zhiyan, who usually reprimanded them during meetings, now found himself being encouraged to drink by them, especially with his sister-in-law providing support. On any other day, Gu Zhiyan would have ignored their advances, but in good spirits today, he indulged in a few drinks with them. Jian Yao, concerned he might get drunk, pinched a grape and gently prodded Gu Zhiyan's arm, whispering, "This is for sobering up." Gu Zhiyan looked down at the delicate fingers holding the translucent grape, which she brought closer to him. He did not reach for it but instead leaned down to bite the grape from her fingertips, rolling it into his mouth with his tongue. Jian Yao was momentarily stunned, instinctively retracting her hand as if electrified, her ears flushing crimson. In truth, Gu Zhiyan was quite considerate, having avoided touching her fingers, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Stealing a glance at Gu Zhiyan beside her, she noted he appeared completely unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the recent incident, which dimmed the spark in her eyes. Meanwhile, Pei, sitting across from them, noticed the change in Jian Yao's expression, then glanced at the tense Gu Zhiyan, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his gaze. After dinner, someone suggested going to karaoke, leading the lively group to a bar. In the private room, Pei glanced at Jian Yao, seated next to Gu Zhiyan, his narrow phoenix eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sister-in-law, shall we play a game of truth or dare, a classic drinking game? The essence of coming out to have fun is to enjoy oneself." Jian Yao was not one to dampen the mood. Giving a gentle nod, sure, Pei grabbed an empty wine bottle from the table as if struck by inspiration. Why not spin the bottle? The moment he spoke, the lively private room fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. Even Gu Zhiyan, who had been resting beside Jian Yao with his eyes closed, lifted his eyelids to pay attention. Spinning the bottle is arguably one of the simplest games at a drinking table. Whoever the bottle points to must face a consequence. Relying mostly on luck, the game itself posed no issue. Rather, the concern lay with Pei. Spinning the bottle was his forte, and he was almost guaranteed to hit his target. The senior executives present had all suffered at his hands before and kept their distance. Jian Yao assumed Pei was considering her, perhaps fearing she wouldn't grasp a more complex game, and felt grateful as she agreed. Let us do it. Gu Zhiyan rubbed his forehead. How could one be sold out and still count the money for others? Upon hearing Jian Yao's consent, Pei's eyes lit up, and he waved for everyone to settle down. All right, everyone, sit tight, I'll go first. Everyone knew he was up to something, and naturally, no one contested him, quietly awaiting the spectacle, with his slender fingers gripping the bottle. He spun it vigorously. After a few rotations, it came to a stop, the mouth of the bottle pointing directly at Jian Yao. Jian Yao had initially widened her eyes in anticipation of the unfolding drama, only to find herself at the center of it. Although the senior executives had anticipated this outcome, they still gaped in astonishment. So direct, no lead-in at all. Pei asked Jian Yao, sister-in-law, would you prefer truth or dare? Jian Yao fidgeted with her fingers, deciding on truth. Pei flashed a friendly smile. Then I'll ask a simple one. His fingertips absent-mindedly tapped the bottle, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Between you and brother Gu, who made the first move? The prominent figures in the tech industry perked up immediately, curious to hear Jian Yao's response. Although they looked forward to her answer, they already had a hunch. It must have been President Gu. The usually low-key man, who had even been active on Weibo and taken his sister-in-law to livestream, was practically shouting, I have a girlfriend. Moreover, the scale of this dinner was unprecedented, akin to a company annual meeting. He was clearly enamored. For Jian Yao, this question was rather straightforward. After a moment of contemplation, she confidently replied, it was me, aside from the knowing Pei, who wore a knowing smile as he glanced at Gu Zhiyan. The others were left astounded, nearly dropping their jaws. The lady was the one who made the first move. They had assumed President Gu, being such a stoic man, would only pursue others and never allow anyone the opportunity to pursue him. Someone curiously inquired, then sister-in-law, how did you win over brother Gu? With Gu Zhiyan's status and looks, countless individuals had harbored affections for him over the years, and even the assistants in the presidential office had changed several times. President Gu had always maintained a keep-your-distance attitude. They were genuinely intrigued about how Jian Yao managed to win over such a handsome man. After all, they were a bunch of tech-savvy guys, and perhaps they could take a leaf out of her book for their own pursuits. Reflecting on her impulsiveness that night, Jian Yao still couldn't comprehend why Gu Zhiyan hadn't simply pushed her, the drunken fool, away. Perhaps it was because they were old classmates. Under the spotlight, Jian Yao nervously bit her lip, her face reddening before she could utter a word. Well, I just stopped him at the bar and asked if he wanted to get engaged. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Every word from Jian Yao sounded utterly foreign. President Gu went to a bar. She directly stopped him and asked if he wanted to get engaged. How surreal. Someone, still not convinced, pressed on, and then what? Jian Yao innocently replied, then we got engaged and registered for our marriage. The crowd. So was it that the women who failed to win over President Gu were merely too reserved? Did President Gu prefer a more audacious type? Everyone turned in unison to look at Gu Zhiyan. So it turned out that beneath his seemingly serious demeanor, he had a hidden wild side. Gu Zhiyan faced the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, his eyes narrowing, and when his dark gaze swept over them, it sent shivers down their spines. The group quickly averted their eyes. The lighting in this private room was quite nice. Bright enough. The sofa was decent too, comfortably accommodating so many without collapsing. Since the bottle had landed on Jian Yao, it was now returned to spin. Without Pei, the rest of the participants were of similar skill level, relying purely on luck, leading to plenty of amusing mishaps during the dares. Just as the atmosphere was peaking, the bottle landed back in Pei's hands. The green bottle spun rapidly on the table, gradually slowing until it pointed at Gu Zhiyan. Everyone craned their necks. Wow, Pei is amazing. Chapter 87. Why not check Weibo for a moment? Some astute ones had already discreetly set up their phones, ready to capture the iconic moment. Pei wore a crafty grin. Brother Gu, will you choose truth or dare? Gu Zhiyan was all too familiar with Pei's mischievous tendencies and answered without hesitation. Truth. Pei's eyes momentarily flickered with disappointment but quickly brightened again. Do you remember the first time you met sister-in-law? Jian Yao abruptly turned to look at Gu Zhiyan. This question was quite challenging. Although Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan were not particularly close, they had known each other for a long time. Back then, they were merely ordinary classmates, and their first encounter might have been in a school corridor on an ordinary day. A casual brush past, who would remember such trivial details? Jian Yao had already made preparations, ready to cooperate as best as she could should Gu Zhiyan take a wild guess. Little did she know He merely straightened his posture and confidently stated, "In my first year of high school, I happened upon a few delinquents bullying a classmate, and I ended up in a scuffle with them. Your sister-in-law happened to pass by and gave me a bottle of Yunnan Bai Yao and some anti-inflammatory medicine." As he spoke, it seemed he suddenly remembered something, his gaze locking with Jian Yao's. His tone laden with significance though. "And there was also a bottle of multivitamin soy milk." At the top floor of the Lu Corporation, as Lu Chengze and Wu Yu exited the elevator, they discovered that the assistant position in the president's office had been completely filled. All without exception, by Lu Chengyuan's people. Upon seeing him, they all glanced up, yet no one dared to greet him. They were simply at a loss for what to call him, although the company had not yet issued a formal notice rescinding Lu Chengze's position. The fact remained that Lu Chengyuan had indeed taken over the Lu Corporation. The new prince and the old prince were both unable to bear it, opting instead for a silent nod of acknowledgement. Assistant Lin stepped forward after setting down what he was carrying. President Lu Chengze's gaze fell upon his empty desk and the neatly packed boxes. "What is going on?" Assistant Lin forced a smile. "I resigned." The situation was dire for Lu Chengze. Assistant Lin had been his trusted aide, and now, in this new regime, it was better for him to leave quietly rather than endure the hostility. Lu Chengze's lips pressed tightly together, his voice dry. "I'm sorry for involving you in this." He wanted to ask Assistant Lin if he wished to continue working with him, but realizing his current predicament could not offer him a promising future, he felt it unnecessary to drag him down. Assistant Lin shook his head. "Though President Lu has erred, he has treated me very well. The path was my own choice, and I do not regret it." Suppressing the suffocating sensation in his chest, Lu Chengze entered the president's office. Behind him, Wu Yu patted Assistant Lin's shoulder and followed Lu Chengze inside. The items on the desk had already been replaced with Lu Chengyuan's belongings, while his previous items had been carelessly tossed aside like discarded refuse. Lu Chengze silently approached the pile, cautiously retrieving the pendant that had been glued together, before heading straight into Jian Yao's former small kitchen to meticulously organize its contents. Jian Yao had a zest for life. She adored flowers, perfumes, and charming dishes. Thus, the small kitchen was filled with an eclectic array of items, brimming with youthful exuberance. Lu Chengze picked up a rather unattractive frog-shaped spoon. He recalled that Jian Yao had purchased it online for a mere 100 yuan, and he had scoffed at it for a long time, never using it even once. There was also a set of pink pig-shaped plates, equally hideous, which had been used only once and had drawn laughter from Wu Yu for quite some time. Lu Chengze silently wrapped each item, placing them into a box. These previously insignificant objects, which he had seemingly never cared for, now evoked vivid memories of their origins. Wu Yu lingered at the door for a moment, feeling a pang in his heart, although these items were treasures that Jian Yao had painstakingly collected. Lu Chengze had never deigned to give them a second glance. If someone had told him just half a month ago that no, even 10 days ago, that one day Lu Chengze would delicately pack these things away, he would have laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Impossible." The fact that he hadn't discarded these unsightly items was already a testament to Jian Yao's influence. How could he possibly take them home? As for now, Wu Yu sighed heavily. He didn't even dare to step forward to offer a word of advice, merely advancing silently to assist in the tidying up. The kitchen was small. Once Lu Chengze arranged all the pots, bowls, and plates, it amounted to only 2 boxes. He and Wu Yu each took a box, leaving everything else behind as they made their way toward the door. Just as they reached it, Fu Cheng entered, holding documents, and upon seeing Lu Chengze and Wu Yu, exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Isn't this our President Lu?" He leaned in to peer into the boxes, clicking his tongue. "What are you doing with all those pots and pans? Where are you headed?" Wu Yu could not abide Fu Cheng's smug demeanor and took a step forward, nudging him aside. "Get out of the way." Fu Cheng smirked, stepping back a half step. "What's the rush? Once you're out of Lu Corporation, who knows when we'll meet again?" He cast a knowing glance at the box Lu Chengze was holding. "I recall these items were purchased by Jian Yao, right?" Upon speaking, he seemed to realize something, lightly slapping his mouth. "Oh wait, you can't call her Jian Yao anymore. She should be addressed as Mrs. Gu." Wu Yu's scalp prickled the moment Fu Cheng mentioned Jian Yao's name, and hearing the title Mrs.Gu sent a chill down his spine. He instinctively turned to look at Lu Chengze behind him. Lu Chengze's complexion paled slightly, his grip on the box tightening unconsciously. Fu Cheng clearly noticed as well. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but this was merely the beginning. There was much more to come. "Jian Yao is at Yao Guang today," he revealed. "I heard she went to deliver lunch to Gu Zhiyan." Wu Yu's temples throbbed. He was the first to scoff. "You really have it tough, don't you? Coming here to unsettle Lu Gu while keeping tabs on Jian Yao's every move." Fu Cheng regarded Wu Yu as though he had just heard a particularly amusing joke, his expression one of incredulity. "Why don't you check Weibo for a change? I already warned you about this last time. How can you be so forgetful?" With that, Fu Cheng sighed dramatically and circumvented the two into the office. Lu Chengze placed the box on the storage rack by the door and took out his phone. Wu Yu felt a sense of trepidation. Lu Gu, the wretched Fu Cheng, was likely showing them something unsavory. Moreover, Weibo was currently abuzz with discussions surrounding the Lu Corporation, with 8 out of 10 posts condemning Lu Gu. Even he dared not look at Weibo, let alone the image-conscious Lu Chengze, ignoring Wu Yu's hesitance. Lu Chengze directly opened Weibo. He had already lost everything. What was there left to fear? Chapter 88. Why do you keep that bottle of soy milk? The incident began when a street fashion blogger inadvertently discovered that Yao Guang employees had left work early. With a convoy of vehicles heading in the same direction, out of curiosity, they casually inquired online. To their surprise, Yao Guang's official account responded, "Our madam delivered lunch to Gu Zhiyan at noon, and as a token of appreciation, Gu Zhiyan treated all our staff to dinner, thanks to the madam for the afternoon tea and Gu Zhiyan's grand feast." Accompanied by images, a grid of 9 showcased Jian Yao treating everyone to afternoon tea and dinner. As the official promotional department of Yao Guang, their photography skills were top-notch. Each photo looked like a cinematic masterpiece, with the food appearing delectable and extravagant, the kind that could only be afforded with a hefty sum. This rather unprofessional response, coupled with highly envy-inducing photos, quickly went viral on Weibo. Damn it, that's clearly my boss and his wife, you bunch of despicable human traffickers. Tears of envy streamed down as the dishes looked absolutely delicious. The hotel appeared to be the Black Buck Manor under the Gu Corporation, a recently launched 5-star establishment boasting top-tier amenities. Just the ingredients showcased in the pictures could easily cost hundreds of thousands for a single meal. Of course, this alone wouldn't have been enough to catapult the incident into the trending topics amidst a sea of Lu Corporation scandals. What truly escalated the situation was a video that was subsequently leaked by the official account. The video was brief, merely a few minutes long. In an intimate bar setting, Gu Zhiyan and Jian Yao sat side by side, with a bottle of liquor tipped toward Gu Zhiyan. Clearly engaged in a game of truth or dare. At the video's outset, a somewhat unfamiliar male voice inquired, "Gu, will you choose truth or dare?" Without hesitation, Gu Zhiyan replied, "Truth." The unfamiliar voice continued, "Do you remember the scene of your first meeting with your sister-in-law?" Almost instantaneously, Jian Yao turned to look at Gu Zhiyan. Lu Chengze, holding his phone, felt his breath hitch, his jaw tightening. Nearby, Wu also felt his breath catch. He was torn between wanting to flee and a morbid curiosity. He sensed this was bound to be a train wreck of a video. How could someone like Gu Zhiyan possibly remember such a trivial detail? Surely, his mind was occupied with competitions, problems, and exams, yet, the individual in the video answered without a moment's hesitation, recounting, "In my first year of high school, I happened upon a few delinquents bullying a classmate. And I ended up in a scuffle with them. Your sister-in-law happened to pass by and gave me a bottle of Yunnan Bai Yao and some anti-inflammatory medicine." His tone was resolute, as if he had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. Merely waiting for the opportunity to declare it to the world, but it wasn't over. He paused momentarily, turning to Jian Yao as he added, "Oh, and there was also a bottle of multivitamin soy milk." He could even recall the brand of the soy milk. Wu distinctly remembered that soy milk. Jian Yao loved it, and it indeed seemed like something she would gift. Wu swallowed hard. Stealing a glance at Lu Chengze beside him, he stood frozen, entranced by the video, murmuring, "So it was him that day?" Wu, having instinctively stepped back, Han Ti caught the earlier details and asked, "What?" Lu Chengze remained silent. His gaze fixated on the video. He remembered that day, the school was hosting a basketball competition, and he had asked Jian Yao to fetch some drinks. She had been gone for over half an hour. And when he inquired about her delay, she mentioned encountering someone who had been in a fight and had gone to help by buying some medicine. At the time, Han Ti thought much of it and quickly forgot the incident. Upon reflection, it seems that during that particular school sports meeting, Gu Zhiyan did not participate at all. To be precise, at that time, Gu Zhiyan was not only academically accomplished and hailing from a distinguished family, but he also maintained a remarkably low profile. It was only after that day that he appeared to be possessed by some sort of fervor. Whenever there was a competition at school, regardless of its nature, as long as he signed up, Gu Zhiyan would invariably intervene and outshine everyone. Consequently, although they seemingly had no interactions, a rivalry brewed between them behind the scenes. Later, during a school sports event, Gu Zhiyan sustained an injury, and Jian Yao happened to have some medicine on hand, thus assisting him. Frustrated after losing the match, he exited the arena only to witness Jian Yao handing over medicine to Gu Zhiyan, who had just defeated him, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. This incident led to a week-long cold war between them. After that, Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan ceased all contact. He believed that was their only encounter. However, unbeknownst to him, they had already been acquainted long before. Lu Chengze suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh, feeling like a fool for having unwittingly delivered Jian Yao into Gu Zhiyan's hands. His stomach, already ailing, tightened with intense cramps due to external stimuli, causing him to clutch his chest and sway slightly. Wu, startled, hastily set down the box he was carrying and supported him, his voice trembling. "Brother Lu, shall I take you to the hospital?" Lu Chengze's face was devoid of color, as pale as paper. Wu's heart raced with fear, worried that if he wasn't careful, Lu would collapse. He gripped Lu Chengze's hand tightly. Gritting his teeth, "I will go find her." He could no longer bear to watch. He had previously thought that since Jian Yao was already married, he should refrain from disturbing her, but if things continued this way, if Jian Yao truly got together with Gu Zhiyan, brother Lu would be devastated. He had never imagined that Jian Yao's departure could cost Lu Chengze nearly his life. Lu Chengze swallowed the metallic taste of blood in his throat. His fingers clenching Wu Yu's hand tightly. "Don't go, Wu Yu refused to relent. "Brother Lu," Lu Chengze forced a smile, "I have nothing left now. What face do I have to appear before her?" Wu Yu's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Unable to muster a counter-argument, closing his eyes, Lu Chengze took several deep breaths, waiting for himself to recover before rising to carry the box and continue outside. He would not give up. One day he would reclaim Jian Yao for himself. On the way back, Gu Zhiyan's words regarding a bottle of multi-dimensional soy milk echoed in Jian Yao's mind. No wonder Gu Zhiyan had said she wouldn't be angry last time. It turned out that she referred to herself. Jian Yao remembered helping someone once, but he had been in such a pitiful state, bruised and battered, radiating an aura of ferocity that obscured his features. Had it not been for his school uniform, she might not have dared to approach him. At the time, it was merely a trivial act of kindness. Had Gu Zhiyan not brought it up, she might have forgotten entirely. Thus Jian Yao turned to gaze out of the car window, her reflection revealing Gu Zhiyan beside her. After much hesitation, she couldn't help but speak. "Gu Zhiyan, may I ask you a question?" He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol that evening, and his reaction seemed delayed. He turned his head and paused for 2 seconds before slowly responding. "Ask away." Gathering her courage, Jian Yao turned to look at him. Finding reassurance in the alcohol-induced haze in his eyes, "Why do you keep that bottle of soy milk?" Chapter 89. I seem to be expecting him to like me. Not only had he preserved the bottle she had gifted him in the refrigerator, but he had also acquired the factory that produced it. Jian Yao's delicate fingers clutched her skirt tightly. Such peculiar behavior was undeniably thought-provoking. Bolder due to Gu Zhiyan's inebriation, she locked her gaze onto his striking black and white eyes. Gu Zhiyan did not shy away, meeting her gaze with clarity, and upon comprehending her question, he seemed to smile. "Why, indeed, it is simply because I like you." At that time, Jian Yao's beauty and figure were already beginning to emerge. Even her clumsy hairstyle and blunt bangs could not conceal her natural allure. Prior to that, he had known of Jian Yao because of her dramatically unique identity as the true daughter of the Jian family. Lost and then returned. In fact, even after her return, the false daughter remained in the family, a plot worthy of a melodramatic novel come to life. However, during their first meeting, he found it rather amusing how frightened she was, yet still mustered the courage to bring him medicine, which left a lasting impression on him. The bottle of soy milk was simply forgotten, casually placed in his room. Later, while in the school restroom, he accidentally overheard 2 boys discussing her. "That Jian Yao from the adjacent class is stunning. With a voluptuous figure, slender waist, and long legs, far more captivating than those in the movies." Indeed, but she obviously seems like a good girl. Being the daughter of the Jian family, she might be a bit challenging to pursue. And even if one succeeded, it would be difficult to shake her off. Otherwise, I would love to experience her charm. The speakers were notorious rascals at their school, emboldened by their wealth and known for their poor behavior. Gu Zhiyan could not recall what had possessed him at that moment. Upon hearing their crude remarks, he impulsively struck them, but he hit them hard, yet given his status, they dared not retaliate and slunk away in disgrace. She was indeed captivating. Gu Zhiyan lost count of how many fights he had gotten into during that period. Because of this, he faced numerous punishments upon returning to the ancestral home, with his grandmother and mother believing he had entered a rebellious phase. At some point, his attention unconsciously shifted towards Jian Yao. The name Jian Yao spread through his life like wild grass, infiltrating every aspect of his existence. As the car traversed a speed bump, jolting him back to reality, he lazily regarded Jian Yao, his gaze earnest. "What do you hope I would say regarding that bottle of soy milk?" Jian Yao's heart had been racing in anticipation, waiting for Gu Zhiyan's answer, only to be taken aback when he threw the question back at her. She ground her teeth, straightened her posture, and averted her gaze, almost forgetting Gu Zhiyan, when inebriated, was far more difficult to engage than usual. Amused by her flustered expression, Gu Zhiyan affectionately ruffled her hair. It wasn't that he was unwilling to speak the truth, but rather that he feared it. He was acutely aware of Susi's advice, until the moment was right. He could not reveal his feelings. Rather than confess directly, it was better to let her deduce, to think, and to seek the answers from him, and indeed, Jian Yao was as Gu Zhiyan had surmised. Pondering deeply, ultimately she attributed her confusion regarding the question to the fact that those embroiled in a situation often found it perplexing. Thus, while Gu Zhiyan went to the bathroom to freshen up, she could no longer resist pulling out her phone to recount tonight's game of truth or dare. Gu Zhiyan's evasiveness, and the matter of the soy milk to Susi. "What do you think he means?" Susi, nestled on the sofa with a facial mask while scrolling through Weibo for gossip, had transformed her daily routine of unwinding into a delightful pastime, especially relishing the misfortunes of Lu Chengze and the Lu family. She didn't even need to click on the articles, just glancing at the headlines brought her immense satisfaction. Particularly today, the trending topics of Yao Guang and the Lu family's misfortunes surged simultaneously. Amplifying the irony, she grabbed a bottle of soda from the table and took a long sip through the straw, her glee evident. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a flurry of messages, startling her so much that she nearly choked on her drink. After a few coughs and a sniffle, she cursed under her breath and picked up her phone. Upon reading Jian Yao's message, she couldn't help but think that sometimes she wished she could pry open Jian Yao's mind to see if it was filled with mush. A bottle of high school soy milk preserved to this extent, and this fool was asking her what Gu Zhiyan meant. What could she possibly say? Did Gu Zhiyan lose his mind? Was he a collector? A complete weirdo. Susie took a deep breath and furiously typed out a response. What could it mean, other than the fact that he likes you immensely? What other interpretation could there be? Having finished typing, she paused for a moment, then deleted the entire message. No, she couldn't do that. If Jian Yao hadn't yet developed feelings, knowing that Gu Zhiyan had liked her for so many years would undoubtedly pressure her. She understood Jian Yao's personality too well, an expert at retreating in the face of adversity. With that in mind, she retyped her message. Tell me, what is your current emotional state? After sending the message, Jian Yao kept her eyes glued to the phone screen. When she saw Susie's reply, she furrowed her brows in contemplation. It was difficult to articulate. Curiosity, entanglement, perhaps even a hint of anticipation? She simply wanted to clarify her thoughts. Jian Yao felt a little lost. Why ask such a question? Upon reading Jian Yao's response, Susie began to piece things together. These two were truly amusing. One had been harboring a crush for years without daring to confess, and the other had already fallen but remained oblivious. Susie felt both exasperated and entertained. When someone poses a question, they often already possess an answer in their heart, even if they don't. There is usually an answer they hope to uncover. Just like when I asked you how you feel right now, you mentioned feeling somewhat expectant. Clarifying that expectation, what exactly are you hoping for? What do you wish to confirm? Jian Yao stared at Susie's message, lost in thought. She wasn't entirely sure what her expectations were, but she distinctly recalled that in the bar, when Gu Zhiyan revealed his answer, the first thought that flashed through her mind was, does he like me? Biting her lip, she tightened her grip on her phone. Was she, perhaps, anticipating Gu Zhiyan's affection? In an instant, her clear eyes widened. I seem to be expecting him to like me. When Jian Yao sent this message, her mind was filled with the thought, this is utterly absurd. How could I possibly expect a gay man to be interested in me? Susie believed that Jian Yao had finally come to her senses and was about to send her a message of praise. However, before he could finish typing, he was abruptly choked by a subsequent message from Jian Yao. Chapter 90. How could she sell this house? For the first time in his life, Susie felt that dating was exceptionally challenging. He typed and deleted, and typed, ultimately managing to squeeze out a single sentence. Why don't you first ascertain his sexual orientation? Jian Yao lay on her bed, contemplating Susie's message. It seemed reasonable, yet soon Jian Yao found herself in a quandary. How was she supposed to determine whether Gu Zhiyan was gay? She couldn't possibly hire a man to seduce him. Could she? Jian Yao imagined that scenario in her mind, finding it somewhat unbearable to witness. She shook her head, dismissing this audacious idea, and then opened the omnipotent app. She typed, how to tell if a man is gay? Searched. A plethora of videos appeared in response, and Jian Yao began watching from the first one. The suggestions ranged from whether selfies were taken from tempting angles, to having a particularly good rapport with women, to exhibiting feminine mannerisms and an abundance of expressive gestures. Jian Yao dismissed each one. Gu Zhiyan exhibited none of these behaviors. In fact, just imagining him doing them filled her with a profound sense of incongruity. Jian Yao turned off her phone, feeling that the videos merely taught how to identify a submissive partner. However, someone like Gu Zhiyan was clearly dominant. A man who could take the initiative must be a true man among men. Gu Zhiyan. Well, he fit the bill quite well. Jian Yao covered her face, rolling around on the bed. How on earth was she supposed to discern this? She couldn't just ask Gu Zhiyan outright, could she? How awkward would that be, a newlywed wife asking her husband, do you like men? When Gu Zhiyan emerged from the bathroom, he was greeted by the sight of Jian Yao rolling on the bed. Leaning against the bathroom door, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he cleared his throat twice. Jian Yao's body stiffened, and she silently rolled back to her own side of the bed, cocooning herself in her blanket, pretending nothing had happened. Gu Zhiyan stood there for a few seconds, a soft chuckle escaping his throat. Upon hearing the sound, Jian Yao visibly froze for a moment. Gu Zhiyan noticed her embarrassment but chose not to call her out on it. Turning off the main light and lying down beside her, the phone on the bedside table lit up silently. Gu Zhiyan picked it up and saw a message from Susie. Bro, can we agree that before pursuing someone, you could maybe prove you're a straight man first? Gu Zhiyan. Through the 3 question marks, Susie could sense Gu Zhiyan's confusion even from across the screen. She stifled a laugh and typed again, I thought you liked men. Gu Zhiyan. Gu Zhiyan admitted that he had previously allowed the rumors of his affection for men to spiral for the sake of convenience. However, he never anticipated that one day the boomerang would return to strike him. He found himself in a position where he needed to find a way to prove his sexuality was normal. Lying on the bed, Gu Zhiyan stared at the ceiling, his clear, intelligent eyes reflecting profound bewilderment. How could he delicately yet politely affirm his sexual orientation? Thus, that night, the two individuals lying in bed each pondered how to discern whether the other was gay, while one contemplated how to prove he was not. Meanwhile, Gu Zhiyan's team had nearly completed the acquisition of Lu's scattered stocks. Old Master Lu had finally gleaned some information. The ones making a move were indeed from Gu's side. In truth, with Gu's power, there was no need for such convoluted methods to deal with Lu's. The only reason they would stoop to take action against Lu's was if Lu Chengze had offended Gu's own. A conclusion Old Master Lu could not dismiss, especially after seeing the trending topic about Yao Yao. He felt even more certain of his thoughts. Without hesitation, he called both the company and Li's that very evening. The next morning, Lu's PR department issued a statement. This incident was solely due to Lu Chengze's unilateral decisions and nepotism, resulting in a grave disaster. Lu Chengze's position was hereby revoked. Lu's expressed willingness to bear the losses incurred by Li's and other partners, while also thanking everyone for their attention and support. Soon after, Li's responded, indicating that Lu's compensation and breach of contract fees had been settled, and they were withdrawing the lawsuit against Lu's. Even the Lu family had news of Lu's retraction of the lawsuit. With Lu Yaozong safely leaving the police station and Lu's father suffering only minor injuries, a slight concussion. Lu's had already made reparations and signed a letter of understanding. In the end, all was well. Except for Lu Chengze, who found himself alone in a world of hurt. During this time, Lu Chengze's mental state had been quite unstable, prompting Wu Yu to worry about his well-being, insisting on staying with him. Upon seeing the statement released by the Lu family, he hurried to the study, fearing that Lu Chengze might not cope well and do something drastic. He opened the study door to find Lu Chengze standing by the window, gazing at the dawnlight while on the phone. The room was eerily quiet, and Wu Yu, standing at the door, could vaguely hear the voice on the other end. "Okay, we will handle the matter you entrusted us with. But the prices might not be high lately. The house across from you was just sold for 13 million. What did you say?" Lu Chengze's voice, as if laden with gravel, came out hoarse. The real estate agent on the other end sensed the shift and abruptly fell silent. Had he quoted too low? Why did the other party seem so agitated? Yet the current downturn in the real estate market truly warranted such pricing. His urgency to sell had already eliminated a significant number of potential buyers. The real estate agent remained quiet. Lu Chengze, refusing to give up, inquired again, "What did you just say? The house across from me was sold, the one owned by someone surnamed Jian?" The agent exclaimed, "Yes, she was in a hurry to sell, requiring full payment. I noticed she was quite urgent. The buyer pressured her down to 13 million, and she didn't even negotiate, just sold it outright. With the lawyer handling the transaction, the money wasn't even taken. She directly donated it to an orphanage." The agent clicked his tongue, marveling at the world of the wealthy, which he couldn't comprehend. Over 10 million, and she donated it without a second thought. After that, whatever else was said on the other end, Lu Chengze could no longer hear. His grip on the phone slackened, and the black device slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Wu Yu stepped forward, concern evident in his tone. "Lu Go." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chengze looked up at Wu Yu, his eyes wide and vacant. How could she sell that house? How could she? That was the house they had initially designated as their marital home. They had already made plans to merge the two properties after their engagement. If it weren't for the fact that he had already sold off most of his properties and vehicles to start anew, he would never have parted with that house. Yet Jian Yao was not lacking in funds. Why would she sell it? Why? A bitter smile crept onto Lu Chengze's face. She wouldn't even keep the money from selling the house, opting instead to have the lawyer donate it to an orphanage. Chapter 91. Your sleeping posture is poor, which is understandable. Blood and anger surged within him, the metallic taste flooding his mouth as he swallowed it back down. If she sold the house, where was she living now? With Gu Zhiyan, Lu Chengze, trembling, pulled out his phone and clicked on Jian Yao's profile. Opening her moments, Jian Yao was not one to share often. In all the years he had known her, her posts were few and far between. He hadn't anticipated finding any pertinent information. However, upon entering her moments, he was greeted by an eye-catching 4-panel grid. One featured a seared steak and mushroom soup, another a Chinese home-cooked stir-fried, a third appeared to showcase various awards in what seemed to be an esports room, and the final image was of a man cooking, capturing only his back. Even from just a profile view, Lu Chengze immediately recognized that the person in the photo was Gu Zhiyan. His mind buzzed, and the blood he had just swallowed surged back up, flooding his mouth with an intense metallic taste. They were cohabiting. How long had Jian Yao known Gu Zhiyan? Had she placed such trust in him? Wu Yu stepped forward. Lu Gui, Jian Yao and Gu Zhiyan had even obtained their marriage certificate. Even if they were living together, it was a legitimate relationship. He opened his mouth several times to urge Lu Chengze to let go of Jian Yao, but each time the words failed to emerge. He had witnessed the changes and pain Lu Chengze had undergone these past few days. Now Jian Yao had become an obsession in his heart. Or rather, she represented his hope for survival. How could he bear to sever his last remaining thread of hope? Ultimately, he merely reached out to steady the wavering Lu Chengze, guiding him to sit on the couch. Lu Gu, Jian Yao grew up alongside us. You know her temperament well, right? She's gentle and slow to warm up. She has liked you for so long, how could she possibly change her heart so quickly? As Wu Yu uttered these words, he found it hard to believe them himself. After all, they were talking about Gu Zhiyan, A figure so unique that one could hardly find a second in the entire capital. Wu Yu felt that as long as Gu Zhiyan wanted, it wouldn't be difficult to sway a straight man. Let alone someone as naive as Jian Yao. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, whether it was Lu Chengze confronting Gu Zhiyan in a fit of rage or inadvertently causing him distress. The consequences were beyond what he could bear. He could only offer insincere encouragement. Gu Zhiyan is cunning and has long plotted against Jian Yao. You must gather your strength to expose his true nature. Wu Yu's face flushed, not from excitement, but from guilt. He was naturally straightforward, and lying was not his forte. Lu Chengze seemed to be oblivious to the words of comfort, softly murmuring in agreement, "You are right. Even if Jian Yao marries him, she could never come to love him. I must gather myself and swiftly win Jian Yao back. At the very least, I need to see some progress in my career. To provide her with a modicum of security, ensuring she does not suffer alongside me or face scorn from others." He resembled a long dormant statue, suddenly infused with life as he rose to contact assistant Lin, inquiring if he was still willing to join me. Upon hearing Lu Chengze's words, Wu Yu joyfully sprang to his feet, suppressing his inner unease, and declared, "All right, I shall go at once." I in the master bedroom. Gu Zhiyan had actually awakened even earlier than Jian Yao, but out of fear of startling her due to his body's reactions, he dared not move. He initially intended to wait for Jian Yao to awaken before stealthily returning to his own position and opening his eyes. To his surprise, she merely glanced at him before remaining still, remaining motionless. Gu Zhiyan lay in silence for 2 seconds before reluctantly bending his long legs to prevent Jian Yao from accidentally brushing against him. Then slowly opened his eyes, feigning the appearance of having just awoken. He cast his gaze down upon the girl nestled in his embrace, feigning sleep. To be fair, Jian Yao's ability to feign sleep was far superior to his. At the very least, her eyelashes did not flutter, and her facial expression was meticulously controlled. Gu Zhiyan's gaze fell upon her pert nose, and he gently placed a finger beneath it to test her breathing. Suppressing a smile as he remarked, "Has anyone ever told you that one can breathe while pretending to sleep, if it were not for her evident tension, as if she feared breathing might reveal her ruse?" Gu Zhiyan truly did not wish to expose her so soon in Jian Yao, but with her eyes still closed, Jian Yao's face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. Oh no, caught, how utterly embarrassing. She did not even dare to open her eyes and look at Gu Zhiyan's face, instead burying her head into the duvet like an ostrich, mortified, yet she had forgotten that she was currently in Gu Zhiyan's embrace. This burying motion only served to deepen her presence within his arms. With her hand resting upon his sculpted abdomen, Jian Yao's mind momentarily short-circuited as her hand instinctively explored the contours of his abdomen. Gu Zhiyan swiftly seized the misbehaving hand, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Men are naturally more easily aroused in the morning, especially with someone they fancy fidgeting in their embrace. Gu Zhiyan fought against the urge to pin the girl beneath him, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "Don't move." Realizing what she had just done, Jian Yao's entire being ignited with embarrassment, akin to an electric shock, as she retracted her hand and fled from Gu Zhiyan's embrace. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to." At that moment she truly had not thought anything through. It was merely an instinctual touch, her hand moving faster than her mind. Gu Zhiyan was now sweating slightly, fearing that his hoarse voice might frighten Jian Yao. After a moment, he said, "It's alright, didn't you mention before that you're a restless sleeper?" "It's understandable." Upon hearing Gu Zhiyan's words, Jian Yao clutched the sheets beneath her tightly. He was simply too understanding, making her feel more like a rogue taking advantage of him. Yet, no matter how she tried to explain, her words would seem woefully inadequate. Unable to cope with the awkwardness of the situation, Jian Yao stammered, I'll go wash up first. If she remained in this room any longer, she might as well find a crack in the earth to hide in." Gu Zhiyan responded with a soft his voice barely audible. Jian Yao slipped on her slippers and hurried into the bathroom, turning on the faucet and splashing cool water onto her face. The icy water cascaded over her skin, washing away much of her heat. She raised her hands to cover her face, mortified at her earlier behavior. How could one suffer social embarrassment to such an extent? Would Gu Zhiyan misunderstand her? Moreover, Gu Zhiyan's reaction had been rather strange, almost stiff. Could it be that he truly preferred men, instinctively repelling the approach of women, staring at her reflection in the mirror? Jian Yao bit her lip. If that were the case, then her earlier actions had been quite offensive, hadn't they? Perhaps she should clarify things with him. In the adjacent bedroom, Gu Zhiyan lay on the bed, his left arm resting over his forehead, waiting for his body's reactions to subside. However, as if in defiance of his wishes, the more he tried to calm himself, the more his desire surged, letting out a long breath. He resolved to change his clothes while Jian Yao was occupied in the bathroom. Perhaps moving around would help. Just as he sat up, the bathroom door suddenly swung open without warning. Jian Yao's disheveled head, complete with her tousled hair, peeked out from the bathroom. Chapter 92. Thought Gu Zhiyan was getting up. Caught off guard by Jian Yao, Gu Zhiyan quickly pulled the blanket over his thighs, clearing his throat. "What's the matter?" Although his movements were swift, Jian Yao still caught sight of the sizable tent formed beneath the covers. Her mouth fell slightly agape, and she felt as though she had truly jumped into the yellow river and could never wash herself clean. The carefully crafted apology she had prepared vanished from her mind entirely, leaving her thoughts blank. Upon hearing Gu Zhiyan's inquiry, she stammered nervously, the bathroom was too stuffy, I just needed some air with that. She promptly withdrew her head and slammed the door shut with a bang. Gu Zhiyan stared at the closed bathroom door for a couple of seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. Inside the bathroom, Jian Yao leaned against the sink, her forehead resting on the mirror as she chided herself. What on earth was I blabbering about? The bathroom was too stuffy, needed some air, goodness, rubbing her face. She thought if only she were given a chance to start over, she would have promptly rolled back to her own position the moment she realized she was in Gu Zhiyan's embrace. But then again, Gu Zhiyan's physique was indeed impressive. No wonder his earlier reaction had been so stiff. It was because of this that Gu Zhiyan had left such a mature, composed impression on her that she had almost forgotten he was a normal man. Capable of normal reactions, Jian Yao's fingers tightened around the porcelain sink, and a light bulb went off in her mind. She might have figured out how to discern whether Gu Zhiyan preferred men. While she couldn't find a man to test him, she could approach him herself and observe his reactions. Although this method was somewhat embarrassing, if the subject was Gu Zhiyan, it didn't seem so difficult to accept. Glancing at her reflection, Jian Yao suddenly understood why Su Si had inquired about her feelings the previous night. If she had felt resistance or repulsion towards Gu Zhiyan, it would indicate she did not like him, prompting her body to instinctively reject him. Yet she hadn't felt that way. In fact, she had felt a tinge of anticipation. That anticipation, rather than being a hope that Gu Zhiyan liked her, was more about her realization that she had unknowingly developed feelings for him. Because she liked Gu Zhiyan, she harbored expectations towards him. It was astonishing how quickly her feelings had changed, yet she had indeed, without a doubt, fallen for him. Jian Yao felt a bit bewildered. She had not anticipated that she possessed a hint of the qualities of a heartbreaker. Could it be that one is influenced by their surroundings? Had Su Si rubbed off on her? Clenching her fist, she concluded, it must be so. Meanwhile, far away at Su's residence, Su Si was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose and let out a mighty sneeze. Frowning, he turned over, changing his position to continue sleeping. Jian Yao had initially thought that after the earlier incident, there might be some awkwardness when interacting with Gu Zhiyan again. To her surprise, upon exiting the bathroom, she found Gu Zhiyan had already tidied up the bed. Hearing her approach, he casually turned to look at her, asking, "All set?" Jian Yao replied affirmatively. Gu Zhiyan nodded. "Wang Ma should have breakfast ready by now. You go ahead and eat. I'll join you after I wash up." Jian Yao obediently nodded, stealing glances at Gu Zhiyan. He seemed to have completely forgotten the earlier incident and was acting utterly normally. Jian Yao let out a relieved breath, the last remnants of her embarrassment dissipating in the wake of Gu Zhiyan's nonchalance. In the office of President Yao Guang, Gu Zhiyan sat behind his desk, seemingly in a trance. Completely still, Assistant Su entered with a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Observing Gu Zong lost in thought, and pushed the coffee towards him. Gu Zong, Gu Zhiyan didn't even move his eyes. Merely grunting in response, Assistant Su felt a bit puzzled. What on earth was going on with Gu Zong? He looked as if he were grappling with some monumental dilemma. Assistant Su quickly reviewed the recent happenings in the company in his mind. Everything seemed perfectly normal. In fact, due to many netizens shipping Gu Zong and his wife, the company's performance had improved significantly. There was absolutely nothing amiss. Curiosity piqued, Assistant Su inquired, "Is there something bothering you?" Gu Zong, Gu Zhiyan lifted his gaze, hesitating to speak before deciding against it. "Forget it. You, who have never been married, can't be of any help." Besides, how could he possibly articulate his predicament? He couldn't very well tell Assistant Su that he was contemplating how to prove he wasn't gay. Could he? He had his dignity to uphold. Assistant Su felt as though he had been kicked like a passing dog. Sometimes, he truly wished he could report such incidents. This was a personal attack. A personal attack, he ought to take it to the top. Yet, the Assistant Su in reality, though inwardly enraged, remained meek and compliant. He placed the documents he was holding on the desk, saying, "Gu Zong, this is the Lu Corporation stock you asked us to acquire." Mention of the Lu Corporation stock finally piqued Gu Zhiyan's interest, and he picked up the documents to review them. Assistant Su continued, "After the Lu Corporation shifted all blame onto Lu Chengze, they also penalized him, providing everyone with a semblance of accountability. Moreover, the previous partners have been compensated for their losses, and public sentiment surrounding the Lu Corporation has significantly improved, though the Lu Corporation had undoubtedly engaged in some media manipulation. The decisive actions of the old master of the Lu family contributed greatly to this turnaround. Today, the Lu Corporation's stock price was trending upward, and the stocks Gu Zhiyan had purchased were already showing signs of recovery even before they had warmed up. Gu Zhiyan cast a couple of glances at the document, confirmed there were no issues, and closed it before sending it to Gu Yuan for his wife. Assistant Su appeared somewhat bewildered. Is it true? President Gu, are you so candid? Even when setting a trap for a rival, you must report to your wife. Assistant Su felt a pang of worry. Although Madame seemed not to be unreasonable, she shared a long-standing bond with that young man from the Lu family. Should his wife take offense, it would indeed be a case of losing more than gaining. Tentatively, Assistant Su suggested, "Perhaps you might reconsider." Gu Zhiyan lifted his eyelids and shot a glance at Assistant Su. Realizing he had misunderstood. In a rare moment of good humor, he clarified, "This is actually to assist my wife with her acquisition." Assistant Su was taken aback. Poor President Gu had fallen to such a humble position. Helping a rival navigate challenges to win his wife's favor, had he known, he would not have exerted himself so vigorously in the acquisition. He had thought President Gu was gearing up to confront the Lu family, only to discover it was merely sewing garments for another. Gu Zhiyan could see from Assistant Su's expression that he, like himself, believed Jian Yao was aiding Lu Ziyuan. A vein throbbed at his temple. Were it not for Jian Yao's reputation, he would prefer not to converse with someone who misjudged his wife. After all, his wife had assisted the Lu family in securing numerous resources, and reclaiming a portion was justifiable. Assistant Su blinked, his eyes brightening as he snatched the documents from the table. Of course, I'll go right away. Gu Zhiyan watched as Assistant Su exited with enthusiasm. With this diversion, he no longer felt entangled in proving himself. He picked up the document on his desk, flipped through it briefly, when suddenly the internal phone rang. "President, Old Man Lu has arrived and wishes to see you." Chapter 93, Departure is not true loss. Forgetting his Gu Zhiyan lightly tapped the table with his knuckles twice, his tone casual. "Please let him in." He had not deliberately concealed his acquisition of Lu's shares. With Old Man Lu's connections, it was only a matter of time before he found out. Thus Gu Zhiyan was not surprised by Old Man Lu's visit. After hanging up, he quickly reviewed the document he had just opened, signing and sealing it. Just then, Assistant Su entered with a guest. Gu Zhiyan did not lift his head. Methodically finishing his work, capping his pen, "Please have a seat." Assistant Su gestured for them to sit, and Old Man Lu politely nodded at him before settling onto a nearby sofa. Upon witnessing this, Gu Zhiyan's eyes darkened slightly. Given Old Man Lu's age and standing in the industry, it was customary for him to greet a younger counterpart with at least a smile, even if he did not rise. However, recalling his identity and the Lu family's previous grievances against Jian Yao and her family, Gu Zhiyan could not be bothered to feign courtesy. To his surprise, Old Man Lu maintained his composure. Though it was unclear whether he was truly angry or merely putting on a show, truly, a man adept at living off others, Gu Zhiyan adjusted his sleeves as he stood up, wondering what had brought Old Man Lu to his office without prior notice, which would have allowed him to greet him properly. Old Man Lu stood with the aid of his cane, his face crinkling into a smile. "President, you are too courteous. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you do not take offense." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily scrutinized the young man before him. Gu Zhiyan was relatively young, but his name resonated loudly even among their generation. This was not solely due to his lineage but because he was the most outstanding of the Gu family's younger generation. Old Man Lu understood that had it not been for Jian Yao, he would never have had the chance to meet the crown prince of the Gu family. Contemplating this, his smile broadened. "I came today primarily to congratulate you on your recent nuptials. Jian Yao is a girl I have watched grow up. She is gentle and kind, and you two are indeed well matched." As he spoke, he retrieved a black velvet box from within his coat. "I was away during your engagement, so I've come today to present my gift." Gu Zhiyan forced a smile, his fingers tracing the pink diamond cufflinks on his wrist, revealing no discernible emotion as he replied in a flat tone, "I accept Old Man Lu's blessings, but please take the gift back. It is rather unwelcome." He lowered his gaze to the cufflinks he toyed with, adding, "In fact, I must thank you for not attending that day. If the Lu family had not taken such extreme measures, Jian Yao might not have had such a smooth engagement." This expression of gratitude was sincere. It was evident that had the Lu family been present on the day of the engagement, they would have created obstacles. Old Man Lu felt the sting of Gu Zhiyan's sarcasm but refrained from attempting to draw closer to Jian Yao, fearing it would backfire. Instead, he directly addressed the matter at hand. "Actually, I have come today with another request." He studied Gu Zhiyan's expression, his tone tentative. "Recently my wayward son has caused considerable trouble, and the share price of Lu's has been plummeting. I believe you have acquired a substantial amount of Lu's shares? Might you be interested in selling?" Gu Zhiyan remained silent, unable to gauge his emotions. Old Man Lu had to up the ante. "Of course, we can negotiate the price. I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding Chengze." Ultimately, it was merely youthful rivalry and jealousy, something Old Man Lu could understand. As long as Gu Zhiyan was willing to spare the Lu family a little mercy, a mere illegitimate son could be discarded without much thought. If it allowed Gu Zhiyan to vent his frustrations, it would not be in vain for Old Man Lu to have raised him. Upon hearing Old Man Lu's final words, Gu Zhiyan finally lifted his gaze, bestowing a frosty look upon him, his tone laced with coldness. "How Old Man Lu chooses to educate his son is not my concern, nor do I wish to involve myself. If the shares I acquired are no longer in my possession, so if Old Man Lu desires them, he should consider alternative methods." After speaking, he seemed to have exhausted his patience, glancing at his watch and instructing, "Please escort Old Man Lu out." Assistant Su, who had been stationed at the door, immediately stepped in upon hearing the command, gesturing for Old Man Lu to exit. Old Man Lu opened his mouth to say something but seeing Gu Zhiyan's unwavering demeanor, ultimately chose silence. He rose to leave. Assistant Su quietly reminded him, please take your belongings. Old man Lu, having suffered a setback with Gu Zhiyan, felt a twinge of discomfort being directed by an assistant, yet, he retained his composure recalling that he was in Yaoguang. And that Assistant Su was Gu Zhiyan's subordinate. He took his leave with his things in hand. Just as Assistant Su saw Old Man Lu into the elevator, Pei Yi emerged from another elevator. Spotting Assistant Su at the door, he leaned in to glance at the elevator, asking, has he left? Assistant Su nodded in response. Pei Yi's expression fell. Hearing that Old Man Lu had arrived, he had rushed upstairs, only to miss the spectacle. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he headed toward the office. Inside the office, Gu Zhiyan stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the bustling traffic below. It was undeniable that Old Man Lu's mention of Lu Chengze had stirred something within him. He was no saint, having witnessed how Lu Chengze had tormented Jian Yao over the years. It was impossible to claim he felt no anger. However, he would not proactively confront Lu Chengze. That he did not wish to create rifts between himself and Jian Yao, even if she had seemingly moved on from him. Moreover, the past was the past. If he clung to it, Lu Chengze would forever remain a thorn in his relationship with Jian Yao. Departure is not true loss. Forgetting as Pei Yi entered the office, inquiring, what did that old man from the Lu family say to you? Gu Zhiyan turned to him, his gaze still carrying a hint of lingering chill. What could he want? He merely sought to leverage Jian Yao to obtain the Lu shares I acquired, all while offering up his son as a sacrifice to appease me. Pei Yi clicked his tongue, exclaiming, that's ruthless. After all these years, won't one grow some attachment to their own child? While Lu Chengze is at fault, it's rather heartless to cast him aside so easily. Gu Zhiyan scoffed, is that ruthless? Just wait, there's worse to come. Old man Lu intends to squeeze Lu Chengze dry. But Lu Chengze is not the type to take insults lying down. The Lu family's troubles are far from over. However, the shares recently acquired from Lu's needed to be dealt with swiftly to avoid getting entangled in the Lu family's turmoil. Meanwhile, Jian Yao was at home, translating a book she had previously left unfinished when the doorbell rang. She rose to answer the door, finding a somewhat familiar young woman standing there, dressed in a smart business outfit and flashing a bright smile. Good day, madam. Assistant Su sent me to deliver these documents. Chapter 94. Unless Gu Zhiyan is a pervert. The young woman handed over a sealed bag, her demeanor polite yet respectful, out of the corner of her eye. She took in the picturesque courtyard, momentarily feeling as if she had stepped into another era. So, President Gu and Madam had chosen to reside here after their marriage. Madam certainly had exquisite taste. It was poetic and picturesque, perfectly befitting her. She couldn't help but wonder why she thought so. Perhaps it was because President Gu's office exuded a cold, unadorned aura, indicating a lack of romantic sensibility. The young woman found herself lost in thought. Jian Yao recognized her from the executive office. She had seen her when she visited the company. She accepted the documents with a smile, saying, thank you for making the trip. As she was at home, she donned a new traditional Chinese-style loungewear, her hair casually tied up, and her bare face exuded an aura as refreshing as a lotus blooming from clear waters. The assistant's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile revealing teeth yet concealing her eyes, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Madam, there's no need to be polite. Shall I take my leave now? She spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Jian Yao nodded gently. All right, take care on your way back. Unconsciously mimicking the assistant's tone, she bid her farewell. The assistant clutched her phone, waving her hand like a little fan. Goodbye, madam. You are truly both beautiful and charming. How fortunate for Mr. Gu. After seeing off the assistant and closing the door, Jian Yao gazed at the documents in front of her with a hint of confusion. What could Assistant Su have brought her? She opened the bag to take a glance and suddenly recalled the matter she had entrusted to Gu Zhiyan earlier. Jian Yao casually inspected the contents, then returned to her room. Dialing Secretary Li's number. I've prepared a gift for my sister. If you have time, please come to Gu Garden to pick it up. Alright, I'll send you the location. After hanging up, far away at Jian Corporation. Secretary Li stared at the disconnected call, glanced at the calendar, and flipped through his memos. This isn't a special holiday, is it? Why has Miss Jian suddenly decided to give a gift to President Jian? He recalled the recent acquisition of Lu Corporation shares by Miss Jian Ning. Secretary Li's eyes widened. Could it be that Miss Jian has learned of this and is intentionally trying to curry favor with Miss Jian Ning while secretly assisting that scoundrel Lu Chengze? Recently, with the tumult surrounding Lu Corporation, Miss Jian had not made any public appearances, leading him to believe she had turned over a new leaf. Who would have imagined she still harbored thoughts of Lu Chengze? With a grimace, Secretary Li suddenly felt reluctant to go. The gift no longer seemed so desirable. Despite his inner complaints, however, his body was honest as he picked up the car keys and proceeded towards the location Jian Yao had sent. Along the way, he rehearsed in his mind how he might politely yet firmly refuse if Jian Yao were to speak favorably of Lu Corporation. Upon arriving at Gu Garden, he reflexively blurted out as soon as he saw the gate open. That's not possible. It's company policy. Jian Yao, holding the bag in her hand, was momentarily bewildered. What company policy? Is there a need for company policy just to pick something up from me? Secretary Li cleared his throat. I apologize, but there is an important meeting coming up, and I'm preparing the materials. Secretary Li was always diligent, and Jian Yao had no reason to doubt him. She handed over the sealed folder and freshly squeezed juice, saying, "This is a gift for my sister, along with some freshly squeezed juice. You can each have a cup." Secretary Li felt a warmth in his heart as he accepted the items. "Thank you, Miss." He stood there waiting for Jian Yao to speak on behalf of the Lu family. After standing in silence for 2 seconds, with Jian Yao showing no reaction and looking at him quizzically, Secretary Li couldn't help but remind her, "Do you have anything to say to Miss Jian Ning?" Jian Yao pondered for a moment. Should I quickly unwrap the gift, although she didn't engage in stock trading? She understood that the stock market was ever-changing. If her sister happened to be busy and forgot, she might miss the optimal opportunity to thwart Lu Corporation. Secretary Li replied, but all right. He hoisted the items and glanced back 3 times. "Shall I take my leave? I'm really leaving." He ran off in a hurry. Jian Yao was puzzled by Secretary Li's clinginess today, but remembering he was the uncle left to them by their parents, she nodded obediently. "Be careful on the road." No sooner had she spoken than she saw Secretary Li nimbly jump to the car door, opening it with lightning speed and diving inside as if being chased by a ghost. "Jian Yao, thought am I that terrifying?" Secretary Li sped back to Jian Corporation. By the time he arrived at the president's office, the ice in the juice had yet to melt. He placed the documents and juice on the desk. "President Jian, a gift from Miss Jian Yao, along with some juice." Jian Ning glanced up. "Is today a special occasion?" Jian Yao was an introverted person, possessing a sense of ceremony, but it was seldom expressed. Aside from certain specific holidays, she rarely gave gifts. Jian Ning's words opened the floodgates for Secretary Li. "It's not a special occasion, not a special occasion." Jian Ning picked up the document, her brows slightly raised. "Does she know about our recent acquisition of Lu Corporation shares?" Secretary Li's expression conveyed, "See, it's not my petty suspicion. Miss Jian Yao has done such things before." Shaking his head, Secretary Li replied, "I don't know. Miss Jian Yao didn't say, why not open it and take a look?" Secretary Li leaned in that he was also curious about what gift Miss Jian Yao had sent. Jian Ning opened the document bag, extracted the contents, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened slightly. Secretary Li exclaimed, "It's Lu Corporation shares, so many shares from Lu Corporation. If they were delivered to Lu Chengze, while he might not turn the tide, he would at least gain considerable breathing room." After all, the old man Lu was extremely strict about controlling shares, not even granting them to his legitimate children, Lu Chengyuan and Lu Jingyi. Jian Ning was equally astonished. In a moment of distraction, she recalled the mysterious person behind the previous acquisition of Lu Corporation shares. Could it be Jian Yao? While Jian Yao herself might not be capable, she had Gu Zhiyan backing her. Yet given Jian Yao's character, the acquisition of Lu Corporation shares was likely to aid Lu Chengze. Why would Gu Zhiyan help her? To say it was for love, Jian Ning could never believe that. Love is exclusive. The idea of loving the whole package. Impossible, absolutely impossible, unless Gu Zhiyan were a pervert. Just as Jian Ning was pondering this, her phone, resting on the desk, suddenly pinged with a message. She had set it to special notifications. As soon as the sound rang, she knew it was from Jian Yao. Chapter 95, the soup the elderly lady insisted on making might not be such a good soup. Jian Ning's first reaction upon hearing that sound was, here it comes, here it comes. She's definitely going to plead for Lu Chengze again. Gifts and such were merely a pretext to broach the topic, just a means to whisk away the Lu Corporation shares in her hand. Jian Ning closed her eyes for a moment, often wishing she could pretend she saw nothing and heard nothing. Yet she found herself utterly defenseless against Jian Yao. After merely 3 seconds of closing her eyes, she could no longer contain herself. She picked up her phone and gritted her teeth. For the sake of this little ungrateful one, who still thought to juice fruits for her, she would generously take a glance. As she opened the message, Jian Yao's words immediately appeared to sister. "Do you like the gift I sent?" Jian Ning, gripping her phone, pursed her exquisitely shaped lips and lightly typed a response. "Do you think I should like it or not? Whether I like it or not depends on whether you are genuinely giving it to me or just putting on a show." After sending the message, Jian Yao waited eagerly for her sister's reply. She was well aware that over the years, due to her relationship with Lu Chengze, her sister had grown weary of the Lu family and had suffered considerable grievances. Therefore, the moment she obtained the shares, she had immediately sent them to her sister, hoping to facilitate her sister's revenge. She had been quite confident that her sister would appreciate the gift. However, upon reading her sister's response, a sense of uncertainty crept in. Perhaps it was just her misperception, but she felt her sister's words carried an undertone of sarcasm. Jian Yao scratched her head, deciding she might be overthinking it. Her sister handled so many tasks daily, it was only natural for her to have a bit of a temper sometimes. She needed to be understanding. Thus she sincerely reiterated, "When I was working at Lu Corporation, I thought we were all family, and I brought in numerous collaborations using the resources of the Jian family, and now that I've parted ways with Lu Chengze, the resources I invested in Lu Corporation should naturally be reclaimed." Jian Ning read the message that popped up on her phone. It was quite lengthy, but the summary was clear. "Let's get started, my sister. It's time for revenge." She shifted her gaze from her phone to the slowly rising sun outside. How nice, it didn't rise from the west. Then, she looked up at Secretary Li, who was equally astonished. My vision isn't failing me, right? Secretary Li shook his head. I saw it too. Jian Ning nodded in understanding. When you went to pick up the items, was her mental state alright? She wasn't acting crazy, was she? Secretary Li carefully recalled. She seemed fine. Receiving Secretary Li's answer, Jian Ning nodded. Alright. I truly like it, to express her genuine appreciation. She used 3 exclamation marks. She didn't even dare to be polite with Jian Yao, fearing she might change her mind the very next second. After exiting WeChat, Jian Ning picked up the documents on her desk. A meaningful smile gracing her lips. For the time being, she would set aside her other tasks and focus exclusively on the movements at Lu Corporation. She would undoubtedly choose the best moment to strike Lu Corporation hard. At Gu Garden, Jian Yao felt satisfied as her sister expressed her fondness. Putting her phone down, she began preparing for the evening. Opening her wardrobe, she selected a black camisole nightgown from her collection of sleepwear. Jian Yao was well aware of her advantages. She had never been one to be oblivious to her beauty. Her fair skin would be complemented by the pure black color, making her complexion appear snow-like. Smooth as jade, captivating, the silk fabric was smooth and easily slid off, allowing her freedom of movement. This was a case of lacking ability but compensating with props.to avoid having her performance scrutinized as it had been previously. Leading to Gu Zhiyan seeing through her facade. Jian Yao even took the time to practice in front of a mirror on her bed. Having made all the necessary preparations, Jian Yao confidently ventured into the kitchen. Ready to assist Wang Ma in cooking. To her surprise, upon entering, she discovered that Wang Ma had already prepared the meal, with only a soup still simmering. Curiously, she leaned in to observe. Wang Ma, what kind of soup is this? I've never seen anything like it before. After scrutinizing it for a while, she could barely identify some oysters, of black beans, red dates, and several unfamiliar medicinal ingredients. Can oysters really be used in soup? Wang Ma chuckled warmly. Placing the lid back on the pot, this is specially made for Mr.Gu by the old lady. Yours is ginseng and blackbone chicken soup. It's all about nourishing the body. This recipe was specifically requested from the family doctor. And it's said to be so good that even earthworms would be able to work at a construction site for 3 days after drinking it. Upon hearing that it was the old lady's careful instruction, Jian Yao refrained from asking further questions. After all, it was impossible for the old lady and Wang Ma to wish harm upon Gu Zhiyan. She glanced at the time. Only a few minutes remained until Gu Zhiyan was due to return home. Jian Yao settled at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at the steaming dishes, waiting for Gu Zhiyan's arrival. Gu Zhiyan arrived home precisely at 5:30. Ever since Jian Yao moved back, his return times had become increasingly earlier. As it was mealtime, he bypassed the master bedroom and headed straight for the dining area. From a distance, he spotted Jian Yao, lost in thought under the bright lights. Looking adorably cute, just as he had envisioned countless times before. No, she was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Merely watching her from afar made his heart soften uncontrollably. Jian Yao was still contemplating how to approach Gu Zhiyan without appearing too presumptuous. In the next moment, the person she was thinking of suddenly materialized before her. Startled, she instinctively leaned back, while Gu Zhiyan reached out to steady her waist, his obsidian-like eyes narrowing slightly. What were you thinking so intently about? The guilt was practically written all over her face. There were things she could never divulge to Gu Zhiyan. Her ears flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, inadvertently catching sight of an inappropriate area. And the image from this morning flashed through her mind, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. As she turned away, her flushed ears betrayed her. Gu Zhiyan's gaze lingered on her rosy earlobes for 2 seconds. And he tightened his grip on his coat. Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen with the freshly cooked soup, breaking the subtly charged atmosphere in the dining room. Mr.Gu is back, and the meal is ready. Let's eat, she said, placing the pot of soup onto Gu Zhiyan's usual spot, her tone laced with significance. This is the soup the old lady specifically instructed for you. You must drink plenty of it. Gu Zhiyan shifted his gaze from Jian Yao, deliberately hanging his coat on the back of her chair before taking his seat. The soup made at the old lady's behest, since he turned 3 and became self-sufficient. His family had ceased to manage his meals. However, the fact that it was specially requested by the old lady didn't guarantee it would be palatable. Gu Zhiyan lifted the lid of the pot. And indeed, inside were kidneys, chicken, oysters, and a plethora of nourishing herbs. Chapter 96. What should I do with you, Gu Zhiyan? That he knew it. After drinking this soup, he would have to forego sleep tonight and resort to staying in the bathroom instead. Jian Yao noticed Gu Zhiyan had stopped moving after he lifted the lid, and feeling a bit shy about her plan to provoke him that evening, she decided to sweeten him up first as a form of compensation. Enthusiastically, she picked up his bowl, offering, "Let me serve you." Although the soup was a bit unusual and unfamiliar, she trusted Wang Ma's culinary skills, believing there were only distinctions between delicious and extraordinarily delicious. Therefore, she scooped him a generous bowlful. Gu Zhiyan gazed deeply at her, his breathing momentarily heavy. Watching her smile carefree, completely oblivious to what she had served him, he felt a sense of exasperation, ultimately unable to bear the disappointment in her hopeful eyes. He took a spoonful, looking earnestly at Jian Yao. It's very good. His ink-like gaze resembled a whirlpool, as if it might swallow Jian Yao whole. Her heart raced under his scrutiny, and feeling uneasy, she averted her gaze. Only to meet Wang Ma's eyes brimming with mirth. Wang Ma, witnessing the harmonious interaction between the young couple, unfastened her apron and quietly withdrew. Gu Zhiyan served Jian Yao a bowl of black-bone chicken soup. Placing it before her, and softly urged, "Eat quickly, it will get cold." Jian Yao lowered her head, taking a bite of the tender chicken leg, letting out a satisfied hum. The meal unfolded in an unusually quiet atmosphere. While clearing the dishes, Jian Yao discovered that the bowl of soup she had served Gu Zhiyan was entirely empty, yet the pot still seemed untouched. Puzzled, she inquired, "Was the soup not to your liking tonight?" "This isn't your usual appetite." Gu Zhiyan followed her gaze to the pot of soup, his expression subtly inscrutable. "I can't drink that much. Sharing a bed is already challenging enough. I'd rather not risk any issues by consuming too much of this." Jian Yao, somewhat bewildered, accepted his response with a nod. After dinner, they returned to their room together. As usual, Jian Yao washed up first while Gu Zhiyan settled by the windowside tea table with a book. After her shower, she diligently applied rose-scented body lotion. As she picked up her nightwear, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to wear it. While dressing, she mentally reassured herself, "We are legally married." "It's legal." Once dressed, she grasped the bathroom doorknob, took a deep breath to steady herself, and opened the door with an air of casualness. Gu Zhiyan sat by the small table, a light sheen of sweat on his brow. His tie having been untied at some point and carelessly tossed onto the nearby sofa, two buttons of his shirt undone, revealing the elegant lines of his collarbone, he believed he had adequately prepared for the soup. But he had underestimated its potency. Despite considering himself quite self-disciplined, he found it impossible to focus on the words in front of him this evening. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Jian Yao's voice floated towards him. "I am all done, you should wash up now." Perhaps due to her recent shower, her voice was soft, as though it were drenched in water, incredibly delicate. Gu Zhiyan closed his eyes briefly, releasing a slow breath, and set the book aside as he stood up. When he turned to face Jian Yao, his breath caught in his throat. Although her nightgown was not particularly revealing, being a knee-length, spaghetti-strap design, it clung to her figure in a way that exuded temptation. He exerted all his self-control to divert his gaze from her. "All right, you should sleep first." This was Jian Yao's first time dressing like this in front of someone else, leaving her feeling nervous and unaware of Gu Zhiyan's sudden change in demeanor. Obediently, she climbed into bed, closed her eyes, appearing to sleep while actually listening intently for Gu Zhiyan's movements. Inside the bathroom, the sound of running water continued uninterrupted since he entered. Jian Yao, having skipped her afternoon nap, found herself growing drowsy as Gu Zhiyan took longer than usual. Finally, upon hearing the bathroom door open, she sensed the soft footsteps approaching, followed by the dimming of the room's lights as the mattress beside her slightly sank. A chill emanated from his side, causing Jian Yao's closed eyelashes to flutter. Had he taken a cold shower? Jian Yao, feeling a bit drowsy, recalled her mission for the evening and rolling over nestled against Gu Zhiyan like a koala hugging a tree. She was accustomed to hugging her stuffed toys this way when she slept, moving with practiced ease. However, upon feeling the coolness of Gu Zhiyan's skin, she involuntarily shivered. So cold, did he take an ice-cold shower? Jian Yao's drowsiness dissipated, and she hesitated, contemplating whether to roll back. Just then, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, firmly anchoring her in place, while the body she clung to began to warm rapidly. In the dimly lit room, only a low-intensity floor lamp illuminated the corner. The darkness concealed Gu Zhiyan's gaze as he looked down at the person in his arms, the facade having melted away, revealing a depth of desire in his eyes. Her waist-length hair fell loosely around her, and the blanket that had slipped down during their earlier movements revealed her fair, rounded shoulders and delicately sculpted collarbone. The visual impact, combined with the intoxicating scent of roses emanating from her skin, gradually eroded the self-control he prided himself on. Gu Zhiyan helplessly closed his eyes. The cold shower had been utterly futile. He leaned down slightly, his lips gently brushing against her hair, murmuring softly, "What am I to do with you?" Jian Yao, eyes closed, felt Gu Zhiyan's actions, the remnants of her sleep fading away completely. She sensed something fall onto her hair, as if he whispered something, but the words were too faint for her to discern. Before she could comprehend fully, the hand gripping her waist tightened slightly, pulling her entirely into Gu Zhiyan's embrace. His refreshing scent enveloped her, and Jian Yao's face pressed against his chest, where the steady beat of his heart resonated, hot and reassuring. Jian Yao was unsure when she fell asleep again. She only knew that when she woke up, Gu Zhiyan was no longer there. She was still clad in the same outfit from the previous night, but he had returned to his side of the bed. The silk blanket tucked snugly around her, clearly arranged by someone else. Reflecting on Gu Zhiyan's actions from the night before, she buried her face in her hands and rolled on the bed. His reaction from the previous night should be enough to indicate that he preferred women, right? Jian Yao sprang up, eager to share her newfound insight with Su Si, only to realize her phone lay on the nearby sofa. She hopped over to the sofa in her slippers, glancing fleetingly at the book resting atop the coffee table. Her gaze halted abruptly. Chapter 97, Adults Must Be Cautious. The book remained untouched, preserved in the state where Gu Zhiyan had left it on the table the previous night. However, it appeared to be upside down. What could Gu Zhiyan have been reading for half the night while sitting here? Jian Yao attempted to pick up the book for a glance, as a foreign language major with an IELTS score of 8. Even she found it arduous to decipher. Jian Yao thought, the world of academic prodigies is beyond her comprehension. She diligently returned the book to its rightful place, retrieved her phone from beside her, and began to message Susi. I tried it last night and I sense he still has feelings for girls, although I'm uncertain whether he likes men. He at least appears to be bisexual. She recalled Gu Zhiyan's two previous rumored boyfriends, Assistant Su and Pei. Both seemed to interact with Gu Zhiyan in a perfectly normal manner, showing her neither hostility nor jealousy. In fact, during that night's game of Truth or Dare, Pei had even seemed to tease and support her budding connection with Gu Zhiyan. As for Assistant Su, he was even more evident. On the day she brought Gu Zhiyan lunch, he personally came down to greet her, almost beaming with delight. He immediately explained why Gu Zhiyan had been unreachable, his face a canvas of concern, entirely portraying a friend's worry for his buddy. If Assistant Su and Pei harbored any dubious intentions toward Gu Zhiyan, they would not have acted so, having experienced enough of the underhandedness at gatherings and the deliberate obstructions when delivering gifts through Louis. She knew well how to navigate such treachery. Her own outbursts would appear petty and unreasonable, yet they could be incredibly taxing on one's mentality. Thus she was grateful for Louis's years of relentless prodding, which had sharpened her sensitivity toward potential rivals. Known, Gu Zhiyan does not dismiss girls, at least not her, and has no suspiciously ambiguous male friends. Conclusion: he likes girls, but whether he is interested in men remains to be seen. Susi, at this point, was likely commuting, as he had yet to reply. Jian Yao waited a few seconds before tossing her phone aside and heading to wash up. In the bathroom, Gu Zhiyan had already prepared the water and squeezed out the toothpaste for her. As Jian Yao brushed her teeth, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and suddenly remembered something. In her fixation on confirming her feelings in Gu Zhiyan's sexual orientation, she seemed to have overlooked a crucial question: would Gu Zhiyan like her? It was not mere narcissism. She had been quite well known during her school years, especially in high school. Not only was she a transfer student, but she was also the true heiress who had been lost for years in a popular online narrative. Even though she and Lu Chengze had never been together, everyone knew she followed him around incessantly. In college, they all attended the same university. Thus, in a sense, Gu Zhiyan had been a witness to the entangled history between her and Lu Chengze for many years. Jian Yao couldn't help but smack her forehead. Oh my, she was now acutely aware of what it felt like to have an ex that was less than respectable, akin to having a criminal record. The mere thought of Lu Chengze early in the morning soured Jian Yao's mood. She hurriedly finished her routine and sluggishly reached for her phone. In that brief moment, Susi had already sent several messages. You tried it. How did you try? Did you see, touch, or sleep with him? Jian Yao looked at Susi's messages, feeling a bit embarrassed. Susi's straightforwardness was as relentless as ever. Perhaps sensing her delayed response, Susi decided to call. Jian Yao weakly pressed the answer button. Susi's voice was robust, clear, and commanding. Speak. How did you know? Jian Yao recalled her experience from the previous night. I pretended to sleep and rolled over to him, and then he hugged me. Susi, and then, Jian Yao flopped onto her bed, burying her face in the blanket, her voice muffled as she murmured, and then I fell asleep. Susi nearly scoffed at Jian Yao. Is that all? Jian Yao nodded. Yes. After the initial thrill, Susi finally sensed something was amiss with Jian Yao's mood. Now that it was confirmed he likes girls, why was she still so lifeless? Jian Yao turned her head, pulling her face from the blanket. He knows I was with Lu Chengze for so long. He must care about that, right? Perhaps his initial engagement and subsequent marriage to her were merely a way to manage a long-term relationship without entanglement during a divorce. Jian Yao felt truly unfortunate, having not even begun a relationship yet. She felt as if she was already experiencing a heartbreak. On the other end of the line, Susi's lips twitched involuntarily. He had already hugged you, which indicates he must have some affection. Go for it. A man like Gu Zhiyan is a catch worth pursuing. Susi drew upon all her wisdom to persuade Jian Yao. Look, if you succeed, it's a win-win. If you don't, it's just a couple of awkward days, right? What is there to lose? The risk is minimal while the potential gain is substantial. It's a surefire deal. Jian Yao found Susi's reasoning quite persuasive. So do you think my chances of winning him over are high? Susi's internal monologue. What if you two are meant to be? Even your questions are the same. High, very high. A woman pursuing a man is like a veil separating them. Susi's eyes sparkled as she began to offer suggestions. Gu Zhiyan is clearly a well-behaved boy with strict upbringing. So you must take it slow, just casually send flowers, share meals, and attend concerts together. That would be splendid. Susi, a master in the realm of romance, had navigated through countless flings unscathed. Jian Yao trusted her insights wholeheartedly. Okay, I got it. Gu Zhiyan departed from Guyuan that morning. One could only describe his exit as a hasty retreat. He had barely slept the night before cradling Jian Yao in his arms. And as he arrived at the office, the shadows under his eyes hinted at his fatigue. He forced himself to tackle the more pressing matters on his agenda but couldn't resist pressing his temples. Yearning for a brief respite, his phone buzzed on the desk, announcing a new message. He rubbed his temples and picked up the phone to check upon realizing it wasn't from Jian Yao. A trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. He then opened Su Xi's message. You might want to escalate things a bit, fearing Gu Zhiyan might miss her implication, she added. Create some physical contact. We all adults here, there's no need to be so innocent. Adults must be cautious as Gu Zhiyan's thoughts wandered back to the previous night, his gaze darkening as his long fingers gripped the phone. His knuckles turning slightly white. Was it too soon? Jian Yao appeared to have a rather conservative nature. He feared that rushing things could frighten her away, leading to a regrettable outcome. Su Xi silently gritted her teeth. Wishing she could take Gu Zhiyan's place, haven't you already seen the consequences of playing it too safe? They didn't even get to kiss, and his fiancée has already run off. Chapter 98, The Cost of Lu Chengze. This statement was a lethal blow to Gu Zhiyan. He replied almost instantly, I understand. Gu Zhiyan, in the future, for the banquet, I'll arrange a separate table just for you. Su Xi responded with an approving gesture and exited the WeChat interface. Upon seeing Jian Yao's cute cat avatar, her lips curled into a smile. Don't think for a moment that we sisters are keeping secrets from you. It's all for your benefit. Point one pursues pure love while the other embraces caution. It's merely a matter of who can withstand it longer. The mere thought of that scenario brought an uncontainable smile to Su Xi's face. She stood up and selected a bottle of vodka from the wall of fine spirits, leisurely returning to her seat to open it. She felt a sense of pride, as if witnessing her own daughter blossom. Mingled with the bittersweet pang of seeing her prized cabbage being plundered. Su Xi slammed her cup down and picked up her phone. Nope, I need to scroll through some scandalous news about the Lu family for a bit of joy. Gu Zhiyan, completely unaware of Su Xi's dual identity, pondered for a moment after receiving her hint and began searching for suitable date ideas that could also foster physical contact. The most popular options were escape rooms and amusement parks, which not only encouraged physical closeness but also created a thrill that could accelerate the development of their relationship. However, given their frequent appearances on trending topics, engaging in such public venues was risky as they could easily be photographed. Yet, these bustling environments were often the most enjoyable. A private booking didn't seem appropriate, so Gu Zhiyan crossed that off his list. Just as he was feeling troubled, he suddenly recalled that the Pei family had recently opened a hot spring resort, which would provide a perfect excuse to invite Jian Yao along. With the date plan set, Gu Zhiyan felt significantly more energized. He sipped his lukewarm coffee, preparing to expedite his current workload, just as he picked up his pen. Pei dashed into the room. Gu Zhiyan glanced up at him. Why don't you knock when you come in? Pei, unfazed, retorted. Knock? I never knock. Unbothered by Gu Zhiyan's frosty demeanor, Pei plopped down on a chair beside him. Lu Chengze is insisting on severing ties with the Lu family. I've heard he is planning to establish his own branch. However, the Lu family refuses to let him go and has contacted a wealthy woman with peculiar tastes. Gu Zhiyan paused mid-sentence, the smooth pen hesitating over the document, leaving a dark smudge of ink. When did this happen? Pei pondered for a moment and replied, it seems to have occurred right after the old man left your place. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. That old man was indeed ruthless. The woman he found could very well be old enough to be Lu Chengze's mother and is notorious in the circle for her wild lifestyle. Last year, she was involved in a scandal that cost a fortune to suppress. For someone as proud as Lu Chengze, if the old man's schemes succeed, it could cost him dearly. It is often said that even the fiercest of tigers would not harm their own offspring. Yet Lu Chengze, born into such a family, is indeed quite pitiable. Gu Zhiyan cannot help but recall the day when old Master Lu mentioned that Lu Chengze would provide him with an explanation. Could this be what he refers to as an explanation? No, perhaps it is not an explanation at all, but merely a means to extract the last vestiges of Lu Chengze's utility. A frown creases his brow as a flicker of disdain surfaces in his usually placid gaze. While it is true that he harbors no fondness for Lu Chengze, the old master's ruthless disregard for kinship and pursuit of profit is even more repugnant. The thought of Jian Yao almost marrying into such a sordid family incites a visceral desire within Gu Zhiyan to obliterate the Lu clan. Pei, resting his chin on one hand, notices the shadowy hue beneath Gu Zhiyan's eyes, and his elegant phoenix-like eyes arch slightly in amusement. How intriguing. Are you feeling a bit unwell? My grandfather possesses some fine deer antler velvet. Shall I procure some for you? You seem rather pitiful, as though drained of vitality by some enchantress after just a day apart. Gu Zhiyan's mind suddenly flashes back to the bowl of soup from the previous night, and his expression darkens. Get lost. He had taken 4 cold showers last night, and for him to still be able to sit here today speaks volumes of his robust constitution. Pei, unfazed, responds amiably. If you wish for me to leave, then so be it. No need to rush. He leisurely adjusts his attire and prepares to depart when Gu Zhiyan calls out to him. Pei turns his head. Gu Zhiyan, holding a pen, displays a neutral expression. Please send me the address of your hot spring resort. Pei's gaze dances with mischief as he appraises Gu Zhiyan, his eyes scanning him from head to toe. He says nothing, yet his silence speaks volumes. Very well. In truth, Jian Yao has never pursued anyone, although she has been following Lu Chengze for many years. They have never explicitly defined their relationship. There were no flowers, no formal confessions, nor any proper dates. It was simply assumed by all that they were a couple, and thus they found themselves together without clear understanding. Because she lacks such experiences, Jian Yao fervently wishes for Gu Zhiyan to possess them all. She is decisive and action-oriented. Having resolved to pursue Gu Zhiyan, she swiftly selects a location. She consults Assistant Su in advance, deliberately choosing a day when Gu Zhiyan is less occupied, and embarks on her first offensive. Early in the morning, she selects a sultry little black dress from her wardrobe, meticulously styles her hair into large waves, and deliberately chooses a red Ferrari to head straight to the shopping mall. Since she is intent on wooing someone, she cannot arrive empty-handed. Having previously gifted cufflinks, she now acquires a Patek Philippe watch. Upon exiting the mall, she originally intended to visit a florist. However, upon spotting a young girl selling flowers in the square, she approaches her. How much for all of them? The girl, eyes sparkling, counts the flowers on her cart. 1,002. Jian Yao smiles. I'll take them all. She retrieves her phone to scan for payment, then selects the most vibrant red roses, reminiscent of black baccarat, from the cart. She remembers that during their engagement, Gu Zhiyan had asked if the main flowers could be changed to black baccarat. It seems they share a fondness for such vibrant blooms. Selecting only one bouquet, she rises to leave. Behind her, the flower girl exclaims, "Sister, your flowers." Jian Yao waves her hand, her laughter carried by the breeze into the ears of everyone in the square. Please deliver them to the ladies in the square. Back in her car, she hesitates, contemplating her next move. She prepares to send a message to Gu Zhiyan, but suddenly stops. It feels too formal to text someone for their first date. She deletes the message, clears her throat, and dials Gu Zhiyan's number. It seems he is genuinely not busy today. Unlike the last time when her call went unanswered, this time he picks up almost immediately. I'm here. His familiar voice flows through the receiver, deep and magnetic. Jian Yao's fingers brush against the velvety petals of the roses, and feeling nervous, her voice quivers slightly. A new French restaurant has opened near Yaoguang. Mr. Gu, would you be interested in joining me for a meal? In that moment, everything around her seems to fall into silence. Through the receiver, Jian Yao can distinctly hear the cessation of Gu Zhiyan's typing and clicking, as well as faint murmurs and laughter. His voice, imbued with unmasked cheerfulness, responds, "As my lady has extended an invitation, I cannot decline." Glancing at the time, Jian Yao tightens her grip on the steering wheel. "Shall I drive over to pick you up?" "What an honor," comes the enthusiastic response from his end, which only heightens Jian Yao's blush as she realizes there are others present with him. Just as Gu Zhiyan's words leave his lips, Jian Yao swiftly hangs up, her face flushed with embarrassment as she gently thuds her head against the steering wheel, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Surely the others heard that. How mortifying. Her phone vibrates, and she looks up to see a message from Su Si. Progress report. Jian Yao exhales softly, relieved to have successfully secured the date. Su Si, agreeing to the invitation is half the battle won. Remember, don't rush, take your time. Su Si, consider the tactics of those green tea types. Showing appropriate vulnerability and seeking help might yield unexpected benefits. Su Si's tone is reminiscent of a con artist trying to coax her into revealing a password. Jian Yao, indeed, the city is rife with cunning strategies. Jian Yao, having you around is truly a blessing. In the Yaoguang conference room, Gu Zhiyan leans casually against the back of his chair, toying with his phone, a smile of delight gracing his lips. I apologize for the delay, my wife's call has taken up some of your time. The executives in the room shake their heads in unison. Not at all, this matter is of great importance. Indeed, let us expedite our discussions so as not to keep your wife waiting. Gu Zhiyan remains silent, continuing to browse his phone. Assistant Su observes his demeanor and clears his throat. This meeting is not strictly necessary. The major revisions have already been established. The remaining details can be verified with President Pei.as. Gu Zhiyan's capable assistant. Su Si's words often mirror those of Gu Zhiyan himself, and the others quickly grasp his meaning. President Gu has already made himself clear. Our department assures task completion. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This trivial matter hardly requires President Gu's intervention. Ah, your wife has arrived. Perhaps you should go greet her. Gu Zhiyan, spinning his phone in his hand, is in high spirits. Upon hearing their chatter, he feigns reluctance. Since you all insist, I shall comply should there be any issues. Kindly email me. He rises leisurely, adjusts his cufflinks, and nods slightly to the group. Please continue. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Yaoguang, Gu Zhiyan stands tall, his gaze fixed on the traffic at the intersection, surveying each car that passes by. If he were to turn his head and scrutinize, he would find that every window on each floor of Yaoguang is filled with curious faces. The red Ferrari Jian Yao is driving today is one of the betrothal gifts from the Gu family, an exquisite sports car that draws attention. Gu Zhiyan recognizes it almost instantly. The car pulls up beside him, and as the window descends, Jian Yao's fair complexion greets him. Today, she is adorned with makeup, appearing even more radiant than usual, and when she turns her head, she is both enchanting and captivating, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with life. Mr. Gu, please get in. As the door swings open, Gu Zhiyan notices the flowers and gift boxes in the passenger seat. His eyes warming. For me, Jian Yao grasps the steering wheel, feeling a sense of déjà vu. When Gu Zhiyan had come to pick her up in the past, she had asked him the same question. How had he responded then? She recalls the teasing tone he had used. Do you see a third person here? Gu Zhiyan raises an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his throat. You hold grudges quite well. Jian Yao tilts her chin defiantly. Of course. Inside the car, Gu Zhiyan sits in the passenger seat, inhaling the rich fragrance of roses. What prompted you to invite me for a meal? The rationale she presents is rather delicate, akin to that of his own invitation to the Pei family's opening celebration. Jian Yao bites her cheek, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Regarding the Lu family matters, you have been of tremendous assistance. I merely wish to treat you to a meal, nothing significant. Gu Zhiyan lifts the latest Patek Philippe watch in his hand. If I recall correctly, this cost 139,000. Nothing significant about 139,000. His tone is laden with meaning as he shifts his gaze to Jian Yao's profile, studying her intently. Is there truly no other reason? Jian Yao, unaccustomed to fabricating stories, feels exposed under Gu Zhiyan's discerning gaze, as if all her innermost thoughts are laid bare. Yet, the usually gentle man seems particularly insistent today. Jian Yao clears her throat. Indeed. Gu Zhiyan's lips curve into a subtle smile, the warmth of his amusement evident. So there is, or so there isn't. Jian Yao's cheeks flush crimson, and she is grateful for the makeup that conceals her embarrassment. There is. Gu Zhiyan's gaze sweeps over her blushing ears, the depths of his eyes swirling with intrigue. And he merely smiles, choosing not to press further. Throughout the journey, the warmth on Jian Yao's face lingered unabated. Fortunately, the Western restaurant she had reserved was indeed in close proximity to Yaoguang, and they arrived swiftly. She had booked a private room. Inside, Jian Yao remained acutely aware of Su Si's reminder regarding the importance of seeking assistance and displaying vulnerability when appropriate, just as she was about to inquire if Gu Zhiyan could assist her in pulling out her chair. He had already stepped forward to adjust it for her. Jian Yao thought to herself, all right, perhaps I shall seek another opportunity later. When it came time to order, Jian Yao recalled the creamy mushroom soup and pan-seared steak that Gu Zhiyan had prepared on their last encounter, and she felt he might appreciate them. Thus, she ordered one of each for both of them before handing the menu to the individual across from her. Upon seeing the two dishes she had selected, Gu Zhiyan lifted his cool gaze to glance at her. She turned her head slightly, seemingly captivated by the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window, yet Gu Zhiyan immediately noticed her tightly clenched fingertips, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Then let us add a portion of foie gras. He finalized the order and handed the menu to the waiter. Jian Yao turned to him. Can we drink? Gu Zhiyan sat upright, adhering to his principle of not drinking while driving. Miss Jian, your suggestion is rather perilous. Jian Yao felt a twinge of disappointment, replying, all right, I forgot. Initially, she had hoped to ease her nerves with a drink, forgetting entirely that she was the one driving. Observing her sudden despondency, Gu Zhiyan considered, it's not entirely out of the question. So, are you going? Jian Yao's eyes brightened as she looked up at him. Gu Zhiyan chuckled lightly. I will have assistant Su arrange for someone to pick us up shortly. In response to Jian Yao's expectant gaze, Gu Zhiyan raised his hand and added, let us include a bottle of Bordeaux. Whether due to the restaurant's recent opening or its elevated prices, it was not overly crowded, and the dishes arrived promptly. Jian Yao, having spent the morning browsing the mall, was genuinely famished. Picking up her knife and fork, she effortlessly sliced into the tender beef. Just as she speared a piece of steak, she remembered Su Si's advice to act as if she were having green tea. Pausing momentarily, she lowered her hand again. When she attempted to cut a second piece, the knife barely made a dent, leaving only a light mark on the steak. She had stewed over this for some time, and each time she contemplated asking Gu Zhiyan for assistance, she felt an urge to laugh. It was entirely the chef's fault for being too skilled in cooking the steak to such exquisite tenderness. After much anticipation, she lifted her gaze, only to find Gu Zhiyan had already pushed his neatly sliced steak towards her. Jian Yao blinked in surprise. This was not due to her lack of effort. Rather, Gu Zhiyan was being overly proactive, leaving her no opportunity to feign helplessness. By the time they concluded their meal, she had yet to find a moment to seek Gu Zhiyan's help. On their way back, seated in the rear of the car, Gu Zhiyan produced the Patek Philippe watch she had gifted him, presenting it before Jian Yao while glancing at her. Could you assist me in trying on the watch? Jian Yao stared silently at the wrist and the watch being offered. She raised her hand to accept it, carefully fastening it and adjusting the angle. After contemplating for a long while, she was unable to find a moment to ask for help. And now Gu Zhiyan was the one seeking assistance. This truly made her feel rather foolish. Suddenly, Jian Yao realized that perhaps having a partner who was overly attentive was not entirely beneficial. There was not even a hint of flirtation. Su Si's advice regarding how to act coy seemed to be falling flat. Jian Yao brushed her hand across her slightly tipsy head, feeling a little lightheaded, and gritted her teeth in frustration. Gu Zhiyan's fingers glided across the cold metal watch band, and with the influence of a few drinks, a faint blush tinged his eyes. His typically cool demeanor softened considerably. Exuding a newfound allure, his tone was lazily languid as he loosened his tie and turned to Jian Yao, casually mentioning, the Pei family has opened a new hot spring resort. Pei asked me to conduct a discreet visit. Miss Jian, would you be interested in accompanying me? Jian Yao's eyes widened, and she turned to Gu Zhiyan, puffing out her cheeks. You hold grudges quite well. It was merely a slight imitation of his manner. Yet he was quick to reciprocate. He could hardly wait a day to respond. Truly, he was a businessman, unwilling to concede even an inch. Assistant Su, seated in the driver's seat, covertly glanced at the rearview mirror. Perhaps questioning if Gu Zhiyan had forgotten he was still in the vehicle given the relationship between the Gu and Pei families, who in the capital's Pei family was not familiar with Gu Zhiyan? The idea of a discreet visit was laughable. Gu Zhiyan made no rebuttal to Jian Yao's teasing. He leaned back in his seat, elongating his tone as he casually remarked, "So will you go?" His dark eyes locked onto Jian Yao's, filled with an inscrutable emotion, as deep as the ocean. The car was enveloped in silence, so much so that Jian Yao could hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Gu Zhiyan's voice was low and melodic, akin to a siren's song drifting over the waves, imbued with an enchanting allure that left no room for refusal. Perhaps it was the alcohol that had emboldened her. She felt her response drift from a distant place. Yes, why not? She was precisely lamenting the absence of an opportunity. Was this not a timely invitation, akin to a pillow offered to a weary traveler? A woman of eagle-like determination would not be deterred by minor obstacles. Clearly alcohol had emboldened her. However, upon sobering up, Jian Yao gazed at her swimwear in the wardrobe and felt a wave of regret wash over her. Deeply regretting it, previously, whenever she had gone to soak in hot springs or swim, it had always been with Su Si, who had chosen her swimwear. Though her taste had been impeccable, the swimsuits were undeniably revealing. Such attire was suitable for wearing alongside a close friend, but to don it in front of Gu Zhiyan, Jian Yao could scarcely bear to contemplate it. However, the hot spring resort was somewhat distant, and they would be departing early in the morning, leaving her no time to purchase anything new. If it were any other item, she could have sent someone to fetch it, but swimwear was far too personal. As Jian Yao pondered, the bathroom door creaked open, signaling Gu Zhiyan's emergence after his shower. Fearing he might catch a glimpse of her, she hurriedly grabbed a swimsuit and crammed it into her suitcase. Slamming it shut with a thud, then, she silently reassured herself, it's alright, there are many hot spring pools, and if worst comes to worst, she and Gu Zhiyan could always use different ones. Alas, Jian Yao had underestimated Pei Yi's penchant for gossip and mischief. Pei Yi had long anticipated that Gu Zhiyan would take Jian Yao to the hot springs, and he had instructed Assistant Su to inform him in advance when they were heading there, so he could prepare a little surprise for his sister-in-law. After years of camaraderie, the Navi Assistant Su took this to heart and informed Pei Yi that Gu Zhiyan and his wife would be going to the hot springs the next day. Pei Yi, engrossed in a game with his friend, immediately ceased upon receiving Su's message. You got it. Exiting the chat window, he dialed a phone number. Hello, it's me. Tomorrow Gu Zhiyan will be taking his wife to the hot springs. Make sure to arrange for them to have a private indoor pool. Just say the rest are all fully booked. The next day Jian Yao once again awoke in Gu Zhiyan's embrace. Perhaps it was a case of familiarity breeding comfort. The two could now awaken to such a scene with calmness, pretending as if nothing had transpired. At least, that was the faade they maintained. Unsurprisingly, Gu Zhiyan found himself somewhat indisposed that morning, and Jian Yao was the first to wash up. After completing her morning routine, she listened to the sounds outside, ensuring she wouldn't witness anything inappropriate before stepping out to allow Gu Zhiyan his turn. Her outfit had been prepared the night before, a flowing, bohemian-style maxi dress, perfect for a resort setting. Because the hot spring pools contained numerous trace elements, she had opted to forego jewelry. Traveling light, the suburban area was neither too far nor too close, and they had not risen particularly early, just in time to enjoy breakfast prepared by Wang Ma. After a simple meal, she reminded Wang Ma that she need not come back for lunch or dinner, and the pair set off in a gleaming G-Wagon. The Pei family's hot spring resort was situated on a mountainside. Given its membership recommended system, it appeared to be somewhat underpopulated, with guests scattered throughout the estate. During the ride on the sightseeing vehicle from the entrance to the hot spring villa, Jian Yao spotted several figures she typically only saw on financial news channels. However, more comforting to her than that was the realization that such a vast resort surely boasted numerous pools.